How beautiful! Qiao Xingye, adorned in a wedding gown, with a slender waist and a voluminous skirt reminiscent of a fairy tale princess, looked enchanting even without makeup. The store manager assisting her couldn't help but praise her. Why hasn't young Master Qi come to see you? Men and women have different perspectives. Qiao Xingye smiled politely. He's busy with work and cannot get away. No sooner had she spoken than her phone vibrated. Glancing at the caller ID, she answered, Yezi, I just saw Yang Yutong with Qi Yan. At this, Qiao Xingye's expression froze. The smile that had graced her face moments before was gradually replaced by an icy demeanor. Qi Yan, her fiancé, and in just a week, they were to be wed. The mere mention of Liang Yutong's name stirred a flicker of disdain within her. She exchanged a glance with the store manager, who nodded in understanding. With a gesture, everyone hurriedly followed her downstairs. Once they were alone, Qiao Xingye casually inquired, "Where did you see them?" Tang Su replied, "At the hospital in the obstetrics and gynecology department." Qiao Xingye raised an eyebrow and smiled. What a peculiar place. What could possibly draw a man and a woman to such a location? That Liang Yutong is merely a tea seller, and Qi Yan is a scoundrel. You mustn't go through with this marriage. Before Qiao Xingye could react, Tang Su was already fuming. Qiao Xingye took a sip from her glass of water. Every time she sells tea, the retribution falls upon me. Why are you getting so worked up? 2 years ago, she had left, pleading and begging. Now, she had returned to entangle herself with Qi Yan again. Had she, Qiao Xingye, been too kind or too tolerant over these years? Tang Su retorted, choosing this moment, just before your wedding, shows her ill intentions. Qiao Xingye's gaze hardened. I have to go. Tang Su asked, where are you going? Qiao Xingye replied, someone is selling tea, I must go buy some. With that, she hung up the phone. Staring at her reflection in the mirror, clad in the pristine wedding gown, she reached for the bodice. With a swift motion, the gown was torn apart and cast to the floor. The nearby staff gasped at the sight, yet none dared to approach upon seeing the storm brewing in Qiao Xingye's expression. Just as she changed into her own clothes, her phone buzzed again. It was Qi Yan. The moment she answered, his serious voice cut through. Once you finish trying on the gown, come to the office. For 2 years, Qi Yan had treated her with kindness, his demeanor consistently gentle and considerate. This sudden shift, was it due to Liang Yutong's return? A smirk of irony flickered in Qiao Xingye's eyes as she hung up without uttering a word. Half an hour later, when Qiao Xingye entered Qi Yan's office, he was standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, engaged in a phone call. Bathed in sunlight, he appeared both refined and gentle, particularly his flawless profile, which was captivating. Fate had bestowed upon him an unparalleled beauty rare in the entire port city. Upon noticing Qiao Xingye, he hastily concluded his call, "You can have lunch alone," and moved to the nearby sofa. The warmth he had shown moments before vanished, replaced by a chilling demeanor as he turned to her. "Come here." Their eyes met, and instead of sitting beside him as she usually would, Qiao Xingye chose to sit across from him. Qi Yan noticed the distance in her expression, and his gaze grew colder. The sound of a lighter igniting filled the air, the scent of smoke wafting around them. Qiao Xingye disliked this odor and waved her hand dismissively. Qi Yan, indifferent to her discomfort, lit a cigarette and inhaled, "Yutong is back." A flicker of guilt crossed his eyes as he spoke. Yet he continued, "Our wedding will need to be postponed." After her conversation with Tang Su, Qiao Xingye had anticipated this outcome. What do you mean? Liang Yutong's return was to delay their wedding? She is ill, gravely so. As he handed her a document, he added, "Hey, race your acceptance letter from St. Peter's University. You should go study." His tone was patronizing, almost commanding. Qiao Xingye glanced at the envelope but did not take it, a playful smile dancing on her lips. "You wish for me to study abroad? To make room for her?" Qi Yan's expression darkened. "Isn't this the school you've always wanted to attend?" "Now, Qi Yan," she interrupted coldly, snatching the envelope from his grasp and tearing it to shreds, paper flying across the office. The final piece landed on her palm, which she threw at Qi Yan's face. Watching her fury, the warmth in his eyes evaporated entirely. Qiao Xingye offered him no sympathy, declaring, "There's no need to postpone the wedding, simply cancel it." Why delay when cancellation was far more straightforward? Qi Yan's countenance shifted dramatically. He stared at her in disbelief. Her attitude astonished him. Cancel the wedding? Was she out of her mind? He spoke with unsteady frustration. She is ill. Once she recovers, she'll leave, and I will give you a grander wedding then. Is it illness or pregnancy? The moment the words slipped from her lips, silence enveloped the room. Qi Yan's gaze turned icy as he questioned, "What do you know?" Qiao Xingye remained silent, stating only, "You and she were seen together at the hospital in the obstetrics and gynecology department." To suggest a grander wedding now seemed utterly absurd. With just a week until their nuptials, how could he justify being in such a place with Liang Yutong while discussing wedding details with her? Did he think she would simply accept this betrayal? Qi Yan's face darkened further as he retorted, "She is not pregnant, she is ill. Illness requiring your presence at the hospital? What is your relationship with her now?" Her sharp inquiry deepened the shadows on Qi Yan's face. Qiao Xingye, unwilling to endure his glum expression, turned towards the office door. As she walked away, she remarked, "Since she has returned, she might as well stay, for the debts she owes this port city will take time to settle." The 2 years of their relationship had been calm, but Liang Yutong had cracked open a wound, and Qiao Xingye was determined to tear it wide open. Relationships require the commitment of both parties. It's unreasonable for only one to strive. Qi Yan's expression darkened as he warned, "Do not make things difficult for her." Qiao Xingye scoffed, her hand resting on the doorknob. With gritted teeth, Qi Yan pressed, "Can you truly cancel the wedding? Or do you think you have a fallback with the Liang family?" At the mention of the Liang family, Qiao Xingye's heart turned cold. A group of individuals who could not distinguish between kin and strangers. Whether or not she had a fallback did not concern her. The Liang family, her blood relatives, were also where Liang Yutong had been raised. Years ago, Liang Yutong's biological mother had been the Liang family's maid, both she and Qiao Xingye's mother pregnant at the same time. Due to her unreliable gambling husband, she yearned for her child to grow up in wealth. After giving birth in the hospital, she swapped her child. Liang Yutong's mother was no paragon of virtue after taking Qiao Xingye away. She did not raise her, but abandoned her, continuing to work as a maid while watching her own daughter live a prosperous life. Remaining by her side all the while. 3 years ago, Mrs. Liang was involved in a car accident, which revealed the astonishing truth that Liang Yutong was not her biological daughter. This shocking revelation led to an extraordinary quest to find her real daughter. Regrettably, although the daughter was found, during their time together, they consistently favored Liang Yutong, whom they had raised. Qi Yan was not mistaken. With her engagement to him annulled, she found herself with no way back, for there was no place for her in the Liang family. Qi Yan stepped forward, grasping her delicate wrist. "Once she recovers, she will be sent away again, all right?" He lowered his voice as much as possible, as if to soothe her. Qiao Xingye glanced at him, her gaze frosty, gradually withdrawing her hand. "You." Qi Yan's expression darkened further. Qiao Xingye, uninterested in another word with him, turned sharply and exited the office. The sound of her high heels echoed, much like her demeanor, departing with an air of haughtiness. Qi Yan, usually the center of attention, felt his temper flare, unable to believe that Qiao Xingye would truly cancel their wedding. After all, her affection for him over the past 2 years had been evident to all. Contemplating this, Qi Yan ultimately refrained from pursuing her, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. The staff in the secretarial department, hearing the commotion, were consumed by their own thoughts. 2 years prior, the uproar had led many to believe that Qiao Xingye sought to usurp Qi Yan from Liang Yutong. Thus, with Liang Yutong's return, they reveled in schadenfreude. Whispers floated among the employees. "Miss Liang has finally returned. Qiao Xingye deserves this." Indeed, 2 years ago, Miss Liang was forced to leave by her, and what is stolen must eventually be returned. Upon hearing these remarks, Qiao Xingye strode towards the source of the voices. 2 female employees, caught in the shadows, hastily silenced themselves. Qiao Xingye reached out, grasping one of their chins and forcing it upwards. The young secretary was quite lovely. The moment their eyes met, she was taken aback by the penetrating intensity in Qiao Xingye's gaze. "Qiao, Miss Qiao." Qiao Xingye narrowed her eyes slightly. "Is my gossip so enjoyable to discuss?" The young secretary's complexion drained of color. "No, it's not." Overwhelmed by fear, Qiao Xingye disdainfully released her, casting a fierce glance around the entire secretarial department. Everyone lowered their heads in trepidation, too afraid to even breathe. Chapter 3. With a thud, the toad fell to the ground. As Qiao Xingye stepped out of the company, she spotted Liang Yutong descending from a vehicle. Qi Yin's assistant, Jiang Yuan, personally opened the door for her, and she handed over several bags to him. Please distribute these to the secretarial department. Her demeanor exuded the essence of a true matriarch. Jiang Yuan respectfully accepted the bags, saying, "Thank you, Miss Liang." Liang Yutong offered a gentle nod before turning around, their gazes locking from a distance. Qiao Xingye narrowed her eyes slightly. Liang Yutong appeared momentarily taken aback, but in an instant, she approached Qiao Xingye, addressing her with a soft tone, "Xing." She sounded just like a caring elder sister. When the Liang family had retrieved her years ago, they mentioned that Liang Yutong was an hour older than her. The tenderness in her voice was intended for Jiang Yuan's ears, while her gaze towards Qiao Xingye was rife with provocation. Drawing closer, Liang Yutong lowered her voice. "You are his fiancé, yet he asked me to come to the company to find him. What position does that leave you in?" Qiao Xingye's expression turned frosty. With a dismissive scoff, she retorted, "As long as I desire, I can hold any position I want in the Qi family. But tell me, aside from coming to the company to find him, can you seek him anywhere else in the Qi family?" Liang Yutong's expression shifted slightly. The look in her eyes turned venomous. It was evident that she could not. The old Qi family members would never permit it. Qiao Xingye was quite pleased with her reaction. Liang Yutong glared at her fiercely. "Don't get too smug. As long as I am here, you can forget about holding that wedding with him." Qiao Xingye smiled, her expression indifferent. "There are countless men in this world. I'm not beholden to him for marriage. A man like Qi Yin, who harbors feelings for another, can easily be let go. Better sooner than later." Liang Yutong's face stiffened. "What do you mean?" She stared incredulously at Qiao Xingye, recalling how fervently she had once pursued Qi Yin 2 years prior. Now, she seemed to feign indifference. Was it all just an act? Qiao Xingye replied, "What is there to misunderstand? I can find another in place of Qi Yin, while you. He is the only man willing to marry you, yet you cannot even have a grand wedding." Liang Yutong, already in a foul mood, was further enraged by Qiao Xingye's words. Seeing the shattered gentleness on her face brought Qiao Xingye immense satisfaction. Did she think she could disregard her? She seemed to have forgotten how she treated her in the past 2 years. Not wishing to waste any more time with Liang Yutong, she turned to leave. However, Liang Yutong suddenly clung to her wrist. "Xing, I've only returned to seek medical help. I do not wish to disrupt your relationship with Qi Yin. Please do not misunderstand." Qiao Xingye replied coldly, "Let go." She felt disgusted by Liang Yutong's touch. Attempting to withdraw her hand, Liang Yutong fell to the ground with a loud thud, reminiscent of a toad plummeting from a height. The sound indicated a painful fall. Before Qiao Xingye could react, Qi Yin's furious voice echoed from a distance. "Qiao Xingye." Ah, it was no wonder she had suddenly sought tea. It appeared someone fond of her tea had arrived. Lowering her gaze to the theatrics of Liang Yutong, she cast a glance at the fountain near the building's entrance. A smile crept onto Qiao Xingye's lips as she advanced, gripping Liang Yutong's hair. Liang Yutong screamed in pain. With a splash, Liang Yutong's head was plunged into the icy water of the fountain, her chest colliding painfully against the edge. The sensation of suffocation overwhelmed her senses. As the air was drawn from her lungs, she struggled wildly. Qiao Xingye remained impassive, firmly pressing Liang Yutong's head down, depriving her of any chance to breathe. Was she not eager to play the victim? Very well, let her actions seal her fate. "Help! Liang Yutong cried out as Qiao Xingye yanked her up momentarily. However, in an instant, Qiao Xingye forced her back into the water again, ensuring she would not die, yet making her existence unbearable. Again and again, Liang Yutong found herself powerless to resist. Seeing this scene, Qi Yin quickened his pace, his voice booming with anger. "Qiao Xingye, have you lost your mind?" Liang Yutong felt as though her chest might explode from the water. She flailed her arms desperately. Qi Yin rushed forward, shoving Qiao Xingye aside and rescuing Liang Yutong from her grasp. Soaked to the skin, Liang Yutong looked up at Qi Yin with pain in her eyes, coughing incessantly, feeling as though her lungs were on fire. Liang Yutong struggled to form coherent words, her gaze watery as she looked at Qi Yin, unable to articulate her distress. Qi Yin glared at Qiao Xingye with icy disdain. Without hesitation, Qiao Xingye stepped forward, stomping on Liang Yutong's ankle, causing her to cry out in agony. Qi Yin, infuriated, demanded, "What madness is this? You dare to strike her in front of me?" In a fit of rage, he pushed Qiao Xingye away again. She took a step back, only to advance once more, raising a small bag and hurling it at Qi Yin's head. The impact left him momentarily dazed, his eyes swirling with fury. In the next moment, Qiao Xingye struck him again with another bag, nearly causing him to faint on the spot. This woman, before Qi Yin could react further, Qiao Xingye delivered several swift kicks to Liang Yutong's legs. The pain in her lungs was excruciating, and her legs began to swell. Chapter 4. The Collective Blacklist. After a flurry of chaos, Jiang Yuan finally managed to pull Qiao Xingye away. Liang Yutong and Oppo's face contorted in pain, tears welling in her eyes as she glanced at Qi Yin. Qi Yin's expression darkened, anger radiating from him as he shouted at Jiang Yuan, who was still holding onto Qiao Xingye. "Take her away now." Qiao Xingye attempted to shake off Jiang Yuan's grip, yet he dared not release her. How could this ancestor possess such strength? "Miss Qiao, let us depart," Jiang Yuan urged. My bag, Qiao Xingye exclaimed. Her bag, which she had used to strike Qi Yin earlier, was now beside him. In a fit of rage, Qi Yin tossed it back at her. Jiang Yuan caught it and quickly placed it into Qiao Xingye's arms. "There, your bag has been retrieved." The pandemonium culminated with Qiao Xingye being dragged into a car by Jiang Yuan, while he intended to escort her home. Qiao Xingye refused to allow Qi Yin South people to drive her, and she drove away herself. Qi Yin's head throbbed from the impact, momentarily leaving him dazed. Once he regained his senses, he noticed the disheveled Liang Yutong, whose leg was swollen, igniting his fury towards Qiao Xingye once more. He scooped Liang Yutong into his arms. "I will take you to the hospital." Liang Yutong, her eyes brimming with tears, nodded, appearing utterly pitiful. Jiang Yuan, however, glanced at the parking spot, only to find it empty. The car had been taken by Miss Qiao. In the midst of the chaos, he had intended to drive her, but she had driven off on her own. Qi Yin's expression darkened further. Observing his increasingly cold demeanor, Jiang Yuan said, "I will hurry to the garage and retrieve another vehicle." The keys were still in the office, and he had to fetch them first. Meanwhile, while waiting at a traffic light, Qiao Xingye's phone vibrated. She picked it up to find it was a call from her mother, Lu Suyun. "You need to come home tonight. I have something important to discuss." Qiao Xingye twisted open a bottle of water and took a sip. "I'm so busy. When will I have the time?" She was all too aware of what they wanted to discuss and had little interest in hearing it. Lu Suyun, sensing her refusal, retorted, "What are you so busy with? I haven't seen you putting in much effort for Qi Yin." Torn between love and frustration for her daughter, Lu Suyun continued, "So you want Liang Yutong to return to care for him?" A brief silence fell over the line. Qiao Xingye, fully aware of Lu Suyun's intentions, reflected on the unpleasantness between her and Liang Yutong 2 years prior. Had Liang Yutong not left at that time, she might very well be serving time in prison now. With her return, both Qi Yin and the Liang family would undoubtedly fear her presence. Realizing Qiao Xingye knew of Liang Yutong's return, Lu Suyun ceased her pretense, her tone softening slightly. "That incident happened so long ago. You mustn't cling to it so tightly." The weather was turning chilly, and the breeze from the partially open window sent a shiver down Qiao Xingye's neck, but she quickly dismissed the bone-chilling sensation. "Madam Lu, I nearly lost my life in that car accident just 3 years ago. Surely you haven't forgotten how I looked when I returned?" She had spent 2 full months recovering in the hospital. Liang Yutong was the instigator of that accident, and Qiao Xingye feared that returning to the Liang family would mean losing everything. That tragic event had aimed to take her life, to prevent her from returning to the Liang household. And now her own mother dared to suggest she let go? Lu Suyun insisted this matter was not her doing. You should not harbor such malice towards her. Qiao Xingye tossed the empty water bottle into a nearby trash bin, rolling her eyes. "You believe her when she claims I harbor ill will? If you trust her so implicitly, Why do you still need me as your daughter? Given how much you cherish her, what were you thinking when you sought me out? Qiao Xingye, can you not be reasonable? Must you always erupt in anger whenever this topic arises? Is there no end to this? Lu Suyun's frustration peaked. Each time Liang Yutong was mentioned, the two women clashed, neither willing to concede an inch, much to Lu Suyun's exasperation. After yet another round of accusations regarding her irrationality, Lu Suyun got to the crux of the matter. You always targeted her in the past, but this time is different. She is gravely ill. Qiao Xingye scoffed. She is ill. And so, my wedding with Qi Yin must be postponed? Qi Yin must remain at her side, correct? While she did not covet Qi Yin, the skewed values of these people compelled Qiao Xingye to retort. Lu Suyun, infuriated, responded, She and Qi Yin grew up together. She is deeply reliant on him. Rest assured, Qi Yin will ultimately marry you. For now, let us focus on Yutong's illness. As they treated Liang Yutong as a treasured gem, they expected Qiao Xingye to take a step back as well. How could such people exist? Lu Suyun, noticing Qiao Xingye's silence, pressed. Are you even listening? What is there to listen to? Do you expect me to conform to your twisted values? Qiao Xingye huffed. You can do as you please, but do not impose your demands on me. With that, she hung up the phone and immediately blocked her mother. Chapter 5. Dealing with Scoundrels. It's all about the feisty sister. Upon returning to Jinjiang Tiancheng, the moment I stepped into the elevator hall, I spotted Tang Su seated on the sofa. As soon as she noticed my arrival, she hurried over and embraced me. Darling, men are nothing to fret over. Tomorrow, I'll introduce you to someone far more handsome. All right, I replied. Tang Su, still in the midst of comforting me, paused and scrutinized my demeanor. Wait, isn't your reaction a bit too composed? She stepped back, taking a closer look at me, and was startled to find bloodstains on my beige coat. Oh no, are you hurt? Where? I glanced down and indeed noticed several drops of blood on my coat. It's not mine. Whose is it then? Tang Su asked, her voice tinged with concern. It must belong to Liang Yutong or Qi Yin. I hit them. What? You actually fought with Liang Yutong and Qi Yin? Tang Su's eyebrows twitched in shock. She had just encountered them in the hospital that morning, and now, by noon, I'd already dealt with them. I couldn't help but admire my own boldness. While being a feisty sister often leads to trouble, it's precisely this temperament that is necessary when confronting scoundrels. Not only I, but even Tang Su was unable to suppress her admiration. Initially worried that I might return in tears, she was instead pleased to see that I had taken matters into my own hands. Though she didn't fully grasp my actions, she felt a sense of relief. Let's skip the drama and go eat. It's already late, she suggested. I nodded. Did you take time off just to see me? Indeed, I left early. After lunch, I have to head back. With just a week until my wedding, Tang Su was genuinely concerned about my state of mind. We chose a Western restaurant, and I struggled to cut my steak. Let us not order this next time. It's not very good. I had a preference for hot pot, which Tang Su was well aware of. On a weekday, people usually settle for something quick at lunch, she remarked. What about your situation with Qi Yin? Tang Su inquired, prompting me to grimace at the mention of his name. Could you post an announcement for me? Just go ahead and cancel the wedding, and include a little blessing. And amp. Oppos. May the scoundrels find everlasting companionship. And amp. Oppos. Tang Su halted, her grip on the knife and fork faltering. That blessing. All right, but have the Liang and Qi families agreed to this? You're making such swift moves? Why would I need their approval? I replied nonchalantly. Well, that's the truth, she exclaimed. After all, my engagement to Qi Yin had never truly received my consent. The elders of the Qi family, upon discovering that Liang Yutong was not the biological daughter of the Liang family, but rather the child of a maid, sought to sever the engagement. This had sent the Liang family into a panic. Given that several projects relied on the Qi family, Lu Suyun and Liang Panming hastily arranged my engagement without my input. 2 years prior, when I had an altercation with Liang Yutong, Qi Yin had unexpectedly sided with me. After Liang Yutong was sent away, Qi Yin showered me with affection, leading me to believe he had seen through her true nature. Now, however, it seemed apparent that his actions were merely a ruse to placate me, especially since I had been adamant about sending Liang Yutong to prison. Tang Su, attempting to untangle the convoluted situation, berated Qi Yin mercilessly, He is simply despicable. You must have known what kind of person he was 2 years ago. Why did you agree to the engagement? Did you truly plan to try on wedding dresses today, intending to marry him in a week? Tang Su's confusion mirrored my own. When she asked why, I lowered my gaze, the shadows of my thoughts deepening. Why? Perhaps it was a case of mutual benefit, each harboring ulterior motives? Don't ask so many questions. Just remember to attach that photo of him and Liang Yutong at the hospital, making sure to emphasize obstetrics and gynecology prominently, I instructed. Tang Su, recognizing my reluctance to divulge more, refrained from pressing further. As long as it wasn't he, as people speculated, that I was marrying Qi Yin out of undying love, she would be satisfied. All right, I'll announce it right now, she declared, reaching for her phone. With several accounts boasting millions of followers under her name, her post would soon make waves throughout the city. The Qi family, being the foremost affluent family in the port city, had their wedding plans scrutinized by many. If handled poorly, it would undoubtedly tarnish my reputation. Half an hour later, a headline reading, Liang family foster daughter spotted with Qi family heir at obstetrics and gynecology department, surged to the top of trending topics. Just as I had predicted, the words obstetrics and gynecology were accentuated boldly. Another headline swiftly followed. Liang family heiress announces cancellation of engagement with Qi family heir. These two pieces dominated the trending list. The public's memory of the foster daughter, the real heiress, and the events from 2 years prior had resurfaced, drawing renewed attention. Before long, my phone was inundated with calls. Chapter 6. Cutting off her financial resources? No worries, she has a premium black card. Tang Su watched as Qiao Xingye's phone flickered on and off incessantly. The relentless ringing was unbearable. Unable to restrain herself, she suggested, why not just turn it off? Blocking the numbers was futile, as all the calls were from unfamiliar numbers. It was evident that they were from Mrs. Liu, using the phone of the household servant. Heeding her advice, Qiao Xingye promptly switched off her phone. However, the repercussions from Lu Siyun soon followed. When it came time to settle the bill, Qiao Xingye attempted to scan her payment code, only to be met with a notification. Your bank card has been disabled. Please select another payment method. The card linked to her phone was one that Lu Siyun had insisted on binding to her account shortly after Qiao Xingye returned to the Liang family a few years ago. Now it was rendered useless. Seeing her failure to pay, Tang Su glanced at her phone, perplexed. What does this mean? Qiao Xingye replied. They've disabled the card. Tang Su's lips twitched in disbelief. Is this because of Liang Yutong? What kind of family is this? The idea that the Liang family would deactivate Qiao Xingye's credit card filled Tang Su with disgust, as if she had swallowed a fly. How could such individuals exist in the world, treating their biological daughter so cruelly for the sake of an adopted one? Qiao Xingye merely smiled nonchalantly. It's not the first time. I'll take care of it, Tang Su declared, pulling out her own phone. No, I have money, Qiao Xingye protested. But Tang Su had already completed the transaction. Once outside the restaurant and in the car, Tang Su said, I'll transfer 200,000 to you. Don't be afraid of them. If they're so petty over a trivial amount spent by their biological daughter, who are they trying to intimidate? Hearing Tang Su's generous offer, Qiao Xingye felt a surge of gratitude. No need, I have my own money. You haven't been working. What money could you possibly have? Those beasts from the Liang family, Tang Su retorted, her anger palpable, feeling as though she might burst. I really do have money. It's a long story. The matter of wealth is quite complex. Although she had indeed spent the past 2 years beside Qi Yin, it did not imply that she was entirely dependent on him and the Liang family. Tang Su waved her hand dismissively. Fine, you have money. Just take this 200,000 for now. After all, having spent 2 years revolving around a man, how much money could she truly possess? Tang Su was unconvinced. I really don't need it, Qiao Xingye insisted. No, I mean your situation. Regardless of her protests, Tang Su remained skeptical about Qiao Xingye's financial independence. Unable to convince her otherwise, Qiao Xingye dragged Tang Su into a mall, where she proceeded to purchase items worth several $100,000. Finally, Tang Su began to believe her. Upon seeing Qiao Xingye's black card, her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Where did you get this black card? Who gave it to you? Qi Yin? The only person Tang Su could think of as the card's benefactor was Qi Yin. Qiao Xingye, momentarily taken aback by the card she had hastily pulled out earlier, felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Him? How could that be? Qian would never part with his black card. Then who gave it to you? Not Qian. It can't be the Liang family either. Do you know some big shot? As thoughts of the card's owner crossed her mind, a softness flickered in Qiao Xingye's eyes, but she remained silent. Without further ado, they exited the mall, laden with shopping bags. After parting ways with Tang Su, Qiao Xingye returned to Jinjiang Tiancheng, only to encounter Qi Yin waiting for her at the entrance. Qi Yan's face was etched with irritation as he glanced at his watch, realizing he had waited for her for a full 2 hours. Why was your phone off? Qiao Xingye coldly retorted it was too noisy. For the past month, the Henti called her with such frequency, but today the calls were incessantly about Liang Yutong. She fished out her keys to unlock the door when Qi Yin seized her wrist. Qiao Xingye. Qiao Xingye shot him a frosty glare. White moonlight is pitiful alone in the hospital. The mention of white moonlight ignited a storm of anger within Qi Yin. We need to talk, he insisted. Qiao Xingye replied. There is no need. She forcefully shook off his grip and opened the door, attempting to close it behind her. Qi Yin reacted quickly, wedging his arm in the doorway to prevent it from shutting. Just as he was about to push his way in, Qiao Xingye delivered a swift kick to his most vulnerable spot. Qi Yin gritted his teeth. You woman. As he dodged, his arm slipped out of the door, and Qiao Xingye seized the opportunity to slam it shut. However, Qi Yin was equally swift, grabbing the door before it could close and forcing his way inside. Qiao Xingye glared at him icily. I advise you to leave immediately. How dare you? He retorted. This woman, only now realizing her own brutality, seemed devoid of any feminine grace. Chapter 7. Where did she get the money to shop? Qi Yin directly walked over to the sofa and sat down, longing for a cigarette. Just as he retrieved a cigarette from the pack, Qiao Xingye boldly approached and snatched it from his hand, tossing it into the trash bin. Qi Yan's expression darkened. What are you doing? When had he ever been treated this way? When he was with Liang Yutong, no matter what he desired, she would never utter a word of protest. Qiao Xingye replied, I dislike the smell of smoke. Qi Yin thought to himself, this woman. Very well, I want tea smoke. He gritted his teeth and bore it, remembering the 2 trending topics that had erupted on social media earlier that day. The calls from the old residents were incessant. Was today's news spread by Tang Su? He pondered. Did he truly wish to cancel the wedding? Wasn't he that a bit excessive? Qiao Xingye remained silent as she walked towards the refrigerator and retrieved a small cake. She hadn't had enough of the Western meal at noon and had spent 2 hours shopping with Tang Su. Qi Yin, seeing her act as if he were invisible, felt his temper flare. The wedding was solely our affair. Why did she need to make it a public spectacle? It was one thing to be resolute with him. Now, she was stirring up a storm for all to see. He thought he could never forgive her. Is it truly just our affair? Qiao Xingye asked coldly. If it were merely our matter, it would be simple enough. Regardless, even if I do not stir up a ruckus, there will be others who will. It is better for me to take the lead. The implication of others was clear to Qi Yin. You shouldn't always think so poorly of Yutong, he countered. Qiao Xingye chuckled as she took a spoonful of cake and placed it in her mouth. She isn't bad. Why were you so eager to rid yourselves of her 2 years ago? Qi Yin, momentarily at a loss for words, felt his expression darken at the mention of the past. You were quite aggressive back then. If Yutong had not left, would you have truly sent her to prison? Qiao Xingye nodded, continuing to eat her cake. Yes. Qi Yin's expression grew even grimmer. The recollection of that time stirred a hint of disdain towards Qiao Xingye within him. It was precisely because of her tumultuous nature that she now found herself in her current predicament with the Liang family. He realized he still could not genuinely cancel the wedding with her. His tone softened slightly. Yutong is merely unwell. Once she recovers, she will be sent away. Qiao Xingye shot him a frosty glare and remained silent. You want to be allowed to act recklessly by your parents. If this continues, your life will become increasingly difficult. Qi Yin was acutely aware of the Liang family's methods. If nothing unexpected occurred, her card would have likely been deactivated by now. He glanced around the house. How long has the rent been paid for this place? When is the next payment due? He recalled that this residence was rented by Qiao Xingye when she moved out of the Liang family. The rent in Jinjiang Tiancheng was hardly affordable. This apartment model would cost no less than 10,000. By mentioning this, he was subtly reminding her that she had no right to act impulsively. You should leave, she asserted. Qi Yan's expression darkened further. Just as he was about to retort, his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Liang Yutong. He didn't avoid Qiao Xingye and answered, Yutong. What was this? Did the party that needed to reach out in the marriage not deserve respect? He didn't wish to sever ties with her, but was now brazenly answering a call from a third party in her presence. As Qiao Xingye made a scene, Qi Yan's true nature was laid bare. The facade he had maintained for 2 years was now torn away. He stood up, already aware of the conversation on the other end. Don't worry, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, he glanced at Qiao Xingye. Well, I just told you. Think it over. No matter how you act out, everyone will certainly prioritize Yutong's health during this time. His stance was unmistakably clear. Qiao Xingye's antics would be futile. Ignoring him, Qiao Xingye walked to the entrance and brought in the items she had just purchased with Tang Su. They were all from high-end brands. Qi Yan stared at the bags, momentarily at a loss. Do you still have money to shop? Has the Liang family not punished you? After all, in the past, every time she caused a scene, the Liang family would suspend her card for 10 days or half a month, reminding her that as long as they acknowledged her, she was their precious daughter. If not, she was nothing at all. Qiao Xingye shot him a glance. Is it a crime for me to have money to shop? Qi Yan could only respond with silence. This woman possessed an infuriating ability to provoke. Chapter 8. Economic Threat? Apologies, she is the boss. With a face full of anger, Qi Yan climbed into the car. Jiang Yuan glanced at him through the rearview mirror, inquiring, How is it? Has Miss Qiao calmed down? Clearly, to everyone else, Qiao Xingye was merely throwing a tantrum, pressuring Qi Yan to once again send Liang Yutong away. Qi Yan, feeling exasperated, pinched the bridge of his nose. Do you think her anger dissipates so easily? Jiang Yuan responded with a resigned tone. Indeed, Liang Yutong's sudden return caught everyone off guard. Was she truly serious about canceling the wedding? Qi Yan pondered, recalling the myriad of interactions between them over the past 2 years, and scoffed. What do you think? Is she truly willing to give it up? Jiang Yuan retorted, It seems rather implausible. After all, the Liang family despises her. Aside from marrying Qi Yan, she has no other options left. Moreover, she has invested considerable emotions in Qi Yan over these 2 years. With this thought, Jiang Yuan, too, concluded that Qiao Xingye was merely acting out, albeit excessively. At the Jinjiang Tiansheng, Qiao Xingye surveyed the pile of items in front of her, her mind racing back to the card she had mistakenly used. She felt a storm brewing. Dismissing the thought, she recalled her exhausting morning filled with wedding dress fittings and shopping with Tang Su, her calves aching. Deciding to indulge in a bath, she emerged from the bathroom feeling rejuvenated, only for the doorbell to ring insistently. Who could it be? Not bothering to open the door, she called out. Who is it? Lu Suyun. It's me, open the door. As Qiao Xingye opened the door, she was greeted by Lu Suyun, elegantly clad in a qipao and adorned with a pearl necklace. With meticulous makeup and a somewhat fierce expression, Lu Suyun strode in, taking a seat on the nearby sofa, her demeanor exuding authority as she fixed her gaze upon Qiao Xingye. Closing the door, Qiao Xingye dried her hair, while Lu Suyun, already enraged, found her daughter's relaxed demeanor intolerable. Tell me, what on earth do you intend to do? I told you it wasn't Yutong's doing. She has just returned, and yet you attack her, spreading rumors of canceling the wedding. Do you wish for all of Hong Kong to know that I, Lu Suyun, have raised a shameless daughter for 20 years, who dares to steal your fiancé? As Lu Suyun's voice grew louder, Qiao Xingye tossed aside her towel, her gaze cold as it met Lu Suyun's fiery stare. The intensity of their confrontation only fueled Lu Suyun's ire further. Is it your intent to turn the Liang family into a laughingstock? Sigh, I should never have brought you back. In a fit of anger, Lu Suyun expressed her regret. From her perspective, had she not sought out Qiao Xingye, these troubles would not have arisen. This was not the return of a daughter. It was the summoning of a calamity, a bane. Hearing Lu Suyun's heartfelt regret, Qiao Xingye scoffed disdainfully. I too believe you should not have sought me out. Had you not, the accident would have never occurred. The sentiment was mutual. Qiao Xingye wished fervently that these people had never sought her. Lu Suyun, taken aback, stammered. You Qiao Xingye interjected, didn't I say it? Just pretend you never found me. From now on, let us remain strangers. And by the way, do you realize how shameful it is to raise Liang Yutong for 20 years? Do you fear the outside world discovering it? Having spent little time with the Liang family, Qiao Xingye felt no emotional attachment. Her cold rebuttal only served to further infuriate Lu Suyun. You are infuriating. Their conversation reached an impasse. Lu Suyun abruptly stood, declaring, You think about it carefully. When you cease targeting Yutong, I shall restore your card. Seemingly devoid of other means to punish Qiao Xingye, she resorted to economic threats. With those harsh words, Lu Suyun departed, convinced that cutting off Qiao Xingye and Appo's finances would eventually compel her to yield. Once Lu Suyun was gone, Qiao Xingye resumed her nonchalant demeanor, washing and biting into an apple, utterly unconcerned. The phone rang. She answered, Hello? Boss, we have a major project, exceptionally large. How large? 3 times the previous fee. Upon hearing this, Qiao Xingye found the apple in her hand even sweeter. Taking another bite, she stood, I'll be there shortly. Dressing with haste, she arrived at the studio half an hour later, where her assistant, Yang Tingting, approached her with a beaming expression, Boss, it's a big order. She eagerly handed over the project proposal. As Qiao Xingye perused the document, she realized it was yet another project from Xingchuan International. Their tourism sector had expanded immensely. This year alone, she had secured 2 significant projects from them, each commanding a design fee exceeding $1 million. This latest offer was shockingly high. Yang Tingting nodded enthusiastically. Yes, the liaison from Xingchuan International said our designs were exceptional, and they wished to collaborate with us on future projects. The compliment, exceptional, finally elicited the first hint of a smile from Qiao Xingye that day. Gather all the designers for a meeting. Understood. Meanwhile, after leaving Jinjiang Tianqing, Lu Suyun headed straight to the hospital. There, she found Qi Yin alongside her son, Liang Jinchao. Prior to Lu Suyun and Appo's arrival, Liang Jinchao had been comforting Liang Yutong, his younger sister, who had grown up alongside him. Naturally, he always leaned towards Liang Yutong in their interactions. Today, witnessing Qiao Xingye strike Liang Yutong had ignited a fire within him. Upon seeing Lu Suyun, Liang Yutong wore an expression of guilt and regret. Mom, I'm sorry. I think I've upset Xingxing again. Lu Suyun rushed over, concern etched on her face. Silly child, it's not your fault. I know her temperament. As they discussed Qiao Xingye's temperament, the atmosphere grew even more somber. Lu Suyun sighed. I wonder what kind of family raised her to be so spoiled. All they knew about the family that adopted Qiao Xingye was her surname, Qiao. As for the nature of her upbringing, whether in the countryside or the city, the Liang family remained ignorant, as Qiao Xingye had never divulged such details. Liang Jinchao remarked, What kind of family could it be? With her temperament, she must have grown up in the countryside, spoiled rotten. Liang Jinchao had always found Qiao Xingye's volatile and coarse nature bothersome. Lu Suyun sighed once more. Liang Jinchao added, You should halt her card. Don't restore it so easily this time. Let her experience the hardship of being broke and see if she remains so arrogant. Chapter 9. Is she anxious to find a job? The mere mention of canceling Qiao Xingye's card ignited a flicker of pride in Liang Yutong's eyes. Qiao Xingye, the Liang family holds not a single penny for you. The family can only have one daughter, and that is me. While inwardly pleased, she feigned concern, saying, How will Xingye survive if her card is canceled? She has relied on the Liang family for sustenance these past 2 years, and she has no job. Liang Jinchao interjected. Yutong, do not speak in her favor. This time, we must teach her a lesson. Liang Yutong hesitated, glancing at Lu Suyun, who nodded in agreement, stating, Listen to your brother. It is high time she learned to behave like a proper young lady. The thought of Qiao Xingye's temperament left Lu Suyun feeling exasperated. She could hardly believe that Qiao Xingye could so easily relinquish her feelings for Qi Yan. In her eyes, the chaos from 2 years ago was all due to Qi Yan. The car accident was merely a ruse orchestrated by Yutong, while her true affections lay with Qi Yan. Liang Yutong then turned her gaze towards Qi Yan. His brow furrowed in contemplation, and he remained silent, evidently aligning with Lu Siyun and Liang Jinchao's intentions. Lu Siyun then began to inquire about Liang Yutong's ankle. How was your injury? Is it serious? Liang Yutong shook her head. It's not serious. It was a yin who insisted I come to the hospital. Lu Siyun replied, you must be cautious. Your father has arranged for the best specialist to conduct a thorough examination. Thank you, mother, Liang Yutong replied. Silly child, what is there to thank me for? Hearing Liang Yutong's gratitude filled Lu Siyun with affection. Thus, a group of individuals expressed their concern for Liang Yutong, while simultaneously discussing the repercussions for Qiao Xingye. They unanimously agreed to suspend her monthly allowance of 20,000, aiming to compel Qiao Xingye to acquiesce regarding the incident involving Liang Yutong, hoping she would cease her inquiries. Ultimately, their confidence stemmed from their unwavering belief that Qiao Xingye harbored deep feelings for Qi Yin and that she was merely sulking. This time, they resolved to deny Qiao Xingye even a semblance of obstinacy. Qiao Xingye had spent the entire afternoon in meetings at her studio. A significant project had emerged, setting a new benchmark in the design industry, and Qiao Xingye was determined to give it her utmost dedication. One must hold onto the affluent benefactor tightly. Upon exiting the studio, the clock struck 6. Xingye, Tang Su and Appo's voice rang out from a short distance, tinged with surprise, as if she could hardly believe her eyes. It was peak commuting time, and people were streaming out of the building. Qiao Xingye turned around to find Tang Su approaching her. What are you doing here? Are you looking for a job? The area housed 3 office buildings, with numerous small companies establishing their offices within. Before Qiao Xingye could respond, Tang Su continued, I offered you money and you refused. Now you're in a rush to find work. Let us eat first and discuss it over dinner, Qiao Xingye replied. She knew that explaining her studio would take more than a couple of sentences. The two chose a hot pot restaurant for their meal. Half an hour later, after Tang Su learned that Qiao Xingye owned a studio, she was taken aback. You've kept this under wraps quite well. I had no idea. If she was unaware, it was certain that the Liang family and Qi Yin were also in the dark. Qiao Xingye replied, it's not something I felt compelled to share. We never seemed to find the right moment. Well, that makes sense, Tang Su acknowledged. They had met abroad, and their conversations had primarily revolved around typical girl talk. It was no surprise that discussions of work had been limited to just a few words. Have you been in business for a year? Tang Su inquired. Qiao Xingye nodded. Yes, it's been a year. Is it profitable? This was the crux of the matter. Once she was financially independent, she would hold the power to say no to both the Qiao family and Qi Yin. Qiao Xingye replied, I've made a few million. Tang Su and Appo's jaw dropped in astonishment. A few million? You consider that small change? Is your studio really that lucrative, especially in its first year? Many small studios struggle to break even in their inaugural year. And here you are, making a profit. Qiao Xingye replied, if you do well, of course it pays off. But keep this under wraps. I understand, Tang Su nodded, grasping the implication. That scheming Liang Yutong desired to seize everything belonging to Qiao Xingye. And she recalled that Liang Yutong was also in the same field. As for Qi Yin, a man of questionable character, there was no telling what machinations he might employ against Qiao Xingye now that tensions had flared. You should let them bother you so much. They're merely trying to coerce you into submission through financial means. Canceling her card is a clear indication of their intentions. Essentially, they want you to admit that Liang Yutong orchestrated the accident and let it go. For the sake of that adopted daughter, they're certainly going to great lengths. Does Jin Yang know about your studio? Qiao Xingye replied, no, I haven't seen her in ages. She always says she's busy at the hospital when I call. Jin Yang was their mutual friend, a brilliant professor specializing in gynecology, and undoubtedly the busiest among the trio. Tang Su nodded in agreement. That's true. She has been swamped. I haven't seen her for a month either. Chapter 10. Should they have feelings for each other now? When discussing Jin Yang, Tang Su recalled a previous conversation. During their last phone call, Jin Yang mentioned a newly approved weight loss medication at the hospital and asked if she would accompany him to see it the following day. Qiao Xingye took a sip of her cola and scrutinized Tang Su from head to toe, remarking, what are you looking at? She's not even overweight. My cousin weighs 200 pounds and is on the verge of depression over her weight. Qiao Xingye replied, well, to my mind, One should indulge in life's pleasures without becoming overly preoccupied with one's appearance, especially regarding weight loss. The pursuit of thinness brings an abundance of unhappiness, eating poorly and wearing unflattering clothes, all while being critical of oneself. After parting ways with Tang Su and returning home, Qiao Xingye felt a pang of melancholy upon seeing the clutter on the sofa, remnants of her day. She approached and sat beside it, pulling a small receipt from one of the shopping bags, momentarily lost in thought as she gazed at the payment account. Suddenly, her phone buzzed, revealing a call from Liang Paming's secretary. It was clear why someone from the Liang family was reaching out. Declining to answer, she hung up. Almost immediately, Liang Paming's personal number appeared on her screen, but she continued to ignore it. Meanwhile, at the Liang residence, Liang Panming noticed Qiao Xingye's refusal to answer any calls, his expression darkening as he turned to Lu Suyun. Hadn't he instructed her to keep Yutong at a distance? Lu Suyun's face mirrored his displeasure. This time, it's truly not Yutong's fault. Well, oh dear. When the conflict between Qiao Xingye and Liang Yutong arose, Lu Suyun found it difficult to articulate her thoughts. Glancing at the trending photos on his phone, Liang Panming saw images of Qi Yin and Liang Yutong together at the hospital. Is it a lapse in judgment on her part, or yours that her fiancé is accompanying her to the hospital? He questioned Lu Suyun. She began. I've already arranged for specialists for her. Why allow her to be entangled with Qi Yin? Liang Paming's frustration was palpable, although he was also angered by the Qi family's objections to Liang Yutong 2 years prior. He maintained a clear perspective. Given that Qi Yin and Liang Yutong's relationship had ended, and Qi Yin was now engaged at Qiao Xingye, any ambiguous interactions between him and Liang Yutong should cease. But Yutong is in such dire health. I only wanted to bring her some joy. You know, they have known each other since middle school and have grown up together. There is bound to be some affection, Lu Suyun defended. Affection? Lu Suyun, are you suggesting they should have feelings for each other now? Liang Panming and Appo's tone was severe, his expression grave. Upon hearing his words, Lu Suyun fell silent. The truth was undeniable, yet matters were seldom as simple as they appeared. Liang Panming turned to his secretary. Instructing, arrange for a car. It and Appo's. That's rather late. Where are you going? Lu Suyun asked, instinctively glancing at the clock. To Jinjiang, Tiantown. He replied, are you going to find Qiao Xingye? I will join you. There's no need. Your presence would only incite further conflict between you two. Liang Panming often felt dissatisfaction regarding Lu Suyun's relationship with Qiao Xingye. Feeling wronged by Liang Panming's remarks, Lu Suyun replied, am I the one who desires confrontation? She is the one who consistently defies me. You have no idea how rebellious she has become. She's practically a harbinger of death. Given that we have not been present in her life for those years, is it not natural for her to seek recompense? Liang Panming countered, harboring a hint of guilt towards Qiao Xingye. His words left Lu Suyun at a loss for words. Just before leaving, Liang Panming had a sudden thought and turned back to Lu Suyun, asking, have you suspended her card again? Yes, I did. Foolishness. Are you truly considering severing ties with your daughter? Suspending her card at such a critical time, especially with Liang Yutong and Appo's return, will only breed resentment. Liang Panming was furious. Lu Suyun explained, you did not witness her attitude towards me today. I was merely. Reinstate her card immediately, Liang Panming commanded, unwilling to hear more from Lu Suyun. Reluctantly, she consented. Fine, I will call the bank first thing tomorrow. Chapter 11. Do you think money can compel her to retreat? Not a chance. Upstairs, Liang Yutong stood at the staircase, her ankle swollen. Upon hearing Liang Panming's kind words towards Qiao Xingye, a glimmer of disappointment flickered in her eyes. After all, they were blood relatives. An hour later, Liang Panming arrived at Jinjiang Tianqing. He settled onto the sofa, casting a glance at Qiao Xingye, refraining from chastising her for not answering the phone earlier. Qiao Xingye maintained a neutral expression as she poured him a glass of water. Liang Panming said, stop being busy. Come sit here. In truth, he was uncertain how to interact with his daughter, having not raised her nor truly knowing her. Qiao Xingye took a seat directly opposite him. Liang Panming, sitting upright on the sofa, clasped his hands over his knees and asked, have you quarreled with Yutong again? Qiao Xingye replied, Are you here to reprimand me as well? It seemed that since the Liang family had entered her life, she had become accustomed to such reproaches. Hearing her cold tone, Liang Panming sighed. Is it because of her that you are breaking off your engagement with Qi Yin? Qiao Xingye remained silent, taking a sip from her cup instead. The members of the Liang family were not individuals with whom she wished to share her innermost thoughts. She had no desire to divulge intricate details. Noticing her silence, Liang Panming felt a tinge of helplessness. It was no wonder Lu Suyun was perpetually upset. This child appeared unwilling to open her heart to them. Do not let her anger you. She has merely returned from medical treatment. Qi Yin accompanied her to the hospital, and I have already spoken to your mother about it. Such an incident will not occur again. Qiao Xingye set her cup down and looked at Liang Panming. What happens next is no longer my concern. There is no need for you to come here at night to discuss this with me. Liang Panming countered. What do you mean it's irrelevant? Xingye, marriage is not a trivial matter. You and Qi Yin have reached this point. There is no turning back. To retreat would be a farce, and not just for you, but for the entire Liang family. Qiao Xingye replied, precisely because it is not trivial. After recognizing certain truths, I find it even less necessary to entangle myself further. Her words seemed to carry some weight, yet Liang Panming's concern about the potential for humiliation persisted. You are worried about the scandal, aren't you? This matter is quite simple to resolve. Qiao Xingye promptly interrupted him. Liang Panming's expression darkened at her directness. How do you propose to resolve it? His anxiety about the potential for ridicule was palpable. Qiao Xingye suggested, simply announce that I am the one you mistook, not your daughter. You are being ridiculous. That is not a solution. It would only create a larger scandal. You cannot only break off your engagement with Qi Yin, but you would also sever ties with the Liang family? Liang Panming's countenance turned grim. Qiao Xingye stood firm. Regardless, my engagement with Qi Yin is impossible. Without Qi Yin, who do you think you can marry? You are set to wed him in a week. With this uproar regarding the Qi family, no one in Harbor City would dare to marry you, especially with your connection to Qi Yin. Upon hearing about the wedding in a week, Qiao Xingye laughed, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. You probably do not know yet, but this morning Qi Yin informed me that Liang Yutong has returned, and our wedding must be postponed. What? Liang Panming was taken aback, the shock evident on his face. Qiao Xingye continued. Is it because the Liang family seeks to align with the Qi family that you lack dignity? Must I share in your loss of dignity? Liang Panming's expression darkened at her words. Lacking dignity struck a nerve. It was true that the Liang family's business had come to rely heavily on the Qi family over the years. You child, he concluded, I will discuss this matter with the Qi family. Do not act recklessly. Qiao Xingye chose not to respond, moving to the door and silently signaling for him to leave. Liang Panming, feeling a surge of frustration, thought to himself, you have insulted both Qi Yin and me. How can you still be displeased? By the way, I have instructed your mother to restore your card privileges. She will call the bank tomorrow. Qiao Xingye replied resolutely. As for Qi Yin, it is not possible. Once more, she reiterated this sentiment. Liang Panming could no longer contain his anger. Chapter 12. A confrontational strike. He now somewhat comprehended the source of Lu Suyun's frequent exasperation. As she had aptly put it, he was an incorrigible debtor, utterly impervious to reason. Gentle persuasion proved futile, leaving Liang Panming with no recourse but to adopt a sterner approach. Very well, he declared, the bank card will remain inactive until you have thoroughly reconsidered your stance. With these harsh words, Liang Panming departed. Silence descended upon the room. Qiao Xingye slammed the door shut and had barely returned to the living room when her phone vibrated. It was Jiang Yuan's number. Earlier that day, she had blocked several numbers, including Qi Yan's, Lu Suyun's, and Liang Panming's. Now, they were compelled to contact her through acquaintances. As anticipated, Qiao Xingye declined the call. On the other end of the line, Qi Yin, having just emerged from the Qi residence, was using Jiang Yuan's phone to call Qiao Xingye. The call was promptly rejected, and subsequent attempts were met with a busy signal, indicating that the number had been blocked once more. Qi Yan's face contorted with rage. From whom did she acquire this habit of ignoring calls? Jiang Yuan's lips twitched. Miss Qiao is likely declining calls from more than just yourself at present. In Jiang Yuan's estimation, Qiao Xingye's refusal to answer calls had undoubtedly incensed the Liang family as well. Qian's head throbbed intensely. To Jinjiang Tiancheng, this situation had escalated beyond what was acceptable. Jiang Yuan nodded. Understood. An hour later, they arrived at Jinjiang Tiancheng around midnight, by which time Qiao Xingye had already retired for the night. Despite Qi Yan's persistent ringing of the doorbell, she did not answer. Being met with a closed door late at night further darkened Qi Yan's already grim countenance. Summon a locksmith, Qi Yan commanded, his patience exhausted. Jiang Yuan hesitated. Just as he was about to retrieve his phone to call for a locksmith, the door swung open. Qiao Xingye stood there in her nightwear, her sleepy face etched with annoyance, clutching a baseball bat. Her demeanor suggested that she had been roused from her slumber and was prepared to administer a beating. Jiang Yuan quickly stepped aside. Upon recognizing Qi Yan, Qiao Xingye's anger surged, and she swung the bat at him. Qi Yan swiftly intercepted the blow. You woman, he growled through clenched teeth. You assaulted someone this morning, and now you intend to do so again? Is your temper excessively volatile? Had a mere postponement of the wedding transformed her into this state? They entered the apartment. Qiao Xingye tossed the baseball bat aside. Speak your mind quickly, she demanded. Qi Yan approached her refrigerator, opened it, and surveyed its contents, finding nothing but water. Do you not cook? Qiao Xingye regarded him as if he were insane, but wouldn't be infuriated if someone barged into their home in the middle of the night, scrutinized their refrigerator, and inquired about their cooking habits. Qiao Xingye was certainly incensed. Qi Yan stated, I haven't eaten. He had been preoccupied all day, skipping lunch, and upon returning to the family residence, he had been subjected to a barrage of lectures, leaving him famished. Qiao Xingye's gaze intensified, as if she were dealing with a lunatic. Do you expect to find sustenance here? The audacity of informing her that he was hungry. She relied on external sources for her meals. Did he expect her to prepare a meal for him? Was he delusional? After the discord they had experienced earlier that day, he expected her to cook for him? Qi Yan's jaw ached with frustration. Are you incapable of cooking? Qiao Xingye retorted. When have you ever witnessed me cooking? Not only was she entirely incapable of cooking, but even if she possessed the skill, she would never cook for him. Qi Yan was momentarily taken aback by her response. It then occurred to him that throughout their 2-year engagement, Qiao Xingye had never prepared a single meal for him. In contrast, Liang Yutong, she was adept at everything, capable of cooking and preparing nourishing soups. Before she had departed from Hong Kong, she would frequently deliver meals to his office. Qiao Xingye, as if sensing his thoughts, chuckled. Are you mistaking me for Liang Yutong? Qiao Xingye was aware of Liang Yutong's domestic prowess. When she had first returned to the Liang family, Liang Yutong had eagerly undertaken all household chores, while Qiao Xingye was inept at everything. Consequently, comparisons between her and Liang Yutong were inevitable. The consensus was that Liang Yutong excelled in every aspect, while she was utterly inadequate. Qi Yan's expression darkened. Our wedding will proceed as scheduled. Are you satisfied now? He reluctantly conceded to her demand, expecting her to moderate her temper in response. However, upon hearing his words, Qiao Xingye raised an eyebrow. This morning, you proposed a postponement, and now you declare that it will proceed as scheduled. Barely a day has passed, and yet you, a grown man, speak with such unreliability? The word unreliable stung Qi Yan's pride. Qiao Xingye inquired, is Liang Yutong aware of this? Judging by Qi Yan's demeanor, it was evident that he had visited the Qi family residence. Chapter 13. Want to continue the wedding? No way. One cannot deny that the esteemed elders of the Qi family possess a certain level of influence. At present, while Qi Yan appears to be in command of the entire Qi clan, those elders still wield significant power. If not, why would Qi Yan hastily change his mind after a visit to the ancestral home? Qi Yan, our affairs need not concern her. Qiao Xingye, is that so? Need not concern her. At that moment, Qi Yan's phone rang, and upon checking, he discovered it was Liang Yutong. Qiao Xingye cast a fleeting glance at the Tong contact name, which struck her as conspicuous. Qi Yan, with a serious demeanor, looked at Qiao Xingye. The wedding will proceed as scheduled. There will be no changes. You should answer your call. As Qiao Xingye spoke, her tone carried a hint of sympathy for Qi Yan. After all, he was the heir to the foremost affluent family in Hong Kong, Yet when it came to matters of marriage, he found himself without authority. Just after ending the call, Liang Yutong's phone rang again. Unable to avoid it, Qi Yin stood. I need to take this call. He then walked to the balcony, phone in hand. A few hours earlier, he had left this very spot with an air of arrogance. Now, he was evading her, granting her a modicum of respect. One could not help but acknowledge the considerable influence of the Qi family's elders. It was unclear what Liang Yutong had said, but Qi Yan's expression darkened increasingly. Upon returning indoors, he cast a grave look at Qiao Xingye, seemingly eager to depart. Qiao Xingye, has her condition flared up? Her words dripped with sarcasm, as if she had accurately identified the typical traits of a scheming woman. Qi Yan's expression grew even graver, clearly displeased by Qiao Xingye's derision towards Liang Yutong. However, he remained silent and simply stated, "There is a banquet tomorrow. You will accompany me. I will have someone deliver your gown tomorrow morning." The implication of inviting her to the banquet was unmistakable. It was an attempt to undermine her resolve to withdraw from the engagement. Qiao Xingye raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing him. Unable to withstand her gaze, Qi Yin stepped forward and grasped her shoulders. "What I said this morning was thoughtless. The wedding will proceed as planned in a week." He softened his tone, attempting to placate her. Had it not been for the interference from the elders at the ancestral home, he would have preferred to let her stew for a few more days. Qi Yin believed Qiao Xingye would be satisfied. To his surprise, Qiao Xingye disdainfully pushed his hands away. "What do you take me for? A dog? You think you can dictate how things unfold?" This morning, due to Liang Yutong's insistence on postponing the wedding, and now, with the elders of the Qi family demanding it proceed as initially planned, it seemed the family's reputation mattered more than her own dignity. In this manner, she declared her intent to withdraw from the engagement, bringing shame to both the Liang and Qi families. If all went as expected, the elders of the Qi family would surely hold Liang Yutong accountable for the situation. Otherwise, Qi Yin would not have reversed his decision so swiftly. Qi Yan's expression remained as composed as possible, but facing Qiao Xingye's unyielding temper, he could no longer maintain his composure. "What do you propose we do? Qiao Xingye, if you're so capable, why not marry Liang Yutong directly? I couldn't care less." Qi Yan's anger surged to new heights. Observing Qiao Xingye's unwillingness to relent, he decided against further attempts to placate her. With a cold snort, he remarked, "I am curious to see how far you are willing to stand your ground." It was predictable that the Qi family's stance would soon reach Liang Panming. As she stood before him, resolute, Qi Yin doubted Qiao Xingye would maintain her defiance in front of the Liang family. He departed, leaving Qiao Xingye with a look of disdain as she pulled out an air freshener to cleanse the atmosphere. Chapter 14. Is Liang Yutong suffering from uterine cancer? Qi Yin arrives at the hospital. Originally, Liang Yutong's condition was not too severe today, and she was expected to be discharged after treatment. However, her illness flared up unexpectedly. Upon Qi Yan's arrival at the emergency room, he found Lu Suyun sobbing uncontrollably. "Ian, you've come." Yutong, Lu Suyun could hardly continue, overwhelmed by tears. "What in Oppos is happening?" Qi Yin demanded, but Lu Suyun was too distraught to respond. Liang Jinshao interjected, "She is currently in the emergency room. Various urgent examinations were just conducted." Lu Suyun lamented, "In addition to uterine cancer, she also has heart disease, and there are issues with her liver. What do we do? Why is her life so tragic?" Her tone was filled with profound concern for Liang Yutong. Hearing of the multitude of ailments afflicting Liang Yutong, a flicker of pain crossed Qi Yin and Oppos. His eyes. Lu Suyun continued to weep. It must be because she hasn't taken care of herself well during these past 2 years abroad that she has fallen ill with so many diseases. A person's body is so fragile. When one area falters, it already jeopardizes life. Yet, Liang Yutong is facing so many issues at once. Upon learning of Qi Yan's arrival, the hospital director came along, accompanied by various specialists. Upon seeing the director, Qi Yin and damp, Oppos, S expression darkened. "No matter what methods you employ, you must save her. Otherwise, this hospital can shut its doors." The director was visibly shaken by his words. Standing behind the group of experts, Jin Yong inwardly grumbled, "A lawless rogue." Meanwhile, Qiao Xingye was in a daze, her phone vibrating incessantly from repeated calls. Finally, in exasperation, she answered, "Are you planning to keep calling me incessantly? I merely ended things with a scoundrel today. Is it necessary to keep bombarding me with calls?" She was on the verge of losing her sanity. "Xing it and amp, oppose, es me?" came Jin Yang's voice from the other end. Qiao Xingye's irritation vanished in an instant as she glanced at the time. It was already past 1 o'clock. "Aren't you off work yet?" Jin Yang was usually busy during the day, but it was unusual for him to call so late at night. Jin Yang replied, "What is going on between you and Qi Yan? You're getting married in a week, yet he is currently preoccupied with Liang Yutong?" Qiao Xingye retorted, "Didn't you see the news today?" "Huh. Clearly he had not. I canceled our wedding. I broke up with him. That sounds intense. Are you sure you can let go?" Qiao Xingye hesitated. How could they possibly think she had been deeply in love with Qi Yan for the past 2 years? But she dismissed such thoughts as irrelevant. Is Liang Yutong truly hospitalized? Yes, she is, and her conditions are quite serious. She has stirred up several departments of specialists at this late hour. It's quite a spectacle. What ailments does she have? Uterine cancer, heart disease. And it seems her liver may have also become cancerous, though that has yet to be confirmed. Qiao Xingye was instantly alert. So many illnesses? Isn't this a form of retribution? Jin Yang mused. Indeed, heaven truly has a way of seeing justice served. Liang Yutong has shown poor character and has been a threat to others' lives. Is this a divine reckoning for her? It struck Qiao Xingye as odd that someone so young should suffer from uterine cancer. She instinctively believed that such an affliction was typically associated with marriage, advanced age, or a promiscuous lifestyle. How could Liang Yutong, at her age, have contracted such an illness? Jin Yang replied, "That is difficult to say. I adhere to medical ethics and will not indulge in idle chatter. However, for your sake, I will be traveling abroad for a while tomorrow and will not be involved in her treatment plan." All right, Jin Yang was a genius in gynecology. Yet there were numerous doctors in this field, and his presence was not indispensable. Moreover, he harbored a deep-seated aversion towards Liang Yutong, as she had nearly caused Qiao Xingye's demise, which made it hard for those around Qiao Xingye to hold her in any regard. Chapter 15. Allow your cousin to indulge for a while longer. Early the next morning, Jin Yang departed for an overseas medical summit. When Tang Su called Qiao Xingye again, Qiao Xingye responded, "Let your cousin indulge for a bit longer. Jin Yang has gone abroad, claiming he will be away for about a month." "How do you know?" Tang Su inquired. "Did Jin Yang call you?" "Yes," Qiao Xingye replied. "He called me at 1 in the morning. 1:00 and oppose. Clock to report his itinerary?" Has she lost her mind? Surely, she can't expect everyone to adjust to her nocturnal schedule. Qiao Xingye continued, "It concerns Liang Yutong." "What about Liang Yutong?" "Liang Yutong was admitted to the hospital last night, stating she suffers from several ailments." "Several? What ailments?" Tang Su was taken aback upon hearing that Liang Yutong was afflicted with multiple illnesses. Yesterday, seeing her with Qi Yin at a gynecology clinic, she had assumed she was pregnant. Instead, it turns out she is ill. Uterine cancer, heart disease, and apparently liver cancer as well, Qiao Xingye divulged. The severity of Liang Yutong's conditions left Tang Su gasping for breath. So many illnesses? How could she possibly have uterine cancer? Evidently, those untrained in medicine possess only a superficial understanding. Like Qiao Xingye, Tang Su, and oppose, S tone shifted upon hearing of Liang Yutong and oppose, S uterine cancer. "How would I know?" Jin Yang assured me she is a person of medical ethics and wouldn't mislead me, nor would we engage in idle chatter. All right, no idle chatter. In that case, her prospects with Qi Yin appear bleak. Which family would welcome a grandchild from someone with such serious health concerns? Initially, the older generation of the Qi family had disdained Liang Yutong for being born of a maid. Now, with her grave illnesses, they would undoubtedly reject her outright. You must be cautious, as the elders of the Qi family, worried about Qi Yin rekindling old flames with Liang Yutong, will likely urge you and Qi Yin to hasten your wedding plans. Finding someone new in a hurry is impractical. You must ensure you keep Qiao Xingye close. Furthermore, as a member of the Liang family, they will believe she can counterbalance Liang Yutong. Tang Su's warning bore merit. The elders of the Qi family were keeping a close watch on Liang Yutong. News of her hospitalization had already reached the old residence. along with the knowledge of her numerous ailments, including the most intolerable uterine cancer. After a simple breakfast, Qiao Xingye headed to her studio when she received a call from Qi Yan's mother. Xing, please come to the old residence for lunch. I will personally prepare your favorite dishes. I've asked Qi Yan to pick you up. Qiao Xingye declined directly. Thank you, Andy, but I have some matters to attend to and cannot come. She truly had pressing engagements. The project from Xingchuan was significant, and she felt uneasy leaving it solely to the designers, intending to participate personally. Upon hearing her refusal, Mrs. Feng Man sighed. Liang Yutong has returned. And you refuse to see me? Qiao Xingye hesitated. Or shall I come find you? No, I will come over around noon. Realizing Mrs. Feng was insistent on meeting her, Qiao Xingye conceded, acknowledging that it was better to clarify matters face to face. After all, one can discern true attitudes in person. Shortly after hanging up with Mrs. Feng, an unfamiliar number called. Qiao Xingye answered. Hello? It's me. Came Qi Yan and Oppo's voice from the other end. Qiao Xingye felt an urge to hang up immediately. Yet Qi Yan's call irritated her. She had already blocked Jiang Yuan's number. Now this unknown caller would likely face the same fate. Mom asked me to pick you up. Have you agreed to go to the old residence? At that moment, Qi Yan's voice conveyed an unmistakable exhaustion, presumably from spending the entire night at the hospital with Liang Yutong. Qiao Xingye replied curtly. Where shall I meet you? He pressed. I will come directly. You need not come to me. She felt as if he tainted the very air she breathed. Detecting her aloofness, Qi Yan's head throbbed painfully. I will pick you up. Just wait for me at Jinjiang Tianqing. Qiao Xingye, disinterested, hung up the phone. On the other end, Qi Yan, as Qiao Xingye had surmised, had indeed spent the entire night at the hospital due to Liang Yutong. Now, hearing her indifference, he felt the frustration boiling within him. Jiang Yuan, driving ahead, could no longer contain himself and offered, the more a woman cares, the more she will express her anger. Is that so? Qi Yan inquired. Jiang Yuan nodded. If she didn't care, she wouldn't be upset. Hearing this, Qi Yan felt a slight sense of relief, though the ongoing turmoil remained exceedingly vexing. Chapter 16. How fortunate! And such a harmonious destiny. Due to Jiang Yuan's words, Qi Yan arrived at Jinjiang Tianqing early in the afternoon. Both his and Jiang Yuan's attempts to reach Qiao Xingye were futile, leaving him with no choice but to knock on her door. After 10 minutes of relentless knocking, there was still no response. The pleasant expression Qi Yan had managed to muster earlier in the day had now darkened completely. Jiang Yuan suggested, could it be that Miss Qiao has already gone to the ancestral home? The mere thought of her not waiting for him before departing ignited a nearly uncontrollable surge of frustration within Qi Yan. She left without me? Why not call your mother? Jiang Yuan advised. Qi Yan retrieved his phone and dialed his mother. Feng Man answered, informing him that she had already contacted Qiao Xingye, who was indeed en route to the ancestral home. She curiously asked, why are you calling me? You should just call Xingye directly. Veins visibly bulging on his forehead, Qi Yan seethed. If he could have reached Qiao Xingye, he wouldn't and Oppos. He have resorted to calling her mother. I'll come back first. He refrained from mentioning the embarrassment of being blocked by Qiao Xingye. Feng Man replied, then return at once. I warn you, you must sincerely apologize and assure her that you will never see that Liang Yutong again. In a tone laced with concern, she instructed Qi Yan. As the atmosphere at the ancestral home was fraught with tension, especially upon learning of Liang Yutong and Oppos' battle with uterine cancer. Marrying her would surely spell disaster for the Qi family lineage. The thought of having to provide such a significant assurance to Qiao Xingye only fueled Qi Yan's agitation. Your grandparents and maternal grandparents have all made it clear. If this wedding falls through, they will disown you. Was he to face the collective abandonment of his elders? Qi Yan's breath quickened in frustration. Why do they favor Qiao Xingye so much? Such a fortunate fate, and your destinies align perfectly, Feng Man remarked. Qi Yan, feeling a tension rise within him, could hardly contain his disbelief at the archaic beliefs being discussed in this modern age. Enough talk, hurry back, and remember what I told you. Without allowing Qi Yan a chance to respond, Feng Man ended the call. He gazed at the closed door, feeling an overwhelming mix of emotions towards Qiao Xingye. She appeared to be lacking in many respects and had an unusual temperament. Yet she had managed to charm the elders so effortlessly. But then again, perhaps it was simply her supposed compatibility that endeared her to them. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the ancestral home, Qiao Xingye found that Qi Yin had yet to return. Feng Man greeted her with warmth, exclaiming, "My dear child, I'm sorry you had to endure any hardship. Auntie, this is a gift for you." Qiao Xingye politely presented a velvet box to Feng Man, who in turn felt an even deeper fondness for her. "You're such a thoughtful child. I didn't insist on you bringing anything." Feng Man appreciated her consideration immensely. It was puzzling how the Liang family could overlook such a wonderful girl in favor of Liang Yutong. "I thought this brooch would suit you well," Qiao Xingye explained. "You are very kind. I have prepared a gift for you as well." Feng Man took Qiao Xingye's hand and led her upstairs. Although Qiao Xingye had only gifted her a brooch, Feng Man presented her with an exquisite diamond necklace. Upon seeing the necklace adorned with diamonds, Qiao Xingye politely refused, saying, "This is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. This was specifically bought for you. Last month, I went to Paris with Qi Shuang, and we purchased two, one for you and one for her." Regardless of its authenticity, Feng Man's intentions were clear. She treated Qiao Xingye as her own daughter. In light of the recent turmoil with Liang Yutong, this precious necklace was a gesture to comfort her. Still, Qiao Xingye insisted, "I truly cannot accept this." Her situation with Qi Yin remained unresolved, so she felt unable to accept anything from the Qi family. Yet Feng Man was resolute in her gift-giving, insisting on placing the necklace around Qiao Xingye's neck. Dressed in a low-cut gown, the diamond necklace added a touch of opulence to Qiao Xingye's appearance. Feng Man nodded in satisfaction, saying, "See, I told you it suits you perfectly. The moment I laid eyes on this necklace, I knew it was meant for you." "Thank you," Qiao Xingye replied, feeling obliged to accept the gift. As the two descended the stairs, sharing laughter and conversation, Qi Yin returned at that moment. Upon seeing the diamond necklace adorning Qiao Xingye's neck, he momentarily froze in surprise. He recognized the necklace as one his mother had purchased in Paris last month, remarking that it was intended for his future daughter-in-law. Chapter 17. The doctor Liang Yutong needs is Qiao Xingye's close friend. Upon first encountering the necklace, a vivid image of Liang Yutong adorning it surfaced in Qi Yan's mind. Now, witnessing it draped around Qiao Xingye's neck stirred a peculiar emotion within him. "Why are you only just returning? I had expected you to fetch Xingxing." Yet, it seems Xingxing managed to return on her own. Qi Yin cast another glance at Qiao Xingye, his gaze drifting away from the necklace resting against her collarbone. Feng Man gently patted Qiao Xingye's hand. "Xingye, please wait here for a moment. I need to have a few words with Ian." Qiao Xingye nodded slightly, and Feng Man exchanged a knowing glance with Qi Yin before the two ascended the stairs to the study. It was evident that Feng Man's concerns revolved around Liang Yutong, prompting her to impart her advice to Qi Yin once more. Their absence extended for half an hour. The mother and son descended the stairs together, their expressions composed, clearly having tucked away any troubling thoughts. Feng Man, with a warm smile, turned to Qiao Xingye. "Xingye, I'll check on the kitchen. You and Ian can converse for a while." Without waiting for a response, she left, taking the butler and the servants with her, thereby granting privacy to Qi Yin and Qiao Xingye. Left alone, Qiao Xingye was still engrossed in her game, the explosive sounds of cannon fire emanating from her phone indicating she was engaged in the most popular game of the moment. Such a woman, who seemed utterly oblivious to everything else while indulging in games, exemplified a certain societal stereotype. Qi Yin found it perplexing that his family believed she would be a suitable future wife for him. He opened his mouth, poised to speak, but was taken aback by the sight of Qiao Xingye furiously tapping away at her screen, completely absorbed in her virtual world. Her engrossment irritated him. Just then, his phone rang. It was Lu Suyun calling. Qi Yin instinctively glanced at Qiao Xingye, noticing her deep immersion in the game, and decided to step outside to take the call, completely disregarding Feng Man's earlier warning about limiting contact with the Liang family. Once outside, he answered the call. "Andy." Lu Suyun's anxious voice came through. "Ian, what are we going to do?" "A crucial professor for Yutong's treatment has gone abroad." Qi Yin furrowed his brow. "Which professor?" The gynecological specialist, the renowned genius professor from Port City, Jin Yang. Qi Yin replied, I will arrange for another one. Do not fret. He dismissed Lu Suyun's urgency as he regarded it merely as a matter of finding a doctor. There were plenty of capable professors and specialists available. Lu Suyun grew more distressed. No, that's not acceptable. I have inquired about others. Most require surgery. You know Yutong's current condition. Jin Yang's expertise is essential for her treatment at this stage. Heart surgery and liver surgery. Her body cannot withstand so many major operations. Lu Suyun had felt reassured upon learning about Jin Yang, believing that if Liang Yutong could avoid even one surgery, it would be a blessing. However, she only discovered late last night that he had left the country today. Did you say his name is Jin Yang? Yes, a remarkably young genius, apparently quite youthful. Upon hearing the phrase, quite youthful, Qi Yin suddenly recalled that she was Qiao Xingye's close friend. I will handle this matter. I hope to secure Professor Jin. You know Yutong's body cannot endure this. Understood. Qi Yin ended the call, having spoken for a full 10 minutes. Upon returning inside, he found Qiao Xingye's game had concluded, and, judging by her expression, she had emerged victorious. She glanced toward the dining area, which remained tranquil, indicating that dinner was not yet underway. She intended to start another round. However, Qi Yin swiftly snatched her phone away. What are you doing? She exclaimed, lifting her gaze. Jin Yang, is he your close friend? Why? Did you orchestrate his departure abroad? Liang Yutong had undergone urgent rescue procedures at the hospital just last night, followed by immediate examinations. The hospital director convened an overnight meeting to establish her treatment team, with Jin Yang undoubtedly among them. How could it be that Jin Yang had already left the country? If there was no involvement from Qiao Xingye in this matter, Qi Yin found it hard to believe. Chapter 18. Whom are you commanding? Under the frigid gaze of Qi Yin, Qiao Xingye raised an eyebrow and asked, What nonsense am I up to? Qi Yin retorted, Qiao Xingye. She has merely returned for treatment. Why must you be so petty? At this, Qiao Xingye chuckled. Petty? Are there no hospitals abroad? No doctors? Or is it that she lacks the funds and requires your assistance in arranging her care? Her barrage of questions stifled Qi Yin's fury, nearly consuming him with indignation. Fuming, Qi Yin replied, Jin Yang's treatment plan is of utmost importance to her. You are aware of that, aren't you? Her condition is severe, with multiple health issues. Oh, so this illness is rather uncommon. At such a young age, how could her body deteriorate so? The sarcasm in her words dripped with profound irony. Qi Yin could not tolerate her sardonic tone. Qiao Xingye continued, Is it due to an unhealthy lifestyle? Or perhaps, because fate has come to collect? It is indeed rare for someone so young to suffer from so many ailments. The remark about fate struck a nerve with Qi Yin. Cease your sardonic remarks. Call Jin Yang and have her return. Not wishing to engage further with Qiao Xingye, Qi Yin issued a cold command. Qiao Xingye arched an eyebrow. Whom do you think you oppose? Recommanding. This man, from yesterday to today, still had not grasped her attitude, yet he dared to issue orders? Who did he believe he was? As these words escaped her lips, Qi Yin and oppose. As expression darkened further, teeth clenched. Qiao Xingye, let me make myself clear. When Yutong recovers, we shall proceed with our wedding. If you believe you can endure your forthcoming circumstances, feel free to drag this out. In his exasperation, Qi Yin's demeanor exploded, his tone unwaveringly harsh. He was certain that if the Liang family discovered Jin Yang's predicament was of her making, they would impose an even harsher punishment on her. At that point, it would be a test of her resilience. I can endure, can she? He threatened her, chuckling bitterly. Qiao Xingye rolled her eyes in response. Qi Yin, now more furious than ever, warned, if anything happens to her, you shall not fare well either. Who would not fare well? At that moment, Feng Man's voice pierced through the tension, interrupting Qi Yin and Qiao Xingye. With a face flushed with anger, she approached, seizing Qiao Xingye by the arm. Glaring at Qi Yin, who did you just say would not fare well? Qi Yin, incensed, exclaimed, did you forget what I just said in the study? In that instant, Feng Man and Appo's voice was laced with an icy chill. Qi Yin, caught in his fury, chose to ignore her, turning to leave without further words. Stop right there. Qi Yin paused, contemplating, but ultimately said nothing, striding towards the exit. Seeing his retreat, Feng Man's anger intensified. With Qi Yin gone, only Qiao Xingye and Feng Man remained. Qiao Xingye withdrew her hand and removed the diamond necklace from her neck, placing it into Feng Man's palm. Feng Man hesitated this. Qiao Xingye interrupted, "Aunt, you witnessed Qi Yan's attitude regarding personal matters." She had been pondering how to convey to Feng Man that a future with Qi Yin was entirely out of the question. After all, the elders of the Qi family had treated her well over the past 2 years. Now, she no longer needed to adopt a harsh stance to offend anyone. Qi Yin had laid the groundwork for her. Feng Man nodded anxiously. "Indeed, Qi Yin is at fault. I shall reprimand him, that rascal." Since it was her own son and Appo's error, Feng Man found herself unable to criticize Qiao Xingye and Appo's stance. "Xingye, he is merely confused. Could you grant him another chance?" Qiao Xingye lowered her gaze. "I've been granting him chances for the past 2 years. His frequent trips abroad to see Liang Yutong were one thing. But this situation is entirely different. Enough chances have been given, but he must bear the consequences alone." Feng Man was taken aback. "He frequently visits Liang Yutong? Last month, on my birthday, he was abroad." No further words were necessary. Sharing a birthday with Liang Yutong, she had initially thought nothing of it, believing he was on business. However, now, upon hearing Qiao Xingye's words, Feng Man's expression twisted with disbelief. That scoundrel! She felt an urge to chastise Qi Yin severely. And as for Liang Yutong, had she not made her intentions clear 2 years ago? It was utterly infuriating. Chapter 19. Swift Resolution. Feng Man grasped Qiao Xingye's hand, eager to convey more words. However, at this moment, Qiao Xingye's stance was unequivocal. "Aunt, I'm truly sorry, but Qi Yin is not someone I can entrust my life to." Feng Man responded with a pause. Indeed, Qi Yin has shown Qiao Xingye not even the slightest respect. Even as his mother, she could not harbor bias on this matter. Yet what was to be done? Without Qi Yin, life in the Liang family would become increasingly arduous for her. Feng Man reminded Qiao Xingye of her standing within the Liang household. Although both women shared a disdain for Liang Yutong, they could not deny her status within the family. Qiao Xingye lowered her gaze, remaining silent. Feng Man continued, "Do not feel compelled to respond immediately. I shall speak to Qi Yin, and Liang Yutong will be dealt with promptly." It is infuriating. What power does Liang Yutong possess that has so completely captivated Qi Yin? The thought of Qiao Xingye and Qi Yin parting ways, with Qi Yin becoming even more reckless concerning Liang Yutong, made Feng Man restless. The Liang family favored Liang Yutong, and if Qiao Xingye continued to provoke Qi Yin, her life would become intolerable. In essence, she urged Qiao Xingye to endure. Her future mother-in-law, Feng Man, would always stand by her side. Currently, everyone believed that Qiao Xingye had no place in the Liang family, while the Qi family remained her only refuge. Qiao Xingye glanced at Feng Man. "Is life not bearable? Yet we have persevered. And let it be between me and Qi Yin." Having reached this point, Qiao Xingye's resolve was firm and decisive. She wished to leave no glimmer of hope for anyone. To put it plainly, she was averse to complications. She longed for a swift and clean resolution. Feng Man, taken aback by her steadfastness, felt her pride slightly wounded. "Child," she exclaimed, having exhausted all her arguments, "and yet you maintain this demeanor?" Discontent was evident in Feng Man and Appo's tone. Qiao Xingye did not wish to squander any more time with her, stating simply, "I shall take my leave." With that, she forcefully placed a necklace into Feng Man's hand and turned away. Feng Man intended to say more, but upon witnessing Qiao Xingye's determined back and glancing at the necklace in her hand, her frustration boiled over. "The butler appeared behind her, madam. What does she have to be so proud of? Aside from Qi Yin, who else would want her? Those men in the harbor city who were engaged to her. Who among them would be so blind as to marry her in the near future? Furthermore, the Liang family, if she were to lose Qi Yin, will they treat her kindly?" Feng Man was perplexed by Qiao Xingye and Appo's audacity to reject even herself. The butler observed Qiao Xingye and Appo's departing figure, remarking, "Youth is often characterized by an inability to swallow indignities." In the butler's view, Qiao Xingye's current turmoil stemmed from her inability to withstand Liang Yutong's provocations. Feng Man shared this sentiment, scoffing, if she must cause a scene, let it be in the appropriate setting. She can create a fuss among the Liang family. But to maintain such pretensions in my presence is absurd. Were it not for the old lady's insistence that Qi Yin must marry Qiao Xingye, claiming her fortune was exceptional, I would not care for any daughters of the Liang family. Feng Man seethed with anger, furious at Qi Yin for entangling himself with Liang Yutong, and even more at Qiao Xingye for being the one to initiate the dissolution of their engagement. The Qi family's dignity was in tatters. Moreover, the old matriarch had issued an unyielding command, insisting that Qiao Xingye be coaxed back. With her previously fearless attitude, how could she possibly appease her? Feng Man's face was filled with exasperation. It was utterly infuriating. Which hospital is Liang Yutong in? The butler replied. Harbor City International Center Hospital. Qiao Xingye emerged from the Qi family's ancestral home. As she approached her car, a cacophony of honking drew her attention. Looking up, she spotted Qi Yan's phantom. He had not yet departed. Qi Yan exited his vehicle, cigarette in hand. His tall, striking figure exuded a natural charisma, an aura that commanded distance and respect. To be frank, he was undeniably handsome. Under his leadership, the Qi Corporation and Oppo's market value had doubled within a year, and he showed deference and respect to his elders. He excelled in every regard, save for his appalling taste in women. As Qiao Xingye and Oppo's gaze met his, her expression was one of disdain. Qi Yin spoke first. Give your car keys to Jiang Yuan. He will drive you back to Jinjiang Tianqing. You will ride with me. I can drive myself. Qiao Xingye retorted with a hint of sarcasm. This was the charm of an independent woman, forever unyielding to being cast aside. Chapter 20. Buying her off with a black card? Qi Yin observed her unyielding demeanor, irked as he took a drag from his cigarette. I know you could drive. I have matters to discuss with you. Qiao Xingye retorted, there is nothing for us to discuss, and turned to enter her car. However, Qi Yin swiftly approached and forcefully grasped her, preventing the door from closing. With an icy glare, Qiao Xingye commanded, let go. Qi Yin yanked her from the vehicle without hesitation. The disparity in strength between man and woman was glaring, and Qiao Xingye and Oppo's furious gaze met his. You. Qi Yin pulled her toward his car, snatching the keys from her hand and tossing them to Jiang Yuan, who promptly boarded Qiao Xingye's vehicle and drove away. Upon witnessing this, Qiao Xingye's anger intensified. You. Qi Yin released her grip. Qiao Xingye shouted, call Jiang Yuan back. Having already entered his car, Qi Yin started the engine and looked at her. Are you getting in or not? Fuming, Qiao Xingye kicked his tire in frustration. With no other option, she begrudgingly took a seat in the back. Come sit in the front. Qi Yin insisted. Are you leaving or not? She countered. Qiao Xingye. His tone grew more authoritative. You can go or stay as you please, she replied defiantly. She was not one to be relegated to the role of a mere passenger, especially not beside Qi Yin. His irritation flared at her obstinacy, yet he ultimately drove off, heading toward Jinjiang Tianqing. With her arms crossed, Qiao Xingye gazed out the window. Take me to the Dongfang International Building. Qi Yin instinctively glanced at her through the rearview mirror. What are you going there for? In his view, the Dongfang International Building was hardly a place for someone like Qiao Xingye. Mind your own business, she snapped. Qi Yin felt his temper rising. Was it because he knew Liang Yutong had returned that she refused to engage in a civil conversation? After passing an intersection, he abruptly pulled the car over. What are you doing? Qiao Xingye asked, bewildered. With one hand gripping the steering wheel and the other clutching his cigarette, he took a long drag. You let Jin Yang return, and I will no longer see her. Qiao Xingye raised an eyebrow, instinctively glancing at the man in front of her. Before she could respond, Qi Yin opened his wallet and produced a black card, offering it to her. What is this for? Qiao Xingye queried. Are you attempting to bribe her for Liang Yutong's illness? I am not that kind of person. Qi Yin pushed the card closer to her. The Liang family is currently preoccupied with Yutong's situation and likely won't have time to issue you a card. You should take it considering she is my fiancé. Previously, Qi Yin had offered her a similar card, which she had refused. Yet now, Qiao Xingye instinctively reached out for it. After all, free money was too good to pass up. However, Just as her fingers grazed the card, Qi Yin swiftly retracted it back into his palm. Qiao Xingye stared in disbelief. Qi Yin declared, "The wedding will proceed as planned." Qiao Xingye's expression shifted dramatically, retracting her hand as if burned. The prospect of accepting monetary compensation was one thing. But as for the wedding, dream on. She scoffed. "I thought you were not in the mood to organize your wedding at present. Still thinking about getting married? It seems the elders of the Qi family are applying immense pressure on you, especially with Qi Yan's grandfather currently in the hospital." His desire to be with Liang Yutong was fraught with difficulty. Qi Yin reiterated, "Allow Jin Yang to rejoin her treatment team, and I will cease all contact with her." His reiteration of both the wedding and Jin Yang revealed his insatiable greed. After all this talk, it's all about securing benefits for Liang Yutong. Qiao Xingye remarked with sarcasm. Seeing her remain unyielding, Qi Yan's expression darkened. "What benefits does she receive? Am I not offering you everything?" Qiao Xingye regarded him coldly. "Once she recovers, she will leave the country. ISN and AMP. AMP, Oppos. T that what you desire? Can she recover that quickly?" Qiao Xingye retorted sharply. While she might wish to never see Liang Yutong again, the notion of her leaving the country immediately was unrealistic. Observing Qi Yan's increasingly serious demeanor, Qiao Xingye continued, "Furthermore, do you truly believe you can avoid seeing her just by saying so? You act as though you've sacrificed so much." It seemed merely words of assurance. But in the dead of night, he might find himself entangled with her once more. For a man like him, it was best not to harbor any hope or offer any chances. Chapter 21. The card was taken, yet the matter remains unresolved. Seeing Qiao Xingye's unwavering attitude, her words cut like a knife. Frustrated, he took a couple of deep breaths. "So what do you suggest?" From his perspective, he had given her everything he could, allowing her to reap all the benefits. Now, all he wanted was for Jin Yang to return. Qiao Xingye replied, "Do not discuss the wedding anymore. Our relationship is utterly finished." "Finished? How does she have the audacity to claim it's over?" Qiao Xingye continued, "As for Jin Yang, do not entertain any thoughts. If you possess the capability, go retrieve her yourself to treat Liang Yutong. You are so wealthy and talented. Why must you rely on me?" Her words dripped with sarcasm. Qi Yin, infuriated by her tone, felt a surge of anger. If money and power could solve the issue with Jin Yang, why would he waste his breath here? It was precisely because he had already called Jin Yang earlier, only to be met with her outright refusal. Furthermore, the man backing Jin Yang prevented him from confronting her directly. Qi Yan's face was a mask of irritation. "Is there anything else? If not, take me to the Oriental building," she stated. The area was not conducive for hailing a taxi, and since he had ordered Jiang Yuan to take his car away, he was compelled to drive her. "What business do you have at the Oriental building? Are you going for an interview? Seeking a backup job? Mind your own business." She snapped, her tone as defiant as ever. This woman, Qi Yin thought, filled with an urge to dismantle her rebellious spirit piece by piece. At that moment, Qi Yin's phone rang. It was Liang Yutong. He glanced at Qiao Xingye, hesitated for a brief moment, yet ultimately answered. "Yutong, have you awakened?" "Ayan, I feel really unwell." Liang Yutong's feeble voice resonated through the phone. Upon hearing her distress, Qi Yin instinctively looked at Qiao Xingye. His impatience directed at her, yet overshadowed by concern for Liang Yutong. "Do not panic, call the doctor," he spoke gently. Liang Yutong replied weakly. "The doctor has seen me and said my condition is as such. Feeling unwell is normal." "Did they prescribe any medication?" "No. The doctor said I am already on enough medication." Indeed, having suffered ailments in multiple areas, the medication was likely required every half hour. The thought of Liang Yutong's current state filled Qi Yan's eyes with uncontainable worry. "I will be there shortly." "If you're busy, it's all right," she said. Qi Yin glanced at Qiao Xingye once more and replied, "Not too busy." Qiao Xingye scoffed. As she observed Qi Yin hang up, a mocking smile crept on her lips. The sight of her expression ignited a fire within Qi Yin, and his patience began to wane. "Take a taxi," he suggested. Qiao Xingye retorted. "Didn't someone just say we wouldn't see each other again? Yet here you are, eager to meet?" One could not deny the substantial influence Liang Yutong had on Qi Yin. Just a phone call had him rushing to her side. Qi Yan's face darkened as he handed her the card again. "You can take a taxi." This card was undoubtedly a means to rid himself of Qiao Xingye. She accepted the card and placed it in her bag, but did not exit the vehicle. Drive me there. It was chilly outside, and besides, it was her request to take his car earlier. Qi Yin refused to start the engine, while Qiao Xingye remained steadfast in her decision to stay put, determined not to exit until she reached her destination. Is the card taken, yet you still refuse to leave? Qi Yin felt a throbbing headache from the situation. Reluctantly, he conceded and drove her to her destination. As they arrived, he couldn't help but caution her. Consider the wedding carefully. If the Liang family suffers any loss, your prospects of finding work may be entirely severed. Qiao Xingye raised an eyebrow. Are you still threatening me? Liang Yutong was raised by the Liang family. Should you not consider their losses? My considerations are mine alone, but you will bear the consequences of your negligence. The Liang family would undoubtedly direct their ire at Qiao Xingye for any losses incurred. Qiao Xingye chuckled. Hurry to your hospital. It may be your last chance to see her. With so many ailments, she could depart at any moment. You. Qi Yin was exasperated. This woman. How could she be so cruel with her words? His frustration surged to the point where he felt it might drive him to madness. Not wanting to continue the conversation with Qiao Xingye, he realized that further dialogue would likely lead to his own demise from anger. Chapter 22. Spend his money vigorously until it end oppose. As depleted, in a fit of rage, Qi Yin drove away. Qiao Xingye glanced at the luxury shopping mall across the street, took out her phone, and called Yang Tingting. The meeting has been postponed by 2 hours. Understood, boss. After hanging up, Qiao Xingye plunged into the opulent mall, indulging in a shopping spree for 2 hours, purchasing whatever brand was popular and whatever was expensive. Meanwhile, Qi Yin arrived at the hospital. His phone buzzed incessantly, notifications of expenditures flooding in. He opened the messages briefly, noting the staggering sums, each in the hundreds of thousands. He couldn't help but scoff in derision, claiming not to care. Just after acquiring the card, she was already splurging on jewelry and cosmetics. Though she usually appeared haughty now that the Liang family had suspended her card. Was she panicking? Jiang Yuan approached. Sir. Qi Yin asked, did you return the card to her? Yes, Jiang Yuan nodded. As Qi Yin made his way to Liang Yutong and Amp, Oppo's office, a thought struck him, and he instructed, she is currently job hunting. Inform all companies not to hire her. Jiang Yuan paused, taken aback. You mean not to employ Miss Qiao? Is she still unwilling to continue the engagement with you? The term unwilling darkened Qi Yan's expression, though he was reluctant to admit it. Yesterday, Qiao Xingye had proactively instructed Tang Su to announce the cancellation of their wedding. He was indeed the one being cast aside. Reflecting on her arrogance only intensified his irritation, and he coldly retorted, she will come around. A week is ample time for her to grasp reality. Without the Liang family and Qi Yin, Qiao Xingye cannot survive in Port City. Upon entering Liang Yutong's hospital room, he saw Lu Suyun by her side. Concerned, Lu Suyun asked, Yin, will Professor Jean be returning? Qi Yin inhaled deeply. He is currently handling matters. Do not worry. Upon hearing this, Lu Suyun sensed that the situation was still unresolved. I just remembered that Professor Jean seems to be Xingye's close friend. Do you think her going abroad has anything to do with Xingye? Qi Yin replied. It's not a coincidence. It is indeed true. Liang Yutong looked at Qi Yin with eyes full of grievance, further fueling his ire towards Qiao Xingye. Especially considering Liang Yutong's current health condition, it was intolerable for Qiao Xingye to continue her ruckus. The phone continued to vibrate incessantly. Qi Yin realized he hadn't received such a flood of messages in a month. Now they came one after another. He glanced at his phone again, hoping for a change, only to find more notifications of Qiao Xingye's expenditures. The amounts, previously in the tens of thousands, had now soared into the millions. What on earth had she been purchasing? What a voracious appetite for vanity. Ayan? What is it? Qi Yin turned to Liang Yutong. With tears welling up, Liang Yutong asked, is Professor Jean really Xingye's close friend? Qi Yin affirmed, yes, indeed. Upon hearing that Jean Yang was genuinely Qiao Xingye's confidant, Liang Yutong and Lu Suyun exchanged glances instinctively. Lu Suyun's breath quickened. Then Professor Jean going abroad is truly her doing? How could you be so malicious? With this realization, Lu Suyun was now convinced that Qiao Xingye was behind it all. Tears brimmed in Liang Yutong's eyes, her voice tinged with more distress. It seems she still believes I am responsible for that incident. Otherwise, why would she treat me this way? The mention of that incident caused Qi Yin and Lu Suyun's expressions to darken once more. Just as Qi Yin was about to speak, his phone buzzed again with a series of notifications. He glanced at it, discovering yet more messages of expenditure. This woman, her vanity, was beyond ordinary. Had she truly spent nearly 10 million already? Chapter 23. The man who raised her has arrived. Qiao Xingye sat within the confines of an opulent jewelry store. The sales staff, noticing the multitude of high-end bags surrounding her, recognized her as a valuable client and treated her with utmost deference. Miss Qiao, this piece is a newly arrived exclusive, the only one of its kind in the entire port city. Shall I let you try it on? Qiao Xingye waved her hand dismissively. Just wrap it up. Certainly. And how about this one? Enough, this one, that one. And that one over there. Wrap them all up for me. Her finger pointed to the most exquisite items available. The sales attendant, both astonished and beaming with delight, responded. Of course. Is there anything else you desire? I shall package it all for you. After 2 hours, her spending reached an astonishing 20 million, acquiring only jewelry and various skincare products, until her card was declined. The call from Qi Yin came soon after, from an unfamiliar number. His voice echoed through the receiver. Are you shopping? Yes, did you stop my card? Qi Yin gritted his teeth. Not stopped? How long do you intend to keep spending? Do you have any idea how much you've spent? Qiao Xingye replied. I haven't really bought much, have I? How much did I spend? In all honesty, she felt she had not purchased anything excessive. However, Qi Yin's temper flared at her nonchalant response. She had spent over 20 million, and if she were to actually indulge, the cost could easily reach into the billions. Is this your idea of compensation? You think this is sincere? Compensation? Is it not? With the situation between us, I assumed you had a change of heart and were offering me something in return. Qi Yin felt as if he might faint from frustration. It was clearly she who had been causing the turmoil. Who would offer you compensation? I merely want you to contemplate the matter of marriage. Marriage is out of the question. Then why are you spending my money so freely? I have been your fiancé for 2 years. Today is the first time I am using your funds. Surely, I deserve to indulge a little. Qiao Xingye was not the type to be unambitious or indifferent. After 2 years, it was only right that she enjoyed herself. While she did not wish to be greedy, when opportunities presented themselves, they should be seized. Seeing Qi Yin at a loss for words, she inquired, Will you reopen my card? His frustration intensified. She had spent 20 million in 2 hours, and he was expected to react positively? Are you doing this on purpose? Qiao Xingye cheerfully responded, How could I? Am I that kind of person? It's just that I haven't indulged in such luxury for a long time, and I found it hard to resist. Qi Yin scoffed. You make it sound as if you have a history of extravagance. It has been long since you last indulged. You will get the compensation you desire. Now, consider our relationship and also Jin Yang. With that, Qi Yin abruptly ended the call. He believed that, after experiencing such opulence, she would be compelled to compromise to have him reactivate her card. Meanwhile, Qiao Xingye entered her office, laden with bags, shortly followed by several shopping carts filled with goods from the mall. Yang Tingting, taken aback by the sheer volume, exclaimed, Boss, have you struck it rich today? Qiao Xingye placed a cart overflowing with high-end skincare products before Yang Tingting, declaring, This is a benefit for everyone. Yang Tingting's mouth fell agape in shock. Skincare sets costing over 10,000 each were being distributed as employee benefits? This is incredible. Everyone will receive one. The room erupted in astonishment. A small studio could afford such generous employee perks? Thank you, boss. Yang Tingting shouted, feeling a pang of sympathy for Qiao Xingye, as this was no small expense, considering the studio had over 20 employees. Yet, Qiao Xingye displayed no signs of financial distress. Just as Qiao Xingye settled back into her office, a call from abroad rang through to her phone. The number was unlisted, but upon seeing it, her pupils involuntarily constricted. Chapter 24. Arrival at the airport. Years have passed. But are you well? My breath was unsteady for several seconds. Trembling, I answered, Hello. Miss, came a familiar voice from the other end of the line. At that moment, Qiao Xingye and Amp, Oppo's, expression froze, her eyes betraying a torrent of uncontrollable emotions. With great difficulty, she managed to utter two words, it and Amp, Oppo's, me. Master's flight arrives at Port City at 8 this evening. He hopes you will personally be at the airport to greet him. Qiao Xingye's breath hitched sharply. He is coming to Port City? He has indeed sought her out. The thought of the items she had mistakenly purchased yesterday, and the fact that he would discover them so swiftly, sent a shiver down her spine. The caller was none other than his assistant, Lu Ling. Despite his respectful demeanor on the phone, he was in truth a bloodthirsty figure feared across France. Even an assistant like him could instill dread, let alone the towering man he served, Qiao Rongchuan, the very man who had taken her in and raised her. Lu Ling, yes. Master also mentioned that you should prepare a suitable explanation, otherwise. Otherwise what? Lu Ling did not finish his sentence. But Qiao Xingye felt an involuntary shiver run through her. She could hardly recall how she ended the call. The entire afternoon was fraught with anxiety. Even during meetings where her mind wandered, Qiao Rongchuan, the man the Liang family had always sought to learn more about, the one who had raised her. In France, he was a king of the shadowy underworld, her nemesis. Memories of events that transpired 3 years ago, just before her departure from France, flashed through her mind, bringing tears to her eyes. By 6 o'clock, after work, her phone buzzed incessantly. Qiao Xingye absent-mindedly answered, "Hello. Did you really block my number?" Lu Suyun's furious voice erupted from the other end, her tone so fierce it felt as though she would consume Qiao Xingye whole. "What did I ever jest with you?" Qiao Xingye retorted coldly. Any jest would have come from the Liang family and Liang Yutong. As for her, having grown up away from them, their expectations always seemed excessive. Regardless of her actions, she was constantly reprimanded by Lu Suyun. Upon hearing Qiao Xingye and Oppo's icy tone, Lu Suyun and Oppo's frustration escalated. You, let me ask you. Jin Yang is your close friend, right? Did you have a hand in her going abroad? Yes, I did. So what? You. Lu Suyun was incensed. She had anticipated at least a denial from Qiao Xingye, yet here she was brazenly admitting it. What did that reveal about the Liang family and Amp, Oppo's standing in her heart? Originally, Lu Suyun had meticulously planned how to interrogate her, but Qiao Xingye's straightforward admission left her at a loss. You admit it? What is there to deny? Given the situation between Liang Yutong and me, isn't it normal for me to stir things up? Liang Yutong is hypocritical and schemes behind the scenes. What kind of capability is that? If she wishes to act, she should do so openly. Lu Suyun nearly fainted at Qiao Xingye's bluntness. You, what of it? Do you want me to summon Jin Yang back for you to treat her? The phrase Ms. Lu momentarily stunned Lu Suyun. It dawned on her that since Qiao Xingye returned to the Liang family, she had never called her mom. Yet she had never referred to her as Ms. Lu either. This moment of formality from Qiao Xingye struck Lu Suyun deeply. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, I am your mother. Are you Mrs. Liang? Intending to engage me in this meaningless debate over the phone? Not Ms. Lu, but Mrs. Liang. Was this not trivial? Lu Suyun felt as though her chest was constricted, a mix of frustration and pain. Taking a deep breath, she conceded, have Professor Jean return, and I will provide you with the card. It was both a compromise and a submission. Thus, it was to bring Jin Yang back, to treat Liang Yutong, that she would grant her the card, revealing that everything still revolved around Liang Yutong. Qiao Xingye chuckled lightly. You think I would covet a monthly allowance of 20,000 to buy Liang Yutong's life? The irony of the situation was palpable. The Liang family would casually spend over 100,000 on a piece of jewelry for Liang Yutong, with monthly allowances starting from hundreds of thousands. Yet when she returned to the Liang household, they initially provided her with only 100,000 a month. Later, Liang Yutong's remark, it is easy to transition from frugality to extravagance, but returning from extravagance to frugality is much harder, prompted Lu Suyun to declare that until Qiao Xingye learned how to spend money, her monthly allowance would be reduced to 50,000. Due to a single statement from her adoptive daughter, her allowance was effectively halved. Even if 5,000 was deemed unsatisfactory by Liang Yutong, who would later claim, Xingye has no social engagements and spends little. Lu Suyun insisted, everything is provided at home. You are not like Yutong. You do not require socializing or mingling with young ladies of high society, hence you need not spend that much. Thus, her allowance was slashed from 5,000 to 2,000. Now, due to Liang Yutong's influence, it had been completely severed. Did they truly believe that Qiao Xingye would be desperate for such an amount? This very statement incensed Lu Suyun to the point where she felt her heart might give out. You are utterly excessive. She reaffirmed to herself that this was no daughter. This was a nemesis, a collector of debts returned to torment her. Lu Suyun regretted bringing Qiao Xingye back. What do you propose? You may set any conditions. Lu Suyun felt this was her utmost concession. Yet on the other end, all she received in response was the sound of a dial tone, followed by the realization that her number had once more been blocked. She felt as though she could be driven to the brink of despair, particularly now, as the weight of her anger nearly rendered her breathless. Chapter 25. Growing Up. So have the wings hardened? At 7:30 in the evening, Qiao Xingye stood at the airport exit, clutching a bouquet of tulips, her eyes filled with anticipation. Dressed in a beige coat with her hair styled in a playful bun, she exuded an air of innocence and charm. A cool breeze swept through, causing her to shiver slightly and tug at her coat. The promised hour of 8 approached, and as the clock struck, a familiar figure emerged before her. With a man in Oppo's tall and imposing silhouette came a rush of memories, akin to a film playing in her mind, the moments he had cradled her in his arms. Clad in a black mid-length coat adorned with a gray scarf, he possessed an aura of refined elegance. Yet, only Qiao Xingye understood the cruelty and madness lurking beneath his polished exterior. Qiao Rongchuan, the man who had brought her home. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, she felt the chill of his authoritative gaze, compelling her to lower her head. Shadows enveloped her, and his familiar scent surrounded her like a cloak. With trepidation, she cautiously extended the tulips toward him, stammering, You like these." Her heart raced with anxiety and fear. He did not take the flowers, and the pressure of his presence intensified. Although the airport was bustling with people, it felt as if only Qiao Xingye and Qiao Rongchuan existed in that moment. Her hand, which held the flowers, grew weak, and she gently tugged at his scarf, calling out, "Brother." The softness of her voice momentarily softened the atmosphere around him. He seized her delicate wrist, and before she could gasp, he pulled her into his embrace. "Have you grown bolder?" he questioned, his voice resonating with a dangerous undertone. Nearly 3 years had passed. Not once had she reached out to him. Her rebelliousness had escalated, just as everyone had claimed. Had he spoiled her? Qiao Xingye and Oppo's heart fluttered. You may begin to ponder what you wish to say to me shortly." His tone remained perilously composed. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Before she could speak, Qiao Rongchuan released her, taking her hand and leading her outside the airport. Lu Ling awaited them at the entrance, respectfully opening the car door upon seeing them emerge. Qiao Xingye was astonished at the sight of the vehicle. Had it been airlifted? This was Qiao Rongchuan's exclusive ride in F country. The fact that he had it transported suggested he would not be leaving Port City anytime soon. Her heart, already tense, now felt like it was being squeezed even tighter. As he glanced down at her, Qiao Xingye swallowed hard. "Miss," Lu Ling addressed her with deference. Feeling both guilty and polite, she nodded, "Assistant Lu." In that instant, the man behind her effortlessly lifted her into the car. Qiao Rongchuan followed closely, and sensing his formidable presence, Qiao Xingye hurriedly retreated to a corner. However, her attempt to hide proved futile. No sooner had the car started than his strong hand clasped her slender arm. Before she could react, he pulled her onto his lap. "Brother, please don into Oppo's Her cheeks flushed crimson as she stammered, "I and Oppo's grown up." The closeness of their bodies created an undeniably intimate atmosphere. His cold fingertip caressed her chilled cheek before resting on her chin. Qiao Xingye dared not meet his gaze. The palpable danger in the air instilled a primal fear within her. Yet, before Qiao Rongchuan, there was no escaping. "Have the wings indeed hardened as you've grown?" I. Have you enjoyed yourself these past 3 years?" The words "enjoyed myself" pierced her heart sharply at that moment. Despite all that had transpired recently, she had felt no grievance, confronting those who bullied her with the ferocity of a hedgehog. Yet now, Facing Qiao Rongchuan, a pang of bitterness filled her and tears welled uncontrollably in her eyes. She sniffled. There are still 2 months to go. Her demeanor resembled a child who had endured bullying, looking utterly dejected. He chuckled derisively. In 2 months, what difference does it make? This was the duration remaining until she had spent 3 years back in Port City. Qiao Xingye longed to lower her gaze, but Qiao Rongchuan would not permit it. He tightened his grip, forcing her to meet his eyes. Is there nothing you wish to convey to me? There is so much, she thought. There was an abundance of unspoken words. Each time she was wronged, she had wished for him to come and exact vengeance upon her tormentors. Chapter 26. Unveiling the truth of leaving home, no longer concealing. Qiao Xingye intended to send Qiao Rongchuan to a luxury hotel. However, Qiao Rongchuan kept her firmly pinned to his lap, leaving her no opportunity to inform Lu Ling of her whereabouts. By the time Qiao Rongchuan released her, they had already arrived at the underground parking of Jinjiang Tianqing. Qiao Xingye was taken aback. You know I live here? After using his card yesterday, he had come here today. Given the circumstances, it seemed he had thoroughly investigated her affairs over the past 3 years. Qiao Rongchuan was the first to exit the vehicle, while Lu Ling, who had been driving, remarked, "If the master wishes to know something, it is not difficult. However, miss, you have been exceptionally adept at hiding, and none of us anticipated your departure abroad." Qiao Xingye could only respond with silence. Lu Ling continued, "You even located your relatives. Alas, the master is quite upset." The mention of his anger caused Qiao Xingye's heart to race. Cautiously glancing at the man who stood outside the car, she hastily exited. Upon returning home, Qiao Xingye prepared to fetch him a pair of slippers. Yet, as she opened the shoe cabinet, she discovered not only her own slippers, but also a pair of worn men and Oppo's slippers. Feeling a chill behind her, she quickly found a pair of her unworn slippers for Qiao Rongchuan. "Why don't you wear mine?" The pink slippers, adorned with a cute little rabbit, lay before him. Qiao Rongchuan narrowed his eyes. The coldness emanating from him intensified. "Have you learned to serve others?" Qiao Xingye's expression stiffened at his words, her heart aching. She straightened up, gazing at Qiao Rongchuan with a wronged look. "You already know?" Qiao Rongchuan chuckled, slipping into her slippers, which were too small for him. A man who usually prided himself on his standards said nothing further as he surveyed the interior. The more he looked, the darker his expression became. "The Liang family is quite reputable in Port City, yet they provided you with such a modest abode?" The mention of the Liang family caused Qiao Xingye and Oppo's composure to falter. Pouting, she replied, "This is not given by the Liang family." Qiao Rongchuan paused, turning to look at her. "This was purchased with your money." At the mention of your money, the frostiness in Qiao Rongchuan's demeanor seemed to dissipate slightly. He moved toward the nearby sofa, casually draping his coat over the armrest and removing the scarf from his neck. "Why not buy a larger one?" Qiao Xingye replied, "It's not small. It's over 140 square meters, ample for me alone." Qiao Rongchuan still found it inadequate, reminiscing about how, in F country, even her modest villa exceeded 500 square meters. Not to mention the grand estates she resided in during her years at the Qiao family, which she could not fully explore in an hour. "Come here." Qiao Rongchuan's gaze was piercing. Qiao Xingye hesitated, standing a meter away, too timid to draw closer. Yet, with a swift motion, he pulled her into his embrace, just as he had done in the car. "Brother," Qiao Xingye exclaimed in discontent, but his low voice rumbled above her. "You have 5 minutes." Upon hearing this, her heart raced anew. She understood precisely what Qiao Rongchuan meant. 3 years ago, she had departed without a word during a tumultuous time for the Qiao family. Although she had left, a saying circulated among the aristocrats in F country. One cannot nurture what is not their own, and that saying originated from her. Qiao Xingye, you left the Qiao family at the most challenging time for them, did you not? What about the Sheng family? Qiao Xingye retorted. Throughout the past 3 years, she had been acutely aware of every development concerning F country. Yet, regarding the Sheng family, the very family that had once held her fate in their grasp, she had not seen any news in over a year. Even inquiries through acquaintances yielded no results. As she directed her question at Qiao Rongchuan, she noticed his expression grow colder. He tightened his grip on her chin. Their proximity allowed her to feel his warm breath against her cheek, mingled with an air of danger. "Brother, are you concerned about the Sheng family or about Shengyi?" At the mention of Shengyi, Qiao Xingye and Appo's heart quivered. Sensing her sudden rigidity, Qiao Rongchuan's eyes flashed with intensity. It has been a year since the Sheng family has become a mere echo of history in F country. Does this answer satisfy you? Qiao Xingye was momentarily stunned. History? Had he completely dismantled her past? Receiving this information, the tension in Qiao Xingye and Appo's body relaxed. What about the members of the Sheng family now? Are you eager to know? Qiao Rongchuan's tone grew increasingly perilous. Qiao Xingye shook her head. I do not wish to know, as long as they can no longer threaten you. In that moment, the burdens that had weighed heavily on her heart for the past 3 years finally began to lift. Chapter 27. Do they threaten you, and you cower? Qiao Rongchuan raised an eyebrow. However, Qiao Xingye suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck, weeping uncontrollably as though she had been grievously wronged. This instinctive gesture shattered the anger simmering in Qiao Rongchuan and Appo's sighs. His hands, previously suspended in midair, finally encircled her delicate waist as she sobbed in a fit of despair. Is mommy well? Qiao Xingye clung tighter to his neck, her cries more pitiful. Qiao Rongchuan embraced her, surprised that she still recognized her mother. He had thought that after returning to the Liang family, she would have completely forgotten everything about country F. Qiao Xingye tightened her hold, her sobs growing more heart-wrenching. 2 hours later, Qiao Xingye recounted the reasons for her departure from country F 3 years prior, her words punctuated by tears and gasps. In the 3 years spent in Port City, she had not shed a single tear. Despite the Liang family's mistreatment, she had remained stoic. But recalling the events from country F brought forth her emotions. The Qiao family had always been her steadfast support, and Qiao Rongchuan was the anchor of her heart. To lose everything overnight felt akin to experiencing hell, a torment she had scarcely dared to revisit over the past 3 years. As others had said, her departure coincided with a tempestuous period for the Qiao family. If only she could remain by Qiao Rongchuan and Appo's side. Yet there was a Sheng family, Sheng Chun, the woman enamored with Qiao Rongchuan. During the upheaval following her father and Appo's death, she had conspired with her brother Shengyi to abduct her mother, forcing Qiao Xingye to leave the Qiao family. If she had refused to depart, they would have killed her mother, and under such duress, Qiao Xingye had no choice but to acquiesce. Leaving the Qiao family meant severing all ties with Qiao Rongchuan. 3 years prior, the Sheng family in country F had been a formidable force. With her father's sudden passing, Qiao Rongchuan's foundation was unstable, rendering him incapable of confronting the Sheng family at that time. Moreover, Qiao Rongchuan and Shengyi had always been at odds, while Sheng Chun, harboring feelings for Qiao Rongchuan, prevented Shengyi from encroaching on the Qiao family's endeavors. Qiao Xingye could not bear to place him in danger. If her departure could afford the Qiao family a moment of tranquility, she was willing to sacrifice her connection for that brief respite. The more he listened, the colder Qiao Rongchuan's expression became. They threaten you, and you cower? I feared for my mother's life. That is why I had to yield, Qiao Xingye replied, her voice laden with sorrow. Qiao Rongchuan narrowed his eyes. So you truly intend to sever all contact with us? I have no choice. At that moment, Qiao Xingye felt even more aggrieved. Over the years, she had been cautious even in observing his messages, especially during the first year after leaving the Qiao family. Sheng Chun had continued to threaten her. This was a principal reason for her return to the Liang family and her engagement to Qi Yan. Despite the outward appearance of Qiao Rongchuan and Appo's rapid ascent in the underground business of country F over the past 3 years, she remained fearful of potential threats from the Sheng family. After articulating her plight, she found Qiao Rongchuan's demeanor still harsh, further deepening her feelings of injustice. With her eyes reddened, she cast a glance at Qiao Rongchuan. And what of Sheng Chun? That despicable woman. I wish nothing more than to see her suffer. She is incapacitated, imprisoned, Qiao Rongchuan replied coolly. In prison? You put her there? Qiao Xingye looked at him, surprised by his unyielding gaze, still simmering with anger. Qiao Xingye tugged at his clothing, silently pleading with him. Such a useless thing, bullied to this extent, and you still feel aggrieved? What have I taught you all these years? Qiao Rongchuan scoffed. I learned everything, except to harden my heart. Had I been heartless, I would not have been hurt by anyone, much like in front of the Liang family. Because I lacked a heart, their actions could not wound me in the slightest. But the Qiao family is different. Her mother loved her dearly, and she had always known that she was taken in by Qiao Rongchuan. Yet her mother had treated her as her own, raising her like a princess. Qiao Rongchuan snorted disdainfully. Oomph. Qiao Xingye asked, is mommy truly well? Yes. She has been fasting and praying for 3 years, fearing you would perish from hardship in the outside world. Perish from hardship? Qiao Xingye echoed, feeling a mix of surprise and tenderness at the thought of her mother's sacrifice for her. She gazed at Qiao Rongchuan with wide eyes. Has mommy really not eaten meat for 3 years? Qiao Rongchuan playfully tapped her on the head. Qiao Xingye winced, instinctively covering her head, too afraid to complain. 3 years ago, circumstances were dire. What the Liang family in Qiyan. Chapter 28. The one who previously threatened her has been imprisoned. Uncertain if it was merely her imagination, Qiao Xingye sensed a distinct chill in Qiao Rongchuan's tone whenever he mentioned the name Qiyan. Qiao Xingye. Those individuals are of no concern to me. While it is true that the Liang family are her biological parents, she had been ensnared by Xingchen at that time. Returning to the Liang family and even becoming engaged to Qi Yin served as her opportunity to completely extricate herself from Xingchen. In any case, after her engagement to Qi Yin, Xingchen ceased all communication with her. Qiao Rongchuan raised an eyebrow. No concern? Qiao Xingye. Xingchen threatened me. My engagement to Qi Yin was meant to lower her and Xingye's guard. Faced with Qiao Rongchuan's frigid demeanor, Qiao Xingye revealed everything. With Xingchen now imprisoned, she felt it was time to speak out. As expected, Qiao Rongchuan and Appo's expression softened. The situation unfolded in 2 directions. At the hospital, Qi Yin witnessed Liang Yutong enduring the torment of her illness. Just yesterday, she had been able to visit his office. Now, she lay helplessly on a hospital bed. Lu Suyun felt an immense pang of sorrow. Yin, we must expedite the matter concerning Professor Jean. The consulting team of specialists has indicated that Yutong's most pressing issues pertain to her liver and uterus. Surgery on the liver is unavoidable, and the heart will also require an operation. Hence, regarding the uterine cancer, upon hearing that Jin Yang could potentially provide treatment, they hoped that Liang Yutong could be spared the pain of another surgery. Qi Yin and Appo's brow was furrowed with exhaustion. It was 3 in the morning. Liang Yutong had finally managed to fall asleep, but only after enduring a relentless struggle with her affliction. While her body suffered, those at her side were beset by psychological anguish. Lu Suyun felt distressed, and Qi Yin felt even worse. Yes, I understand. Even without Lu Suyun and Appo's prompting, Qi Yin knew that Jin Yang's return was imperative. He used an unfamiliar phone to contact Qiao Xingye. At that moment, Qiao Xingye found herself under intense scrutiny from Qiao Rongchuan. Just as he was about to speak again, her phone rang. Noticing the unfamiliar number, she instinctively chose not to answer and hung up. However, the caller persisted. Qiao Rongchuan's tone was serious. Why did you not answer? It is not an important call. Without a second thought, Qiao Xingye replied. Given the recent uproar over her divorce from Qi Yin, she had blocked all calls from him and the Liang family. The situation had escalated to such an extent that they would reach out to her at the slightest inconvenience. Thus, the only reason someone would call her from an unknown number was either Qi Yin or Lu Suyun. She did not wish to answer, especially in front of Qiao Rongchuan. She hung up again, but the caller was undeterred and called once more. As Qiao Xingye prepared to disconnect again, Qiao Rongchuan extended his palm toward her. Qiao Xingye and Appo's eyelids fluttered. What are you doing? Shall I answer it for you? Or will you? Qiao Xingye's lips twitched. It is not an important call. Qiao Rongchuan raised an eyebrow. If it is unimportant, why persist? Qiao Xingye. Under Qiao Rongchuan's stern presence, Qiao Xingye reluctantly answered the call. The moment the call connected, Qi Yan's weary voice came through. Tell me what you desire, and I shall provide it for you. His tone was fatigued and yielding. Not only did Qiao Xingye hear him clearly, but so did Qiao Rongchuan. She realized that it was either Qi Yin or a member of the Liang family. Instinctively, Qiao Xingye glanced at Qiao Rongchuan, only to find his gaze devoid of warmth. Her hand trembled as she held the phone. "No, I meant to say, do you like money? I have activated that card for you. Purchase whatever you desire. The condition is that Jin Yang must return." Before Qi Yin could finish his sentence, Qiao Rongchuan snatched the phone from her hand and promptly hung up. In that moment of eye contact, faced with the icy demeanor of the man, Qiao Xingye instinctively lowered her gaze, unable to meet his stare. "Qiao Rongchuan, he treats you well, does he?" Qiao Xingye forced a laugh. "Not at all. Qiao Rongchuan, he offers you anything you desire." Qiao Xingye. The conversation had been truncated and based solely on Qi Yin and Appo's words. It was evident that his intentions were not as deep or sincere as they seemed. For reasons unknown, whenever the topic of emotions arose, she felt a sense of guilt in front of Qiao Rongchuan. This was likely due to their school days, when he frequently admonished her. No dating allowed at school. Chapter 29. As Qiao Rongchuan was taking a shower, Qi Yin unexpectedly caught him in the act, leading to an intense interrogation that lasted several hours. Exhausted and drained, Qiao Xingye finally succumbed to fatigue and fell asleep on Qiao Rongchuan's lap. Under the bright lights, he gently tucked the strands of hair from her cheek behind her ear, then lifted her effortlessly and carried her to the bedroom. When he emerged from the room again, Lu Ling was already in the living room, observing the modest space. He inquired of Qiao Rongchuan, "Are you planning to take Miss back to Tinglan Lingjiu?" Tinglan Lingjiu, located in the shallow bend of the harbor city, was once a coveted piece of land that many affluent families sought to acquire. However, it ultimately fell into Qiao Rongchuan's hands after Qiao Xingye expressed her fondness for the area while perusing scenic recommendations. Originally intended for development as seaside residences, the land was transformed by Qiao Rongchuan into a space that reflected Qiao Xingye and Appo's preferences. It was meant to be a gift for her coming-of-age ceremony. But the Qiao family's misfortunes intervened, and Qiao Xingye vanished. Qiao Rongchuan rose and strolled to the balcony, lighting a cigarette and taking a couple of puffs. "Let's not disturb her tonight. She can sleep here. Please fetch my luggage," he instructed. Upon hearing that Qiao Rongchuan intended to stay the night, Lu Ling instinctively surveyed the modest abode once more. "Are you really staying here?" Qiao Rongchuan shot him a cold glance. "Is there a problem?" Lu Ling shook his head. "I and Appo's, I'll get it right away." It was evident that when a lady was present, the gentleman could make do with anything. They were all nestled in this small space simply to avoid disturbing her late at night. Lu Ling quickly retrieved Qiao Rongchuan's belongings. Once he departed again, Qiao Rongchuan meticulously inspected Qiao Xingye and Appo's quarters, ensuring that there were no signs of another man living there. After 2 years of tension, he finally felt at ease. He chose a new bath towel in soft shades of lotus pink and pale yellow, colors meant for young ladies, plush and delicate, perfectly aligned with Qiao Xingye's usual home style and preferences. He carelessly grabbed one and headed to the bathroom. Qiao Xingye, still in a daze from sleep, was roused by the urge to relieve herself. Reluctantly, she climbed out of bed, her bleary eyes seeking the bathroom. However, upon stepping out of her room, she was startled to see Qiao Rongchuan wrapped in her towel. The sight jolted her awake, dispelling any lingering drowsiness. Just as she was about to respond, the doorbell rang insistently. Reflexively, she glanced at the door, then back at Qiao Rongchuan. He frowned. "Is someone looking for you at this hour?" The wall clock indicated it was already 5 in the morning, well past the late hours. The doorbell continued to ring frantically. Qi Yin had truly lost his mind. Upon seeing Liang Yutong stirred from her illness, he could no longer maintain his composure. Ignoring the time, he rushed to find Qiao Xingye, determined to get her to relent regarding Jin Yang. Liang Yutong could not wait any longer. As Qiao Rongchuan moved toward the sofa, he instructed Qiao Xingye, "Go, answer the door." Qiao Xingye's eyelids fluttered. "Is that really necessary?" Before she could finish her thought, Qi Yan's furious voice boomed from outside. "Qiao Xingye, open the door. I have something to discuss." Qiao Xingye gasped. Why was this infuriating man, who should be tending to Liang Yutong, bothering her at such an hour? If you don and oppose. T open the door soon, I and oppose. LL have someone break it down. He shouted, fully aware that his loud outburst would surely awaken her. Qiao Xingye's heart raced. Did he really bring a locksmith? Was he planning to force his way in? Had Qi Yin lost his mind? She shot a glance at Xiao Rongchuan. Should I hide? No, that wasn't the plan. Seeing the increasingly stern expression on the man and Oppo's face, she dared not agree. Well, there are some misunderstandings between me and that jerk. Qian's teeth ground together as his voice echoed from outside. If you don't open the door, don't blame me for breaking the lock. With that, the sound of the lock being tampered with reached her ears. He truly had brought a locksmith? Qiao Xingye looked back at Xiao Rongchuan, her eyes flashing with anger towards Qi Yin. She turned to find her baseball bat. She was determined to give that jerk a piece of her mind. But just as she turned around, the doors suddenly clicked open with A and amp. Oppos, thud and amp. Oppos. The locksmith had indeed opened it. Turning back, she found herself locking gazes with Qi Yin, who stood fuming at the threshold. The sight before him caused his mind to go blank for a moment. Had he stumbled in the wrong place? But no, it was unmistakably Qiao Xingye before him. Yet, who was this man in her abode? Breath quickening, Qi Yin stammered. Qiao Xingye you. His words tumbled out incoherently as he glared at Xiao Rongchuan. Under the bright lights, the man in Oppo's handsome features and piercing eyes held a regal intensity that momentarily subdued even Qi Yin and Oppo's fury. His gaze drifted down from Xiao Rongchuan's taut abdomen to the eye-catching bath towel. There was another man in her room, and he had just bathed? Could it be that they? Qi Yin's anger surged like a wildfire. Breathing unevenly, he pointed an accusatory finger at Xiao Rongchuan, turning to Qiao Xingye. Is this the reason you insisted on breaking off our engagement? His voice was cold and filled with menace as he stepped inside. The locksmith, sensing the brewing storm, quickly retreated, not daring to even collect his payment before fleeing. Chapter 30. Qi Yin was beaten badly, quite tragically. Qiao Xingye and Oppo's mind was in a daze. She too wished to escape. She believed she had elucidated the situation regarding Qi Yin adequately to Qiao Rongchuan just moments ago. Yet, now sensing the increasingly perilous aura emanating from Xiao Rongchuan, she realized her explanations were still insufficient. Taking a step forward, she cast a warning glance at Qi Yin. You better leave quickly. Don't seek death here. It was indeed a reckless endeavor. If he continued this way, he might not live to see another day. The reasons for the annulment had already been clarified. His entanglement with Liang Yutong was murky, and he still attempted to place blame upon her. It would be better to dispose of him entirely. Qi Yin sneered. You want to leave? Qiao Xingye, you truly broaden my horizons. Speaking thus, he glanced at Xiao Rongchuan. If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have known you were such a person. Tell me, when did your affair begin? The more he spoke, the more his tone escalated, culminating in an enraged roar. You made our affair with Yutong public, all to cover up your own misdeeds, right? Qiao Xingye, you are utterly shameless. As his words fell, the air was pierced by the sound of a resounding punch, bang, sending Qi Yin's face reeling to the side. The scene erupted suddenly, blood bursting from the corner of Qi Yin's mouth. He was convinced that Xiao Rongchuan was nothing but a brutish man, and his fury ignited further. This is utterly unreasonable, Qi Yin roared. Before Qiao Xingye could react, the two clashed. Qi Yin, accustomed to the corporate realm, despite maintaining his fitness, was no match for the ever-vigilant Xiao Rongchuan. In mere moments, Xiao Rongchuan had him pinned to the sofa. Qi Yin, in disarray, could hardly move, while Xiao Rongchuan remained unperturbed, not even loosening the towel around his waist. Watching the altercation unfold, Qiao Xingye genuinely worried that the towel might slip. Qiao Xingye, make your wild man release me. Qi Yin glared at the dumbfounded Qiao Xingye. This wretched woman, harboring a wild man at home, dared to let him act violently, with his wrath directed at Xiao Rongchuan, proving ineffective. He turned his ire toward Qiao Xingye. Qiao Xingye snapped back to reality, promptly grabbing a nearby coat to drape over Xiao Rongchuan. Put on your clothes first. Xiao Rongchuan released Qi Yin, casting a cold, disdainful glance at him, as if regarding a mere insect. He reached for his clothes, and although the fight had ceased, The tension between the two remained palpable. Qiao Xingye turned to Qi Yin. You should leave at once. If you don't, he might very well end your life tonight. And that would bring immense bad luck. Qi Yin, already fuming, was incensed further upon witnessing Qiao Xingye urging him to depart instead of insisting Qiao Rongchuan leave. Qiao Xingye, you dare. Qiao Rongchuan interrupted darkly. If you dare to insult her even a fraction more, I assure you, you will not leave here alive. With that, he pulled a gun from inside his suit jacket. The cold metal directed at Qi Yin made his breath hitch and his pupils constrict sharply. In a place like Port City, this man actually carried such a weapon? Had Qiao Xingye lost her mind? What kind of dangerous company had she entangled herself with? Qiao Rongchuan and Amp. Oppos. As icy voice cut through the air. Care test it? Test what? It was a challenge to utter another insulting word toward Qiao Xingye. Growing up in France, no one had ever dared to speak to her in such a manner. Here, these people, huh? The danger in Qiao Rongchuan and Amp. Oppos. Eyes intensified, enveloping Qi Yin in an overwhelming sense of trepidation. He had never encountered such a threat in Port City. With narrowed eyes, he met Qiao Rongchuan's gaze. Do you wish to try? Try what? Shouldn't you be leaving already? Qiao Xingye was on the verge of losing her composure. Was Qi Yin truly mad? Did he not see the weapon in Qiao Rongchuan's hand? Did he genuinely wish to die here? Although Qi Yin was loathsome, she had no intention of seeing him dead. After all, they held no deep-seated enmity. Qi Yin cast a frigid glare at Qiao Xingye. She, exasperated, urged leave. Can't you understand that? Seeing him remain frozen in place. Qiao Xingye delivered a swift kick. Stay here, and you might just become a cold gravestone in the outskirts for eternity. Chapter 31. If you don't agree to the marriage, must you resort to violence? As Qi Yin emerged from Jinjiang Tiancheng, his mind buzzed incessantly. Jiang Yuan had been waiting for him below, and, upon seeing his pallid complexion, especially the bruises on his face, he gasped in shock. Miss Qiao still refuses, doesn't she? Not only does she decline the marriage, but she also resorts to violence? The thought of Qiao Xingye's temper made Jiang Yuan shudder once more. Qi Yin cast a glance at Jiang Yuan. The icy glare told Jiang Yuan that yet another attempt had ended in failure. With a sigh, Jiang Yuan reflected, women must be coaxed. Coaxed? Qi Yin's voice dripped with sarcasm at the very mention of the word. Jiang Yuan fell silent. Given Qiao Xingye's temperament, coaxing her seemed a futile endeavor. After all, she was a person impervious to persuasion. This was the prevailing impression of Qiao Xingye among the masses. Not particularly competent, yet notoriously temperamental. With a dangerous squint, Qi Yin commanded, investigate the identity of the man who has been seen frequently with her lately. What? Upon hearing the word man, Jiang Yuan was utterly incredulous, staring at Qi Yin in shock. A man? Miss Qiao has someone else by her side? This was unfathomable. Miss Qiao was always alone, and even when she occasionally had company, it was usually Miss Tang. In Jiang Yuan's words, Miss Qiao could be described, in the most flattering terms, as a recluse. In less flattering terms, she was a lazy, good-for-nothing, too lethargic to even step outside, not particularly capable, notoriously temperamental, and with an inflated sense of pride. Could such a woman truly have a man by her side? Were it not for the Liang family's influence, it was likely that even Qi Yin would not be the only man in her vicinity. Seeing that Jiang Yuan was struggling to comprehend, Qi Yin's expression darkened further. I just encountered him. How could it be false? You actually met him? Jiang Yuan stammered. Qi Yin's mind flashed with the image of Qiao Rongchuan's dangerously piercing gaze, a face that felt oddly familiar, yet eluded his memory, and the way he casually brandished a gun. He must be involved in illicit dealings. Qi Yin contemplated, determined to uncover this individual's identity. It was surprising that such a person existed in Harbor City. Regardless of who he was, Qi Yin vowed to extract his very essence. The term illicit dealings only deepened Jiang Yuan's confusion. This shouldn't be, given Qiao Xingye's temperament. It was illogical for her to associate with such individuals. Meanwhile, upstairs, Qi Yin was seething with rage. Following the commotion, Qiao Xingye's nap was abruptly interrupted, particularly by Qiao Rongchuan's Rongchuan's menacing demeanor. At that moment, she found herself seated on his lap. Qiao Rongchuan seemed to relish holding her, as if in his eyes she had never truly matured. But she had grown up, and she was an adult now. Yet, in his embrace, she felt not the tender affection he once bestowed upon her in her youth. Instead, Qiao Rongchuan exuded an aura of danger. Qiao Xingye lowered her head, asking, "Can you just ask me directly what you want to know?" That wretched Qi Yin had disrupted her explanation, rendering her previous words futile. "Were you protecting him? Did you let Qi Yin go?" Qiao Rongchuan inquired. Qiao Xingye shook her head. "No, I merely didn't want my home of 2 years to become a mess." Qiao Rongchuan was capable of murder. She had sensed the peril he exuded when he killed. Beneath his gentle facade lay a heart as bloodthirsty as a wolfess. When she was 13 and kidnapped, Qiao Rongchuan found her and killed the kidnappers before her very eyes. From that moment, she understood that he was not as gentle as he appeared. When he turned ruthless, lives were at stake. Had Qi Yin not left, Qiao Xingye was certain he would have taken a life. In a place like Harbor City, one must adhere to the law. Qiao Xingye's voice was barely above a whisper. Qiao Rongchuan chuckled softly. "Are you lecturing me, Xing?" Qiao Xingye pouted. "Regardless, I have told you why I initially agreed to marry Qi Yin. Just don't go around killing indiscriminately. People can seek revenge however they wish, but directly taking a life is quite another matter." Even after so many years by Qiao Rongchuan's side, she still feared blood on her hands. Sensing her tension, Qiao Rongchuan realized that the incident from years ago had left a significant psychological scar on her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been terrified enough to comply with the threats from the Sheng family. Reflecting on the fear she had endured, Qiao Rongchuan's cold demeanor gradually softened, replaced by the gentle affection of an older brother. "All right, let us heed Xing's advice and be good citizens." Qiao Xingye was doubtful. Qiao Rongchuan ruffled her soft hair. "Are you still sleepy?" Qiao Xingye shook her head. After all that had transpired, sleep was the furthest thing from her mind. "Since you're not sleepy, let us go." "Go? Where?" Qiao Xingye instinctively glanced out the window. It was pitch dark outside. Then, she looked at the clock, noting it was 6 o'clock. In Harbor City, dawn arrived rather late. Chapter 32. Her coming-of-age ceremony in the luxurious residence of the Harbor City. Qiao Rongchuan surveyed the 100-square-meter space with a slight headache. He pondered, had he provided this girl with ample financial support over the years only for her to care for herself in such a manner? A phone call summoned Lu Ling. Qiao Xingye was hastily packed and taken to the Tinglan Lingzhu. Gazing at the vast castle estate, she turned to Qiao Rongchuan in astonishment. "Is this yours?" "It is indeed yours," Qiao Rongchuan confirmed. The estate was under Qiao Xingye's name. Her lips twitched in disbelief. "Mine?" "Yes. Do you remember this place? You once mentioned that you liked it." Qiao Xingye fell silent. She had expressed fondness for many places, yet could not recall having specifically liked this one. Nevertheless, she had always known of its existence in the Harbor City. Previously, Qi Yin had learned that the estate was unoccupied and had tasked Jiang Yuan to investigate the identity of its owner, indicating a desire to purchase it. However, despite Jiang Yuan and Appo's considerable efforts, the owner remained a mystery. Now that she discovered the estate belonged to her, Qiao Xingye felt a wave of shock. "Are we going to live here?" Qiao Rongchuan nodded. "Yes, I have matters to attend to in the Harbor City, and we shall reside here for a while." Qiao Xingye merely responded with a soft "oh." Since he mentioned having affairs to manage, she refrained from inquiring further. She typically did not pry into his professional undertakings. Thus, Qiao Xingye moved directly into Tinglan Lingzhu. As Lu Ling escorted her to her room, he remarked, "This was originally prepared as a coming-of-age gift for you. Although it wasn't presented on your 18th birthday, it is still timely." At the mention of a coming-of-age gift, Qiao Xingye's eyes brimmed with emotion. Qiao Rongchuan had once promised her a cherished gift for this occasion. Prior to her father's incident, preparations for her coming-of-age ceremony were already underway, personally designed by Qiao Rongchuan. Alas, it was a pity. With a silent sigh, she nodded, "Indeed, it is not too late now." The Sheng family had been thoroughly suppressed by Qiao Rongchuan, who had reached the pinnacle of power in Country F. No one could harm him now, nor could anyone threaten her. "Miss, please rest for a while. Breakfast is being prepared in the kitchen." The master will join you after his video conference, Lu Ling informed her. Qiao Xingye nodded. All right. Her room overlooked the sea. Upon entering, she beheld the dawn sun rising majestically from the ocean, a breathtaking sight as it broke free from the horizon. She recalled having expressed her fondness for this view. In Country F, where the coast was absent, witnessing the sun rising from the sea had always been her greatest desire. She was taken aback that Xiao Rongchuan had remembered. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Liang Yutong had endured a night of torment from her ailments, appearing utterly worn. Lu Suyun watched in distress. Liang Jinxiao had also kept vigil throughout the night, having lost his temper on 2 occasions. Yet, despite the finest analgesics administered to Liang Yutong, their efficacy was tragically limited due to the extensive damage her body had suffered. Qi Yin returned, and Lu Suyun rushed him. Ah Yin, how is she? Did she agree to let Professor Jean be contacted? Qi Yin cast a grim glance at Liang Yutong. Even without words, it was evident to the others what his answer would be. Qiao Xingye had not relented. Lu Suyun could no longer contain her emotions. How could she be so cruel? This is a matter of life and death. Liang Yutong looked at Qi Yin, but quickly turned away, discreetly wiping her tears. Witnessing her distress deepened Qi Yan's disapproval of Qiao Xingye. Lu Suyun directly dialed Qiao Xingye's number, only to be met with a cold automated response. She had been blocked. Frustrated by her inability to reach her, Lu Suyun's anger intensified. This is infuriating. She hastily borrowed a nurse's phone to finally connect with Qiao Xingye. As soon as the call connected, before Qiao Xingye could speak, Lu Suyun launched into a tirade. Qiao Xingye, you are utterly outrageous. It was one thing to target Yutong before, but what are you doing at a time like this? Mrs. Liang, are you reprimanding me? It seems you lack the standing to do so. Qiao Xingye and Appo's icy voice resonated through the line. Lu Suyun trembled, her grip on the phone faltering, a fire igniting within her heart. No mother could bear such words from her own daughter. Through gritted teeth, Lu Suyun corrected, regardless of what you call me, I am still your mother, your biological mother. That is an unchangeable fact. The disdainful tone carried through the phone as Qiao Xingye retorted with a mocking laugh. Your biological mother? You certainly have broadened my horizons with your performance as one. Chapter 33. Did she have a man before returning to the Liang family? Lu Suyun felt a surge of anger as darkness clouded her vision. If it weren't for Liang Yutong's current predicament, she would have given Qiao Xingye a proper lesson. At this moment, she preferred not to engage in a lengthy conversation with Qiao Xingye over the phone. Taking several deep breaths, she gritted her teeth and asked, Where are you now? I'm coming to find you. What do you want to see me for? Qiao Xingye replied, We need to have a serious discussion. Liang Yutong and Appo's condition had deteriorated, and she yearned to resolve this matter with Qiao Xingye face to face. She was willing to give her whatever she wanted, hoping only for Jin Yang to return swiftly. However, she was now prepared to make any compromise, while Qiao Xingye seemed indifferent to her concessions. I have nothing to discuss with you. Moreover, everything that needed to be said between us has already been made clear. Mrs. Liang, I cannot afford to return to the Liang family, nor can I bear the burden of having you as my biological mother. It would be better for us to pretend that we never knew each other. With that, Qiao Xingye coldly hung up the phone. The difficulty of reaching her was already significant, and now, with the abrupt termination of the call, Lu Suyun trembled with fury. Especially her words about not being able to afford Appo's biological mother and Appo's felt like a cotton ball lodged in Lu Suyun and Appo's throat. When Liang Jinxiao emerged from the hospital room, he immediately noticed the heartache on Lu Suyun's face. Without needing to ask, he knew that Qiao Xingye had undoubtedly provoked her again. Seeing Liang Jinxiao, Lu Suyun lamented. Why does she have such a temperament? Regardless of any deep-seated grudges, can't we wait until Yutong's health improves before addressing them? Why must it be at this moment? She refuses to listen to anything, completely impervious. Liang Jinxiao frowned. I'll go find her. Lu Suyun replied. It's not as if I'm asking for her life. I merely want her to make a phone call to Professor Jean. Yet she is unwilling. How did I end up with such a daughter? We Haven and Appo's, to even reach the stage of needing to match organ types for family members. If it ever comes to that, Wu Ti Qiao Xingye announced to the world that she has no connection to us? Liang Jinxiao remained silent. Lu Suyun continued. She has returned, but refuses to change her surname, which shows she has no genuine intention of returning to this family. I wonder what kind of family raised her to be like this. Initially, I might have felt a twinge of gratitude towards the Qiao family for bringing her back. But now, my dissatisfaction with Qiao Xingye has escalated into dissatisfaction with the entire Qiao family. I believe they failed to raise her properly. Liang Jinxiao furrowed his brow. You should first communicate with a doctor. Yutong suffered greatly last night. See if there is any effective medication to alleviate her pain, regardless of the cost. Lu Suyu nodded. I will do that now. You should talk to her. Have a proper conversation. Discontent lingered, but Qiao Xingye was a critical factor regarding Jin Yang, and they could not afford to provoke her. I understand, Liang Jinxiao replied. Lu Suyun then went to find the doctor, while Liang Jinxiao headed straight to Jinjiang Tianqing to find Qiao Xingye. In the hospital room, Liang Yutong had endured a night of agony. She was uncertain what medication the doctor had administered, but she felt slightly more comfortable now. Weakly, she gazed at Qi Yin and asked Yin, do you think I will be unable to see the sunrise for a long time? The sunrise was Liang Yutong and Amp, Oppo's, as favorite. Sitting by the sea and watching the sun rise slowly above the horizon brought her a profound sense of life's vitality. She longed to experience it again. Qi Yin took her hand and reassured her, once you recover, I will take you there. Has the Qi family been difficult for you? Remembering how the Qi family had treated her since learning she was not a genuine daughter of the Liang family, Liang Yutong felt a strong aversion towards the elders there. However, she had never expressed this sentiment in front of Qi Yin. You need not concern yourself with that, Qi Yin replied. With a sigh, Liang Yutong lamented. At this point, I can't help but feel that I might struggle to hold on. Don't say such things, Qi Yin admonished her softly. As soon as Liang Yutong finished speaking, Qi Yin's low reprimand filled her with a weighty sense of despair. It felt like a massive stone was lodged in her chest, making it hard to breathe. Will your wedding with her still proceed on schedule? Liang Yutong inquired. At the mention of the wedding, a flicker of danger crossed Qi Yin and Oppo's gaze. His mind flashed back to the man he had seen in Qiao Xingye and Oppo's room last night. When he entered, the man had clearly just emerged from a shower, and the color of the towel around his waist was unmistakably Qiao Xingye's. All the signs indicated that Qiao Xingye shared an extraordinary relationship with that man. Yet, over the past 2 years, he had not observed her associating with any men. She had always been solitary. Could that man be someone she had met before returning to the Liang family? Moreover, the fact that the man carried a weapon hinted at danger. Ayan. Qi Yin snapped back to attention, looking at Liang Yutong. With a sigh, Liang Yutong said, if the old residents accept Qiao Xingye, then you should just go ahead and marry her. Her pallid face, marked by illness, and her feeble tone, uttered the words that urged him to marry Qiao Xingye. This only deepened the discontent on Qi Yin's face. I will not marry her, he blurted out. However, as he spoke, the suffocating weight in his chest grew heavier. You. Enough. Your health is what matters most. Qi Yin impatiently interrupted, unwilling to discuss Qiao Xingye any further. Just then, Jiang Yuan knocked and entered, casting a serious glance at Qi Yin. Qi Yin understood the unspoken message and stood up. I'll step out for a moment. You should rest. Okay, Liang Yutong replied. Chapter 34. Intent on acquiring Qianwan to aid Liang Yutong's recovery? Outside the hospital room, Qi Yin cast a cold glance at Jiang Yuan. Have you found anything? Jiang Yuan shook his head. Nothing. Nothing? Qi Yin's expression darkened upon hearing the lack of information. If nothing was discovered, what was the point of the inquiry? I just began my investigation, but there is a formidable force obstructing my progress. It seems the individual in question possesses a rather complex identity, an immediate hindrance to the investigation. Clearly, this person's identity is anything but simple. Qi Yin had already sensed this from the encounter last night in Jinjiang Tianqing, when that man had aimed a firearm at him. The secrecy surrounding this individual was palpable. Why not directly inquire with Miss Qiao? Jiang Yuan suggested. It was evident that further investigation would yield no results, given the powerful influence preventing any digging. The movements of the individual in Hongsheng were undoubtedly shrouded in secrecy. The mere mention of Qiao Xingye caused Qi Yan's head to throb. He preferred not to think of her at all. Yet, the thought of her being with another man twisted his heart painfully, akin to swallowing shards of glass. Who could this man accompanying Qiao Xingye be? The answer remained elusive. Returning to the hospital room with an unsettled expression, Liang Yutong looked at him. What's wrong? Is there trouble at work? She had not connected the matter to Qiao Xingye. Qi Yan shook his head. It an amp, oppose, that's nothing. Again, I wish to be discharged. Upon hearing this, Qi Yan's face hardened. Don't say such things. Liang Yutong's face contorted in pain. The smell of disinfectant makes me feel as though I may never leave this hospital. Again, I'm scared. Her words rang true. She was genuinely frightened. Who wouldn't he be fearful when beset by so many ailments? It was a significant hurdle in life, one whose outcome was uncertain. Noting Qi Yan's silence, Liang Yutong reached out to grasp his hand. I wish to live by the sea, where I can see the ocean and witness both the sunrise and sunset. Again, I fear this may be my last moment. In a hospital, one often finds oneself questioning the continuity of life. Qi Yan gazed at Liang Yutong, whose face had deteriorated in just 2 days. I will have Jiang Yuan make arrangements. He was unable to suppress his compassion. Liang Yutong nodded bitterly. Thank you. I'm just afraid this is my final time. I do not wish to spend it in a hospital. Fool. Qi Yan sighed. Once again stepping out of the hospital room, it was already noon. In the car, Qi Yan held a cigarette, contemplating. You should visit Qianwan and speak with the person in charge. I wish to rent Tinglan Linjiu for a period. After much deliberation, Qianwan seemed to be the place Liang Yutong yearned for most. The air was fresh, ideal for recovery, and the rooms offered unobstructed views of both sunsets and sunrises. Moreover, it was spacious. Although Qi Yan owned numerous seaside properties, none were particularly suitable for recuperation, especially given the lack of space. Given Liang Yutong and amp, oppose, condition, a full medical team and equipment would be necessary. Thus, after careful consideration, Qi Yan concluded that Tinglan Linjiu was indeed the most appropriate choice. He was well aware that the owner of Tinglan Linjiu would not sell, so renting it for a time would suffice. Upon hearing Qi Yan's intention to rent Tinglan Linjiu, Jiang Yuan expressed surprise. Would the owner agree to rent it out? They are aware that no one is residing there. They previously declined to sell. Do you think they would care about a few months in Oppos? Rent? Qi Yan replied, the rental price is negotiable. I can offer 5 times the market rate. Jiang Yuan nodded. Understood. You can handle it this afternoon. Qi Yan added, make sure to arrange this carefully. In matters concerning Liang Yutong, he was always meticulous, and this occasion was no exception. Although accepting the situation was difficult, he had to acknowledge that Liang Yutong was facing a significant challenge. 3 ailments, if isolated, could be managed. However, together, they posed a formidable threat. Meanwhile, at Tinglan Linjiu, Qiao Xingye had not slept well the previous night. She was coaxed by Qiao Rongchuan into having breakfast, only to fall asleep for the rest of the morning. She was unwilling to eat lunch. Sitting beside her bed, Qiao Rongchuan affectionately pinched her cheek. Are you really that tired? Qiao Xingye, utterly exhausted, merely murmured and turned over, seeking more rest. Seeing her in such a state, Qiao Rongchuan chose not to disturb her further and departed the room. As he exited, he instructed the waiting maid, do not disturb her. Let her eat when she wakes. Understood, the maid replied respectfully. Qiao Rongchuan received a phone call and, having missed lunch, left Tinglan Linjiu promptly. Meanwhile, Qiao Xingye slept until nearly 2 in the afternoon. When Yang Tingting called, she mentioned several design issues that the designer was struggling to resolve. Qiao Xingye rose from her bed. Wait, I'll come over. All right. After hanging up, Qiao Xingye washed up and changed clothes, only to find a maid waiting at the door. Upon seeing her, the maid respectfully greeted, Miss, you're awake. Sir said to have you eat something once you wake. Where is he? Qiao Xingye felt a bit dazed, as if she had just been found by Qiao Rongchuan. Sir received a phone call and left, advising you to eat on your own. Oh, Qiao Rongchuan had always been busy, even when their father was alive. He often went a week without seeing him. This time, he would likely not stay long in Hongsheng and would certainly be occupied. Chapter 35. Qiao Xingye Qianwan, what does it mean? The kitchen prepared all her favorite dishes. Initially, Qiao Xingye claimed she would not eat. But upon descending the stairs, the familiar aroma wafted through the air, rendering her immobile. The flavor she had savored since childhood. It must be said that during her 2 years in Port City, she had grown quite unaccustomed to the local cuisine. Relishing her beloved flavors once more, she devoured 4 bowls of rice and 2 bowls of soup. The servants were astonished by her capacity. The landline rang. The butler approached to answer the call. It was Qiao Rongchuan inquiring about Qiao Xingye and Appo's condition. The butler instinctively glanced toward the dining area. Miss is up and has already begun her meal. Her appetite? Quite remarkable. She has consumed 4 bowls of rice. Qiao Xingye. Had she truly eaten 4 bowls? Such a quantity. In the 3 years she spent in Port City, she had never consumed so much. It was unclear what was said on the other end of the line. The butler hung up and hurried to the dining room. Miss, Master says you cannot eat anymore. Qiao Xingye was about to reach for another piece of fish when she heard the butler and Appo's words and looked at him in confusion. The butler continued, Master says you have eaten too much. Your stomach may not tolerate it. Upon realizing it was Qiao Rongchuan's directive, Qiao Xingye reluctantly set down her utensils. As she exited Tinglan Villa, Qiao Xingye encountered Jiang Yuan at the entrance, inquiring about the owner of the property. Spotting Qiao Xingye, Jiang Yuan paused momentarily. Miss Qiao, what brings you here? Qiao Xingye raised an eyebrow, countering with a question. What are you doing here? In Jiang Yuan and Appo's mind, she should not be present. Conversely, Qiao Xingye felt that Jiang Yuan ought not to be here either. Upon hearing her retort, a flicker of concealment crossed Jiang Yuan and Appo's eyes. I have some matters to attend to. Qiao Xingye. Matters? Qianwan only hosts Tinglan Villa. Qi Yin and Qiao Rongchuan have no connection. What business could Jiang Yuan possibly have here? What matters? Jiang Yuan presumed Qiao Xingye would cease her inquiries, but she pressed on. He hesitated, appearing as though he wished to speak, but refrained. Understanding his demeanor, Qiao Xingye surmised the situation. It wouldn't happen to be related to Liang Yutong. Would it? Upon hearing her words, Jiang Yuan was at a loss for how to respond. His inability to directly deny her insinuation only reinforced Qiao Xingye and Appo's conviction. Without uttering another word, she let out a soft scoff and walked away. Jiang Yuan watched her depart, then turned to the security personnel, who had taken the opportunity during their conversation to make a call. You may leave. The person in charge does not see outsiders. What about this villa now? It will not be rented. Jiang Yuan was taken aback by the straightforwardness of the reply. Has the rental fee been discussed with the higher-ups? He was acutely aware of Liang Yutong and Appo's deteriorating condition and Qi Yin and Appo's urgency. This might very well be Liang Yutong and Appo's final days. Qi Yin would certainly spare no expense to ensure her comfort during this time. The security guard, upon hearing the mention of rent, displayed a hint of disdain. Mr. Jiang, although the Qi family is the foremost aristocracy in Port City, do you truly believe our master would lack the means for such a trivial rental fee? Jiang Yuan. That is a valid point. May I inquire, who is the owner of this villa? Our situation is somewhat unique, and we genuinely require a temporary arrangement. He shifted from renting to borrowing. Jiang Yuan understood Qi Yan's motives for seeking this location. It was not as if there were no suitable places under the Qi family's name. The primary issue was that several elders in the Qi family harbored a strong aversion to Liang Yutong. If she were to reside in any Qi estate, those elders would undoubtedly intervene. At that point, not only would Liang Yutong struggle to recover in peace, but it would likely escalate into further unrest. Noting Jiang Yuan's probing for the identity behind the villa, the security guard's expression hardened. Mr. Jiang, your inquiries are inappropriate. Jiang Yuan. Inappropriate questions, indeed. Over the years, many have sought to uncover the identity of the enigmatic owner of Tinglan Villa, eager to acquire this prized property. Yet even to this day, no one has succeeded in unveiling the mystery surrounding its proprietor. Jiang Yuan relayed the information back to Qi Yin. Upon hearing that the owner neither rented nor lent the property, and that even the identity of the owner remained undiscovered, Qi Yin and Appo's expression darkened. Jiang Yuan's countenance grew serious, as he contemplated his next words. I encountered Miss Qiao while I was there. At this, Qi Yan's brow furrowed. Liang Jinqiao approached with a stormy expression, overhearing Jiang Yuan and Appo's statement. Where did you meet her? Damn Qiao Xingye. This morning. She had knocked on the door of Jinjiang Tiancheng for quite some time, but had gained no entry. Now, hearing that Jiang Yuan had encountered her outside, she seemed to be enjoying herself leisurely. Chapter 36. The partner Qi Yin wished to meet was Qiao Rongchuan. Upon noticing Liang Jinqiao's arrival, Jiang Yuan respectfully remarked, Qianwan, listen to the Lanin residence. What is she doing there? The moment Liang Jinqiao heard that Qiao Xingye was at the Lanin residence, her expression soured. Could it be that she intended to completely sever ties with the Liang family and seek refuge in that place? That location. Was she perhaps attempting to seduce the enigmatic master behind the Lanin residence? How ambitious. In the entirety of Port City, few would desire her. The master of the Lanin residence, although shrouded in mystery, possessed a grand estate, indicating an extraordinary identity. For Qiao Xingye to think she could entice him was nothing short of a pipe dream. Jiang Yuan stated, this I do not know. At that time, Qiao Xingye was unwilling to utter a single word to him, and with no information gleaned from the Lanin residence, how could we ascertain her intentions? Qi Yan's countenance darkened. Find out who the master behind it is as soon as possible. Clearly, he had not yet given up hope. Liang Yutong mentioned his fear, yet Qi Yan too was afraid that Liang Yutong might not endure this time. Thus, he wished to fulfill all her desires in what could possibly be her final moments. Seeing Qi Yan's reluctance to relinquish hope, Jiang Yuan nodded with some exasperation. All right. In the hospital room, Lu Suyun had been by Liang Yutong's side these past few days. Watching Liang Yutong suffer repeatedly from the torment of her illness, her heart ached. Just as Qi Yan was about to approach, his phone rang. It was Feng Man. You need to return immediately. Her tone was grave. Qi Yan glanced at the unconscious Liang Yutong on the hospital bed and responded with a soft before hanging up, only to find Lu Suyun gazing at him with profound sorrow. I've heard Professor Jean not only has effective methods to manage the illness, but also considerable experience in alleviating patient suffering. Again, just now, Yutong was tormented to the point of fainting. Lu Suyun spoke in anguish. Upon hearing that Jin Yang had experience in easing patients' pain, Qi Yan felt an urgent need to bring him back without delay. He had been applying pressure on the hospital director and had personally called Jin Yang. Yet, recalling Jin Yang and Appo's sharp tone during the call, it was evident that his threats had fallen on deaf ears, causing Qi Yan a throbbing headache. Again, you must think of a way. Yutong is truly suffering too much, Lu Suyun implored. Qi Yan nodded. I will find a solution. Moreover, regarding Yutong and Appo's current condition, Lu Suyun hesitated before continuing, unable to finish her thought. She genuinely hoped Liang Yutong could be with Qi Yan. Yet with the barrage of medical reports and the sight of Liang Yutong enduring relentless suffering, she understood that, regardless of the circumstances, the Qi family would never accept Liang Yutong as one of their own. It could very well provoke the Qi family, making life difficult for the Liang family. Even with Qi Yan's presence, weighing the pros and cons, Lu Suyun took a deep breath. You cannot delay matters between you and Xingye any longer. Jin Yang must return. No matter what. Initially, she wished for Qi Yan to remain by Liang Yutong and Appo's side during this time. But now, what good was his presence? He was not a doctor, and the critical physician was entangled with Qiao Xingye. Thus, Jin Yang's return took precedence. Upon hearing the mention of his relationship with Qiao Xingye, Qi Yan and Appo's expression darkened at once. It was easy to deduce that his mother's earlier call was meant to address this very issue. Damn Qiao Xingye. That wretched woman had managed to charm the elderly in the family so effortlessly. An hour later, Qi Yan returned to the Qi family estate. Upon seeing him, Feng Man's face was ashen with fury. What did you promise me yesterday? You said you would no longer see Liang Yutong. Each word dripped with venomous frustration. The thought of Liang Yutong suffering from multiple ailments infuriated her. Who in their right mind would suffer from so many illnesses? It was one thing for the elderly, but Liang Yutong, so young, afflicted by such maladies. Qian's expression remained grim. Forget about my relationship with Qiao Xingye. What did you say? Do you genuinely wish to be with Liang Yutong? Feng Man Chedenget. It has nothing to do with Yutong. Qian interjected firmly, cutting her off. Before last night, perhaps Liang Yutong had indeed been the reason behind the stagnation in his relationship with Qiao Xingye. The mention of that man who appeared at Jinjiang Tianxing only served to deepen his frown. Feng Man could not fathom how this could be unrelated to Liang Yutong. In any case, it has nothing to do with Yutong, Qian insisted. Yutong, Qian, let me tell you, even if you have no future with Qiao Xingye, you cannot entertain the thought of being with Liang Yutong unless we all perish. All? The term we encompass the 6 elderly members of the family, all significant figures. Qian and Apos, S grandmother and grandfather, along with Feng Man and his father. At this point, the conversation had reached a critical juncture, and it seemed that his relationship with Liang Yutong could only remain as it was. Qian, infuriated, grasped his head. There is no possibility between Yutong and me, nor will I marry Qiao Xingye. Both parties held their ground fiercely. Feng Man and Apos, S chest heaved with anger. She shot Qi in a piercing glare. Fine, if you refuse to marry, you should also realize why our family is interested in the Liang family. Qian responded with an understanding nod. Naturally, I am aware. That was because the Liang family possessed a rare mineral resource, of which there were fewer than 5 in the world. The Liang family was acutely aware that without the Qi family, they could never safeguard that mineral. Moreover, the extracted resources were precisely what the Qi family desired most. If the Qi family could find such minerals elsewhere, they would have no need to engage with the Liang family. Furthermore, that mineral had been nearly exhausted, with little left. The Qi family was in dire need of alternatives. Thus, to Feng Man, the Liang family was becoming increasingly dispensable. Feng Man closed her eyes briefly. Your uncle just received word that the heir of the Luca family has arrived in Port City. The Luca family heir? Like the Liang family, they held a far greater abundance of such minerals, tenfold. In fact, upon hearing this, Qian and Apos, as pupils constricted sharply. You mean? That heir? Feng Man nodded. You must find a way to establish a connection with him. Securing this link will ensure that the Qi family and Apos' interests do not wane with the depletion of the Liang family and Apos' mineral resources. Chapter 37. A man scolded most severely. On this side, Qiao Xingye had spent the entire afternoon in a meeting at the studio. Just as the clock struck 6, she received a call from Xiao Rongchuan, instructing her to come down as he waited outside the building. You can amp, Apos. Park there, can you? Why not go to the underground garage? Hurry up. All right, she replied, hanging up the phone and carelessly stuffing a heap of items into her limited edition handbag. Her assistant, Yang Tingting, observed her disarray with concern. Boss, that and Apos. As an exclusive edition. Is it? Qiao Xingye responded, oblivious to its value. Yang Tingting thought to herself, does this young lady have a slight deficiency in common sense? Surely, she must have realized how expensive these items were when she purchased them. The studio's annual profits are hardly substantial, and yet, she generously bought such an extravagant assortment for everyone. Even after breaking off the engagement with the Qi family, she continues to splurge. I wonder which family she really belongs to. The Liang family doesn't end amp. Apos, seemed to pamper her excessively. Otherwise, she wouldn't end amp. Apos, be running studio. After giving some brief instructions about the meeting, Qiao Xingye departed swiftly. Upon exiting the building, she spotted a conspicuous car, parked not far away, and made her way toward it. As she answered the ringing phone, she assumed it to be another client reaching out and picked up casually. Hello, where are you? Came Liang Jinchao's restrained voice from the other end. His barely contained fury palpable even through the phone line. What do you want? Qiao Xingye retorted. Call Jin Yang and have her come back immediately. Can I call your mother instead? The crude remark silenced the air on the line momentarily. Liang Jinchao's voice escalated, filled with rage. Qiao Xingye, are you out of control? Whether I am or not is uncertain, but have I broken any laws? Out of control, indeed. Huh. Liang Jinchao continued. My mother is also your mother. Try insulting me again. You're just a country bumpkin, Utterly ignorant of your own limitations, he fumed. Liang Jinchao. She shot back defiantly, incensed. His fury reached a boiling point as he demanded, "Where on earth are you? I will make sure to deal with this little rascal when I find you." Returning home had not alleviated anyone's worries, and now she was becoming increasingly reckless. "You're so capable. Why don't you investigate, you hillock?" she retorted before hanging up. On the other end, Liang Jinchao felt nearly overwhelmed with rage, the beeping of the disconnected call ringing in his ears. He had already been seething from earlier frustrations at Jinjiang Tiancheng, and now, after finally managing to get through to her on a borrowed phone, he was met with further insults. He longed to find her and unleash his wrath. Lu Suyun, who was beside him, had overheard Qiao Xingye's insults and sighed. Does she truly despise us so? What have we ever done to her? What do we owe her? We gave her this life. Liang Jinchao bellowed, after which he made a call, demanding to locate Qiao Xingye's whereabouts at all costs. At that moment, Liang Jinchao's sole focus was to find the audacious Qiao Xingye. He intended for her to plead for his assistance, just as she had been insolent on the phone. Lu Suyun sighed again, glancing toward the hospital room. You still have to attend Old Pei's birthday banquet tonight. Hurry, don't waste time. As for Qiao Xingye, she got in the car only to discover an unexpected passenger in the front seat. Yan Li, she exclaimed, recognizing Yan Li, a renowned cardiac specialist from France. Famed for his impeccable surgical skills, often referred to as the end Oppos, divine hands of medicine. And Oppos. Yan Li turned to Qiao Xingye with a teasing grin. You've hidden well, little girl. Your brother has had quite the challenge in finding you these years. If he couldn't locate you, I would have suspected he might dig through the underworld to see if you were hiding there. Hearing that her brother had been searching for her, Qiao Xingye felt a pang of guilt and cautiously glanced at the stern man beside her. Xiao Rongchuan took her phone and she gasped, What are you doing? Be quiet. He replied, Wait, this. She stammered, watching him peruse her contacts, messages, and social media. Are you investigating me? With a mix of anxiety and defiance. She snatched her phone back. What are you doing? I haven't been in school for years. Back then, we were told not to date while studying, but that's no longer the case. Xiao Rongchuan gazed at her, chuckling softly as he pulled her closer, resting her head on his lap. Wait, Yinligu is still here, she protested, feeling uneasy. Just then, a partition rose between the front and back seats, amplifying her discomfort as she squirmed in his embrace. Brother, I've really grown up. Xiao Rongchuan chuckled lightly. Is that so? So, does Xingye wish to date now? Her lips twitched in response. Dating was not something she had ever considered. Seeing her silence, he continued, Or perhaps you've taken your engagement with him seriously? In just a few days. You'd be married, huh? If I hadn't shown up, would you truly go through with it? Qiao Xingye sensed the danger lacing his tone. No, really? Xiao Rongchuan questioned, skepticism evident in his gaze. Liang Ling had uncovered everything. The records indicated that Qiao Xingye had never resisted this arrangement. As she felt the weight of his intense gaze, Qiao Xingye struggled with her truth. He wouldn't marry her, a reality she accepted. The reason she hadn't firmly opposed this engagement was that she knew Qi Yin wouldn't marry her, especially with Liang Yutong's interference. Moreover, she was unaware that the Sheng family had vanished. Are you so certain? You saw it yourself. He abandoned me for another woman. Xiao Rongchuan's expression darkened at the mention of another woman. Although he was displeased with the situation between Qiao Xingye and Qi Yin, the fact that Qi Yin had forsaken her for another infuriated him even more. The precious one he had raised was suffering indignities at the hands of another man. A flash of something dangerous flickered in Xiao Rongchuan and Amp, Oppos, eyes, concealing depths of fury no one could fathom. Chapter 38. Provoked? Dawn and Oppos. Russia was only when the car came to a halt that Xiao Xingye realized that Xiao Rongchuan had brought her to a grand banquet. This was a venue she recognized, the esteemed Pei family of the harbor city. Over the past few years, the Pei elder's birthday celebrations had seen the Liang family in attendance, and if memory served her right, it was said that this year marked his 80th birthday. The opulence of the event surpassed previous years, with luxury cars lining up and the venue illuminated as brightly as day. Luo Ling respectfully opened the car door, announcing, Sir, Young Master Pei is awaiting your arrival. Qiao Rongchuan nodded, glancing at Qiao Xingye beside him. Are you hungry? Qiao Xingye looked at the time on her phone. A bit hungry. She had always been punctual with her meals, and at this hour, it was indeed time to eat. You can go into the banquet and have something to eat. I will discuss matters with young Master Pei for about half an hour, Qiao Rongchuan instructed. Qiao Xingye was taken aback. He's here for negotiations? I thought we were attending the birthday banquet. She observed the guests entering outside, the men clad in tailored suits and the women adorned in an array of elegant gowns. Looking down at her own loose-fitting casual blazer and the white sneakers she had worn casually today, she hesitated. Can I really go in looking like this? Is there a problem? Qiao Rongchuan inquired. Not at all, she replied, uncertain. Luo Ling interjected, no problem at all. Feeling reassured yet still uncertain. Qiao Xingye was caught off guard when Qiao Rongchuan cast a glance at Yin Li, who was seated in the front passenger seat engrossed in a game. You accompany her. Yin Li, deeply immersed in his game, turned to look at Qiao Xingye. Are you very hungry? Yes, the Pei family and Amp, Oppos. Chef is quite skilled, she admitted. Yin Li raised an eyebrow. Is that so? You've tasted the finest cuisines in F country, yet you still prefer the Pei family's cooking? Qiao Rongchuan shot Yin Li a look. Without hesitation, Yin Li put away his phone. All right. Your sister is my sister. I wanted Amp, Oppos, to let her go hungry. You take care of your business. What a delicate flower she was. Even as a child, he worried about her going hungry, and now that she was grown, he still fretted over her independence. Qiao Rongchuan's expression turned frosty. Who is your sister? Yin Li's lips twitched. Fine, I won't let your sister go hungry. It was unwise to argue with a formidable figure before him. As Qiao Rongchuan departed, Yin Li turned to Qiao Xingye. Let us go, sister. I'll take you to get something to eat. The casual term sister made Qiao Rongchuan's figure seem a touch colder, even from a distance. Yin Li, sensing the change, refrained from further remarks. Thus, in her casual attire, Qiao Xingye found herself alongside Yin Li amidst the incongruous atmosphere of the banquet. Yin Li led her directly to the dim sum area. Stay here and eat something. I haven't finished my game yet. Surely, this vast selection of dim sum will suffice. Yin Li settled at a nearby table while Qiao Xingye, genuinely hungry, picked up a small cake. Just as she took a bite, a voice called out to her. Yesi? Qiao Xingye looked up to find Tang Su and Oppos gaze upon her, who then surveyed her surroundings. Who did you come with? Why are you dressed like that? Tang Su donned a black deep V gown adorned with sequins that sparkled under the lights, contrasting sharply with Qiao Xingye and Oppos' attire. Did Qi Yin bring you here? Thanks was speculative. Realizing this was likely Qi Yin and Oppos' attempt to navigate the current public sentiment regarding their engagement annulment. It was evident that the Qi family was in a frenzy, targeting Liang Yutong. Qiao Xingye swallowed her cake, about to respond with no, when a sharp, sarcastic voice interrupted her. Who is this? Having annulled her engagement with young Master Qi, she still dares to show up in such a setting. Both Qiao Xingye and Tang Su turned to see Pei Shan approaching, accompanied by two unfamiliar faces. Seeing Pei Shan, Tang Su immediately hardened her expression. Pei Shan was a close friend of Liang Yutong and had a fondness for Liang Jinchao. During Yutong and Oppos' absence over the past 2 years, Pei Shan had often clashed with Qiao Xingye, yet each encounter had left her at a disadvantage. Pei Shan confronted Qiao Xingye directly. How did you get in? Do you have an invitation? Tang Su swiftly pulled Qiao Xingye behind her. An invitation? Since when does the Pei family get to dictate who attends? Pei Shan scoffed. I may not have the authority, but I know she doesn't have an invitation. This invitation had been prepared by her and her mother, and she had sent it to the Liang family, intentionally omitting Qiao Xingye's name. How dare you sneak in without an invitation? Who gave you the audacity? And what on earth are you wearing? Having annulled your engagement with young Master Qi, it seems you can't even afford a decent gown. Her tone dripped with disdain. At that moment, the dim sum area was filled with young onlookers, all casting amused glances at Qiao Xingye as Pei Shan berated her. Tang Su, indignant, retorted, what she wears is none of your concern. Have you taken a good look at your own dress? Pei Shan's low-cut gown was misshapen, and Tang Su showed no signs of backing down. Pei Shan snapped. What business is it of yours, Tang Su? This is my home, my grandfather's birthday banquet. If you want to side with Qiao Xingye, then you both can just leave. Qiao Xingye set down her plate, fixing her gaze on Pei Shan. Are you sure? What tone is that? Are you threatening me? The Pei family certainly has no invitation for a malicious woman like you. Pei Shan had heard from Liang Jinchao about how Qiao Xingye had allowed Jin Yang to go abroad, refusing to let Yutong receive treatment. Such a despicable person was simply irksome to her. Qiao Xingye smiled and nodded. Indeed, I wasn't invited. So how did I manage to get in? Her words elicited a ripple of surprise among the gathered crowd. It was true. Entry to the Pei family's birthday banquet required an invitation, and even without one, a person of noble standing would be expected to attend. How had Qiao Xingye, an uninvited guest and an unwelcome figure in the Liang family, managed to enter? Pei Shan sneered. Tang Su must have brought you in. No matter who brought you, you must leave immediately. What is all this shouting about? Liang Jinchao's voice rang out from beyond the crowd. All eyes turned to him, alongside Qi Yin, who had also arrived. Both exuded an air of cold elegance that captivated the attention of all the young ladies present. Pei Shan strode towards Liang Jinchao. Jinchao, why is she here? Given the Liang family and Appo's stance towards Qiao Xingye, Pei Shan felt no need to conceal her disdain in front of him. Liang Jinchao turned to Qiao Xingye. Upon noticing her in professional attire, his expression darkened. Qi Yin also caught sight of Qiao Xingye. He glanced at her once, and then averted his gaze. Clearly still irked by the incident at Jinjiang Tianqing involving a man, Liang Jinchao approached Qiao Xingye, speaking softly. How did you get in? Why are you dressed like this? Qiao Xingye responded. Is there a problem with how I'm dressed? Liang Jinchao replied. What do you think? At that moment, Liang Jinchao genuinely felt that Qiao Xingye had been poorly raised by her previous family, lacking any sense of decorum or appropriateness. Chapter 39. The Doubles. Eggs crushed Liang Jinchao. Even if you wish to find Qi Yin, you should not resort to such methods. The Pei family did not extend an invitation to you this time. In truth, the absence of Qiao Xingye's invitation was also Liang Jinchao's intent. He has been troubled by Liang Yutong and Appo's matters these past few days and wishes to keep her away from such prominent occasions. The mere mention of finding Qi Yin elicited laughter from Qiao Xingye. What purpose would that serve? If you're not seeking Qi Yin, what are you doing here? Who is Qi Yin that you could cause such a commotion? Are you only now realizing the urgency? Qi Yin has already declared in the hospital today that he will not marry Qiao Xingye. To Liang Jinchao, it seemed that Qiao Xingye had caused too much of a ruckus in recent days. Who is Qi Yin? A moment of childish defiance might have been tolerable, but her recent antics have been excessive. She publicly announced their broken engagement and insisted on Jin Yang going abroad. With so much transpiring, it is no wonder Qi Yin could no longer endure her behavior. Let me inform you, your relationship with Qi Yin is utterly finished. And this is entirely of your own making. You should abandon all hope. Even if we were to advocate for you in front of him, it would be futile. Qiao Xingye raised an eyebrow. Your words imply that you would ever speak favorably of me. How ironic. I wonder if these people are blind, deaf, or simply engaging in self-deception. It is common knowledge around the city that I have caused a stir over the broken engagement, yet they still presume I would seek out Qi Yin. Seeing her attitude, Liang Jinchao's anger flared. In any case, you must leave this place immediately, dressed as you are. It is utterly embarrassing. Qi Yin also stepped forward, his expression grave as he regarded her, especially upon noticing her attire. He could not conceal a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Leave at once. Since our wedding has been cancelled, it is as you wished. Qiao Xingye, if I ever desire to marry you again, I would be a dog. Pei Shan, hearing Qi Yin and Appo's declaration, approached in her high heels. Did you hear that? Young Master Qi no longer wants you. The dream of being the first lady of the port city has come to an end. Qiao Xingye looked at Pei Shan, unfazed. I could not desire otherwise. The title of the first lady of the port city? Does that even constitute a dream for me? Even if it were a dream, it would be a most unfortunate one. Pei Shan, hearing her retort, laughed derisively. Keep pretending to be strong. You cannot marry young Master Qi. And look what you and Appo's made of the Liang family. In a while, when you and Appo's begging on the streets, Let us see what pride you have left. Tang Su, increasingly frustrated, interjected, "Who's begging? Even without the Qi and Liang families, what of it? Does that mean I am to perish?" Noticing Tang Su's steadfast defense of Qiao Xingye, Pei Shan scoffed. "How long can you protect her, I wonder? By the way, with your unwavering support, Tang Su, do you harbor feelings for her? After all, same-sex relationships are no longer rare. Though if you were to fall, must it be for someone of such low caliber?" Tang Su, gu, smack. The crisp sound of a slap resonated as it landed on Pei Shan and Appo's face, silencing Tang Su and Appo's words. It was Qiao Xingye. Initially unwilling to engage with someone as shallow as Pei Shan, she could no longer tolerate the humiliation directed at Tang Su. With that slap, the room fell silent. All eyes were on Qiao Xingye, incredulous that she had dared to strike Pei Shan. Pei Shan, clutching her face, looked at Qiao Xingye in disbelief. "Have you lost your mind? How dare you hit me?" "I hit you, what of it?" Qiao Xingye replied with disdain. "A mouth like yours deserves to be torn apart repeatedly." Liang Jinchao, recovering from a shock at Qiao Xingye and Appo's audacity, was consumed by fury. He stepped forward and forcefully pushed Qiao Xingye away. "Have you gone mad? This is not a place for your antics." Qiao Xingye glanced at her damaged nail. She had not controlled her strength, and this newly manicured nail was now ruined. Feeling irritable, she thought, "Is it not my time to cause a stir? This certainly isn't the first instance." Liang Jinchao, you. Seeing Qiao Xingye and Appo's brazen demeanor incensed him to the point where he raised his hand, ready to slap her. This rebellious girl deserved it. Reflecting on her recent defiance, he wished to strike her hard enough to teach her a lesson. However, just as his hand was about to connect with Qiao Xingye's face, it halted a mere foot away, firmly grasped by another. Simultaneously, Qiao Xingye's knee made contact with his groin, leading to a pained expression twisting Liang Jinchao's face. Qiao Xingye, Yan Li, who had seized Liang Jinchao and Appo's wrist, initially intended to deliver a few punches to the man who struck a woman. But now Liang Jinchao was curled on the ground in agony. Yan Li's lips twitched. "What's this? Are you trying to provoke sympathy?" He had yet to lay a hand on him. Yet Liang Jinchao and Appo's expression was one of sheer torment. Tang Su glanced at Qiao Xingye, who released her knee. At the same time, Yan Li caught sight of Qiao Xingye's calm demeanor as she lowered her knee. He could not suppress a smirk. He had thought that if he did not intervene, she would be struck. It seemed that the situation had resolved itself without his interference. Jinchao. Pei Shan rushed to Liang Jinchao and Appo's side, witnessing his pain, and shouted, "What on earth did you do? Call an ambulance, quickly." Liang Jinchao felt as though his pride had been shattered. How could Qiao Xingye, a girl, kick a man in such a sensitive area? Is there no shame? Furious, Qian approached Qiao Xingye. "What are you causing such a scene for? I tell you, even if you were to uproot the entire port city, I will not marry you." Qiao Xingye. Yan Li, Qian's resolute stance, unwavering for anyone, prompted Yan Li to glance at Qiao Xingye. His words only served to deepen the disdainful gazes directed towards her from the crowd. Some whispers began. Person 1. Wasn't she the one who announced her broken engagement with young Master Qi herself? Is she now regretting it? Person 2. Regret or not, does it matter? Young Master Qi has made it quite clear he will never marry her. Person 3. This woman should realize that at times, being virtuous is essential. Look at her current demeanor. It's no wonder both the Liang family and young Master Qi reject her. Who could possibly find her appealing in this state? As Qi Yin prepared to speak further, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Lu Suyun, featuring a photo of Liang Yutong lying in a hospital bed. She had awakened, curled in pain, her hair damp with cold sweat. Seeing Liang Yutong in such distress tugged at Qi Yin and Appo's heartstrings. His earlier fury towards Qiao Xingye dissipated upon viewing the photograph. He turned to Qiao Xingye and grasped her wrist. "Let us not escalate this any further, shall we?" Qiao Xingye furrowed her brow. "Let go of me." At that moment, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes, subtle yet perceptible to Qi Yin. Chapter 40. Who dares to bully her? Such ruthlessness, A person has already been hospitalized. Is her disdain for him due to Yutong? Or perhaps because of that wild man in her house? At this moment, Qi Yin realized with clarity that Qiao Xingye might truly be reluctant to marry him. The phrase reluctant suddenly left Qi Yin feeling a pang of suffocation. He gripped Qiao Xingye's wrist tightly, saying, "Come with me." Qiao Xingye replied, "I'll say it once more. Let go." Qi Yin turned back. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, he saw an endless chill in her gaze. Her eyes were so cold, devoid of any warmth. Qiao Xingye challenged, "Do you wish to end up in the hospital like Liang Jinxiao?" Qi Yin was momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Yin Li reacted, stepping forward to seize Qi Yin's wrist. "Mr. Qi, you must release Xingye." "Who are you?" Qi Yin growled in response. Just last night, he had seen a wild man at Jinjiang Tianqing, and now another appeared. Upon recognizing Yin Li's face, Qi Yin and Amp, Oppo's pupils involuntarily contracted. Yin Li, what was he doing here? This medical genius from France, especially renowned for his heart surgeries, had an impeccable record. Over the years, countless wealthy individuals sought his surgical expertise. Yet, 2 years ago, for reasons unknown, Yin Li abruptly ended his medical career. This meant he was currently not accepting patients. However, his skills remained a frequent topic of discussion. "It matters not who I am, but if you continue to hold on to her, I assure you, Mr. Qi, you will not leave this banquet alive tonight," Yin Li warned, his eyes narrowing. At this moment, the usual warmth in his gaze radiated an unprecedented danger. Even Qiao Xingye felt a tightening in her chest at the sight of Yin Li and Amp, Oppo's demeanor. His words sent an icy shiver through Qi Yin. Yet he gradually loosened his grip on Qiao Xingye and Amp, Oppo's wrist. The moment she gained her freedom, Qiao Xingye was swiftly pulled behind Yin Li. He whispered to her, "Are you all right?" "I and Amp, Oppo's, am fine," she replied, rubbing her aching wrist. Yin Li then forcefully pushed Qi Yin away and looked at Qiao Xingye with a gaze full of affection, asking, "Have you eaten enough?" Qiao Xingye replied, "I only had a bite. But seeing all these people, I can no longer eat. I can only nod." "Then let's leave. The air here is truly foul," Yin Li remarked bluntly. After saying this, he took Qiao Xingye and departed. The crowd was left in shock, especially Qi Yin, as he witnessed Yin Li and Amp, Oppo's treatment of Qiao Xingye. Yin Li, how could he be involved with Qiao Xingye? What was their relationship? And what of the man from Jinjiang Tianqing last night, who was clearly of high status? Was Qiao Xingye paving her path away from him? If that were the case, it must be said that she was indeed clever, finding increasingly formidable allies. Meanwhile, Liang Jinxiao lay on the ground, still recovering from the blow delivered by Qiao Xingye. Xiao Rongchuan and Pei Jingyao descended from upstairs, spotting the chaos near the dessert area. Their family was hosting this banquet, and he had single-handedly designed everything. While discussing matters with Xiao Rongchuan, his assistant reported the commotion, stating that his sister had clashed with the Liang family's daughter. Xiao Rongchuan's expression darkened for reasons unknown. Upon hearing the assistant and Oppo's report, he immediately stood to leave. Hadn't they yet concluded their discussion? Did he think the banquet and Oppo's disturbance reflected poorly on the Pei family? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Pei Jingyao also felt a surge of irritation. Xiao Rongchuan narrowed his eyes, scanning the scene for Yin Li and Qiao Xingye. But they were nowhere to be found. Pei Jingyao sighed. "Master Qiao, it's not a significant issue. My sister is simply headstrong and immature. Let us return to the study to finalize the contract." "Pei Xiao, if you cannot even manage your family as children, I must reconsider this partnership." Xiao Rongchuan interjected. Pei Jingyao was taken aback. "Shuden and Oppo's. Till we maintain a clear boundary between personal and professional matters?" Before Pei Jingyao could grasp the situation, Xiao Rongchuan strode out decisively, leaving him bewildered. An ambulance arrived swiftly, and as Liang Jinxiao was taken away, Pei Shan attempted to follow. Pei Jingyao seized her arm. "Where do you think you're going?" "Jinxiao has been attacked by that vile girl. I must see him," she protested. As his recognized girlfriend, she felt compelled to accompany him. Pei Jingyao found his sister and Amp, Oppo's behavior exasperating, especially regarding the Liang family, whom he held in contempt. Liang Yutong appeared pretentious, and he could not fathom how his sister could tolerate such people. Witnessing Liang Jinchao in such a state, it was clear that his sister, Qiao Xingye, had reached her breaking point and acted out. The more Pei Shan insisted on following, the more furious he became. Go back to your room. You've already embarrassed yourself enough. Pei Shan retorted, what embarrassment? Let me go. Chen Shu, he called. Yes, young master. Take her back to her room. Seeing Pei Jingyao's determination, she grew more frantic. What are you doing? Pei Jingyao shot her a fierce glare. I will deal with you later. With that, he hurried outside. After all the trouble, Xiao Rongchuan had finally come to Hong Kong and agreed to meet him, only for Pei Shan to cause chaos. Pei Shan resisted going upstairs, insisting on finding Liang Jinchao. Let go of me. I want to go to the hospital. The scene devolved into chaos. It was only Chun, the butler, fearing Pei Jingyao and Amp, Oppo's, wrath, hastily ordered people to escort Pei Shan upstairs. In the car, Xiao Rongchuan wore a grim expression while Qiao Xingye sat silently beside him. Afraid to breathe, Qiao Rongchuan glanced down, casting a dangerous look her way. Did those people bully you? Absolutely not. Qiao Xingye shook her head. Yen Li, seated in the front, quickly interjected. I can vouch for her. She was not bullied at all. Just that one incident. Who would dare to bully Qiao Xingye? Such ferocity sent someone to the hospital. Xiao Rongchuan's expression remained dark. Both their phones buzzed simultaneously. Qiao Xingye's call was from Tang Su, while Xiao Rongchuan's was from Pei Jingyao. Yao Xinyan said, Su. Yitzi, are you okay? Tang Su asked softly, genuinely concerned about how she had ended up with Yen Li, the internationally renowned cardiac genius, far more famous than Jin Yang. I'm Fina. I'll take you for hot pot tomorrow. I have to hang up now, Qiao Xingye said quickly before ending the call. Xiao Rongchuan, meanwhile, did not answer his call. Seeing Qiao Xingye not only accept the call, but also invite the other person for hot pot, only deepened his scowl. Pei Jingyao called again, but Xiao Rongchuan hung up without a word and even blocked his number. I truly was not bullied. Could you please not look so grim? Xiao Xingye murmured. Xiao Rongchuan asked, really? Absolutely not, Xiao Xingye affirmed. Xiao Rongchuan snorted. Is that how it has been over the years? Xiao Xingye fell silent. His question struck a chord. He was right. She had endured in this manner for all these years. People often say that one must endure hardships to gain affection from others. Perhaps it was precisely because she had endured too much that so many disliked her. Chapter 41. He cherishes her, and she cherishes him. Just as Xiao Rongchuan was frowning and about to speak, Qiao Xingye and Amp, Oppo's stomach let out a loud grumble. In the next moment, Qiao Rongchuan and Amp, Oppo's expression darkened further. Had she not eaten enough? Qiao Xingye, feeling aggrieved, murmured, I only had a bite. As soon as she spoke, the atmosphere in the space turned somber. Xiao Rongchuan cast a cold glance at Yen Li, who was seated in the front passenger seat. Yen Li shivered under his gaze. Wait, I asked if you were full. And you said you were? Yes, he had taken Xiao Xingye out for a meal, but she was grown up now. Surely she didn't and Oppo's. To need to be fed like a child? Yen Li was utterly speechless. Qiao Xingye defended him, saying, and Amp, Oppo's. It's not Yen Li and Amp, Oppo's fault. I only had a bite before someone caused trouble. Yen Li replied, see? Even my sister says it in Amp, Oppo's. It's not my fault. Yen Li was on the verge of madness. This lunatic, always cradling the precious girl he had raised, as if she would never grow up. Whenever Qiao Xingye faced any injustice, those around her were bound to suffer the consequences. Buzz, the phone rang again, this time from an unfamiliar number. Xiao Rongchuan answered, hello, Master Qiao and Amp, Oppo's. It's me. What happened? Why did you leave? The voice of Pei Jingyao came through, strained and desperate. However, before he could finish, Xiao Rongchuan hung up the phone. Lu Ling. Yes, sir. Call Pei Jingyao and tell him. Here, Xiao Rongchuan paused, glancing at Qiao Xingye beside him. Feeling uneasy under his gaze, Qiao Xingye quickly stated, I didn't and Amp, Oppo's, suffer any loss. Sensing that he was about to lose control again because of her, she hurriedly added, but it was to no avail. Xiao Rongchuan instructed, Tell him that excessive entanglement is futile. He should deal with his family matters first. Qiao Xingye was taken aback. Deal with family matters first? Is he suggesting that Pei Jingyao should deal with Pei Shan? The conflict at the banquet today stemmed from the clash between her and Pei Shan. If Pei Jingyao were to find out that their collaboration had fallen apart due to Pei Shan's antics, given his influence in the Pei family, Pei Shan would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Understood, Lu Ling replied. No. If Pei Jingyao is a decent partner, please don't do this, Qiao Xingye urged. After all, she felt she hadn't lost anything. She had always prioritized Qiao Rongchuan and Amp, Oppo's interests above all else. Lu Ling glanced at Qiao Xingye and Qiao Rongchuan through the rearview mirror, unable to help but sigh. Why did Miss Pei have to provoke someone so precious to him? Back when they were in F country, some oblivious heiresses had mocked Qiao Xingye as merely the adopted daughter of the Qiao family. No one knew what ultimately happened to those heiresses, but Lu Ling was well aware of how fiercely Qiao Rongchuan protected Qiao Xingye. From the moment he found her as a child, he had cherished her like a treasure, never allowing anyone to bully her. Qiao Rongchuan took Qiao Xingye directly back to Qianwan. The kitchen had already prepared dinner, and Qiao Xingye was genuinely famished. Qiao Rongchuan leisurely served her some dishes, saying, "Eat slowly, no one is competing with you." Upon witnessing Qiao Xingye and Oppo's voracious appetite, Yanli Kuden and Oppo's helped but remark, children should be raised freely. Look at her now, eating so much more obediently than before. At his words, Qiao Rongchuan shot him a cold glare. Yanli retorted, I and Oppo's am just speaking the truth. Back in F country, every meal with Qiao Xingye had been a battle of pickiness. Now, as Qiao Rongchuan offered her vegetables, she ate them without complaint. This was what dining should look like. After all, can you really silence me with your eating? Qiao Rongchuan's voice was icy. I can't, Yanli replied, promptly stuffing a piece of meat into his mouth, prompting Qiao Xingye to laugh. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Lu Xiyun was frantic upon hearing news of Yanli and Oppo's appearance at the Pei family and Oppo's banquet. She was unaware of the events that had transpired there. In a rush, she called Qi Yin. Although Qi Yin was under close watch by the family at the old residence, he arrived without hesitation upon receiving her call. Ayan, I didn't mean to disturb you at this time. I'm just worried that the doctor might leave, so I hurried to find you. As you know, Yutong's health is deteriorating, and we have high demands for her medical care. This was the truth. Liang Yutong had multiple health issues, and the treatment plans were strictly regulated. If any aspect of her care fell short, the medications could exceed her body's capacity, leading to immense suffering. Qi nodded, I understand. Which doctor? Yan Li, the renowned cardiologist from F country. You know him, right? He and Oppo's withdrawn from the medical field these past 2 years. And it's even more unlikely for him to treat patients in F country now, Lu Xiyun said urgently. Since learning of Liang Yutong and Oppo's illness, she had been diligently seeking out prominent physicians. Yin Li, with his flawless record in heart surgeries, was someone she had researched extensively. Upon hearing Yin Li and Oppo's name, Qi Yin and Oppo's expression darkened. Undoubtedly, Yin Li was a medical genius, but securing his help would not be an easy task. More importantly, his association with Qiao Xingye made it even more difficult, akin to trying to win over Jin Yang. The thought of Qiao Xingye being taken away by Yin Li made Qi Yin seethe with anger. But we must try. Think of a way, please. Yutong and Oppo's condition requires a doctor of his caliber, Lu Xiyun urged, her tone growing increasingly frantic. Everything she was doing was to ensure Liang Yutong could navigate this critical juncture successfully. Qi Yin responded with a non-committal then asked, How did you know he was in Hongqiang? I heard it from someone. They mentioned he attended the birthday banquet of old Master Pei, and I couldn't be mistaken. She replied, Did they also inform you that he went with Qiao Xingye? Qi Yin asked, What? Lu Xiyun and Oppo's face turned pale. Disbelief etched across her features as she looked at Qi Yin. With whom? With Qiao Xingye. Qi Yin replied. What is their relationship? Upon learning that they had gone together, Lu Xiyun's expression soured instantly. Thoughts of their recent attempts to win over Jin Yang and Qiao Xingye's demeanor flooded her mind. If Yan Li had ties to Qiao Xingye, it was clear that securing his assistance would be an uphill battle. Damn it, why is Qiao Xingye involved everywhere? Lu Suyun lamented. Yet, both doctors were crucial for Yutong and Amp, Oppo's, recovery. I truly hope that Yan Li and Jin Yang can collaborate. With their help, Yutong and Amp, Oppo's, health would surely improve. But all ties back to Qiao Xingye. Lu Suyun grasped Qi Yan's hand firmly, her heart heavy with resolve. We must fight for it, regardless of the cost. Chapter 42. Sleep, do I still need to comfort you? Having just discussed Yan Li with Qi Yan, Lu Suyun received a phone call informing her that Liang Jinshao had been admitted to the hospital. Without the time to inquire further, she hurriedly entrusted Liang Yutong to Qi Yan and rushed to Liang Jinshao and Amp, Oppo's, ward. Upon arrival, she was taken aback by Liang Jinshao and Amp, Oppo's, pale visage. What has happened to you? How did you end up like this? With gritted teeth, Liang Jinshao bellowed, we cannot grant Qiao Xingye a card. This time, absolutely not. It appeared she still had the strength to create a ruckus, indicating she had not been starved enough. If she was so capable, then even if it meant selling herself, she would not allow another penny to be spent from the Liang family. Lu Suyun nodded, I understand. We shall not grant her card. Is your injury related to her? Liang Jinshao, infuriated, recounted the events from the Pei family's birthday banquet to Lu Suyun. The more Lu Suyun listened, the darker her expression became. She could scarcely believe what she was hearing. Her gaze drifted downwards, ultimately landing on his groin. Did it nearly ruin you? Lu Suyun and Oppo's breath quickened. This was utterly outrageous, beyond all bounds of decency. While she had always known of her poor temperament, it now appeared that her rebelliousness had reached alarming levels. I have investigated. Many in the Jincheng Tianqing area are paying rent these days. Do not give her any money. Not only shall we not grant her a card, but she shall not receive a single cent in cash either. Let her manage on her own. Lu Suyun was incensed. We'll see what happens when she comes begging. Is it time to pay rent? Very well, that is no small sum, and I shall see just how stubborn that wretched girl can be. I refuse to believe she can maintain her obstinacy this time. For years, she had relied on the Liang family and Oppo's wealth and had grown quite spoiled. Thus, Lu Suyun and Liang Jinshao reached a firm agreement. No card would be granted to Qiao Xingye, nor would any money be given. Regardless of what was said, they would wait until Qiao Xingye came to them seeking help. At that juncture, she would be compelled to acquiesce to their demands, such as bringing Jin Yang back and ensuring Yan Li would treat Liang Yutong. In the hospital ward, Qi Yan gazed at the frail Liang Yutong, then glanced at the untouched meal on the small table beside her. Haven and Amp, Oppo's, tea you eaten anything? Liang Yutong replied, the smell of disinfectant is overwhelming. I can and Amp, Oppo's, tea eat. This was the truth. When unwell, nothing seems appetizing, and her current state required an exceptionally bland diet. The odor of disinfectant made her feel nauseous. Ayan, can you help me get discharged? I told my mother, but she won't allow it. This place truly fills me with despair. Ayan, I want to leave. Each time the doctor came to check on her, he would sigh and shake his head upon reviewing her reports. In those moments, Liang Yutong felt she might never leave the hospital alive. She was terrified. Shall I transfer you to another hospital? Qi Yan asked tenderly. Liang Yutong shook her head. No, I don't want to be in the hospital. I really want to go. I'm so scared. Ayan, do you know? Every day in this hospital, I feel like death is very close, as if it could take me at any moment. The sensation of life slipping away is utterly suffocating. I am genuinely frightened. Stop saying such things. I mean it. Ayan, you don't understand. Every time I endure the torment of illness, I wonder if I will ever see the sky outside the hospital again. Only those who truly suffer from terminal illnesses can comprehend this feeling. The fear of possibly dying in the hospital is truly terrifying. Seeing the despair in Liang Yutong's eyes, Qi Yan grasped her hand reassuringly. Do not worry. I will take you out of the hospital. Really? Yes. Jiang Yuan is already making arrangements. Once everything is set, I will have you discharged, and you will see both the sunrise and sunset every day. Upon hearing this, A glimmer of hope flickered in Liang Yutong and Appo's despondent eyes. She grasped Qi Yin and Appo's wrist tightly. Is that true? Indeed. At that moment, Qi Yin and Appo's mind drifted back to the Tinglan Lingjiu in the shallow bay. He was determined to acquire that place. Once outside the hospital, Qi Yin instructed Jiang Yuan to investigate further. This time, they must secure the shallow bay, regardless of the cost. Upon hearing this task, Jiang Yuan felt a headache coming on. The owner had already made it clear that they would neither sell nor rent. There was no hope for either. Even if it meant paying double or triple the market value, I would still pursue it. Jiang Yuan was taken aback. That location was worth several billion. What would double or triple even mean? Will you not go? Qi Yan's icy tone snapped Jiang Yuan back to reality. He nodded. Very well, I will go tomorrow. It's late now, and I want to meet the owner. Meanwhile, after finishing her meal and taking a shower, Qiao Xingye sprawled on her chaise lounge sketching. The knock on the door interrupted her. Without lifting her head, she called out, "Come in." Xiao Rongchuan entered with a glass of milk. Noticing her engrossed in her work, he placed the milk on the small table beside her. Leaning closer, he inquired, "What is this?" Qiao Xingye replied, "It's the draft for my studio. I'm just drawing the key parts myself." Without hesitation, Xiao Rongchuan snatched the pencil from her hand. "It's late. Drink your milk and go to bed." Though she wished to continue drawing, she reached out to reclaim the pencil. However, in the next moment he seized her wrist, his warm skin sending an electric shock through her, causing her to instinctively withdraw. Yet, his grip was firm, leaving her with no escape, especially when meeting his profound gaze. Qiao Xingye felt her heart tighten. "Brother, do I need to comfort you?" Qiao Xingye and Appo's mind exploded at those words. "No, I don't." Her tone faltered, bewildered by his question. How could she still need comforting at her age? Observing her evasive gaze and flushed cheeks, Xiao Rongchuan felt a jolt of emotion. "In a few days, I will take you back to F country. Mother misses you dearly." Upon hearing they would return to F country, Qiao Xingye nodded. "All right." As Xiao Rongchuan released her and exited, she remained in place, her heart racing, glancing at the warm glass of milk he had brought her. In her years in Hong Kong, she realized she hadn't had milk at night. Many of her habits from F country had faded due to the hustle of life. This realization brought a bittersweet pang to her heart. Suddenly, her phone buzzed with a notification. Upon checking the number, she found it was yet another unfamiliar one. She had no desire to answer and hung up immediately. To her, these strange calls were either from Qi Yin or the Liang family. Just as she ended the call, the same number called again. Finally, she answered, "Hello. Qiao Xingye, you wretched girl." The furious voice of Pei Shan echoed from the other end, clearly indicating that Pei Jingyao had confronted her. Qiao Xingye was not one to back down. She shot back, "Are you out of your mind? Idiot." Chapter 43. In Xiao Rongchuan and Appo's heart, she remains a child. This is Qiao Xingye. For these years since leaving the Qiao family, she has navigated life in her own way. When struck, she retaliates. If insulted, she certainly gives as good as she gets. Suffering losses? Not in her vocabulary. She is no one to be trifled with. Bei Shan, I'm a primera fool. Were you anyway? No wonder Qi Yin doesn't and Appo's, want you. A woman as fickle as you is hardly desirable. Qiao Xingye, are you blind? I was the one who publicly ended things with him. Qiao Xingye has always dismissed Pei Shan, particularly given her close association with Liang Yutong. It is impossible to say that her prejudices against Pei Shan are not influenced by Liang Yutong. Pei Shan, oh, you ended it? You must be aiming for a higher branch. Huh? Just wait, you'll regret this. Qiao Xingye, fueled with indignation, prepared to retaliate. However, before she could speak, Pei Shan continued to deride her. You still don't know? Qi Yin is willing to spend billions to purchase the Tinglan Lingjiu for Yutong. Do you even know what Tinglan Lingjiu is? Qiao Xingye. Buying Tinglan Lingjiu? She glanced at the room she currently occupied. Pei Shan, you a country bumpkin. Wouldn't he know what Tinglan Lingjiu is? Let me enlighten you. It's the most prestigious seaside estate in the entire port city. It's south larger than any park you've ever visited in your life. You've been his fiancé, for 2 years. What has he ever given you? Even if you wanted to regret it now, there's no chance. Perhaps having been chastised harshly by Pei Jingyao, Pei Shan unleashed a torrent of words over the phone. Qiao Xingye chuckled. Tinglong Linju, you're certain Qi Yin has purchased it for Liang Yutong? It's already in the process of being bought. Just wait. You don't have that kind of fortune. Qiao Xingye, after he acquires it, come back and flaunt it to Liang Yutong. Truly foolish to the extreme. All this flattery towards Liang Yutong must be for Liang Jinxiao, right? It's a pity that Pei Shan remains oblivious to the essence of Liang Jinxiao. Such a scoundrel, yet she treats him like a treasure. Though Liang Jinxiao remains unmarried, he has a 2-year-old child with another woman. Qiao Xingye abruptly ended the call. Wasting time with such individuals was merely squandering her precious rest. Just as she hung up, Tang Su and Amp, Oppos, as call came through. Qiao Xingye answered, Su, I just received news that Qi Yin intends to buy Tinglong Linju for Liang Yutong, and he is frantically searching for the owner behind Qianwan. Do you think he has gone mad? Qiao Xingye. Tang Su, don't the Qi family have any sense? How many times has Liang Yutong's true nature disgusted us? Now he is making such a grand show. It's unbearable. An adopted daughter of the Liang family. Yet she crowds out the biological daughter and seeks to seize everything. What is her aim? To let the entire port city know just how lofty her status as an adopted daughter is? Truly absurd. Qiao Xingye understood Tang Su's disdain for Liang Yutong and scoffed. Rest assured, whether the Qi family intervenes or not, Qi Yin will never secure Tinglong Linju. How can you be so certain? He has had his sights on Qianwan for years. If he could have purchased it, he would have done so already. The news you're hearing is likely just Liang Yutong attempting to pressure Qi Yin. That is revolting. Qiao Xingye raised an eyebrow. It's a pity Qi Yin remains oblivious. When he fails to acquire it due to the owner behind it, he will become the laughingstock. And Liang Yutong will too. Everyone is well aware that Qi Yin wanted to buy Qianwan. Now, with the added twist of it being for Liang Yutong, he will undoubtedly be even more desperate to obtain it. If he fails, it will be quite the spectacle. Liang Yutong and Amp, Oppos, maneuvers aim to secure Qianwan. Yet she fails to grasp the underlying connections. Tang Su, but how can you be so sure they won't succeed? It's a joke. Who would want to see Liang Yutong and Qi Yin become a laughingstock? It's a form of poetic justice. I just fear that they might actually succeed in the end. I've heard he is willing to pay 3 times the market price. Are you certain the owner behind Qianwan won't be tempted? Qiao Xingye, not a chance. How do you know? Because I'm the owner. Tang Su. An immediate silence enveloped the call. Qiao Xingye felt no need to conceal the truth from Tang Su. After all, it was only a matter of time before she discovered it. The silence lingered for nearly 30 seconds before Tang Su spoke. I think my ears must be malfunctioning. What did you just say? Am I hearing things? Are you pulling my leg? Qiao Xingye standing within the Liang family was no secret to her. How could she possibly afford to buy Qianwan? Considering her studio earned a mere few million a year, even 10 of such studios couldn't cover the cost. Yezi, what else are you hiding from me? I was worried the Liang family had starved you. Tang Su's voice erupted over the phone. Remembering how the Liang family had cut off her card, she had once pitted Qiao Xingye and berated the Liang family. Yet, she realized it was she who was truly pitiable, reliant on the charity of her friend. This matter is rather complex. Is it related to the family that raised you? They seem to treat you quite well. Tang Su's mind immediately conjured the family that had nurtured Qiao Xingye. Indeed, Qiao Xingye responded with indifference. Tang Su, is that so? Then I needn't worry about you. You won't starve. Qiao Xingye. Tang Su, not only will you not starve, but even if there were 10 Qi Yans, they wouldn't be able to touch you. To love Qiao Xingye enough to provide her with a property as valuable as Qianwan, 10 Qi Yans wouldn't stand a chance against her. The two continued their conversation for a while, and upon seeing Qiao Rongchuan enter, Qiao Xingye finally hung up. The man, clad in a robe, displayed long, slender legs, water-drenched hair, and profound eyes. A living embodiment of a character stepped straight out of a comic. Who were you calling? Qiao Rongchuan's tone was grave, clearly displeased with her disobedience regarding bedtime. His gaze fell upon the untouched milk on the small table, deepening his displeasure. Qiao Xingye, it was Su. I'm going to sleep. With that, she climbed directly onto the bed. Spotting the milk, she reached for it, but Qiao Rongchuan snatched it away. It's cold. Get into bed first. I'll have someone bring you a warm cup. Qiao Xingye intended to decline, asserting that she could forego the milk. Just as the words formed on her lips, Qiao Rongchuan had already exited. Before long, a servant arrived with warm milk, which Qiao Xingye obediently accepted and drank. Chapter 44. Is Qiao Rongchuan playing with Qi Yin? In another part of the study, when Lu Ling arrived, he found Qiao Rongchuan holding a cigarette, dressed in a dark robe that lent him an even more profound aura. Lu Ling stepped forward. Sir, Mr. Qi wishes to see you. Upon hearing this, Qiao Rongchuan and Amp, Oppos, S brows twitched slightly. With a penetrating gaze, he regarded Lu Ling. Qi Yin? Lu Ling nodded. He should be our mine and Amp, Oppos, S representative. The Qi family has been rather selective with their adopted and biological daughters since 2 years ago, likely due to the fact that the Liang family's mine is nearly depleted. Qiao Rongchuan took another drag from a cigarette. A sardonic smile crept across his lips. Selective? Lu Ling paused momentarily before affirming. Indeed. Since when did the stars align for them to pick and choose? Lu Ling realized he had struck a nerve. It seemed almost impossible for Qi Yin to secure a partnership with Qiao Rongchuan. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Qiao Rongchuan's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ling added, however, the young lady may not be aware that this marriage proposal was a private arrangement between the Liang and Qi families 2 years ago. At his words, the atmosphere in the study grew even chillier. Lu Ling recalled something and continued, by the way, Mr. Qi and Amp, Oppos, as assistant has been negotiating with the security team. Wanted to meet with you. They are interested in purchasing the Tinglan residence. Qiao Rongchuan replied, purchasing this place? Yes. It and Oppos, as to provide medical care for the Liang family and Oppos, S adopted daughter. They previously mentioned renting or borrowing, but it seems rather urgent. Qiao Rongchuan scoffed. Having just called off his engagement, was it not absurd for them to hastily spend such a considerable sum for the sake of the adopted daughter's health? Lu Ling scratched his head, realizing that Qi Yin was treading dangerously close to Qiao Rongchuan's sensitive spots, almost dancing on his head. If that particular mine were to run dry, the repercussions for them would be significant. Otherwise, they would not be frantically seeking alternatives. Qi Yin was serious about collaborating, yet simultaneously, he was playing with fire. Qiao Rongchuan flicked the ash from his cigarette. Shall we meet? Lu Ling inquired. You inform him that I am rather occupied at the moment. He should wait. Wait? Lu Ling looked at him in confusion. He knew Qiao Rongchuan despised vague responses. In the past, anyone who had given him such an answer was generally considered to be toying with him. Thus, was he now playing with Qi Yin? Seeing Lu Ling and Amp, Oppos, S silence, Qiao Rongchuan shot him a frosty glance. Lu Ling instantly snapped back to attention. I will handle it right away. Let the games begin. The Liang family had not properly cared for the young lady over the past 2 years, and Qi Yin had also humiliated her on numerous occasions. To toy with them was merely the tip of the iceberg. The real hardships lay ahead. The following morning, still groggy, Qiao Xingye received a call from Yang Tingting, who reminded her of a meeting at the company that morning. Time was running out. She glanced at the clock, nearly 9 o'clock. Just as she hung up with Yang Tingting, another call came in. Hello. Your rent is due today, ISN and Oppos. Tiet? Came Lu Suyun and Oppos. S voice from the other end. Qiao Xingye felt a surge of irritation. Who had informed them that her residence in Jinjiang Tianqing was rented? What was this about? Lu Suyun continued. Would you like to open a credit card? Qiao Xingye retorted. What if I want to? What if I don and Amp? Oppos. T. The question of opening a card made her acutely aware that this call was far from innocent. Lu Suyun pressed. You don't want to? Enough with the nonsense. Qiao Xingye and Oppos. S patience had worn thin. If Lu Suyun intended to discuss Jin Yang, she could abandon all hope. She had originally prepared for a showdown upon Liang Yutong and Oppos' return. Yet, within days, the girl had been hospitalized and now suffered from severe illness. Even without her tormenting Liang Yutong, the girl was already in agony. What was Lu Suyun thinking? Did she truly expect Qiao Xingye to request Jin Yang to treat Liang Yutong? It was a miracle she hadn't Amp, Oppos, T already taken matters into her own hands to eliminate the girl. Qiao Xingye, I told you that incident was not Yutong and Amp. Amp, Oppo's, S doing. Why wanted Amp? Oppo's, T you believe me. I know who is responsible, and I don and Amp. Oppo's, T need you to defend her. Qiao Xingye and Amp. Oppo's, S tone was unusually firm. Lu Suyun, taken aback by Qiao Xingye and Oppo's S assertiveness, struggled to comprehend. Was Qiao Xingye truly in dire straits? Was an end Oppo's T her financial struggle supposed to teach her a lesson? Lu Suyun gritted her teeth in frustration. I see you don't want to open a card. Do you think the 20,000 you provided is something I truly desire? Though she claimed indifference, it was evident that the Liang family was accustomed to spending lavishly on their adopted daughter, with each piece of jewelry far exceeding 100,000. When it came to their biological daughter, they would provide a mere 20,000 in pocket money, only to threaten to reduce it to 2,000 at any moment. They trusted Liang Yutong and Amp, Oppo's S words implicitly, as if they were gospel. So, you find the amount insufficient? Lu Suyun pressed. Do you think it is a lot? Mrs. Liang, what does 20,000 mean to you? Perhaps it's just enough for Liang Yutong to buy a handbag that you deem too cheap to be seen with? Lu Suyun fell silent, rendered speechless by Qiao Xingye's blunt observations. Over the years, Liang Yutong and her friends had represented the Liang family, and she would never allow her to be seen with anything of inferior quality. What comparison could be made? Their worlds were vastly different, and there was no need to squander money on frivolities. A smile played on Qiao Xingye and Oppo's S lips. Indeed, I waste it. I enjoy wasting it. Is that a problem? Lu Suyun retaliated. You find the money insufficient? Very well. I shall restore the original amount, 100,000 per month. How does that sound? Her tone was exasperated, indicating her desire to end this protracted argument. Before Qiao Xingye could respond, Lu Suyun continued. It's settled then. I will call the bank shortly to increase your limit to 100,000, but there is a condition you must fulfill. Qiao Xingye raised an eyebrow. Conditions are there? I've grown accustomed to them over these past 2 years. However, upon hearing Lu Suyun's stipulation, she knew it was undoubtedly tied to Liang Yutong. Stop with the sarcastic remarks. You need to bring Jin Yang back and, you know Dr. Yanli, right? Yanli, you both attended the Pei family banquet together. Don't pretend you don't know him. Lu Suyun snapped. Qiao Xingye chuckled. You seem quite well informed. I had no intention of pretending. It's amusing to see you so anxious. Yet, she had no intention of mentioning Jin Yang, let alone adding Yan Li to the mix. As long as you agree to bring them to the hospital tomorrow, I will immediately call the bank to activate your limit, Lu Suyun insisted. Her motives clear. Everything revolved around Liang Yutong. Qiao Xingye couldn't and Amp. Oppo's T help but exclaim, 100,000, and you think you can buy Liang Yutong and Amp? Oppo's S life? Is that all she is worth to you? Chapter 45. Your mother truly opens my eyes upon uttering those words. Lu Suyun on the other end of the phone was ready to explode. From 20,000 to 100,000, was that not sufficient? What exactly did she desire? 100,000, in Lu Suyun's eyes, was no trivial sum for Qiao Xingye, especially considering her impoverished background. She had always refrained from revealing the true nature of her family, likely because they were far too destitute. Even though she was her biological daughter, Lu Suyun could not help but feel that Qiao Xingye was being excessively hypocritical. After all, those who raised her were her adoptive parents. How could she harbor disdain toward them? 2 years prior, they had asked her if revealing the identity of those people would result in them receiving a certain sum of money. Now, she thought it best to let bygones be bygones. They had raised her, yet expected gratitude in return. I do not wish for anything, she asserted. But do keep in mind, if you cannot afford the rent and are evicted, do not blame me, your mother, for being heartless. The implication was unmistakable. Should she be unable to stay in the Jinjiang Tiansheng, returning to the Liang family was out of the question. Qiao Xingye fluttered her eyelashes, gazing at the splendid sunshine outside, thinking to herself how enlightening it was to witness her mother act in such a manner. With that, she hung up the phone before Lu Suyun could respond. As for that mother, how Qiao Xingye wished Lu Suyun could forget her identity as her daughter. In that moment, Qiao Xingye felt as though she had been wronged. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Lu Suyun, upon realizing Qiao Xingye had hung up, felt a surge of rage and called back, only to be blocked again. Liang Jinchao arrived to find Lu Suyun in a fit of exasperation. Where did she learn this awful habit of blocking people at whim? It and amp, oppose, infuriating, truly infuriating. Lu Suyun felt she had never been this angry in her life. But her ire towards Qiao Xingye was genuine. Liang Jinchao and amp, oppose, as complexion was pale, a testament to the knee injury inflicted by Qiao Xingye the previous night. "How are you?" he inquired. "I'm fine now," Liang Jinchao replied. Though he claimed to be all right, he was seething with frustration. Lu Suyun had informed him about Yin Li's situation, and he found it perplexing how several doctors were connected to Qiao Xingye. What a coincidence! Did she not just refuse? Lu Suyun exclaimed. "What do you mean she must be at odds with you, Tong?" Thinking of this only fueled her anger further. Liang Jinchao remained silent, his expression grim. Lu Suyun turned to him again. How on earth does she know individuals of Jin Yang and Yin Li and amp? Amp? Oppose? As stature? Liang Jinchao could only respond with silence. Lu Suyun continued. Given her upbringing, it is virtually impossible for her to know them. This aspect baffled her. Liang Jinchao furrowed his brows and suggested. The Jin family has been involved in charitable work in impoverished regions for years. Perhaps her acquaintance with Jin Yang is related to that? Lu Suyun nodded. That is plausible. Therefore, her connection to Yin Li might also stem from her association with Jin Yang. Both Jin Yang and Yin Li are in the medical field, and even if they are from different specializations, they're still colleagues. With this line of reasoning, neither Lu Suyun nor Liang Jinchao harbored further doubts. How is Yutong doing now? Liang Jinchao glanced towards the hospital room. It was better not to mention this topic, but upon doing so, Lu Suyun sighed. She woke up in pain twice last night. Sigh. The thought of Liang Yutong enduring such torment filled her heart with sorrow. On the other side, Jiang Yuan was summoned early in the morning by Qi Yin to address matters regarding Qianwan. Just as he was about to leave, Qi Yin called again, stating his intention to personally negotiate at Qianwan. After hearing the uproar from the previous night regarding Qi Yin and amp, oppose, as plans to purchase Qianwan for Liang Yutong and amp, oppose, as peace of mind, Jiang Yuan realized that failing to secure the purchase would indeed be troublesome. You never encountered the steward there before? No, Jiang Yuan replied. Qi Yin and amp, oppose, as expression darkened significantly. Jiang Yuan remained silent, aware that Qi Yin would likely blame him for inadequate handling of the situation. Lu Suyun's phone call interrupted his thoughts. Yin, Qiao Xingye has just refused to assist with contacting Yin Li and Jin Yang. What should we do? The mention of Qiao Xingye made Qi Yan's head throb. At that moment, he felt as though Qiao Xingye was a calamity sent to thwart him. I will find a solution. Do not contact her again, he stated. After witnessing Qiao Xingye and amp, oppose, attitude regarding Jin Yang, what purpose would it serve to call her again? Would it not be self-deprecating? But what about Yutong? Lu Suyun could not continue. Her throat constricted with emotion, unable to utter a word. Qiao Xingye was utterly ruthless, faced with matters of life and death. Her indifference was shocking. How could her family have raised her to be so cold-hearted? The more Lu Suyun pondered, the angrier she became. Enough, I will handle it. Do not call her again, Qi Yin commanded. All right, Lu Suyun agreed. After hanging up, Qi Yin felt a wave of frustration wash over him, rubbing his aching temples. He inquired of Jiang Yuan, how does she know Yin Li? I am not sure. Jiang Yuan hesitated. How indeed did Qiao Xingye come to know Yin Li? It was surprising, given that her status should preclude any connection to someone of Yin Li and amp, oppose, as caliber. Perhaps through Miss Tang? Jiang Yuan speculated. Qi Yin pondered this as well, concluding that it was the only plausible explanation. After all, Qiao Xingye and amp, oppose, as own capabilities would not allow her to be acquainted with someone of Yin Li and amp, oppose, as standing. At Qianwan, Xiao Rongchuan was already seated in the dining room, working on his laptop. Hearing the commotion, he looked up at Qiao Xingye. Awake? Why not sleep a little longer? Qiao Xingye mumbled, what time is it? It's still early. In truth, it was not early at all. She had initially woken at 9, but after receiving calls from Yang Tingting and Lu Suyun, it was now 9:30. Xiao Rongchuan affectionately urged her, go have breakfast. All right, Qiao Xingye replied. feeling a twinge of hunger. The butler, seeing she was up, promptly arranged her breakfast at the table. Qiao Rongchuan had already eaten, as his routine was always quite regular. After finishing her meal, Qiao Xingye noticed Qiao Rongchuan receiving a call and setting aside his tablet. Seeing him rise, she quickly set down her bowl. "Are you leaving now? Take me with you." Qiao Rongchuan glanced at his watch, frowning. "What do you need to go out for?" Qiao Xingye and Amp. Oppos. S lips twitched. "I have work." Hearing this, Qiao Rongchuan looked towards the entering Lu Ling. "Miss, would you like me to close your studio? If the master leaves from Port City, you will surely return to F country. Given that, her studio would no longer be necessary. Close it. I'll find someone to manage it. After all, it's a source of income. Don't shut it down casually. The designers are all people I've trained myself, and they're doing well. If I close it, everyone will have to find new jobs. Let us go quickly. I have a meeting to attend." Qiao Xingye stepped forward, linking her arm with Qiao Rongchuan and Amp. Oppos. S as they made their way outside. Meanwhile, Qiyin and Amp. Oppos. S car arrived outside the Tinglan forest residence. Chapter 46. Qiyin personally encounters Qiao Xingye at Qianwan. Just as she stepped out, Qiao Xingye received a call from Yang Tingting, reminding her not to forget that particular document. The memory struck her. The document was still in her room. "Brother, you go ahead. I need to find a document. Or if you're not in a hurry, you can wait for me," she said, loosening her grip on Qiao Rongchuan's arm and turning back to dash away. Observing her lively figure, Qiao Rongchuan felt helpless, a hint of indulgence curling his lips into a smile. She remains as reckless as ever. Lu Ling glanced in the direction where Qiao Xingye had disappeared and remarked, "After all, she didn't have to worry before. But now she is a boss herself and has learned to care." Upon hearing the phrase "a boss," the fondness in Qiao Rongchuan's eyes deepened. The little girl is grown up. Lu Ling nodded indeed. "Let us get in the car." Qiao Rongchuan glanced at his watch and instructed the butler to arrange another vehicle for her. They would leave first. "Understood," Lu Ling replied, starting the car while dialing the internal line to have a vehicle prepared for Qiao Xingye. Once everything was in order, they departed. As they passed through the main entrance, they spotted Qiyin leaning against the door of a Bentley, engaged in some negotiations with the security personnel. "Sir, it's young Master Qi," Lu Ling reported. Upon hearing this, Qiao Rongchuan lifted his eyelids to glance outside the window, where Qiyin's gloomy expression was evident as he smoked a cigarette. Lu Ling commented, "I didn't expect him to come personally to negotiate for Liang's adopted daughter, offering such a high price. The significance of that adopted daughter to Qiyin must be considerable." Qiao Rongchuan's eyes turned cold, informed the butler to ignore him. The more important something is, the more unattainable it becomes, leading to an unbearable itch within. "All right." Lu Ling promptly called the butler, relaying Qiao Rongchuan's exact words. The butler responded, "We have not engaged with him at all. The directive from above has been quite clear, and I do not wish to waste time. Therefore, Jiang Yuan has yet to meet with him." After hanging up, Lu Ling inquired, "Should I remind Miss Qiao?" "No need. She is quite clever," Qiao Rongchuan replied. Speaking of Qiao, Xingye dispelled the coldness in his tone. Previously, he had worried about her being bullied outside, but now that she had been found, he witnessed how adeptly she protected herself. This little tiger, why should anyone fret over her? With her intelligence, she is more than capable of safeguarding herself. Now, both the Liang family and Qiyin are left feeling uneasy, particularly the Liang family. Meanwhile, Qiyin noticed a top-tier phantom exiting the premises and turned to Jiang Yuan, who returned empty-handed from his negotiations. "Is someone living here?" Qiyin inquired. "No," Jiang Yuan replied. "There's never been anyone residing here." He turned to consult the security personnel again, but they were well-trained and wouldn't divulge a single word, especially concerning their master's whereabouts. Before long, another vehicle emerged from within, moving at a leisurely pace. "Block the car," Qiyin commanded. "It should be someone residing here." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan quickly stepped to the roadside, waving his hand. Inside the car, the driver frowned upon seeing someone obstructing the road. In the back seat, Qiao Xingye was reviewing documents when the driver informed her, "Miss, someone is blocking the car." Qiao Xingye raised her head to look outside and recognized Jiang Yuan standing in the middle of the road, with a Bentley parked at the side. Drive straight through. She instructed. These people are truly overstepping their bounds. The driver complied, pressing down on the accelerator. Jiang Yuan, standing in the road, was alarmed as the vehicle didn't slow down, but accelerated instead. The security personnel rushed over, shouting, "Hey, what are you doing? Get out of the way!" As they attempted to push Jiang Yuan aside, a sudden force from behind knocked him away. It was Qi Yin kicking him aside. The driver witnessed the chaos unfolding ahead, which included their own security personnel. Qiao Xingye, feeling a headache coming on, called out, "Stop the car." Had it been just Jiang Yuan, he would have surely dodged, valuing his life. But now, with the situation escalating, Qiao Xingye couldn't be so heartless regarding lives at stake. The vehicle came to a halt. Without waiting for Qi Yin, whose face was flushed with anger, to approach, Qiao Xingye pressed down the window. Their eyes met. When Qi Yin recognized Qiao Xingye in the car, his pupils involuntarily constricted. "Why are you here?" Qiao Xingye chuckled. "It's me." "Is that so strange?" "Why are you here?" Qi Yin asked through gritted teeth. Having seen a man in her home at Jinjiang Tiancheng, he and T calmed down, and now she appeared here? "Why can't I be here?" Qiao Xingye countered. Qi Yin's fists clenched. The way he looked at her was as if she were a woman for sale. He spoke again, his tone even colder. "Do you not realize your status? Are you not embarrassed enough?" They were already in a precarious situation. If outsiders knew that Qiao Xingye had just called off her engagement with him and then appeared in a place like Qianwan, it would only embarrass both the Liang and Qi families even further. Yet, this stubborn woman still didn't know to keep a low profile. Before Qiao Xingye could respond, Qi Yin stepped forward, attempting to drag her out of the car. "What do you think you're putting the faces of the Liang and Qi families? Is it because your card was suspended that you demean yourself like this? Don't you understand why you have fallen to such a point? Shouldn't you humble yourself? Why resort to such self-degradation?" Qi Yin was driven to madness. He wanted to take her back to the Liang family to be properly reprimanded. However, just as he grasped Qiao Xingye's wrist, a loud thud echoed as Qi Yin groaned in pain. His grip on her wrist loosened, and he doubled over, clutching his abdomen. "Sir!" Jiang Yuan exclaimed, rushing forward to examine Qi Yin's injury. It was Qiao Xingye who had delivered a merciless kick to Qi Yin's midsection. Qi Yin's temples throbbed as he glared at her. "You woman!" Qiao Xingye leisurely adjusted her disheveled skirt and coldly commanded the driver drive. "Qiao Xingye!" Qi Yin's fury escalated. He stood up, ready to seize her again. "Get out of the car. Do you even have any shame left? What car do you dare to ride in? What else would this woman not do?" Before Qi Yin could reach the car door, the vehicle surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Had he not reacted swiftly, the wheels would have likely run over his feet. Damn, this woman. She has gone mad, truly mad. Chapter 47. Should Peishan apologize to her? Qiao Xingye departed, yet the air remained thick with tension, nearly overwhelming Qi Yin and Oppo's reason. "You saw it, right? It was her, wasn't it, Oppo's it?" Qi Yin glared at Jiang Yuan, who nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, Miss Qiao was here yesterday as well." "She was here yesterday too? That wretched woman. Once wasn't it, Oppo's enough for her? How many times does she intend to sell herself?" Qi Yin fumed. No wonder his black card lost its value. Whether the Liang family opened an account or not mattered little to her. Was it true that several men outside were supporting her? Jiang Yuan, sensing Qi Yin and Oppo's fury, dared only to nod, refraining from further comment. Yet this mere acknowledgement only intensified Qi Yin and Oppo's rage. "Investigate. I want to know who that man in Jinjiang Tiancheng is, as well as the men here. What kind of vision do these men possess to be attracted to someone like Qiao Xingye?" Qi Yin and Oppo's anger grew with each thought. Jiang Yuan hesitated, contemplating whether the men at Tingwan Lingjiu could even be identified. However, he recalled Yin Li, who had been present at the banquet with Qiao Xingye. Could this be related to Dr. Yin? A doctor? Qi Yin gritted his teeth, his tone laced with contempt, as if he could devour Jiang Yuan whole. Jiang Yuan stammered. "It shouldn't be him. Although Yin Li is a skilled physician with his own hospital in Country F, it seems implausible for him to acquire Qianwan." In the vehicle, Xiao Rongchuan reviewed the surveillance footage, and could not suppress a smile. Miss hasn't suffered any loss, has she? Lu Ling inquired. That little tiger? How could she possibly lose? Qian, such a large man, was left curled on the ground for quite some time after her kick. Upon witnessing this, Qiao Rongchuan realized that Qiao Xingye harbored no feelings for Qian. If she did, she would never have dealt such a ruthless blow. Lu Ling nodded. Miss has matured significantly over the years and has learned to protect herself. The phrase learn to protect herself caused Qiao Rongchuan's smile to fade. If only she could remain in her carefree years forever. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, interrupting his thoughts. Hello, Qiao Rongchuan answered. Grandpa Qiao, it's me, came Pei Jingyao's voice from the other end. Don't hang up, please. Sensing Qiao Rongchuan's intent, Pei Jingyao continued earnestly. I want to ask, what is your relationship with Miss Qiao Xingye? Last night, their conversation had gone smoothly, yet he suddenly reversed his stance. Furious, Pei Jingyao had investigated the events of the banquet thoroughly. It turned out that aside from the argument between Pei Shan and Qiao Xingye, nothing else of note had occurred. But ISN and AMP, Oppos, it common for Pei Shan and Qiao Xingye to quarrel? What do you think? Qiao Rongchuan retorted sharply. Pei Jingyao, well-versed in handling such situations, chose not to press further and tentatively suggested, how about I have my sister apologize to her? I've looked into it, and it was all my sister and Oppos' fault. I guarantee that this matter will satisfy Miss Qiao. Qiao Rongchuan promptly hung up the phone. Lu Ling, who had overheard the call, surmised that Pei Shan had likely faced considerable criticism last night. Is that all it costs? Qiao Rongchuan scoffed. Lu Ling replied, this is hardly a trivial matter. She publicly humiliated their young lady. Although Miss Qiao retaliated, your stance is unlikely to be easily overlooked. What do you think Pei Xiao will do to appease her? Qiao Rongchuan lit a cigarette and took a drag. Satisfy her? Difficult. He knows her temperament all too well. If Pei Shan has troubled her over the past 2 years, obtaining a mere forgiveness from her now will be no easy feat. Meanwhile, Pei Jingyao, upon receiving the abrupt disconnection, seethed with rage. All you do is eat, he fumed, as Pei Shan cautiously consumed her breakfast, barely daring to breathe. However, she could not escape the consequences of her brother and Oppos' ire. In a fit of rage, Pei Jingyao flipped the table. Everything happened too suddenly. Pei Shan had no time to evade, and her unfinished bowl of porridge was unceremoniously spilled onto her skirt. Brother, what are you doing? Why are you taking your frustration out on me for your failed negotiations? He seized the opportunity to bully her when their parents were absent, which was utterly despicable. Enough about the negotiations. You will go and apologize to Qiao Xingye this instant. Pei Shan, incredulous, stared at Pei Jingyao. What did you say? Apologize to whom? To Qiao Xingye? The daughter of the Liang family, who views her with disdain. Why should I apologize to that useless Qiao Xingye? Are you out of your mind? Pei Shan exclaimed. If you can't extract a word of forgiveness from her today, you'll learn what madness truly is. Pei Shan's lips twitched, nearly certain that Pei Jingyao was not joking. He was indeed demanding that she apologize to Qiao Xingye. I refuse to go, she declared firmly, her defiance unwavering. Pei Jingyao retorted, refuse, will you? Fine, pack your things and get out. Are you serious? You would kick me out for Qiao Xingye? Pei Jingyao and AMP, Oppos' tone was grave. Do you have any idea how many people are watching her? The entire Qi family is keeping an eye on her. If something goes awry now, it will sever our ties with her completely. Is it really that serious? What is his relationship with Qiao Xingye? Pei Shan was losing her composure. How the hell would I know? Just know that unless you secure Qiao Xingye's forgiveness, this matter will not conclude. Apologizing is one thing, but seeking her forgiveness? How could I ever achieve that? We have always been at odds. Every encounter is fraught with tension. Getting her to accept my apology is already a Herculean task, let alone earning her forgiveness. Pei Shan was on the brink of madness. Meanwhile, Qiao Xingye had just arrived at her studio. Upon entering the conference room, she received a phone call. Hello, where are you? Came Pei Shan and AMP, Oppos' restrained voice from the other end. The single word I conveyed the simmering anger in her tone. Qiao Xingye raised an eyebrow. What do you want? I want to see you. What is it? Pei Shan and AMP, Oppos' summons was never a harbinger of good news. Qiao Xingye, anticipating trouble, braced herself. However, the next moment, Pei Shan uttered two words. Apologize. What nonsense is this? Qiao Xingye questioned, incredulous. You want me to apologize? Are you out of your mind? Look at your own behavior before demanding anything from me. Believing that Pei Shan wanted her to apologize for the previous night's events, Qiao Xingye immediately responded with disdain. Chapter 48, Pei Shan va apos, et apoli. I find it hard to believe on the other end of the phone. Pei Shan felt her head throbbing with anger. If it weren't into amp, oppose, T for Pei Jingyao and amp, oppose. S watchful gaze beside her, she would have relished the opportunity to argue with Qiao Xingye. However, with Pei Jingyao nearby, she dared not unleash her fury. Suppressing her rage, she said, I apologize to you. What nonsense is this? You are the one apologizing to me? This left Qiao Xingye more convinced that she had misheard. Pei Shan apologizing to herself? Such a fortunate occurrence seemed improbable. Every time this woman encountered her, it felt as if they were on the verge of a confrontation. Because of Liang Jinchao, Pei Shan was nothing more than a devoted sycophant to Liang Yutong. Whatever Liang Jinchao disliked, she too abhorred. Whatever he favored, she would follow suit. In summary, it was utterly mindless. Yes, I am apologizing to you. Where are you? At this moment, Qiao Xingye realized she had indeed heard correctly. Why apologize? For what reasons? I only seek your forgiveness. Is that not enough? Qiao Xingye responded, for what reasons? And yet you ask for forgiveness? Why do I sense that your attitude is less about apology and more akin to a desire to devour me? Is this truly an apology? More like a prelude to conflict. Under different circumstances, Qiao Xingye would have gladly engaged, but presently, she had no time. She needed to finalize her benefactor and amp, oppose, S manuscript in an overnight meeting. Pei Shan, frustrated, stomped her foot. I am genuinely here to apologize. Please tell me where you are. Qiao Xingye retorted, I want an amp, oppose, T fall for your tricks. Save your cunning for someone else. With that, she abruptly ended the call. Upon hearing the disconnection tone, Pei Shan was left stunned. She glanced at Pei Jingyao, who was observing her with a cold stare. Regardless of the method, you must earn her forgiveness. But why? You saw for yourself. She clearly does not value my apology. Is that collaboration truly so vital? Pei Jingyao responded. Her indifference is her concern. But she must forgive you. If she does not, our collaboration with Qiao will undoubtedly falter. As this realization struck him, Pei Jingyao felt a surge of frustration. What on earth was happening? Pei Shan was once again compelled to dial Qiao Xingye and amp, oppose, S number, only to discover. She and amp, oppose, D been blocked. She has blocked me, she exclaimed. Exasperated, Pei Jingyao handed his phone to Pei Shan. Reluctantly, she accepted the device, aware of the authority Pei Jingyao now wielded in the Pei family, and dialed Qiao Xingye's number once more. As soon as the call connected, Pei Shan declared, I am truly here to apologize. Yet before she could finish, the line went dead again. Attempting to call once more, she found the number had been blocked. Pei Jingyao, hearing the cold automated message, felt his temper flare. What is this nonsense? Blocking calls so easily. Is that truly acceptable? Unbeknownst to him, both Liang's family and Qi Yan had already suffered the ramifications of Qiao Xingye's obstinacy in recent days. One careless moment, and she became unreachable. Who had indulged such capriciousness? Pei Shan interjected. Who could possibly indulge her? Clearly, she must have been spoiled in the countryside. Just look at her wild temperament. Be quiet, Pei Jingyao retorted. His anger palpable. He immediately summoned his assistant, Huang Chong. You, find out where Qiao Xingye is now. Huang Chong, with her neat shoulder-length hair, nodded seriously, understood. Within half an hour, I want to know her whereabouts. Pei Jingyao was increasingly agitated. He understood all too well how many were watching the treasures he held due to Qiao Rongchuan's visit to Hong City. Every second was crucial. Seeing Qiao Xingye and amp, oppose, S indifference to her calls, Pei Shan was bewildered. What do you need to find her for? Pei Jingyao snapped back. What do you think? The trouble you caused must be resolved. Unable to tolerate Pei Shan and amp, oppose, S incessant chatter, Pei Jingyao and amp, oppose, S temper flared. Pei Shan pressed on. You can't seriously expect me to go apologize in person? From Pei Jingyao's demeanor, it was evident that he did expect just that. Otherwise, he wouldn't oppose. T have sent Huang Chan to ascertain Qiao Xingye and oppose S exact location. Given how Qiao Xingye had treated her on the phone, if she were to confront her in person, the woman would likely deride her further. Huang Chang returned in mere minutes, far from the anticipated half hour. That she could quickly gather such intel after 5 years alongside Pei Jingyao spoke volumes about her capabilities. Mr. Pei, Miss Qiao is currently on the 26th floor of Building 1, Dongfang International Tower. What's she doing there? Pei Jingyao frowned. Dongfang International Tower typically housed small companies and studios. Pei Shan remarked, what else would she be doing? She must be working there. The Liang family isn't giving her a dime, so she has to seek alternative income. Only she would consider such a meager salary as worthwhile. Whenever there was an opportunity to belittle Qiao Xingye, Pei Shan seized it, never willing to acknowledge her worth. She could not fathom why Pei Jingyao was so insistent on having her apologize to such a person. Pei Jingyao narrowed his eyes at Pei Shan. He felt it unlikely that a woman capable of inciting Qiao Rongchuan's ire would be in need of a backup plan. Let us go. He turned away, reluctant to engage further with Pei Shan. Are you truly making me go apologize to her? Pei Shan protested. If you don an opposed, you may as well leave the Pei family for good. Pei Shan remained silent, realizing the gravity of the situation. With Pei Jingyao's demeanor, she dared not utter another word of defiance. At the hospital, Lu Suyun was in a rage. Inform all companies not to hire her. I want to see how far she can push her luck. This time, Lu Suyun was thoroughly incensed. After exhausting all pleasantries, Qiao Xingye still maintained her obstinate attitude, leaving Lu Suyun feeling there was nothing left to discuss. She intended to sever all of Qiao Xingye and oppose's avenues for support. Without a way out, she was eager to see just how long Qiao Xingye could remain defiant. Liang Jinxiao nodded in agreement. Yes, arrangements have been made. Mother, please don't do this. Your actions will only make her hate me more. Liang Yutong, frail on her hospital bed, grasped Lu Siyun and Oppo's sleeve. Though she spoke thus, hearing that they had already suspended Qiao Xingye and Oppo's card and barred her from finding work filled her with secret delight. She could hardly believe that under such pressure, Qiao Xingye wouldn't eventually reach out to Jin Yang and Yin Li. Lu Suyin replied, do not defend her. Let the hatred be mutual. She is utterly ungrateful. Not just you, but even I harbor resentment. That ingrate. Have I not treated her well during my prime years? How could she repay me in such a manner? When it came to Qiao Xingye, Lu Suyin regarded her as an unyielding stone. However, Yutong, what mother says is true. Do not speak well of her. If we do not apply pressure now, who knows when Yin Li and Jin Yang will join your treatment plan. Ultimately, all of this stemmed from Qiao Xingye and Oppo's own obstinacy. She refused to yield, leaving them no choice but to resort to such hardline measures. Chapter 49. Pei Shan discovers the existence of a studio. At the Dongfang International Building, Qiao Xingye emerged from a meeting, only to be approached by Yang Tingting, who exclaimed, Boss, something significant has happened. What is it? Qiao Xingye inquired. Someone aims to eliminate you entirely. Qiao Xingye raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Yang Tingting. Yang Tingting continued, the Liang family is currently issuing warnings to all companies, stating that no one should employ you. We have received news regarding this matter as well. Qiao Xingye and Oppo's expression darkened at this revelation, a flicker of coldness flashing in her eyes. She narrowed her gaze slightly, a faint smile curling at her lips. Oh, is that so? Shall we retaliate? Yang Tingting, aware of Qiao Xingye's stature within the Liang family, felt that the Liang family had gone too far. How could they treat their own daughter in such a manner? All because of that adopted girl? What kind of family would go to such lengths to harm their own flesh and blood? It was utterly abhorrent. Qiao Xingye replied nonchalantly, retaliate? There's no need. Someone will take care of them. After all, Liang Yutong was already suffering from a terminal illness. She had no desire to expend energy dealing with them. If no one confronted them, it could be considered a form of peaceful coexistence. But it seemed the Liang family had become too comfortable, believing that their current tranquility was too good to be true. Thus as this thought crossed her mind, a hint of derision flickered in her eyes as she strode toward her office. Suddenly, the voice from the front desk interrupted. President Pei? What brings you here? Is there a project to hand over to our studio? Turning at the sound, Qiao Xingye saw Pei Jingyao and Pei Shan entering together. Pei Jingyao wore an expression of irritation and approached her briskly, barking at Pei Shan to follow closely. Upon seeing the two approaching, Qiao Xingye frowned. Before she could contemplate further, Pei Jingyao had already arrived before her. Xingye, you are difficult to find. Shall we have a chat? He surveyed the studio, which, though modest, was substantial for a small establishment. Shall we find a quieter place? Pei Jingyao suggested. Given that Pei Jingyao had personally come, Qiao Xingye had no intention of rejecting him. She nodded, follow me. She turned and led them to her office. Upon entering, she casually indicated the sofa to Pei Jingyao. Please have a seat. She then settled behind her desk and called out to Yang Tingting, 2 cups of. As she glanced at Pei Shan, she added, you are rather particular. Perhaps my coffee is not to your liking? Pei Shan stood there, stunned, as the sight of Qiao Xingye seated at that desk brought back memories of her visits to find Pei Jingyao. Why was Qiao Xingye sitting in such a position? What was the meaning of this? Noticing Pei Shan and Amp, Oppos, silence, Qiao Xingye turned to Yang Tingting. Just 1 cup of coffee will suffice. Understood, boss, Yang Tingting replied, nodding before leaving. Pei Jingyao had already taken a seat, while Pei Shan remained frozen in place, unable to comprehend the situation. Qiao Xingye lifted her water cup, taking a sip. What brings you here, President Pei? Pei Jingyao was momentarily taken aback, but unlike Pei Shan, he had witnessed countless scenarios during his years at the Pei family. He quickly deduced Qiao Xingye's status here. It was only logical. A woman capable of inciting anger in Xiao Rongchuan could hardly be reduced to seeking employment. He shot an annoyed glance at the still-dazed Pei Shan before lowering his voice toward Qiao Xingye. Last night, Pei Shan was out of line. I brought her here to apologize. Qiao Xingye raised her eyelids and regarded Pei Shan. Is that so? Pei Jingyao confirmed, indeed. As they conversed, Pei Shan remained unresponsive, prompting Pei Jingyao to kick her in frustration. The suddenness of the kick caused Pei Shan to lose her balance and tumble onto the carpet. She looked up, locking eyes with Qiao Xingye, and in that moment, she felt the weight of her humiliation. After all, she was in front of Qiao Xingye, the very person she had always looked down upon. What are you doing? Pei Shan glared at Pei Jingyao, who merely shot her a cold glance. Realization dawned on her. They were here for a purpose. Her breath quickened as she turned back to Qiao Xingye, who was regarding her with undisguised mockery. Seated in the grand chair, Qiao Xingye exuded an air of superiority. Pei Shan recalled her previous derision toward Qiao Xingye, and in contrast, she suddenly felt like a fool. What was her status here? The boss. Was this place truly hers? Struggling to her feet, she refrained from immediately apologizing, instead asking, what are you doing here? I tell you, Qiao Xingye, stop pretending. Pei Shan. Pei Jingyao interrupted coldly, his tone laced with warning. Pei Shan collected herself, gritting her teeth before reluctantly uttering, I'm sorry. Speak louder, Pei Jingyao commanded. Startled by a shout, Pei Shan glanced at Qiao Xingye again before bowing her head, clenching her jaw as she repeated, I'm sorry. Is that sufficient? She thought. She had come, apologized, and believed that should conclude the matter. However, Pei Jingyao and Amp, Oppos, tone grew even colder. What else? What else? Pei Shan pondered over his earlier admonitions. Clearly, this visit required not only an apology, but also her seeking forgiveness from Qiao Xingye. Facing Qiao Xingye's scornful gaze, Pei Shan felt a pang of anger. Would Qiao Xingye ever forgive her in this state? Resolute, she shut her eyes. Can you forgive me? As those words escaped her, a surge of frustration coursed through her. If Qiao Xingye were astute, she would understand that Pei Jingyao's status had warranted this visit. Surely, if she had any sense, they could leave it at that. Yet, Qiao Xingye set her water cup down, ignoring Pei Shan and raising an eyebrow at Pei Jingyao. President Pei, it seems your sister and Oppo's rebelliousness is rather tenacious. Do you believe she is genuinely seeking my forgiveness? Pei Shan retorted, you. Hearing Qiao Xingye and Appo's words ignited her fury to a boiling point. Qiao Xingye and Appo's attention remained fixed on Pei Jingyao. President Pei? Pei Jingyao's expression turned icy as he regarded Pei Shan, whose insincerity was glaringly apparent. The danger and warning in his tone intensified. You have one last chance. Pei Shan felt her heart sink at his words. Confronted by Qiao Xingye, she was overwhelmed by a profound sense of humiliation. How dare she insult her like this? She vowed to inform Liang Jinchao of the humiliation she endured today, and she would make certain that the Liang family would no longer treat her kindly. However, as she glanced around the opulent office and at Qiao Xingye and Appo's elegant attire, it dawned on her why she had dismissed the Liang family and Appo's recent warnings. She clearly had no need for their support. Chapter 50. So, should I forgive or not? Indeed, she has no need for it. Otherwise, how could she dare to be so arrogant, disregarding the warnings from the Liang family? Pei Jingyao, Pei Shan. His tone was dark as he reminded her, causing Pei Shan to snap back to reality. The gaze she cast toward Qiao Xingye grew increasingly suffocating. Just as she felt embarrassed and uncertain about whether she would receive Qiao Xingye's forgiveness today, Qiao Xingye spoke first. Mr. Pei, if your sister is unwilling, please do not coerce her. This reluctant apology still sought my forgiveness. Mr. Pei, what do you think? Should I grant it or not? Her words were laden with difficulty. If I refuse, it seems improper. If I agree, does Pei Shan's apology even reflect a genuine attitude of contrition? With a single statement, Qiao Xingye cast all the responsibility back to Pei Jingyao. Pei Jingyao and Appo's heart surged with anger, glaring fiercely at Pei Shan. Get out. He understood Qiao Xingye and Appo's meaning. She would not forgive Pei Shan. After all, Pei Shan had previously made things difficult for Qiao Xingye, especially during her association with Liang Yutong. Last night was trivial in comparison. There had been numerous excesses before, and he had turned a blind eye. Now, with Qiao Rongchuan bringing people to apologize, if Qiao Xingye truly had the backing of Qiao Rongchuan, then whether or not she forgave depended entirely on her mood. She had the capital to be so willful. Unbeknownst to Pei Shan, she still. Pei Jingyao was furious, shooting Pei Shan a fierce look. Pei Shan, who had no intention of lingering, quickly turned and fled the office. When only Qiao Xingye and Pei Jingyao remained, he took out a cigarette, ready to light it. But upon noticing the absence of an ashtray on the coffee table, he put it back. He got straight to the point. Miss Qiao, may I inquire? What is your relationship with Master Qiao? Qiao Xingye replied, what do you think? She countered with a question. Pei Jingyao met her gaze, and in her eyes shone a myriad of twinkling smiles. Pei Jingyao found himself momentarily disoriented by her laughter. He spread his hands. Your discord with Pei Shan should not interfere with our collaboration. Qiao Xingye asserted, I have not influenced your collaboration, nor will I affect any of his decisions. Is that so? I have conveyed to him that he need not be so incensed on my account. And as for Pei Shan, you must manage her properly. With her words reaching this point, Qiao Xingye and Appo's attitude was unmistakable. She simply wanted Pei Jingyao to refrain from bringing Pei Shan to trouble her. Whether the apology was sincere or not mattered little. Seeing Pei Shan and Appo's face was enough to vex her. Regarding the collaboration between Qiao Rongchuan and Pei Jingyao, Qiao Xingye had always prioritized Qiao Rongchuan and Appo's interests. She believed that if Pei Jingyao could collaborate, then he should, without dragging her conflict with Pei Shan into the equation. In short, she had expressed her stance, and whether Pei Jingyao could collaborate with Qiao Rongchuan depended on Qiao Rongchuan himself. She was confident that in the face of substantial benefits, she could not sway Qiao Rongchuan. Upon hearing Qiao Xingye and Appo's remarks, Pei Jingyao realized that her relationship with Qiao Rongchuan was indeed complex. As for Pei Shan, Pei Jingyao nodded. Rest assured, I will discipline her. Thank you. After speaking, he stood up, choosing not to intrude further on Qiao Xingye. Just as he was about to turn, Qiao Xingye hesitated, casting him a lingering glance, but ultimately decided against speaking. With someone like Pei Shan, if she were to mention that Liang Jinchao had children outside. Pei Shan might accuse her of sowing discord. Miss Qiao, is there anything else you wish to convey? Pei Jingyao noticed her hesitation. Qiao Xingye replied, nothing much. Merely that if Pei Shan truly likes Liang Jinchao, the prospect of marriage could be considered. In a family like the Peis, should marriage arise, they would undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation of the other party. Upon hearing the mention of marriage with Liang Jinchao, Pei Jingyao and Amp, Oppos, S expression darkened instantly. He harbored a disdain for the Liang family. He had consistently opposed the relationship between Pei Shan and Liang Jinchao. Now, what was Qiao Xingye insinuating? She was still young. There was no rush for marriage. Pei Jingyao could not understand how, despite the rift between Qiao Xingye and the Liang family, she could still bring up the idea of marriage with Liang Jinchao. However, marriage was a topic better left untouched. The Liang family and Amp, Oppos, S-last stronghold was gradually dwindling. Otherwise, why would the chief family have taken such a resolute stance regarding Liang Yutong's affairs? When they previously held the mine, Pei Jingyao had deemed them beneath his notice. Much less so now. Qiao Xingye remarked, so, Mr. Pei, you are indulging your sister's reckless behavior? Playing is a double-edged sword, after all. Her words carried a weight of meaning. Pei Jingyao frowned, ultimately nodding, and turned to leave. As soon as he departed, Qiao Rongchuan and Oppos, as call came through. I'll take you out for lunch. Be good. All right, Pei Jingyao just visited me. Qiao Xingye was candid. Qiao Rongchuan inquired, what did he want? He asked me not to influence your collaboration. Brother, if he is a valuable partner, do not let me interfere. Keep business and personal matters distinct. Qiao Rongchuan reassured her. I am well aware. That and Oppos, that's good. With Qiao Rongchuan and Oppos, S assurance, she felt at ease. Even if collaboration with Pei Jingyao did not materialize, it would be because Qiao Rongchuan had sufficient excellent alternatives at his disposal. After hanging up, Qiao Xingye took a sip from her cup, and the moment she set it down, a glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes. The Liang family and Oppos' arrogance was due for shattering. On the other end of the line, Qiao Rongchuan ended the call, his eyes filled with coldness. Contact Pei Jingyao. His unorthodox approach is unacceptable. Luo Ling, who was driving, nodded in acknowledgement, understood. He had overheard the call. Pei Jingyao had indeed sought out Qiao Xingye, an F-nation, who was unaware that after the incident with the Sheng family, Qiao Rongchuan despised the blurring of public and private boundaries. He abhorred those who attempted to use familial ties as leverage to gain advantages in collaboration. Pei Jingyao's approach of seeking out Qiao Xingye due to issues in their collaboration was a grave misstep. What engagements do we have tonight? Is there a social gathering? Should I bring the young lady? Luo Ling asked. Qiao Rongchuan replied, no need. He had never taken Qiao Xingye to such social occasions. After posing the question, Luo Ling regretted it. He had witnessed how fiercely Qiao Rongchuan had shielded Qiao Xingye over the years. Regardless of the storms raging in his world, he had always kept her sheltered within a greenhouse. Qiao Rongchuan lit a cigarette, taking a drag. How is that sunflower project progressing? It and Amp, Oppos, S nearly complete. The young lady should appreciate this belated birthday gift. Mentioning the birthday gift, Qiao Rongchuan and Oppos' expression turned cold, for Qiao Xingye had spent her birthday alone this year. A cold smirk crept onto his lips. The Liang family, huh? Chapter 51. Severing her financial ties, only to reveal a farce? Pei Jingyao and Pei Shan emerged from within, the former's countenance darkened, exuding an aura of palpable tension. Yet, Pei Shan could not restrain her curiosity. Brother? She's the owner of this studio? It doesn't an Amp, Oppos, T seem likely. The owner? Impossible. Is Qiao Xingye merely pretending? Moments ago, she had exited Qiao Xingye and Amp, Oppos' office, briefly surveying the room filled with dozens of people. This, indeed, constituted a considerable scale for a studio. The Liang family had not provided her with substantial financial support in recent years. Where could she have acquired such resources? Even if her connection with her brother-esque collaborator had recently emerged, had she truly been sheltered all these years by such a relationship? Pei Jingyao shot her a frosty glance, opting for silence until his phone rang. Upon recognizing the caller, he quickly answered, Assistant Lu, good day. The exchange on the other end was unclear, but it was evident that Pei Jingyao's already grim demeanor darkened further. What? Please convey to Mr. Qiao that I merely brought my sister here to apologize to Miss Qiao, nothing more. The response was met with the sound of the call disconnecting, and at that moment, a menacing aura envelopped Pei Jingye. Pei Shan, witnessing her brother and amp, oppose, as transformation, felt a shiver run down her spine. His glare could have devoured her whole. Do not provoke Qiao Xingye in the future. Steer clear of her at all costs. Pei Shan remained silent. If you offend her again, the threat lingered unspoken. But the warning in his eyes was unmistakable, causing Pei Shan to abandon any notions of Qiao Xingye and oppose, as facade as a business owner. The fact that Pei Jingye had been this incensed since last night suggested that her identity was far from ordinary, especially after that phone call. Cautiously, Pei Shan inquired, should I still go apologize to her? What for? She has already lodged a complaint with someone influential. Returning now would be disastrous. What? She lodged a complaint? How audacious. Silence. Pei Jingye and amp, oppose. Irritation was palpable. In any case, it was abundantly clear from Assistant Lu's tone during the call that he was to refrain from disturbing Qiao Xingye. Pei Shan trembled with indignation. Since last night, she had felt wronged on Qiao Xingye and amp, oppose, behalf. What gave that woman the right? An hour later, after parting ways with Pei Jingye, Pei Shan arrived at the hospital. As she approached the ward, she overheard Liang Jinchao and Lu Suyun discussing. Qiao Xingye surely won into amp, oppose, last a week. To them, it seemed her path forward had been irrevocably obstructed, leaving her bereft of options and on the verge of financial ruin. Lu Suyun nodded in agreement. At that point, she will have no choice but to call Yin, Li, and Jin Yang. Exactly. Pei Shan entered the room. Upon seeing her, Lu Suyun initially appeared taken aback, but quickly donned a bright smile, rising to greet her. Shan has arrived. She warmly pulled Pei Shan closer while exchanging a knowing glance with Liang Jinchao, the meaning behind which remained elusive. Pei Shan politely inquired, Annie, how is Yutong? She glanced at Liang Yutong, who was fast asleep on the hospital bed. Lu Suyun sighed. Her condition is worsening. I can and amp, oppose, fathom how she and amp, oppose, has been caring for herself these past 2 years. She will be all right. Pei Shan offered what little comfort she could, unsure of how to soothe. Lu Suyun nodded. You and Jinchao talk for now. I'll see if I can bring Yutong something to eat. With that, she departed. Pei Shan turned to Liang Jinchao. I and amp, oppose, am sorry. I intended to come to the hospital last night, but no matter what Pei Jingye said, he wouldn't and amp, oppose, let me. It was infuriating. No witties. What brings you here at this hour? He glanced at the clock, noting it was nearing lunchtime. I just saw Qiao Xingye. You saw her? Where is she? Upon hearing this, Liang Jinchao's demeanor shifted. A flicker of anger sparked in his eyes. For days, Qiao Xingye had been unreachable, her whereabouts unknown. Oriental International Building. What would she be doing there? Has she found a job? Liang Jinchao, like everyone else, assumed Qiao Xingye was merely seeking employment. Pei Shan shook her head. No, she hasn't and oppose. Found a job. Then what is she doing there? She has a studio there, and judging by its scale, it appears quite profitable. What? The atmosphere in the room became charged with disbelief. Liang Jinchao stared at Pei Shan incredulously. You must be mistaken. How could Qiao Xingye possibly own a studio? Where would she acquire the funds? Besides, she and oppose, as utterly incompetent. What could she possibly manage? Pei Shan, sensing his skepticism, insisted. I initially doubted it myself, but it and oppose, as true. I heard her employees refer to her as boss. Liang Jinchao remained unconvinced. You truly did not misjudge? It is impossible to mistake. My brother took me to apologize to her today. I faced her directly. How could I possibly err? Frustrated by his refusal to believe, Pei Shan revealed the purpose of their visit to Qiao Xingye. After all, having confronted her face to face, it was inconceivable she could be mistaken for someone else. Apologize? For what? For what happened last night. Oh, and amp, oppose. A long story. Pei Shan was reluctant to elaborate further, merely recalling Qiao Xingye and amp, Oppose. S demeanor filled her with resentment. Liang Jinchao and Amp, Oppose. S expression darkened, realizing that perhaps Qiao Xingye's refusal to submit had something to do with her newfound financial strength. Indeed, it must be. There's no way money could diminish her resolve. The situation was steeped in irony. The Liang family had sought to sever her financial and professional avenues, yet none could have anticipated that she was not lacking in resources. Liang Jinchao scoffed. Is money truly sufficient? Very well. When Lu Suyun returned, Pei Shan had already departed. Noting her absence, Lu Suyun remarked, "You are well aware of Pei Shan and Oppo's feelings for you. You must distance yourself from her." Liang Jinchao frowned, understood. If it weren't and Oppo's, T for Yutong and Oppo's predicament, I would have prioritized matters with Pei Shan. Speaking of Liang Yutong's condition, Lu Suyun's heart ached anew. Qiao Xingye has gone too far. The mention of Liang Yutong inevitably led to Qiao Xingye. If she had been willing to contact Yin, Li, and Jin Yang, they would not be in such a distressing situation. Even if she agrees to let them treat Yutong, I would still ensure her card remains suspended for another month. She must learn a hard lesson. She needs to understand who sustains her in this harbor city. Suspending her card is futile. She has a studio. I just checked. Last year, she earned over 7 million. What? Lu Suyun was instantly astounded. Chapter 52. Earning such a sum in a year left the Liang family dumbfounded. The sudden news left Lu Suyun feeling as though her ears had betrayed her. Over 7 million? Qiao Xingye earned that? Impossible. Liang Jinchao remarked. Shan has visited her and even saw her studio at the Dongfang International Building. The atmosphere in the hospital room fell into an eerie silence. Lu Suyun and Oppo's pupils constricted as shock gradually spread through her. Is what you say true? Indeed, she earned over 7 million last year, came the reply. Lu Suyun gasped, the enormity of the sum sinking in. How could she possibly earn that much? What was her secret? No wonder all our attempts to intimidate her with money these past few days fell flat. She was. Over 7 million. How did she manage that? That studio must not continue operating. Lu Suyun seethed. The mere thought of Qiao Xingye concealing such vast wealth from her ignited her fury. Earning so much and yet competing with Yutong, being so petty, perhaps it was for the best if she ceased her studio operations. Liang Jinchao nodded. Rest assured. Arrangements have already been made. He instructed his assistant to inform all companies in the harbor city to refrain from collaborating with Qiao Xingye. He couldn't believe she had the capability to work with international firms. Her limited talent could only produce serendipitous results. As he mused, Liang Jinchao felt confident that soon, Qiao Xingye would once again rely on the Liang family for support. Lu Suyun remained furious. What makes her so capable? Suddenly, a realization washed over her. They'd felt like fools before Qiao Xingye these past few days. They had recklessly severed her access to funds and work. Yet she had still managed to earn 7 million. Meanwhile, Liang Yutong, who had kept her eyes closed, had actually been awake all along. Overhearing Pei Shan and Liang Jinchao and Oppo's conversation. The subsequent phone call made by Liang Jinchao and his dialogue with Lu Suyun only served to infuriate her further. That detestable Qiao Xingye, where does her talent stem from? At lunch, Qiao Rongchuan took Qiao Xingye to dine at a well-known eatery in the harbor city. As Qiao Xingye ate, she grumbled, I was supposed to have hot pot with susu this afternoon. You are forbidden from eating such unhealthy food, he declared, as he had always ensured her diet was light since her childhood in the Qiao family. What is unhealthy about it? Food is essential to life and brings joy. Don't you understand? She retorted. During her time with Qiao Rongchuan, she had never tasted spicy food. But in the past 2 years, she had savored every flavor imaginable. Ultimately, her favorite remained hot pot. Will a stomach ache bring you joy? Qiao Rongchuan countered, prompting her to fall silent. There was something soul-stirring about the combination of icy cola and hot pot, even if it led to discomfort later. This restaurant was renowned and boasted a 5-star rating, with street food on the 2nd floor and seafood on the 3rd. After the meal, as Qiao Rongchuan held Qiao Xingye's hand while exiting the restaurant, they encountered Qi Yan in the elevator. Qi Yan's gaze shifted downward, landing on the intertwined hands of Qiao Rongchuan and Qiao Xingye. In that instant, his anger was nearly palpable. This pair of shameless individuals dared to flaunt their connection in broad daylight. Qiao Xingye, he growled, each word ground out through clenched teeth. Upon seeing Qi Yin, Qiao Xingye couldn't help but think how ironic their paths crossed so closely. How odd that they would run into each other while simply dining. Qiao Rongchuan exuded an icy demeanor, his deep-set eyes reflecting a chilling light that sent shivers down the spine. Qi Yin had completely lost his composure, oblivious to the peril surrounding him. You think it's acceptable to break off our engagement for this man, and now you flaunt it publicly? He spat. Do you not fear embarrassment? Does the Qi family and Liang family also wish to disregard their dignity? Qiao Xingye retorted. The reputations of the Qi and Liang families have nothing to do with me. Qi Yin and Amp, Appo's breath quickened, his anger escalating at her words. This is outrageous, truly outrageous. As the elevator doors opened, Qiao Rongchuan pulled Qiao Xingye to leave, but Qi Yin seized Qiao Rongchuan's arm. You won't escape. We need to clarify this today. Qi Yin was furious, having been the one discarded by Qiao Xingye, and he demanded to know when they had become involved. The scene froze in time. Qiao Xingye glanced at Qi Yin and Amp, Appo's grasp on Qiao Rongchuan, and before she could react, she heard a sharp crack. Ah! Qi Yin cried out, clutching his injury. Just witnessing his pain sent a pang of sympathy through Qiao Xingye. Did he forget that he had seen Qiao Rongchuan wield a gun back at Xinjiang Tianqing? Did he really dare provoke him? Throughout the ordeal, Qiao Rongchuan maintained his grip on Qiao Xingye's hand, effortlessly neutralizing Qi Yin with one hand. He disdainfully released his grip and led Qiao Xingye out of the elevator. Let us go, he said. Qiao Xingye stole a glance at Qi Yin, who had gone from threatening to gasping in pain, completely overwhelmed. At the entrance of the restaurant, Jiang Yuan caught sight of Qiao Xingye holding hands with a man, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Qiao Xingye turned to him, throwing out a few words, call an ambulance. At this, Jiang Yuan's brows furrowed deeply. An ambulance? Had another fight erupted? Was this man the one her father had encountered at Xinjiang Tianqing? His aura suggested an extraordinary background. Once they got into the car, Qiao Rongchuan reached out, wrapping both arms around her waist, pulling Qiao Xingye into his embrace. Brother, she exclaimed, her voice betraying the unexpected intimacy of the moment in the confined space. His warm breath brushed against her neck. Are you concerned for him? Should I have my assistant call for an ambulance? Not at all, Qiao Xingye replied hastily. I don't an amp. Appo's. Take care about Qi Yin. Qiao Rongchuan tightened his hold, a hint of possessiveness in his grip. Really? He questioned. Qiao Xingye shook her head. I truly don't. You must believe me. As she spoke, she made an effort to create distance between them. It felt too close, especially with his breath against her neck, evoking an unfamiliar sensation. Yet trapped in his iron embrace, she found no escape. Brother, you what? Qiao Rongchuan inquired. I and Amp, Appo's. Grown up, she insisted. Qiao Rongchuan responded. So, does that mean I can no longer hold you? His tone carried an unmistakable chill, causing Qiao Xingye and Amp, Appo's heart to race. Chapter 53. Whoever calls your mother is a waste. Please spare me. Qiao Rongchuan directly escorted Qiao Xingye to the Oriental International Building. As she alighted from the car, he reminded her that the driver would pick her up in the evening and urged her to have a good meal upon returning home. Qiao Xingye expressed her desire to dine with Tang Su, to which Qiao Rongchuan suggested that the driver take her to a restaurant. However, Qiao Xingye was reluctant, as she wished to enjoy hot pot with Tang Su, but it was evident from Qiao Rongchuan's demeanor that he disapproved. Reluctantly, she acquiesced, her tone tinged with disappointment as she murmured that hot pot was off the table. Qiao Rongchuan glanced at her, chuckled softly, and instructed Lu Ling to drive away. Qiao Xingye remained rooted in place, her cheeks still flushed. Upon returning from lunch, Yang Tingting spotted Qiao Xingye standing at the entrance of the building, her face a vivid shade of red. Approaching her, she scrutinized closely. Startled by this sudden attention, Qiao Xingye stepped back, asking, What are you doing? Boss, your face is quite red. Have you fallen in love? Yang Tingting inquired. The mention of romance reminded them of the time Qian was Qiao Xingye's fiancé. When everyone in the studio felt pity for her, it was common knowledge that Qian harbored feelings for Liang Yutong, leading many to believe that marrying such a man would bring her a lifetime of hardship. Yet, unexpectedly, Qiao Xingye had never contemplated marriage. What love? Don and Oppos. Be ridiculous. He is my brother, my guardian. You are free now. There's nothing wrong with dating, is there? The logic was sound, yet she simply did not wish for it. A flicker of sorrow passed through her eyes, but Yang Tingting failed to discern its significance. The afternoon at the studio was bustling. Qiao Xingye was inundated with work, handling several important client calls throughout the day. As the workday neared its end, a barrage of unrelated calls began. The first was from Qian. Qiao Xingye, tell me, who is that man? His bellowing voice indicated he had recovered from his injuries. Why do you care? Qiao Xingye replied nonchalantly. I and Amp. Oppos. LL twist his head off. Qian was livid. The bruise on his face from the incident at Jinjiang Tianqing had yet to fade, and now he had injured his wrist. If he did not locate this man and exact his revenge, where would he save face? Hearing Qian's fury, Qiao Xingye scoffed, if you're so capable, why not find out for yourself? Why ask me? Qiao Xingye, he roared again. If Jiang Yuan could uncover the man and Oppos' identity, would he still need to question her? You and Amp. Oppos. Re-insane. She dropped the call, and predictably, that number was blocked as well. Shortly after, Lu Suyin called. What is happening in your studio? How much are you hiding from me? Hiding? What necessity is there for that? Qiao Xingye retorted. She had nothing to conceal. There was simply no need to divulge anything to the Liang family. Lu Suyin was incensed. What do you mean, necessity? I am your mother. Is it not enough that Liang Jinshao and Liang Yutong call you mother? Don't bring calamity upon me. Implicitly, she suggested that whoever called her mother was a fool. Lu Suyin was well aware of her daughter's sharp tongue, but today's venom nearly made her blood boil, especially in recent days. Every interaction seemed to hint at severing their ties. Initially confused, she now understood. Qiao Xingye had earned a substantial profit last year, explaining her arrogance. Where are you? I'm coming to find you. You should focus on caring for that sickly Liang Yutong. I'm too busy to meet you. Qiao Xingye retorted, prioritizing her work over familial obligations. She regretted not using two phones, one for work and one for personal matters, which would have spared her the nuisance of answering unrecorded calls, fearing she might miss clients. Previously, neither the Liang family nor Qian would call her, but the frequency of calls over the past few days surpassed the total from the previous year. Exasperating. On the other end, Lu Suyin, fuming, returned the phone to the nurse. She feared that if this continued, she would have to block every nurse and Oppos' number in the hospital. Find out where she is. Lu Suyin was seething. She is on the 26th floor of Oriental International, Building No. 1. Liang Jinshao reported. He had managed to uncover that information, but wore a grim expression. For he had just received a call from his assistant stating that companies were refusing to collaborate with Qiao Xingye. It seemed as though they feared something. Moreover, there was one particularly audacious company, Xingchuan International, which had only recently arrived in Hong Kong City. When his assistant called, they responded aggressively, "What is this? We will collaborate with whomever we choose. It is none of your business." Their attitude was shockingly brazen, reminiscent of Qiao Xingye herself. Upon hearing this, Lu Suyin could no longer remain composed. Were companies truly unwilling to dissolve their partnerships with her? Liang Jinshao's expression darkened further at her inquiry. Suddenly, Liang Yutong, who had been silent until now, interjected. How did she secure those collaborations? Her question caused Lu Suyin and Liang Jinshao to exchange glances, both sensing an impending storm. Clearly, Liang Yutong and Amp, Oppos' words raised suspicions. Could it be that she had some sort of connection with those executives? How could someone from a rural background amass over 7 million in a year? Lu Suyin could hardly believe it. I'm going to find her immediately, Lu Suyin declared, her frustration palpable. Meanwhile, Qiao Xingye received 2 more calls, thankfully not from Lu Suyin or Qian. Otherwise, it would have been maddening. Just as she hung up, Tang Su called, proposing a hot pot dinner for the evening. I can end Amp, Oppos, make it. Are you being controlled? Indeed, It appeared that her well-being was being closely monitored. It felt as though her biological mother cared less than her guardian. However, it was understandable that someone who had grown up alongside her would be more attached. Yet, no matter how close they were, Liang family parents were rare. They seldom exhibited such concern for their offspring. If they went out to eat, it would likely be something bland. I don't an amp. Amp, oppose. Do you want anything bland? At the mere mention of bland food, Tang Su immediately rejected the idea, unable to tolerate tasteless dishes. Then I'll eat at home. All right, when you are free from your constraints, we shall go for hot pot. Qiao Xingye merely acknowledged. But with Qiao Rongchuan in Hong Kong City, such an outing seemed implausible. The two continued their conversation before ending the call as evening approached. Qiao Rongchuan called, asking if she was off work. Qiao Xingye replied with a muted requesting the driver to pick her up and take her back to Chinwan. Not going out with friends? We all want a hot pot. Okay? Not okay. Qiao Rongchuan replied without hesitation. She had been a handful as a child, having spent countless times in the hospital. Now, she could not simply indulge in hot pot on a whim. Chapter 54. Severing ties with the Liang family after hanging up on Qiao Rongchuan. Qiao Xingye hastily stuffed her belongings into her bag. When Yang Tingting entered, she was met with the sight of Qiao Xingye carelessly rummaging through her bag, and she felt a pang of concern that it might get scratched. Boss, let me help you pack. Yang Tingting quickly offered, rescuing the bag from Qiao Xingye's hands and meticulously organizing the items within. Such bags are particularly delicate and expensive. Any scratches would diminish their value. Why are you being so careful? Qiao Xingye inquired. This material is quite fragile. Maybe next time you could just use a woven bag. They're easy to fill and can withstand rough handling while still looking good. At least you wouldn't have to feel distressed about it, Yang Tingting replied, observing Qiao Xingye amp, oppose, lack of concern, which made her even more anxious. All right, then buy me one, and I'll reimburse you later, Qiao Xingye said, realizing that her current bag couldn't accommodate much more. Yang Tingting was taken aback. Wait, are you serious? Then she added, by the way, a woman named Lu wants to see you. She doesn't amp, oppose, look friendly. Upon hearing this, Qiao Xingye furrowed her brow. Lu Suyin? Has she come here directly? Her expression darkened. Is there only one entrance here? The front and back doors are connected, you know. If I leave through the back, Lu Suyun waiting at the front will spot me immediately. As this thought crossed her mind, her demeanor soured further. Let her in. Yang Tingting nodded and stepped out. Once alone, Qiao Xingye contemplated the need for a more decisive approach. Otherwise, her office would remain a battleground. Soon, Lu Suyun was ushered in, true to Yang Tingting and Oppo's warning. Her expression was anything but welcoming. Boss, Yang Tingting respectfully acknowledged Qiao Xingye before leaving at her gesture. The moment the office door closed, Lu Suyun stormed forward, her bag slamming onto the desk with a force that suggested she meant business. Speak. How did you secure those collaborations, Qiao Xingye? Are you truly belittling yourself? Qiao Xingye's expression darkened at the accusation. You walk in here without context and accuse me of self-deprecation? Who told you that? Or do you have evidence? Lu Suyun retorted, is evidence necessary? You, a young lady, earning 7 million a year. Don't tell me you did it all with mere charm. Lu Suyun was clearly irate, losing her composure as she confronted Qiao Xingye with sharp words. A glint of coldness flickered in Qiao Xingye and Oppo's eyes. Who informed you? It doesn't concern you how I secured those projects. What relation do you have to me? I am, what? Your mother? Have I ever acknowledged you as my daughter? I recall leaving the Liang family less than 3 months after I returned. 2 of those months were spent in the hospital. The remaining month was enough for me to see what kind of family the Liangs were, prompting my swift departure. These people would always seek her out, pretending to be familial while wielding their self-proclaimed authority over her. The declaration, have I acknowledged you as my mother, sent Lu Suyun into a fit. You question me? What give you the right? Lu Suyun seethed. Even if you deny it, I am still your mother. Lu Suyun's fury escalated. Qiao Xingye, unfazed, dialed Tang Su's number. The call was answered promptly. Yezi, came the voice from the other end. Casting a glance at Lu Suyun, Qiao Xingye spoke without hesitation. Immediately publish a statement clarifying that I am not a daughter of the Liang family. State that the Liang family made an error, and I will send you the relevant paternity test shortly. You've lost your mind, Lu Suyun exclaimed, snatching the phone from Qiao Xingye's grasp and hanging up. You truly want to sever ties with us? Are you insane? Is it not entirely normal to sever ties? Qiao Xingye retorted, reclaiming her phone. You ungrateful daughter. Lu Suyun stammered. Gratitude? Huh, what a laughable notion. Even if I were inclined to be filial, it wouldn't be to you. Who are you anyway? Lu Suyun's frustration mounted as she stammered. What right do you have to say that? Who are you? Such words were a clear attempt to sever their ties. Lu Suyun, nearly apoplectic, glared at Qiao Xingye, her eyes filled with resentment. I nearly lost my life giving birth to you, and this is how you repay me? Are you attempting to morally bind me? Is your coercion not enough that you must now resort to guilt? Qiao Xingye shot back. When you sought me out, Liang Yutong also played a role in that. I too suffered a near-fatal accident and bled profusely. Had it not been for timely medical intervention, I would have perished. My life was saved by doctors. You spent barely a month in the hospital, while I endured 2 months, double the time. The debt is not so easily calculated. Your life is owed to me. You cannot sever it. Very well. If you insist on maintaining this relationship, then let Liang Yutong cut ties with you instead. Not a chance. Lu Suyun's rage surged at the mention of Liang Yutong. When Qiao Xingye was brought back, she had promised Liang Yutong that no matter what, she would remain her daughter. She refused to blame Liang Yutong for the accident. At this moment, Qiao Xingye felt a pang of betrayal. You refuse to sever ties with her, yet you expect me to maintain a relationship with you? How greedy you are. If you dare publish that statement, I will counter that you are lying. If you wish to avoid embarrassment, it would be wise not to pursue this course of action. You still think you can threaten me? Qiao Xingye found it laughable, realizing that this family had yet to learn their lesson. They had replaced their daughter with a nanny, and yet they dared to threaten the daughter they had finally reclaimed? Mrs. Liang, you truly have a warped sense of logic. Can you imagine any rational individual who wouldn't harbor animosity toward the nanny who replaced their own child? This Liang family is truly a revelation. Chapter 55. Qiao Rongchuan takes action against the Liang family. The phrase there in amp, oppose. As something wrong with your head struck a nerve with Lu Suyun. Lu Suyun exclaimed, that woman has already paid the price. She is dead. Isn't that enough? Qiao Xingye coldly retorted, not enough. Her demeanor appeared utterly heartless to Lu Suyun. The death had settled her past grievances, but for Liang Yutong, the reckoning was yet to come. She did not commit the act. How can you not believe that the accident was merely that? An accident. Lu Suyun was nearly driven to madness. Her deepest resentment lay in Qiao Xingye and Appo's relentless fixation on the past incident involving Liang Yutong. Qiao Xingye declared, you do not wish to sever ties with me, do you? Very well. She had no interest in revisiting old grievances. Her patience was waning. Rising from her seat, she grabbed her bag and prepared to leave. Seeing her departure, Lu Suyun demanded, where are you going? The matter is not yet resolved. Qiao Xingye replied, what more clarity do you seek? What right do you have to demand clarity from me? We have reached this point, and you still want to discuss it? She promptly dialed Lu Ling's number, and as soon as he answered, she stated, please handle my so-called relationship with the Liang family. Understood, she hung up. The word handle left Lu Suyun feeling suffocated. Who did you call? Who is handling what? A foreboding sense washed over her. Qiao Xingye ignored her, casting a glance before walking out. As she opened the office door, she called out, Ting Ting, please escort her out. No need for courtesy. Lu Suyun and Appo's blood boiled at the implication of her daughter treating her this way. Realizing the emotional distance due to their years apart, Yang Tingting entered. Ms. Lu, would you prefer to leave with dignity, or shall I escort you out more forcefully? Lu Suyun glared at Yang Tingting, frustration swelling within her. Soon, the repercussions of her confrontational stance towards Qiao Xingye became evident. Upon exiting the Oriental International Building and en route to the hospital, Lu Suyun received a call from Liang Panming. Did you go seek out Qiao Xingye again? Yes. And let me tell you, she is far more complex than we initially perceived. She made 7 million last year. It an Appo's. No wonder she remains indifferent to my attempts to cut off her financial support. Her scheming is profound. As Lu Suyun ranted, Liang Panming felt a headache coming on, unable to focus on her complaints. All he knew was the damage they had incurred due to Qiao Xingye. I'm telling you, whatever demand she makes, you must acquiesce. What do you mean? Liang Panming's sudden declaration bewildered Lu Suyun, who was already fuming. Why should she fulfill any of Qiao Xingye's demands after all the trouble? Half an hour ago, I received a call indicating that if her demands are not met, the company will cease operations. Do you believe that? In this coastal city, who could easily threaten them? The key question was who made that call? She just left Qiao Xingye's side, right? Liang Panming said. Do you think I would believe such absurdity? Yet, in this half hour, I have received 2 calls from partners wishing to terminate our collaborations. These partners are crucial to the Liang family. In just 30 minutes, we have lost 2 significant projects, indicating the strength of those behind this. Lu Suyun was taken aback. Are you implying that my visit to Qiao Xingye and my refusal to comply with her demands caused this? ISN and oppose. To it obvious? Lu Suyun fell silent. What demands did she make? Liang Panming pressed. She wants to sever all ties with us. How can I agree to that? The thought of Qiao Xingye and oppose, as final call lingered in her mind, initially perceived as a mere threat, now seeming all too real. A girl who could earn over 7 million a year must have formidable backing. How could she endure this, knowing Qiao Xingye was still her daughter? Hearing Qiao Xingye's request, Liang Panming and Amp, oppose, as breath caught. Did she truly say that? What else could it be? What other demands could she have made that I would refuse? In light of the situation, Lu Suyun hoped Qiao Xingye would ask for something like jewelry, property, or money, if she could make such requests. As long as Jin Yang and Yin Li treated Liang Yutong, she would have no reason to refuse. Yet, Qiao Xingye sought none of these. She wanted to cut ties, an impossibility for Lu Suyun to accept. Lu Suyun was incensed. Liang Panming was equally furious. What did you 2 argue about this time? His tone implied blame toward her. The call he received was no joke. He fully believed the caller had the power to bring down the entire Liang family. I needed to understand how she made 7 million last year. After all, she is my daughter. I do not wish for her to degrade herself. So you confronted her directly? What else should I do? Liang Panming was at a loss for words, believing that Lu Suyun's frequent confrontations with Qiao Xingye stemmed from her lack of tact. She had not raised Qiao Xingye, making her temperament difficult to gauge. Using such a heavy-handed approach will not work on her. I have told you multiple times to exercise more patience with her. Patience? When you returned from Jinjian Tiancheng, did you not insist on not giving her a card? In matters concerning Qiao Xingye, neither could afford to blame the other. I will not waste time arguing. In any case, you must resolve this matter swiftly. How can I handle it? She is not answering my calls or meeting with me. I barely saw her just now, and her attitude was appalling. If this is not resolved, your position as Mrs. Liang may be an end. Liang Panming hung up in frustration, incredulous that the company and oppo's issues stem from a mother-daughter conflict. Liang Panming then called Qi Yin. When Qi Yin learned that the Liang family's troubles were connected to Qiao Xingye, he immediately thought of the man beside her. Could that man possess such power? To halt 2 major projects within 30 minutes? Who was he? Yin, you are aware of your father and Amp, Oppo's, as current stance towards me. This situation, the Qi family had already faced Liang Yutong and Oppo's grievances, and now an unknown force was adding pressure. Liang Panming felt his situation was becoming untenable. Qi Yin and Oppo's expression darkened. Understood. I will handle this matter. After hanging up, Qi Yin glanced at his left hand, which was still in a cast. His tone toward Jiang Yuan turned icy. Have you still not discovered who that man is? Jiang Yuan felt a chill run down his spine at Qi Yan's frosty demeanor. The forces behind this matter were elusive, and they had yet to uncover even the man and Amp, Oppo's name. Chapter 56. Instead of purchasing a manor, you might as well buy a grave. As Qiao Xingye approached Tinglan Linju, she received a call from Liang Yutong. The tone in Liang Yutong and Amp, Oppo's voice was noticeably weaker than before, yet her words dripped with arrogance. You probably don't and Amp, Oppo's know yet, do you? A Yin is trying to acquire Tinglan Linju over at Qianwan, intending to use it for my recovery. Each word bore the mark of Liang Yutong and Amp. Oppos, S boastfulness. Tinglan Linju. Over the years, countless affluent families have coveted that very location. It is said that not only is the scenery and air exquisite, but the feng shui is also exceptionally favorable. In grand families, the significance of feng shui is paramount. Qiao Xingye replied, I'm already aware. Oh, what has Qi Yin purchased for you before? Qiao Xingye hesitated. Qi Yin had indeed bought her jewelry and other valuables. Yet she could hardly remember the appearance of those items. Perhaps having been surrounded by luxury from a young age rendered such possessions insignificant in her eyes. It was merely Liang Yutong's self-indulgent display. Qiao Xingye scoffed lightly. Liang Yutong, as a person on the brink of death, why are you so preoccupied with comparison? Her overt sarcasm left Liang Yutong momentarily stunned. Qiao Xingye continued, Qi Yin intends to buy Tinglan Linju for your recovery? For what I know, the owner there has no desire to sell to him. He will find a way to secure it. Liang Yutong retorted defiantly. Qi Yin promised that once Tinglan Linju is available, he will immediately take me out of the hospital. I have faith in him. Qiao Xingye responded, if I were you, I would wait until he has actually purchased it before boasting. You might not even have the chance to reside there before you pass away. Why not consider purchasing a grave instead? Once reduced to ashes, you would have no further claim on it. Liang Yutong gasped, You're cursing me? The mention of grave and ashes left Liang Yutong breathless. She clung to her belief in survival, determined to hold onto everything that belonged to her, refusing to let Qiao Xingye take even a fraction. At that moment, she could not bear to hear Qiao Xingye's curse. With everything she had in the Liang family, how could she possibly entertain thoughts of death? Not only could she not bear the thought, but also filled her with dread. Qiao Xingye remarked, What is wrong with cursing you? You should be grateful that you are suffering from a terminal illness. Otherwise, where would you find such tranquility in life? Had it not been for your condition, you would be facing the aftermath of that car accident from years ago. In essence, Liang Yutong was trapped in a dead end. If her illness remained untreatable, she would be reduced to ashes. If she recovered, she would still have to face the consequences of her past misdeeds. Enduring the torment of illness in the hospital, upon recovery, she would be subjected to the relentless grip of the law. Qiao Xingye, you are exceedingly malicious. Lu Siyun and Amp, Oppo's furious voice suddenly erupted on the other end of the call. Qiao Xingye narrowed her eyes. Yes, I am malicious. So what? Lu Siyun, seething with anger, demanded. Who was the man that called your father? When you were in your office earlier, who did you call? Qiao Xingye, do you understand the importance of self-respect? Do you think the Liang family is devoid of money? Her words implied that Qiao Xingye had previously received unconditional financial support from Lu Siyun. The Liang family's wealth has nothing to do with me. Qiao Xingye, did I say something wrong? You haven't forgotten, have you? You gave me a card with a limit of 20,000 a month. The Liang family really has an abundance of money. Lu Siyun, upon hearing Qiao Xingye and Oppo's mocking tone, felt a surge of rage. So, are you dissatisfied with that amount? She spat through gritted teeth, implying that Qiao Xingye was being greedy. Qiao Xingye replied, It seems you still do not comprehend the extent of the Liang family's predicament or the reasons behind it. The emphasis on predicament struck Lu Siyun like a bolt of lightning, reminding her of the earlier phone call from Liang Panming. The loss of two major partnerships flashed vividly in her mind, draining the color from her face. You mean to say that the man who called your father is indeed your doing? Qiao Xingye responded, If you have come to that realization, let's sever our ties. What do you think? Her tone, though seemingly diplomatic, conveyed an overwhelming sense of threat, leaving Lu Siyun to ponder the audacity of Qiao Xingye and Oppo's boldness. Take your time to think about it. I will hang up now. Wait. Lu Siyun called out desperately as Qiao Xingye prepared to end the call. Establishing contact with her had proven challenging, and she needed clarity on certain matters. What is your relationship with that man? You still have not grasped the nature of your existence in my life, Qiao Xingye replied. Lu Siyun was left speechless, her heart constricted. Before she could respond, Qiao Xingye had already hung up, leaving Lu Siyun fuming, wishing to throw her phone in frustration. What did she mean by existence? Was she implying that Lu Siyun had not recognized her own position? Mom, please don't. Liang Yutong interjected, gripping Lu Suyun and Amp. Oppo's arm to prevent her from throwing the phone. Don't break it. This phone is borrowed. It's incredibly difficult to reach Qiao Xingye now. Our numbers have nearly been blocked. Lu Suyun suppressed her rage, taking a deep breath. It's outrageous, utterly outrageous. My own daughter now expects me to recognize my place before her. Is she truly serious about severing our relationship? Lu Suyun had not anticipated that closing Qiao Xingye and Amp Oppo's card would provoke such a strong reaction. Mom, please don't be upset, Liang Yutong said weakly. Seeing Liang Yutong's gentle demeanor offered Lu Suyun a measure of comfort. After all, she had raised her. Her nature was inherently good. I'm not angry. If she wishes to sever ties, then so be it. I do not need a daughter like that. Lu Suyun and Amp Oppo's voice dripped with disappointment towards Qiao Xingye. She believed that earning $7 million a year through a man would guarantee a perpetual income of $1 million. Is this truly the way forward? Mom, do you really want her to self-destruct? Liang Yutong lamented. What can be done? Lu Suyun replied. I will inform Yin to be discerning in future collaborations, ensuring she does not associate with dubious partners. In essence, she sought to obstruct Qiao Xingye's work opportunities. Liang Yutong thought to herself that they could not allow others to perceive Qiao Xingye and Amp Oppo's traits as virtues. Indeed, Lu Suyun and Amp Oppo's mention of dubious partners reignited her fury. Chapter 57. Threatening to shut down her studio? You are right. She must not associate with those disreputable collaborators. Severing ties is imperative. However, even if the connections are cut, it would still tarnish the Liang family and Amp Oppo's reputation. After all, she has been acknowledged by the Liang family for 2 years now. Lu Suyun suppressed her anger and took Liang Yutong and Amp Oppo's hand. Then you must have a serious talk with Yin, all right? Liang Yutong nodded. Understood. Lu Suyun continued. If possible, let an Oppo's terminate all collaborations and shut down that studio. Its existence is bound to bring calamity. If she dares to capitalize on that studio for profit and defies me like this, who knows what disgraceful acts she may commit in the future. Upon hearing Lu Suyun's words, Liang Yutong felt a flicker of satisfaction within. She feigned concern, but wouldn't she make a scene? Let her cause a ruckus. Has she not done so before? Lu Suyun retorted. Her ability to create a stir is contingent upon that studio and Oppo's existence. Without it, what will she use to make a fuss? With this thought, Lu Suyun became even more resolute in her decision to close it down. It is far better than risking the entire Liang family's dignity in the future. Indeed, Liang Yutong agreed with a nod. I will speak to Yin. Seeing Liang Yutong consistently align with her, Lu Suyun felt a sense of relief. Recalling the curse that Qiao Xingye had uttered over the phone to Liang Yutong, she had just caught the phrase "turn to ashes" upon entering. Heartbroken, she grasped Liang Yutong and Amp Oppo's hand. Oh, raising such an ungrateful child is truly distressing. If only she were as obedient as you. The disobedience ignited her anger, while the obedience, now manifested as illness, tugged at her heartstrings. I heard Yin is trying to acquire Qianwan to aid you in your recovery. He treats you so well. What about the Qi family? Lu Suyun hesitated. For speaking of the Qi family always stirred her anger at their cruelty in separating two lovers. Had Liang Yutong been with Qi Yin, everything would be well now. Presently, the turmoil has led to their biological daughter being excluded from the Qi family, while the adopted daughter is deemed unworthy. All of this chaos is the fault of that incompetent Qiao Xingye. Goodness, even in my current state, Yin still cares for me. I am grateful for that. You have truly suffered. If we had not sought out Qiao Xingye, the Qi family would never have discovered you were an adopted daughter. And you and Qi Yin would have been married by now. Stop it. She is your biological daughter, and it is only right for you to seek her out. Each word exuded understanding, which further pained Lu Suyun's heart. Qiao Xingye, even if she were only half as good as Liang Yutong, would suffice. After conversing for a while, Qi Yin arrived, bringing Liang Yutong some suitable food. Lu Suyun, sensing the moment, graciously left space for the two. With no hope from Qiao Xingye, Even if the Qi family disapproved of Liang Yutong, it posed no concern. After all, there was Qi Yin in the midst. If the Qi family wished to confront the Liang family, they would first have to navigate their displeasure with Qi Yin. Left alone, Liang Yutong noticed Qi Yin's left wrist encased in a cast, momentarily stunned. "Bai Yin, what happened to you?" Upon hearing Liang Yutong's inquiry, Qi Yin's expression darkened. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to locate the man responsible and exact vengeance upon him. "It's nothing, just a fall. How careless. That must hurt, right?" Liang Yutong's voice brimmed with concern. Qi Yin opened the food container with one hand and did not answer a question, calmly stating, "This soup is excellent for your health. Drink plenty of it." Seeing his reticence, particularly his less than cheerful demeanor, Liang Yutong began to suspect the severity of his injury. "Really, you don't have to keep running around like this. I'm busy during the day and wish to spend time with you at night." This sentiment deeply touched Liang Yutong. She gazed at Qi Yin, her words caught in her throat. Noticing her hesitation, Qi Yin softened his tone. "What's wrong?" "It's about Xing. Mother just told me she opened a studio last year and earned over 7 million. I wonder how she managed to make so much." "Studio?" Qi Yin inquired. Liang Yutong nodded. "Yes, even mother was unaware of her earnings." 7 million was a trivial amount for Qi Yin, yet for Liang Yutong, it was substantial, especially since it was Qiao Xingye and Appo's own fortune. Qi Yin's expression darkened, and his eyes grew colder. Qiao Xingye actually had a studio open last year and made 7 million. Such significant news had escaped his notice. At the restaurant tonight, the meal was delectable. Qiao Xingye, unable to restrain herself, devoured 3 bowls before realizing the chef hailed from F country. Just as she was savoring her second bowl of soup, a call from Qiao Rongchuan came in. "Aren't you worried about gaining weight after such a feast?" Qiao Xingye paused, glancing at the butler, who awkwardly averted his gaze. "You were always trying to fatten me up, weren't you?" In her youth in F country, particularly during childhood, she was notorious for her baby fat, prompting her to insist on dieting by the age of 10. Qiao Rongchuan chuckled. "You were younger then. Now you're claiming to have grown up and don't care about your appearance?" With that, Qiao Xingye resolutely set down her spoon. "When will you be back? Make sure to rest early." "All right." Upon hearing voices on Qiao Rongchuan and Appo's end, Qiao Xingye refrained from prolonging the conversation and obediently hung up. At that moment, Qiao Rongchuan was in a private room. His companion, Hel, could not help but inquire, "Who is it?" Sounding so gentle. Hel had met Qiao Rongchuan 2 years prior, and their relationship had blossomed into friendship. The downfall of the Sheng family was largely due to the collaboration between Hel and Qiao Rongchuan. Having known Qiao Rongchuan for so long, Hel had never seen him exhibit such tenderness. Qiao Rongchuan chuckled softly, a hint of warmth gleaming in his eyes. "Just a child at home, rather unruly." "You have a child? How come I never knew?" The word child left Hel astonished, his eyes wide. Qiao Rongchuan clarified, "A sister." "You mean Yumao?" Qiao Rongchuan had a twin sister, Qiao Yu, a dragon and phoenix pair. Hel remarked, "That doesn't count as a child, does it? She's the same age as you. Can she be considered child?" Qiao Rongchuan replied, "Not Qiao Yu. There's another sister who went missing years ago and has just been found. Quite the mischievous one." Hel was taken aback. "Another one? I truly had no idea." However, seeing the adoration in Qiao Rongchuan and Appo's eyes as he spoke of this sister made him believe she must be very endearing. Chapter 58. Uncontainable Chaos. Qiao Xingye felt compelled to have Yang Tingting arrange a work phone for her to establish a separation. Otherwise, this group of people would never relent. Qi Yin roared into the phone, "You have a studio? Why was I not informed?" Qiao Xingye retorted, "What of it? Must I report my studio to you? Have I not made my intentions clear these past few days? Or was I too compliant before, prompting these incessant inquiries from them?" It and Appo's utterly infuriating. Qi Yin demanded, "What else are you hiding from me? Do I need to conceal anything from you? My affairs have no bearing on you. And what about Liang Yutong?" ISN and Appo's. Is suffering enough with 3 types of cancer? Shuden and Appo's. You be helping her find a suitable burial site instead of harassing me? Qi Yin was incensed, especially by the mention of and oppos, burial site and oppos, a term that those aligned with Liang Yutong dreaded. It was an outright curse. Why are you shouting? Qiao Xingye shot back. Just you wait, he threatened before abruptly ending the call. Qiao Xingye heard the dial tone and scoffed. Let him wait. I'm curious to see what Qi Yin will conjure next. On Qi Yin and Oppo's end, he was genuinely furious. Upon discovering Qiao Xingye and Amp, Oppo's studio and the substantial income she had earned the previous year, his face turned an ashen hue. He took a deep drag from his cigarette and mused, do we not resemble a farce during this period? Jiang Yuan, seated in the passenger seat, broke into a cold sweat at his words. Indeed, it was quite a spectacle. Qi Yin and the Liang family had cut off Qiao Xingye and Amp, Oppo's as financial support, intending to force her into submission. They had even ascertained the rental payment schedules of most tenants in Jinjiang Tianqing, anticipating that the exorbitant rent would break her resolve. However, the reality was that the property in Jinjiang Tianqing belonged to her, and she had earned over 7 million last year. Wealthy and with property, their attempts to undermine her were utterly laughable. To put it bluntly, you still Don and Amp, Oppo's, T grasped the true nature of Miss Qiao, Jiang Yuan remarked. This statement only served to deepen Qi Yan's sarcasm. After 2 years as his fiancé, he was still not entirely familiar with her. With thoughts of her deceit consuming him, Qi Yin lost his composure. Take care of it. Take care of what? Anyone who dares collaborate with her studio is opposing the Qi family. That and Amp, Oppo's is not advisable, is it? I want her studio to collapse within a week. Qi Yin commanded, not allowing Jiang Yuan a moment to respond. Jiang Yuan felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead, but the man behind him rendered him speechless. If Qiao Xingye had a strong backing, it was evident that they could not suppress her. I shall see who her benefactor truly is, Qi Yin declared. If they couldn't uncover her ally, they would ascertain who had come to her aid this time. Jiang Yuan understood Qi Yin's intent and nodded in agreement. The revelation of Qiao Xingye and Amp, Oppo's studio sent shockwaves through the Liang family after Pei Shan opened the floodgates. The news that the apartment in Jinjiang Tianqing also belonged to her only heightened the uproar. In the hospital, Lucien paced furiously in the ward. Tell me, how much is she concealing from us? Liang Panming had arrived, along with Liang Jinchao. Qi Yin had been summoned away by a call from Feng Man. Upon learning the full story, Liang Panming and Amp, Oppo's face darkened to a chilling hue. How could she treat us this way? Am I a mere puppet to her? Calm down, mother. I believe Xingye thought we did not provide enough financial support. She could have simply told us, Liang Yutong interjected, her voice trailing off. Even without finishing her thought, everyone present felt that Qiao Xingye was being unreasonable, and many suspected that her earnings were illicit. Now, they were all devising ways to shut down her studio. After exiting Liang Yutong and Oppo's hospital room, Liang Panming instructed his assistant to contact Qiao Xingye. It took several attempts before they finally reached her. Qiao Xingye was about to engage in a gaming session when Liang Panming's assistant said, Miss, the gentleman is currently at the CAF across from Jinjiang Tianqing. Please come out. Qiao Xingye raised an eyebrow. What if I choose not to come? If you refuse to come, you may find it difficult to retain your studio. The assistant's tone was particularly firm. Another threat? Qiao Xingye snickered. Let him try to close it down first. If he can act, he should refrain from making idle threats. They've been issuing threats for days now. With that, she hung up the phone without hesitation. The assistant, taken aback by the abrupt disconnection, looked to Liang Panming. Just then, a server set down the coffee Liang Panming had ordered and walked away. Noticing his assistant's troubled expression, Liang Panming frowned. What's the matter? The lady said that if he has the ability, he should directly shut down her studio. She will not meet with you, the assistant replied. Liang Panming's face turned a deep shade of anger. Cough, cough. This rebellious girl. Did you not inform her that I am right here at the CAF? She said she wouldn't come. Then go knock on her door and bring her out. Liang Panming seethed. Forget it. I will go myself. Unbeknownst to him, Liang Panming was not aware that Qiao Xingye had not even been residing in Jinjiang Tianqing. He stormed over to her apartment and knocked for over 10 minutes. But there was no response. Qiao Xingye, open this door. Silence. The knocking grew louder, eventually prompting complaints from neighbors and the arrival of property management. Frustrated, Liang Panming descended the stairs, only to look up and see that Qiao Xingye and Amp, Oppo's window was dark. Is she not home? What time is it now? His assistant checked their phones. It's already past 10. A young lady not returning home at this hour? When she refused to stay with the Liang family. I should have insisted. Clearly, after moving out, no one was keeping an eye on her. She was living recklessly. Quickly, call to find out where she is. I just borrowed a phone at the CAF, and my number has been blocked by her. The term blocked was infuriating. She was blocking everyone, even her own father. Liang Panming was furious and returned to the hospital to chastise Lu Suyun. You have not managed her properly all these years. Lu Suyun shot back. What do you mean by that? Who could manage her with her attitude? You? Does she not wish to be managed? Despite Liang Yutong being expelled from the Liang family, she still refused to live with us. You think I wanted to control her? She never gave me the chance. Father, mother, please stop arguing. Liang Yutong exclaimed, her agitation triggering a seizure. She writhed in distress, causing both Liang Panming and Lu Suyun to gasp in shock. Ling Yutong, what's wrong? Don't scare your mother. Someone call a doctor. Lu Suyun screamed. Chapter 59. The Qi and Liang families have a direct confrontation at the Qi family's old residence. Feng Man observed Qi Yan's arm encased in a plaster cast and furrowed her brow. What on earth happened to you? In your face. After 2 nights of brawling with Qiao Rongchuan, Qi Yan bore a bruise on his face that appeared even more menacing. With his arm in a cast, it was evident that he had been engaged in a physical altercation. In an oppose, nothing. Why are you looking for me at this hour? Qi Yan inquired. Your father is in the study, waiting for you. Qi Yan nodded and ascended the stairs. Feng Man watched his retreating figure, her gaze lingering on the plaster cast. Deep in thought, she turned to the butler and instructed, bring Jian Yuan to me. Understood. In the study upstairs, as Qi Yan entered, he was greeted by a heavy scent of smoke. Qi Jin, despite having retired for a year, still emanated an air of authority. Throughout the past year, Qi Yan had been in charge of the Qi family affairs, with Qi Jin rarely intervening. Now, Qi Jin regarded Qi Yan with a commanding gaze. You are aware that the heir of the our country Lu family has arrived in Port City, correct? Yes, Qi Yan affirmed with a nod. Have you met him? Not yet, Qi Yan replied. Jiang Yuan had been attempting to schedule a meeting with the heir and Oppo's assistant, but there had been no response thus far. Qi Jin continued. Pei Jingyao has already made his acquaintance. What? Qi Yan was taken aback. At your grandfather's birthday banquet, Qi Jin stated, a hint of displeasure creeping into his tone. Has Liang Yutong been a hindrance to you? Qiao Xingye publicly announced the dissolution of their engagement. Liang Yutong's return is hardly a secret. At the mention of Liang Yutong, Qi Yan and Oppo's expression stiffened. This matter has nothing to do with Yutong. I am handling things with Mr. Lu. Handling. Qi Jin and Oppo's voice grew sharper. I hear he has been here for 3 days, and you have yet to meet him. Are you aware that many are eager to collaborate with him? I know, Qi Yan replied. If you truly care for Liang Yutong, treat her as a mere trifle. However, if she affects you then. Qi Jin's words trailed off, his gaze piercing. Though he did not articulate his thoughts, Qi Yan grasped the underlying warning. It echoed a similar situation from 2 years prior when Qiao Xingye had caused a stir and the Qi family had issued a grave threat regarding Liang Yutong. I understand, Qi Yan replied, his tone less than cordial, though his words lacked defiance. Go, Qi Jin commanded. Each succinct remark carried an undeniable weight of authority over Qi Yan. Exiting the study, he descended the stairs and found Feng Man glowering at Jiang Yuan, who appeared sheepish and rooted to the spot. Upon hearing footsteps, Feng Man lifted her head, her icy gaze slicing through Qi Yan. You have truly disappointed me. Liang Yutong is obstructing your progress, and Qiao Xingye has driven you to brawl. With her words, Qi Yan shot a frigid glance at Jiang Yuan, who, already feeling guilty, dared not meet his gaze. Qi Yan approached Feng Man, his lips parted as if to speak, yet he ultimately remained silent and turned to leave. Wait, he said to Jiang Yuan, who promptly nodded and followed. As they reached the door, Feng Man's voice echoed, and Liang Yutong must not be allowed to roam freely. The entire port city was abuzz with rumors that Qi Yan intended to purchase a residence in Qianwan for Liang Yutong to recuperate. Qianwan, what a place! Feng Man had previously considered acquiring property there for her own retirement. Yet now, she found it outrageous that Qi Yan would express concern for a sickly individual. She had investigated the source of the rumor. It was Liang Yutong who had leaked it. How absurd! If Qi Yan did not purchase it, would he be ridiculed? And now that she was ill, what could she possibly do? Qi Yan and Appo's displeasure was palpable. He despised any disparagement directed at Liang Yutong, especially from his own family. Feng Man, sensing his protectiveness, grew more severe. Indeed, she is gravely ill, yet still seeks to flaunt it. Mother, Qi Yan and Appo's voice intensified, and he turned to face her. Feng Man and Appo's expression darkened. Liang Yutong and Appo's cunning is not as simplistic as you believe. Do not underestimate her. Has Qiao Xingye spoken to you about her? Why would I need Qiao Xingye to inform me about her character? Qi Yan retorted. Feng Man pressed on. You have spent too much time with someone like Liang Yutong. You have become accustomed to placing blame on her for every little thing. Faced with his mother's sharp remarks, Qi Yan found himself at a loss for words, ultimately choosing to walk away in frustration. Observing his furious departure, Feng Man narrowed her eyes, contemplating, does Qiao Xingye truly have a man? Indeed, upon further inquiry, it was revealed that the injury on Qi Yan and Appo's face had been inflicted at Jinjiang Tianqing, while his wrist injury occurred during a daytime social engagement in an elevator. This revelation further incensed Feng Man. Why would he brawl with Qiao Xingye's man? What sort of nonsense was this? And the fact that Qiao Xingye had a man was infuriating as well. Feng Man, livid, picked up the phone and dialed Lu Suyin. As soon as Lu Suyin answered, Feng Man launched into a tirade. You say Qiao Xingye is your biological daughter, yet you have failed to teach her properly. And what about your adopted daughter? You have neglected her as well. Mrs. Qi, your words are rather excessive. Lu Suyin snapped back, her temper rising. What do you mean by that? Lu Suyin was incensed. You are implying that if both daughters falter, it is my fault? Is that reasonable? Feng Man and Appo's tone sharpened with each word. Excessive? Have I said anything incorrect? Qi Yan and Liang Yutong severed ties 2 years ago. Why do you constantly confront him over Liang Yutong? With each statement, Feng Man's voice grew increasingly cutting. Lu Suyin felt a pang of guilt. Her motives for seeking out Qi Yan were indeed tied to Liang Yutong. Mrs. Qi, Yutong is someone you have watched grow since childhood. She is gravely ill now, suffering from uterine cancer. Do you even know how she has been living abroad? What do you mean by that? Lu Suyin was now infuriated. I and Appo's am merely pointing out the peculiar nature of her illness. You expect me to feel sympathy? Have you lost your mind? Feng Man shot back, her patience wearing thin. She had never held Liang Yutong in high regard, and Lu Suyun's previous comments had only fueled her disdain. I have conducted my research. It is not solely Liang Yutong clinging to Qi Yan. You frequently contact him regarding her affairs. Mrs. Liang, as Qiao Xingye's biological mother, you have truly opened my eyes. They say that apart from their own children, mothers rarely form genuine feelings for others. Yet you claim to be unwilling to part with someone you raised since childhood. Being unwilling to part with someone is understandable. But to fight for a man against your own daughter is a mindset I cannot condone. The Liang family is in utter disarray. Do not force the Qi family into further chaos. Chapter 60. Intoxication reveals true feelings. The meaning of this statement is quite clear. If Lu Suyun continues to meddle in Liang Yutong and Appo's affairs with Qi Yan, she will not hold back. After saying this, Feng Man directly hung up the phone. Upon receiving this call, Lu Suyun was equally furious. Liang Jinqiao was by her side, and they were outside the hospital room. Just listen to how arrogant the Qi family has become. Do they truly believe our family is in decline? It infuriated her. Liang Jinqiao furrowed her brows, recalling what her father had said about their mining operation a month ago. Lu Suyun suppressed her anger. Do not let Yutong know about this. Understood, Liang Jinqiao nodded. There was no way they could let Liang Yutong find out, especially considering her current fragile state. Qi Yan was her psychological support. Lu Xiyun closed her eyes momentarily. We must find a way to bring Professor Jean and Professor Yinli together. Today, the doctors agreed on Liang Yutong and Appo's surgical plan. Just hearing about it made her heart race with fear. How could one person bear such a burden? Liang Jinxiao said, "I'll go find Qiao Xingye." Your father just went, didn't and amp. Appo's. T you hear he couldn't and amp. Appo's. T find her? I suspect she is not staying at Jinjiang Tiancheng anymore. Not there? Then where could she be? Lu Xiyun felt a throbbing headache. She understood Qiao Xingye and amp. Appo's. Social circle and knew she should and amp. Appo's. T be out so late. Therefore, Lu Xiyun now doubted her whereabouts. I don't and amp. Appo's. T no. Check into it quietly. Mom. Liang Yutong and Appo's voice came from the hospital room, prompting Lu Xiyun to gesture for Liang Jinxiao to be silent. Liang Jinxiao nodded, understanding Lu Xiyun and amp, Appo's intent. Qiao Xingye and amp, Appo's establishment of such a studio surely had someone backing her. They needed to clarify who that person was as soon as possible. Upon entering, Lu Xiyun saw Liang Yutong drenched in sweat, her complexion pale, and her heart ached. What wrong? Is it painful again? Liang Yutong replied, Xingye, you all must care for her more. Don't let her ruin herself. The pain in Liang Yutong and Appo's tone struck Lu Xiyun deeply. Silly child. You are still concerned for her. I unintentionally overheard Yin and Jiang Yuan talking. He met that man at Jinjiang Tiancheng. What? Mom, she is your biological daughter. Don't let her associate with those dubious men. Even if she and Yin have no future, she shouldn't be with some older man. The term older man ignited Lu Xiyun's fury. Her heart raced at that moment. Seeing her speechless with anger, Liang Yutong lowered her gaze. A flicker of ruthless satisfaction crossing her eyes. At Qinglan Linju, Qiao Xingye and Appo's phone flickered on and off, disturbed by the noise over the past few nights. Now, she was more cautious and had put her phone on silent. Half asleep, she was suddenly roused by a noise at the door. Blinking awake, she saw Qiao Rongchuan, visibly intoxicated, standing at the entrance. Brother Qiao Xingye rubbed her eyes and stood up. The next moment, he entered, closed the door, and removed his mid-length coat, followed by his gray scarf. He was handsome, making everything he did seem effortlessly charming. Qiao Xingye instantly sobered up, jumping off the bed. Had you been drinking? Whenever Qiao Rongchuan drank, his face would turn slightly red. As she spoke, he strode towards her, and sensing something amiss, she found herself without the chance to react. In the next instant, he pulled her into his embrace. A cool breath, tinged with a hint of red wine, brushed against her lips. With a thunderous and Appo's, boom, and Appo's, Qiao Xingye felt as if struck by lightning, her entire being petrified. Due to her lack of response, the man perceived it as acquiescence, and the kiss grew increasingly fervent and aggressive. After 5 breaths, Qiao Xingye finally reacted, instinctively placing her hands against his chest to resist. Yet, in the next moment, her delicate wrist was seized by him, twisted behind her back. Don't, she murmured softly. The man, now fully pressing her down, opened his intoxicated eyes to glance at her. His gaze was deep and hazy, and Qiao Xingye could not determine if he still retained any rationality. She broke free of his grasp, cupping his face. Tell me, who am I? The hidden feelings she dared not reveal suddenly surged forth, and Qiao Xingye could hardly believe it. After all, this was during Qiao Rongchuan and Appo's drunken state. She had unknowingly begun to like him, to think of him, to love him. They shared no blood relation, yet she was still fearful, especially in her childhood. When Qiao Rongchuan often referred to her as the child of the family, she felt that his feelings for her were merely those of a brother toward a sister. He cherished and adored her as though she were his sister. If she laid her deepest affections before him, and he showed no interest, the familial bond they had shared growing up would shatter completely. She did not want to shatter any feelings between them. Seeing the man silent, a flicker of disappointment crossed Qiao Xingye and Appo's eyes. Do you not know who I am? There was a tinge of sorrow in her tone. Qiao Rongchuan remained silent, but cupped her small face, leaning in for another kiss. Qiao Xingye turned her face away. Brother, please wake up. If Qiao Rongchuan were sober at this moment, whatever transpired next would happen. But he was not sober. She feared that upon awakening to discover it was her, everything would be over. She had no idea whom he perceived her to be at that moment. Remembering the years she had not been in the Qiao family, everything might have changed, and Qiao Xingye felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. After gaining her freedom, Qiao Xingye personally prepared a hangover soup for Qiao Rongchuan. Although she was not proficient in other culinary skills, she excelled at making hangover soup. Back in F country, when her parents often went out for social events, Qiao Rongchuan frequently returned home drunk. The hangover soup made by their servants was never to their liking. Eventually, Qiao Xingye took it upon herself to learn online and devised a flavor they all enjoyed. Brother, here's the hangover soup, drink some. Qiao Rongchuan was already asleep on her room and damp Oppo's sofa. Qiao Xingye wrapped her arms around his neck, lifting him from the couch. Despite the man and amp Oppo's considerable weight, it was effortless for Qiao Xingye. Don't ask her how she had such strength. This was thanks to Qiao Yu. The Qiao family and amp Oppo's visible business was inconsequential. But Qiao Rongchuan was the heir of the Luca family, the most prominent businessman operating in the shadows. The stakes he faced were vastly different. After Qiao Xingye was kidnapped at 13, Qiao Rongchuan had always been worried for her. Unable to bear it, Qiao Yu took her for 3 months of training. Chapter 61. Awakening and Seeking Embrace? Yes, it has indeed been 3 months. During those 3 months, Qiao Rongchuan, fearing for Qiao Xingye's well-being, frantically searched for her, only to discover that she was hidden away by her sister Qiao Yu, diligently practicing. While she did not encounter any significant dangers, her physical stamina had certainly improved. Leaning against him, she gently fed him the hangover remedy. Xing and amp Oppo's The man murmured softly, his drunkenness rendering him tender. I'm here, Qiao Xingye replied. Don't run away, or I'll break your legs. Qiao Xingye thought to herself. Even in a drunken stupor, he does not forget to threaten me. After finally managing to get the hangover remedy into Qiao Rongchuan, she found herself lacking the strength to carry him back to his room. It was already 2 in the morning, and most of the villa's servants had retired for the night. With no other option, Qiao Xingye let him sleep on the sofa in the room, covering him with a thick blanket before turning to her own bed. The day had been exhausting, and she quickly succumbed to slumber. As sunlight streamed through the curtains, it illuminated Qiao Rongchuan and Oppo's face. He gazed at the blanket draped over him, momentarily lost in thought. Gradually, he realized he was in Qiao Xingye and amp Oppo's room, and memories from the previous night flooded his mind. His heart tightened as he instinctively glanced at Qiao Xingye, still fast asleep on the bed. She must have been utterly exhausted from yesterday, hence her prolonged slumber. His phone buzzed with a call, revealing it was from Lu Ling. Hello, Master. Qi Xiao has been persistently trying to schedule a meeting with you. Ignore him. Meet him? Huh. Qiao Rongchuan's gaze softened as he looked at the small, curled-up figure on the bed. He still wished to purchase the Tinglon Linju? Yes. Qiao Rongchuan chuckled softly. He seems quite invested in his white moonlight. Just tell him directly that we are not considering a partnership with him. Rather than slowly tormenting him, it's better to deliver a swift blow of despair. Qiao Rongchuan was all too aware of the Qi family's current state. If they genuinely could not find a substitute, the family would face an immediate and catastrophic decline. The implications for the Qi family were self-evident. While they mocked the Liang family, they were scarcely better off. They were all in the same precarious situation, unable to escape from one another. If Qiao Rongchuan were to directly inform Qi Yan of their unwillingness to cooperate, it would plunge the entire Qi family into chaos. The Liang family was already in turmoil. The Qi family could not remain peaceful either. Life is more vibrant amidst chaos. When Qiao Xingye woke, Qiao Rongchuan had already left the room. As she brushed her teeth in the bathroom, she suddenly noticed a glaring issue. Her lips were terribly swollen. The memory of being bitten by Qiao Rongchuan flashed through her mind, causing her to gasp in shock. Goodness, how brutal! How could she possibly face others like this? She and T felt much pain last night, but now, with the swelling, a mask was absolutely necessary. Once she was ready, Qiao Xingye descended the stairs, and spotted Qiao Rongchuan in the dining room. Seeing her wearing a mask, he frowned. "Were you wearing that for at home?" Qiao Xingye forced a laugh. "I'm not hungry. I'll just check on the studio." "Stop right there." Just as she turned, a low reprimand came from behind her. Qiao Xingye turned back, fighting back tears as she softly called out, "Brother, come here and eat." "What do you mean you're not hungry? People aren't team made of iron. It's unreasonable to not feel hunger." Qiao Xingye was reluctant to approach. Eating meant removing her mask, and that would surely reveal her condition to Qiao Rongchuan. Ever since she was young, he would inquire about even the slightest of her injuries. If he were to ask about her lips today, she truly wouldn't know how to respond. Seeing her hesitation, Qiao Rongchuan raised an eyebrow. "What? Should I come over and carry you?" I just really am not hungry." Before she could finish, he had already risen from his chair and strode towards her. His long legs allowed him to reach her before her mind could even process the action. He scooped her up and headed towards the dining room. "Oh!" she exclaimed, her face, hidden beneath the mask, turned crimson. "Oh heavens! Put me down. I can walk on my own." Qiao Rongchuan glanced down at her. "So now you're willing to listen? I thought that after years of being wild outside, you'd be beyond control." Her cheeks flushed even deeper at his words. What rebellion? Perhaps in the eyes of Qiao Rongchuan and their mother. Her years away from home had painted her as rebellious. Qiao Rongchuan carried her to the dining table and set her down. The mask was removed. Qiao Xingye dared not resist and promptly took off her mask. Qiao Rongchuan sat across from her, and as she unveiled her swollen lips, he immediately inquired, "What happened to your mouth?" The moment he spoke, both their minds conjured memories of the previous night. Qiao Rongchuan's gaze grew increasingly profound, while Qiao Xingye's lips twitched slightly. "See," she knew he would ask. I don't know." She wouldn't dare tell him it was his doing. What if he remembered nothing from last night? The mere thought sent chills down her spine. "Don't know?" Qiao Rongchuan's gaze deepened further. Qiao Xingye bit her lip nervously. "I truly don't know. Perhaps it was a bug bite." The mention of a bug instantly shifted the atmosphere in the dining room to one of tension. Qiao Xingye couldn't bring herself to look at Qiao Rongchuan's face. Qiao Rongchuan, with an enigmatic expression, asked, "Was that bug bothersome?" "Huh? Was it bothersome?" Why did it feel as though he was inquiring about more than just the bug? Qiao Xingye lifted her gaze to meet his, only to find no clarity in his eyes. "Bothersome," she stammered, lowering her head in a flustered attempt to drink her congee. Little did she know, her face was as red as a cooked shrimp. Qiao Rongchuan watched her, and his gaze softened with increasing affection. After enduring the breakfast in a state of embarrassment, Qiao Xingye hurriedly departed, her demeanor resembling that of someone fleeing. Just as Yanli entered from outside, he encountered Qiao Xingye and immediately noticed her flushed cheeks. He turned to Qiao Rongchuan. "What did you say to her to make her face so red this early in the morning? Are you curious?" Qiao Rongchuan shot Yanli a profound glance. Yanli felt a sudden jolt in his heart at the intensity of the gaze. "No, not really." Qiao Rongchuan took a sip of his milk. Yanli promptly sat down in the spot Qiao Xingye had just vacated, calling to a nearby servant. "Bring me another set of chopsticks. I haven't eaten yet. Get up from that spot and sit somewhere else." "Huh? What do you mean?" Yanli was perplexed. "I don't want to sit with the dog outside. It's best you move." Upon hearing this, Yanli hurriedly complied. This man was known for following through on his words. He quickly relocated to another spot. "What? Is that place reserved for Xing and Amp?" "Amp? Oppos? Yes." Yanli responded, "I see." Indeed, this brother was truly a devoted protector of his sister. Chapter 62. Directly blocking Qi Yin and Amp. Amp. Oppos. S-path. It was merely a meal at a restaurant. It was not as if she intended to usurp Qiao Xingye's position. "Look at his disposition. The Liang family has reached out to me, expressing a desire to treat that Liang Yutong. The consultation fee they proposed is rather steep." Yanli is already aware that Qiao Xingye is the biological daughter of the Liang family. Initially, when she was found by her biological parents, one would assume that their 2 years of cohabitation would have brought them some peace of mind. Yet, who could have anticipated that upon further investigation, the entirety of the Liang family would be revealed as unworthy? Even if the adopted daughter and the biological daughter cannot coexist, It is the biological daughter who ought not to be cast aside. The Liang family, however, has a different perspective. Qiao Xingye has not resided with the Liang family for the past 2 years, indicating that their intentions upon bringing her back were not benevolent. Handle everything according to Xingye's wishes, and make sure to communicate clearly with the other party, Yan Li instructed. A flicker of concern crossed his brow. Are you unaware of your sister's temperament? Being clear might just plunge those people into despair. Rather than stating that everything hinges on Qiao Xingye, it would be better to say we are not accepting consultations. After all, Qiao Xingye and Appo's stance carries far more weight than his refusal. Xiao Rongchuan smirked coldly. For the past 2 years, they have relentlessly bullied Xing and Appo's. They must learn the lesson that pride invites calamity. Yan Li pondered. Pride invites calamity? The fact that such words came from Xiao Rongchuan was indeed astonishing. One might ask, in the past 2 years in Country F, who could rival Xiao Rongchuan in arrogance? If he claimed second place, no one would dare to claim first. Fine, I understand. You wish to drive them to despair, correct? Very well. Meanwhile, Lu Suyun received a call from Yan Li's assistant, who explicitly informed her that whether Professor Yan would consult depended on Miss Qiao and Appo's wishes. What? Lu Suyun was taken aback. Initially, Qiao Xingye had not taken the initiative, which prompted her to discreetly contact Yan Li. She hoped to circumvent Qiao Xingye and perhaps retain a glimmer of hope. However, the outcome was far from what she anticipated. The implication was that Yan Li and Qiao Xingye were indeed quite familiar. Why should it depend on her opinion? Professor Yan is renowned for his medical expertise. Does he truly require anyone's consent to heal? Lu Suyun's emotions spiraled toward a breaking point. To suggest it depended on Qiao Xingye's wishes was akin to forcing her to accept that Liang Yutong was destined to perish. Qiao Xingye would not save Liang Yutong. Her stance was far too resolute, leaving no room for hope. Mrs. Liang, I have conveyed Professor Yan and Appo's sentiments. You should seek a solution through Miss Qiao, the assistant stated before abruptly ending the call. Lu Suyun was on the verge of losing her composure. She trembled as she looked at Liang Jinchao. Yan Li is quite close to Qiao Xingye. Liang Jinchao's expression mirrored her distress. How many influential individuals did Qiao Xingye know? Call Yan, you must contact Qi Yan. Lu Suyun urged, trembling at the thought of the implications of Qiao Xingye and Appo's influence. Why should it depend on Qiao Xingye and Appo's wishes? What connection does she have with these esteemed individuals? Lu Suyun was seething with frustration. Last night, Feng Man had already warned Lu Suyun. Yet, with no options left, she instructed Liang Jinchao to reach out to Qi Yan. At that moment, Qi Yan stood at the entrance of Qiao Xingye and Appo's studio. Upon receiving Liang Jinchao and Appo's call and hearing the situation, disbelief clouded his features. Yan Li is indeed very familiar with her? Absolutely. We have received word that whether Yan Li can treat Yutong hinges on Qiao Xingye and Appo's wishes. The directness of the message only deepened Qi Yan and Appo's frown. What is her relationship with Yan Li? Why does he need her consent? The mere suggestion that everything depended on Qiao Xingye indicated a complex relationship between the two. Qi Yan's expression darkened further. Yan Li, along with that man from Jinjiang Tianqing. This Qiao Xingye. The flames of fury engulfed his reason, and countless remarks asserting that Qiao Xingye was meant solely for him echoed in his mind. Coupled with her icy demeanor towards him, Qi Yan could hardly accept the painful truth that Qiao Xingye did not love him. She did not love him and yet was involved with another man. How dare that wretched woman? Again, Yutong's condition is deteriorating rapidly. If these 2 key doctors do not arrive, we cannot bear the consequences. The implications of consequences were glaringly clear. Liang Yutong would die, tormented by illness. Understood, Qi Yan replied hoarsely, the fire of rage evident in his voice. He raised his head and spotted Qiao Xingye emerging from an Aston Martin. She was speaking to the driver with a smile that, at that moment, struck Qi Yan as insincere flattery. As the car departed, Qiao Xingye turned towards the building. Upon noticing Qi Yan standing at the entrance, she paused momentarily. Qi Yan's gaze burned with intensity. Qiao Xingye recalled that upon waking that morning, she had seen numerous missed calls from unfamiliar numbers, among which was likely Qi Yan's. "Qiao Xingye, are you shameless? How many men do you have?" he bellowed. Seeing him only intensified Qiao Xingye and Appo's displeasure. His outburst ignited her fury. She swiftly slapped him across the face. "What business is it of yours how many men I have?" Despite the peak hours having passed, people still milled about. The force of her slap left Qi Yan's face pale. He glared at Qiao Xingye, gritting his teeth. "Qiao Xingye, do you want me to raise my voice even louder? Go ahead." Qiao Xingye retaliated with another slap to the opposite side of his face. Qi Yan was seething with rage, but could not retort. Once he fell silent, Qiao Xingye crossed her arms defiantly. "Are you out of your mind? The entire port city knows we have called off our engagement. What do you want from me? And why are you concerned about how many men I have? You think you have a say in this?" Qi Yan's temper flared uncontrollably. "Moreover, marriage is meant to embody freedom. What are you trying to assert? Just because we were once engaged, I have lost my right to choose freely?" Her tirade left Qi Yan speechless. He could only watch as her mouth moved incessantly. "Wait a moment. Why does it seem like her lips are swollen?" Qi Yan, no longer a naive youth, quickly grasped the situation. The smoldering anger within him intensified. "How long have you been with that man? Have you slept together? What have you done?" "Hey you," Qiao Xingye retorted, her words laced with disdain. She delivered a sharp kick towards Qi Yan, but he evaded it just in time, avoiding her strike. Chapter 63. The man behind Miss Qiao is too fierce. We dare not end the collaboration. 10 minutes later, Qi Yan followed Qiao Xingye to the studio. A cursory glance revealed that the establishment had not been in operation for a short time. With numerous personnel, it was evident that the studio was quite substantial. It was unexpected to discover that this woman possessed such capabilities, generating 7 million annually, a figure not to be taken lightly, particularly for someone in her early 20s. Yang Tingting poured a cup of coffee for Qi Yan, but sensing the tension between the two, she quickly excused herself, leaving only Qiao Xingye and Qi Yan. With her arms crossed, Qiao Xingye regarded him intently. "Qi Yan, this studio is closing." "What? Closing down? Qiao Xingye, what do you mean?" Each word left her perplexed as she looked at him. "Qi Yan, literally, both the Qi and Liang families do not require you to be in the limelight." "Closing down? Are you saying you are supporting us? 20,000 a month? That an amp. Appo's. That's quite generous. While this sum might suffice in a third or fourth-tier city in Hong Kong, where every inch is precious and living costs are exorbitant, it was hardly enough to lead a comfortable life." Irritated, Qi Yan lit a cigarette. "Do not compare yourself to Yu Tong. Our matters have nothing to do with her." "Qiao Xingye, are you implying that my engagement termination with her is unrelated?" As this thought crossed her mind, Qi Yan felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. His lips pressed tightly together as he glared at Qiao Xingye, his gaze nearly devouring her. "I will marry you. You shall be Mrs. Qi." "Qiao Xingye, wait, this didn't end Appo's, till you just receive a couple of slaps downstairs? Are you now confused? You marrying me? Isn't that what you've always desired?" At that moment, Qi Yan cast aside all reservations. A singular voice echoed within him. He must marry Qiao Xingye. Nothing should obstruct their union. Qiao Xingye gasped. "I assumed you came to discuss Liang Yutong with me. Marriage? Was this man in his right mind?" "Qi Yan." The mere mention of Liang Yu Tong jolted her back to reality. Indeed, he had come to discuss that very topic. Yan Li and Jin Yang, two pivotal figures for Liang Yutong, were now a matter of mere words to Qiao Xingye. Qi Yan tightened his grip on the cigarette. What conditions would compel them to join the medical team? Qiao Xingye smiled. "Exactly. That is the crux of your visit." She took a sip from her water cup. "You have continually threatened me. What is this now?" Qi Yan. His eyes narrowed slightly as he took a deep drag from his cigarette, recognizing that Qiao Xingye was resurfacing old grievances. "Qiao Xingye, you cut off my finances and attempted to hinder my employment. Let me guess, if you do not receive the desired outcome today, you will threaten me using this studio?" Whether it pertained to Jin Yang or Yan Li, logically, it had always been Qi Yan and the Liang family seeking her assistance. Yet, the situation had devolved into coercion on their part. Qi Yan looked at her coldly. "What do you wish for? What do I want? Since you're already aware of my studio and amp, Amp, oppose, S existence. You must also know my annual income. This habit of yours to throw money around is one thing, but to use it as a weapon against me is another. Reflecting on the arrogance displayed when they cut off her card, Qiao Xingye and oppose. T help but laugh now. Qian and amp. Oppose. S expression darkened further. Qiao Xingye continued, I earn several million annually. What could I possibly want from you? I'm not a gold digger, chasing after things I cannot afford. The money I earn suffices to resolve my troubles. So what does Qi Xiao think I need? Her words rendered him speechless, a man accustomed to resolving everything with wealth left without a retort. Qian's eyes narrowed. Ensure both of them join her treatment team immediately. I will sever ties with her. Do you think that is what I desire? Qian, then what do you wish for? Qiao Xingye raised an eyebrow and set down her cup. What more could I want? It seems you believe you have made significant sacrifices in this matter. Asking for more would imply I am being unreasonable. I do not want anything from you. Your temperament is unpleasant, and your affections lie elsewhere. With my income, I can find countless suitable partners. Why would I settle for you? Qian, you. His mind exploded with frustration, temples throbbing, veins bulging in agitation. Ultimately, Qian was unaware of how he exited Qiao Xingye and Oppo's studio. Once outside, he called Jiang Yuan. I do not care what means you employ. Ensure her studio goes bankrupt today. Arrogance. It was simply too much. The thought of Qiao Xingye's audacity prompted his choice of words. Her confidence stemmed solely from her studio's success. She believes she has gained independence, does she? Then he would clip her wings. Upon hearing Jiang Yuan's voice, he sensed a delay in the response, indicating the gravity of his anger. Shutting down Miss Qiao's studio may not be feasible. The chilling phrase hung in the air. I have been arranging this since morning. But the notifications sent out have been met with replies expressing their reluctance to end their collaborations. Reluctance? That word deepened Qian and amp. Amp, oppose, S frown. The companies collaborating with Qiao Xingye dared to express such fear of terminating their partnerships. So, the man behind Jinjiang Tian Cheng was far more formidable than they had anticipated. And Xingchuan International was especially brazen. Qian brazen. They openly insult our Qi family. Breath unsteady, he realized that in Hong Kong, some dared to challenge them so audaciously. Jiang Yuan concluded, I suspect this is the influence of the man behind Miss Qiao. This statement spoke volumes. Initially, they could not close the studio, and now they could not even threaten her. The notion that she lacked support was utterly implausible. Qian shut his eyes, struggling to contain his rage. Jiang Yuan had said all that needed to be said. Now, he awaited Qian and amp, oppose, as directive. So what shall we do next? They must recognize the undeniable truth. Qiao Xingye is beyond their reach. Chapter 64. The bug has bitten you too hard. Your lips are all swollen. After hanging up with Jiang Yuan, Qian sat in his car, his mind in disarray. A year. The studio had opened last year right under his nose. Yet it had flourished beyond his control. She was his fiancé, but in an instant, with a single word, she had obliterated everything. Who was the man behind her? At noon, Tang Su finally had lunch with Qiao Xingye. What happened to your mouth? Why is it so swollen? Qiao Xingye replied, a bug bit me. Everyone who saw her that day had to inquire about her mouth, which was truly maddening. Hearing her mention a bug bite, Tang Su couldn't and oppose, T helped but murmur. What sort of bug is so ferocious? Qiao Xingye, at a loss for words, could only reply, what bug? Tang Su glanced at a nearby wooden post and felt a twinge of embarrassment. Your brother really dotes on you, doesn't he? To make sure you don't eat hot pot, just so you could come out for a meal, he even had someone follow you the whole way. Qiao Xingye retorted, don't you think that's a bit controlling? I would love to have a brother like that. Send me a dozen. Qiao Xingye shot her a disapproving look. How shameless. You actually want someone to manage you. Many people rebel against their families for a bit of freedom. A few of her friends in France had resisted their parents' strictness in various ways. You don't understand. I've always taken care of myself. I just need someone to remind me, Tang Su admitted. Qiao Xingye paused, her chopsticks halting midair, her gaze on Tang Su now tinged with sympathy. Unlike her, Tang Su and amp, oppose, S life had begun in a veritable hell. Abandoned by her family and Amp, Oppos, nanny, at least the Qiao family had never let her suffer. Tang Su and Amp, Oppos, father had left the moment she was born, the epitome of irresponsibility. She was raised in a single-parent household, and her mother, busy with work, had entrusted her to her aunt while providing monthly living expenses. Although her mother later became a prominent figure in Hong Kong, Tang Su had grown up devoid of familial affection. Even now, she did not live with her mother. When you truly have it, you'll understand how troublesome it can be. Qiao Xingye comforted her. Tang Su scoffed, "You're just living in bliss and don't even realize it. I want a brother like that. More than one would be welcome. Well, you don't need to worry about me anymore." I was genuinely concerned that the Liang family might starve you. Qiao Xingye chuckled, steering the conversation away from the Liang family, whose absurdity was beyond words. "How is your mother?" "Oh, she and Oppos, as well, very well." Tang Su didn't know how to describe her relationship with her mother. Though her mother generously provided her with pocket money each month, companionship was something she had never offered. Always busy making money, her relentless drive made Tang Su wonder if her mother aimed to bury someone under her wealth. "Has she ever sought out your father?" "I don and Amp, Oppos, Tino. She never lets me in on those matters," Tang Su replied, shaking her head. Speaking of her father left her indifferent. Perhaps she had grown accustomed to it, so it mattered little whether he existed or not. Enough of this gloomy talk. Let us discuss Qi Yin and the Liang family, Qiao Xingye suggested. "That's gloomy business for me, too." They both found it disheartening to discuss family matters when surrounded by such bothersome individuals. Tang Su stuffed a piece of mushroom in her mouth. It was bland and insipid. For someone who relished spiciness, such a flavor was utterly unappetizing. "I must remind you, Liang Jinzhai is a petty person, and Qi Yin is quite foolish for Liang Yutong's sake. They will surely try to sabotage your studio." Tang Su was unafraid of their overt tactics, especially since Qiao Xingye had a brother like that. But it was the underhanded schemes that worried her. Liang Yutong, a cunning manipulator, had many tricks up her sleeve beyond mere whispers. "Qiao Xingye unto Tang Su va apos et concern." Rest assured, I am prepared for anything they may throw my way. Let them come. I shall counter their moves. Naturally, in this game of countering, the losers would be them. Hearing Qiao Xingye's confidence reassured Tang Su. The opposition was desperate and would resort to any means, but Qiao Xingye was ready, waiting for them. "Just let me know if you need anything." "I'm not afraid of them," Tang Su affirmed. Although the Qi family was the wealthiest in Hong Kong, Tang Su had grown unafraid over the years. Accustomed to her mother's fierce protection, whenever someone sought out her mother to complain about Tang Su, her mother would simply reply, "She's handling her own affairs. What can I do?" When her daughter thrived, she remained indifferent. When trouble arose, she would confront it head-on. Qiao Xingye laughed, "All right." As lunch concluded, just as they were about to leave, the driver, who had been waiting nearby, approached. "Miss, the master is waiting outside for you." Tang Su raised an eyebrow at Qiao Xingye, grinning. "He truly is a brother who dotes on you. Does he monitor how much you eat?" Qiao Xingye, recalling the numerous times her brother had called during dinner to ensure she hadn't eaten too much, nodded. "He really does." Tang Su and Oppos' eyes gleamed with envy. "If only I could have 100 brothers like that." Qiao Xingye, bemused, replied, 100? Maybe you should experience being a teacher in the first grade. You'd be inundated with questions." Qiao Xingye entered the car, enveloped by the familiar, luxurious scent. She cautiously glanced at Xiao Rongchuan. "Did you come specifically to wait for me? Did you eat?" he inquired. "I've eaten." As soon as the words left her lips, he swept her into his lap. Qiao Xingye tensed, feeling awkward as she was no longer a child, especially after last night. His rough fingertips grazed her swollen lips. Why are they getting more swollen? Was that bug particularly vicious? At his words, Qiao Xingye's mind buzzed. For some reason, she felt that there was a deeper meaning in Xiao Rongchuan's statement. Chapter 65. Qiao Rongchuan had never taught her humility or kindness. Yet, within his gaze, she discerned nothing and felt disinclined to conjecture. Her breath quickened, and she nodded awkwardly. Yes, it was indeed impressive. At that moment, she struggled to breathe. How could it not be impressive? Her cheeks flushed uncontrollably. The man's hoarse voice echoed in her ear. Have you applied medicine? No, it wasn't even broken skin. If she ventured to the pharmacy, how would she explain? I got swollen for being kissed? She had no idea what type of medication to purchase. Could you please let me sit by myself? Qiao Xingye stammered. If he truly regarded her merely as a sister, then he ought to maintain some boundaries. Otherwise, it would be quite inappropriate should he find a beloved woman in the future. The mere thought of Qiao Rongchuan having a woman stirred a heavy feeling within Qiao Xingye's heart. He feigned ignorance, observing her conflicted expression with a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. It's just not right. If the person you like were to discover our level of intimacy, it would be improper. How is it improper? Qiao Xingye was at a loss. Did he genuinely not understand, or was he merely pretending? The concept of a girl avoiding her father was not lost on him. Was it? Am I your father? Well, know this. I simply don't know how to articulate my thoughts to Qiao Rongchuan. Was this even a matter of parental concern? Regardless of gender, once one matured, any relationship with the opposite sex, unless it was a partner, should maintain a respectful distance. This was something he had previously taught her. Indeed, Qiao Rongchuan had instructed her on these principles. Reflecting on his guidance, he had played the roles of both father and mother in her upbringing. Even with her mother nurturing her, he remained vigilant, repeating essential lessons. The phrase you used to teach me deepened the smile in Qiao Rongchuan's eyes. So, my dear Xingye listens to me well? Yes, I always have. She nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Observing her obedient demeanor, Qiao Rongchuan affectionately ruffled her hair. The Liang family had contacted Yan Li and Apos, as assistant, requesting Yan Li to treat Liang Yutong. What are your thoughts? I refuse, Qiao Xingye declared without hesitation. If they bypassed her to contact Yan Li directly, and if you were to treat her, what would they say then? You are unkind, obstructing the benevolence of a healer. In any case, no matter how this situation unfolded, it would not end well. There were countless doctors and specialists in the world, particularly in cardiology and obstetrics. After resolutely stating her position, Qiao Xingye turned to Qiao Rongchuan. Do you think I am heartless? I never asked you to engage in charity. That's true. Over the years, Qiao Rongchuan and Qiao, you had taught her everything except how to be humble and kind, especially after her abduction at the age of 13. They instilled in her the belief that if her life were ever in danger, she should spare no effort in neutralizing the threat. Then I shall not do good deeds, Qiao Xingye muttered. Seeing her exhibit such a vengeful demeanor, Qiao Rongchuan and Apos' affection for her deepened. Thus, Qiao Xingye remained seated on Qiao Rongchuan and Apos' lap as they returned to Tinglan Villa. Upon disembarking, he still wished to carry her, just as he did in her childhood, every time they left or returned home. Oh, I can walk on my own, she protested, attempting to wriggle free from his embrace. Her body was as soft as a noodle. Stay still, be good, Qiao Rongchuan said, pinching her underarm. Luo Ling, who followed them out, noticed the evident tenderness in Qiao Rongchuan and Apos' tone and felt a wave of relief. He had begun to doubt whether his master was losing his mind. Thankfully, they had found her. Only after they entered did Qiao Rongchuan release her. You want to be going to the studio this afternoon, will you? I want to. Qiao Xingye pouted in discontent. He had just returned. How could he possibly allow her to go to work? He hadn't Apos' taken her to the studio earlier. Yet now he feigned concern. Qiao Rongchuan, observing her displeasure, gently touched her forehead. Go take a nap. I will join Luo Ling in the study. Okay. Qiao Xingye turned and cheerfully dashed upstairs. Watching her lively figure, Qiao Rongchuan's affection grew more profound. Entering the study with Luo Ling, the latter remarked, I see Miss has become quite resilient over the years. His most vivid memory of her was her tearful state during her abduction. Indeed, she has become much stronger. Her heart seems less tender than before. Luo Ling had no ill intent when he made this observation. Having served alongside Qiao Rongchuan for many years, he understood that being soft-hearted was a significant taboo for both the Qiao and Lu families. Qiao Rongchuan lit a cigarette and took a drag. Her character is inconsequential. As long as she can protect herself, that is sufficient. In the matter concerning Liang Yutong, many might accuse Qiao Xingye of being cruel and lacking humanity. Yet, In Xiao Rongchuan and Appo's eyes, she had acted commendably. After all, if she intervened to save Liang Yutong, the latter would truly find herself without a path forward in Qiao Rongchuan and Appo's presence. Thus, it spared him the burden of another life. Luo Ling, upon hearing this, was somewhat taken aback. However, reflecting on it, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, Qiao Rongchuan had indulged Qiao Xingye excessively and spoiled her during their time in F country. He had hoped she would adopt a more assertive demeanor, as it would instill fear and discourage others from provoking her. Unfortunately, nurturing someone's nature is an impossible task. Her inherent innocence and ignorance of malice, combined with Qiao Rongchuan's protection, had shielded her too well. In the years she spent away from home, upon their reunion, Qiao Rongchuan always noticed a hint of coldness in her demeanor, an unmistakable mark of the Shi family's influence. Moreover, the Liang family and Qian in Hong Kong had further eroded her original kindness. This, in Qiao Rongchuan's view, was a positive development. What was the status of those investigations? When Qiao Rongchuan inquired, Luo Ling replied respectfully, "We have investigated. It is unrelated to Pei Jingyao." Oh, conversely, the Qin family may be involved. As Luo Ling spoke, a glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes. Qiao Rongchuan narrowed his gaze at the mention of the Qin family. The Qin family? Luo Ling nodded, yes. A dangerous chill enveloped Qiao Rongchuan, his focus honing in on Qin Zhong. Good. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Ling turned to Qiao Rongchuan and could not help but ask, that being said, do you really not intend to assist Miss in dealing with the Liang family and Qian? For now, the Liang family required Yin, Li, and Jin Yang's assistance, and she needed to give her approval. Let her take her time. Play. Luo Ling discerned Qiao Rongchuan and Appo's indulgence towards Qiao Xingye in that phrase. But upon reflection, before their arrival in Hong Kong, those individuals had posed no threat to Mississippi. Now that they were here, under his watchful eye, could he allow any harm to befall her? With that thought, Luo Ling chose to remain silent. Chapter 66. She lives her life. I live mine. Qiao Xingye had initially intended to take a nap, but was instead bombarded with phone calls from the studio. It was inappropriate to silence her phone during the day. After finishing a call with Yang Tingting, an unfamiliar number from Lu Siyun came through. On the line, Lu Siyun was sobbing, breathless. Xingye, I beg you, please, can you let Jin Yang and Yinli come to the hospital? Qiao Xingye. All the blame lies with me. Please don't hold it against your sister. I only wanted to teach you well, but your temper is too stubborn, and I just what? In her moment of desperation, Lu Siyun had lost all words. Qiao Xingye, you think my temper is bad? Stubborn? Xingye, Lu Siyun visibly hesitated to continue, as her immediate concern was for Liang Yutong. Ultimately, she was enduring all this for Liang Yutong's sake. Qiao Xingye, Mrs. Liang, I have been in the hospital for 2 months. By the time I return to the Liang family, it will barely amount to a month. During that time, you and Mr. Liang were often socializing outside. How, then, can you claim to know my temperament, let alone label me as stubborn? Her words were sharp and precise. Lu Siyun this. A moment of silence ensued. Indeed, how could she know? Qiao Xingye, do you remember the first time you caused me trouble? It was because Liang Yutong had a cut on her wrist. Do you recall what Liang Yutong said to you? Lu Siyun. Qiao Xingye. She told you it had nothing to do with Xingxing, and that you shouldn't blame her. And then you lashed out at me. Even after all these years, Lu Siyun vividly recalled that moment. The details aligned perfectly, yet hearing it from Qiao Xingye and Appo's lips felt unsettling. Qiao Xingye continued, did you see me push her? Lu Siyun's breath hitched again. No, she hadn't. Qiao Xingye's tone was unyielding, devoid of warmth. You did not witness me push her. You cannot even be sure if that injury was caused by me. So why did you jump to conclusions? Why? Indeed, why? Lu Siyun found herself questioning her own convictions. She had never seen Qiao Xingye push Liang Yutong, nor could she ascertain the cause of the injury. Yet deep down, she had somehow convinced herself it was Qiao Xingye's doing. Later, do you remember how many times Liang Yutong insisted it has nothing to do with Xinger? It's all my fault? How many times was that? Lu Suyun's breathing quickened. Qiao Xingye, you're uncertain, aren't you? But just remember, every time she uttered those words, what did you do to me? That last statement was light, yet it bore down on Lu Suyun like a heavy weight. What had she done? Some things were uncertain, yet she distinctly remembered how she had treated Qiao Xingye with blame, repeating those words that dismissed Liang Yutong. Can we not discuss this now? Xingye, she is suffering. You didn't see her today coming out of the emergency room, so distressed that she couldn't even keep down a sip of water. Qiao Xingye. First, get her treated. How much do I owe you? I promise to repay you. Each word was laced with Lu Suyun's desperate plea. She insisted on healing Liang Yutong first before considering her debts. Qiao Xingye, has Mrs. Liang forgotten? My life is a gift from you. How could I possibly owe you anything? This was a line Lu Suyun had once used with her, back when her attitude was unwavering, employing both softness and toughness for Liang Yutong. Now, realizing that no matter how much she severed her financial ties or how many companies refused to hire her, she could not block her own path, she resorted to pleading. As the words sank in, silence enveloped the call, leaving only Lu Suyun's increasingly frantic breaths. In the corridor outside the hospital room, upon hearing Qiao Xingye's words, Lu Suyun felt her blood run cold. On the other end of the line, sensing Lu Suyun and Amp, Oppo's silence, Qiao Xingye scoffed. You wish to compensate me? If Liang Yutong recovers, that would be the time for you to settle the score with me, wouldn't it? Qiao Xingye was all too familiar with their kind. After all, this was not the first time they had sought her out over Liang Yutong in the past 2 years. Remarkably, even from overseas, they would still cause her trouble because of Liang Yutong, who would always insist it has nothing to do with Xing and Oppo's. It's all my fault. Uncertain of what she meant by it has nothing to do with me, and it's my fault, they would invariably hold Qiao Xingye accountable for Liang Yutong's plight. Lu Suyun, agitated, no, that won't happen. Mother is sincerely apologizing to you. Yes, everything done for Liang Yutong is from the heart. I assent it? Lu Suyun. Upon hearing Qiao Xingye's words, her urgency intensified. At that moment, she even forgot about the leading questions Qiao Xingye had posed earlier. All she remembered was that Qiao Xingye still refused to comply. She would not agree to call Jin Yang or allow Yanli to treat Liang Yutong. What must I do then? As she spoke, her tone began to spiral out of control. On the other end of the line, Qiao Xingye retorted, she lives her life. I mean, what can I do about her? With that, she abruptly hung up the phone, her callousness starkly evident. Qiao Xingye was exasperated. The door was knocked upon. Guomin. The moment the words left her lips, the door swung open to reveal Qiao Rongchuan, tall and graceful, standing in the doorway. Noticing he had donned his coat, it was evident he was about to step out. Did you not take a nap? Qiao Rongchuan frowned, entering as he spoke. Qiao Xingye. No. Are you heading out? With a brief Qiao Rongchuan replied. I need to step out for a bit, but I should be back in time for dinner. You should rest. Upon hearing that Qiao Rongchuan would return for dinner, Qiao Xingye nodded obediently. The irritation from Lu Suyun's earlier outburst dissipated entirely. Forget it. Those were irrelevant individuals. Why should she let them upset her? With that thought, her heart felt a bit lighter. Qiao Rongchuan offered a few more words of advice before leaving. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Lu Suyun was still seething, taking nearly 5 minutes to regain her composure. Just as she was about to return to the ward, she bumped into Qi Yan. Chapter 67. The truth behind the accident emerges from Liang Yutong and Oppo's lips. Upon seeing Qi Yan, Lu Suyun could not suppress her heartache. Yan Yutong is in so much pain. Her medical team had been replaced with Qi Yan and Oppo's personnel comprised of top-tier specialists, likely drawn by the renown of Jin Yang and Yin Li. Lu Suyun was under the illusion that with the involvement of these two esteemed individuals, they could alleviate some of Liang Yutong's suffering. Not only did she hope for significant improvement, but she also believed the process would spare Liang Yutong some agony. Thus, every time she witnessed Liang Yutong in excruciating pain, Lu Suyun became increasingly adamant about having Yan Li and Jin Yang join her treatment regimen. Qi Yan furrowed his brow. Speaking with a hint of helplessness, I understand. With so many ailments, how could she not endure any pain? Liang Yutong is undoubtedly suffering at the moment. Lu Suyun insisted. We must involve Yan Li and Jin Yang in her treatment. I am truly worried. Yen, I fear that Yutong may not endure each bout of illness. Each time I see her in agony, I genuinely fear she might not pull through. Qi Yin replied, if Yan Li and Jin Yang join, their treatment plans will likely be similar. Given Liang Yutong and Oppos, as current condition, it and Oppos, it's impossible to say she isn and Oppos, T suffering at all. Liu Suyun countered, no, they possess remarkable skills and excellent reputations. They can surely mitigate Yutong's pain. Yen, I implore you to find a way. You must have a solution. Qiao Xingye is heartless, and she refuses to listen to anything I say. Her indifference is truly despairing. At the mention of Qiao Xingye, Qi Yin and Oppos, his eyes darkened involuntarily. Lu Siyun continued to speak, but Qi Yin could no longer hear her. Yen. Noticing Qi Yin and Oppos, lack of response. Lu Suyun sensed something was amiss and turned to him, only to find him lost in thought. After calling his name several times, Qi Yin finally came to. We need to find a way to bring Jin Yang and Yin Li back. As you know, Yutong and Oppos, body cannot withstand the current treatment plan. It is simply too painful for her to endure. Lu Siyun and Oppos, voice trembled as she spoke of Liang Yutong and Oppos, suffering. Qi Yin could only nod in acknowledgement. Understood. I shall go see Yutong first. All right, go ahead, Lu Siyun replied, her brow knit with unshakable concern for Liang Yutong. Qi Yin turned and walked toward the patient room. After a moment's thought, Lu Siyun followed in his footsteps, continuing to murmur about Yan Li and Jin Yang. Meanwhile, in the patient room, the frail Liang Yutong, upon seeing an unsaved number flash on her phone, felt her heart inexplicably tremble. She instructed the aide beside her, all right, you may step out for now. Understood. The aide responded, ceasing the leg massage and respectfully exiting. Alone, Liang Yutong answered the call. Hello. It's me, came a deep voice from the other end, belonging to a middle-aged man. Nearly 3 years had passed since that fateful accident, and this person had vanished completely. Hearing that voice now made Liang Yutong and Oppos' heart constrict painfully. Why are you calling me again? Their affair had been settled with an exchange of money, and it had ended there. Receiving this call filled Liang Yutong with a foreboding sense of dread. As anticipated, the man continued, I need money. What do you mean? When we made our agreement, I paid you 5 million. You were supposed to leave the country and never return. Liang Yutong and Oppos' voice lowered, laced with barely contained fury. I have returned. What? Liang Yutong and Oppos' voice rose uncontrollably at this revelation. You came back, and you and Oppos' contacted her? Even a fool could see where this is headed. Her already pale face turned ghostly white. What do you want? My mother has just passed away, and my daughter is gravely ill. The cost of living abroad is exorbitant. We cannot afford it. His words elucidated their reason for returning, and the mention of his daughter's illness only added to the urgency. In short, they needed money. Liang Yutong felt dizzy with anger. What was rightfully yours, I've already given you. Our arrangement was merely a transaction. It was a transaction, but Miss Liang, I have no other options. Should I ask Miss Qiao for the money, or will I ask you? The implication of seeking Qiao Xingye for assistance meant that evidence of the accident would inevitably reach her. At that moment, Liang Yutong's reputation would be laid bare before the Liang family and Qi Yin. Are you threatening me? Liang Yutong's voice was clenched tight with rage. Yes, that is indeed a threat. Moreover, I have returned prepared. I know that you care about the Liang family and that you are at odds with Qiao Xingye. I am at my wit and Oppos' end. Otherwise, I wouldn't Oppos' be resorting to such dishonesty. You set the price at 5 million, and I didn't Oppos' even negotiate. The mention of dishonesty ignited Liang Yutong and Oppos' fury further. Yet the man persisted. I have no choice. I'm truly desperate. Liang Yutong shut her eyes. Desperate? Who isn't desperate these days? My expenses abroad have been substantial, and my savings from the Liang family are nearly depleted. Now that the Liang family is covering my medical bills, I'm not incurring extra costs. You have no choice, but you cannot come to me for help. What do you mean by coming to me? I owe you nothing, Liang Yutong asserted vehemently. She was nearly certain she was being extorted. In response to Liang Yutong and Amp Oppo's hysteria, the man remained calm and resolute. I want 100,000. Where am I supposed to get 100,000? Where do you expect me to find that amount? Liang Yutong felt on the verge of madness. Miss Liang, I know your status within the Liang family. You have far more standing than any biological daughter. Upon hearing this, Liang Yutong and Amp Oppo's expression darkened further, her grip on the phone tightening to the point of whiteness. Are you trying to extort me? I genuinely need the money, Miss Liang. Please don't make this more difficult than it needs to be. Liang Yutong closed her eyes, radiating a palpable hostility. At that moment, Qi Yin and Lu Suyun arrived at the door. Lu Suyun recalled something. Oh, just now Yutong mentioned she wanted some soup from Siego. Yin, you go in first. I'll have someone fetch it for her. All right, Qi Yin nodded. As he turned the door handle, he heard Liang Yutong shout into the phone. Fine, then you will also be going to jail. Qi Yin's expression darkened as he pushed the door open forcefully. Chapter 68. Qi Yin heard the question. The moment the door was turned, Liang Yutong also sensed it. She turned around and saw Qi Yin standing at the door. Meeting those familiar eyes, Liang Yutong and Amp Oppo's pupils constricted, and her heart tightened painfully. Her mind raced. Without a moment in Amp Oppo's hesitation, she hung up the phone. Qi Yin frowned. A trace of depth crossed his gaze. Who wants to go to jail? He had indeed heard it. Liang Yutong and Amp Oppo's breath trembled. Ah, you heard everything. Yutong, it was a scam call. I told him not to deceive, or he would end up in prison. What were you thinking? She feigned calmness, yet internally, Liang Yutong was in a state of utter panic. The events of that year must never be revealed to Qi Yin or the Liang family. If they found out, she would have no way out. Is that so? Qi Yin and Oppo's gaze remained deep as he looked at her. Liang Yutong nodded. Yes, otherwise what do you think it is? Qi Yin reached out, affectionately ruffling her soft hair. Nothing. At that moment, when Liang Yutong, Kuden, and Amp Oppo's see the emotion in his eyes, a flicker of profoundness passed through Qi Yin and Amp Oppo's gaze. Their phones have been specially processed. Scam calls generally Kuden and Amp Oppo's get through. Yin, when can I be discharged? Liang Yutong wrapped her arms around Qi Yin's lean waist, her tone laced with anticipation. She truly longed to leave the hospital. Additionally, several of her close friends had asked whether Qi Yin had indeed purchased the Qianwan listening shore residence for her. Their tone was filled with envy. She had told them it was indeed bought, and that she would move in soon to recuperate. They even expressed their desire to celebrate her new home, enthusiastically planning gifts and invitations. She believed that Qi Yin would surely buy the listening shore residence for her. At that moment, however, Qi Yin, when she wrapped her arms around his waist, he felt an uncontrollable stiffness, and, for reasons unknown, a hint of resistance arose within him. Soon, he discreetly grasped Liang Yutong's arms and gently pulled her hands down from his waist. Liang Yutong remained oblivious to his discomfort. She pitifully said, I didn't mean to put you in a difficult position, but the smell of disinfectant is just too unbearable. Qi Yin nodded. I understand. Thinking of the listening shore residence, he couldn't help but feel a headache. The current owner was unwilling to sell, rent, or even lend it. In short, they were completely unwilling. Also, I want to see Xingye. Upon hearing she wanted to meet Qiao Xingye, Qi Yin frowned. What do you want to see her for? Speaking of Qiao Xingye, Qi Yin recalled the previous encounter with her alongside Jiang Yuan. What was she doing there? Did she have any connection with the owner of a listening shore residence? She has been causing quite a stir because of me, even getting into a fight with my brother. I want to explain things face to face. Otherwise, your lives will be difficult. Qi Yin replied, Don't meet her. No, I must see her, Liang Yutong insisted firmly. She looked at Qi Yin. Mom won't let me see her, but I know you are all disturbed because of her. All of this started because of me. Yin, will you help me bring her here? I want to have a proper conversation with her. I'm genuinely worried that she might use unscrupulous means to secure collaborations in her studio. She is my mother's biological daughter. Her life has been ruined because of me, and I do not want to see her fall. Every word Liang Yutong spoke was filled with heartache and earnestness. Qi Yin sighed. You do think of her, but she wants to talk to you properly. Regardless of whether she talks to me or not, I want to try. Okay? Qi Yin, seeing Liang Yutong like this, had to swallow back the words of refusal that were on the tip of his tongue. All right, if I don't let Liang Yutong see her. She wants to give up, but Qiao Xingye is currently insufferable. Why should I bother with someone like her? Qiao Xingye had no intention of going to the studio that afternoon. However, a call from Yang Tingting brought her back. After holding an urgent meeting, it was nearly 6:00 and amp, Oppo's clock, and recalling that Xiao Rongchuan had said he would come back to have dinner with her, she couldn't afford to delay. She instructed Yang Tingting, keep an eye on things here. If they work overtime tonight, order them some food from Crab Pavilion. What? Upon hearing Crab Pavilion, Yang Tingting could hardly believe her ears. Crab Pavilion. But there's so many people, boss. It's quite expensive. We don't need to order something so lavish. Just tell them to charge it to my account. Yang Tingting and amp, Oppo's lips twitched. Thank you, boss. Crab Pavilion. She adored the buns there, though they were pricey. However, since the boss had spoken, she would indulge in 2 baskets tonight. As soon as Qiao Xingye stepped into the elevator, Yang Tingting shouted to the office, everyone, work hard tonight. The boss said we're ordering from Crab Pavilion. Upon hearing Crab Pavilion, everyone's eyes lit up. That star-rated restaurant was not one many could afford to visit. Previously, they had received such lavish employee benefits, and now they were getting Crab Pavilion meals. As everyone reacted, cheers erupted, and their work efforts intensified. As Qiao Xingye descended, she collided with Qi Yin, who was looking for her. Seeing Qi Yin, she paused momentarily, but then promptly attempted to walk past him. Qi Yin, seeing her unwillingness to even speak to him, felt his anger rising. He grasped her slender wrist. Wait, grasping my wrist again? The disdain in Qiao Xingye's eyes was unmistakable. She gazed at Qi Yin and, without a second thought, kicked at him. Qi Yin barely managed to dodge, but she struck the back of his knee, nearly causing him to collapse. Qiao Xingye. Qi Yin growled through gritted teeth, filled with fury. Yet even then, he did not release her wrist, his eyes burning with anger as he glared at her, as if he wished to devour her whole. Still not letting go, Qiao Xingye scoffed. Qi Yin retorted fiercely, Are you even a woman? How absurd. With your temperament, how could Yin Li and that man from Jinjian Tianqing ever find you appealing? Why would they want someone like you? But why? When he thought of her being with Yin Li and that man, did his heart feel heavy? Qiao Xingye smirked. Whether I'm a woman or not, you want to get the chance to verify, so why are you wasting your thoughts on this nonsense? You. Her words left Qi Yin's mind spinning. This woman was simply infuriating. At that moment, Qi Yin didn't know what else to say to Qiao Xingye, nor did he want to engage further. He stood straight despite the pain. You need to come to the hospital with me. His knee was throbbing. This damned woman was merciless with her kicks. Why are we going to the hospital? Qiao Xingye asked. Yutong wants to see you, Qi Yin replied. Qiao Xingye raised an eyebrow. She wants to see me? Yes. She said she has something very important to discuss with you. Qiao Xingye scoffed, and without another word, she kicked Qi Yin again, this time with even greater force. Qi Yin grunted in pain, feeling as though all his strength had been drained from him. Chapter 69. Is it too much to ask for my darling to report her itinerary? What could she possibly discuss with Liang Yutong? It would be best to take the most ruthless approach. However, since Qi Yin has personally sought her out, it is evident that this woman has yet to learn her lesson despite suffering from 3 types of cancer. Clearly, fate has not been sufficiently harsh on her. Since there are complications, very well. She shall accompany her for a while. Wait a moment, I need to make a phone call. Who are you calling? Isn't it permissible to call my darling to report my itinerary? Qi Yin nearly choked on his own blood, feeling utterly exasperated. You. Qiao Xingye dismissed him with a wave and stepped aside to dial Qiao Rongchuan and Oppo's number. The call was answered promptly, and a gentle male voice resonated. Off work? Qiao Xingye replied. I need to visit the hospital for a bit. I should be back in about half an hour. Have you returned home yet? Not yet. Oh, then I'll head out first. Are you going to play with the Liang family? Isn't that rather dull? Qiao Xingye murmured. I must ensure I tire her out before returning to F country. After saying this, Qiao Xingye abruptly hung up. After all, there were matters to settle with the Liang family, especially concerning Liang Yutong. It would be best if she could succumb to her illness before returning to F country. If not, she would ensure she ended up in prison. Just as she was about to turn away, Tang Su and Oppos, as call came through. Yao Xingyan said, Su, I found a piece of jade I like. I'll send it to you for your opinion. There is no time right now. Just send it to me, and I'll look at it later. What are you busy with? Liang Yutong is causing trouble again. Tang Su. Hiss. This white lotus is quite the performer. She has got 3 types of cancer and still has the energy to stir up drama? Qiao Xingye. Indeed. I'm going to see if she is really sick. Tang Su. You should take a good look. Don't let her feign illness and pin the blame on you. Understood. After hanging up, Qiao Xingye turned to see Qi Yin approaching her, visibly impatient. He limped, looking rather pitiful. But Qiao Xingye thought it insufficient and wished to kick him a few more times. Have you finished your call? His tone carried a hint of irritation. Qiao Xingye tucked her phone away. I'm done. Let us go. She had assumed that 30 minutes would suffice. To her surprise, the hospital where Liang Yutong was admitted was quite far from her studio, taking a full 40 minutes just to arrive. In the hospital room, Qiao Xingye reclined with her legs crossed, holding a nail file as she meticulously groomed her nails. She had yet to redo her nails after a mishap while with Pei Shan. Liang Yutong, observing her nonchalant demeanor devoid of any sorrow, felt a surge of resentment. She turned to Qi Yin. Yin, could you step out for a moment? I need to speak with Xingye. Qi Yin, sensing Liang Yutong and Oppos' request, regarded her with concern. To him, Qiao Xingye was rather emotionally unstable, recalling the incident where she had assaulted Liang Yutong at the Qi family's entrance. Her readiness to resort to violence was undeniably akin to madness. Seeing Qi Yin's worry, Liang Yutong felt a sense of triumph. It's fine, you can go. Qi Yin nodded but cast a warning glance at Qiao Xingye. Yutong has just undergone treatment. You better not act recklessly. Qiao Xingye chuckled. I cannot guarantee that. If Liang Yutong truly intended to provoke her, what did it matter how many cancers she had? She was certainly not afraid of being taken advantage of. The notion of giving up was entirely absent from her vocabulary. Years ago, she had been threatened by the Sheng family in F country, and she had endured far too much. Now that the Liang family could no longer intimidate Qiao Rongchuan, she refused to hold back. You. Qi Yin was nearly driven to the brink of fury by Qiao Xingye's words. Liang Yutong interjected. All right, Yin, you shouldn't harbor such biases against Xingye. I'll be cautious. Qi Yin remained uneasy, particularly after Qiao Xingye's remark. Yet Liang Yutong repeatedly assured him that she would be careful. Ultimately, Qi Yin exited but remained just outside the room, ready to rush in at the slightest hint of commotion. Once alone with Liang Yutong, Qiao Xingye regarded her with disdain, refusing to grant her any further attention. Liang Yutong, feeling more irked by Qiao Xingye's arrogance, declared, Yin is going to purchase the Tinglong Linju for me. You know that, right? Didn't we discuss this over the phone? I told him you wouldn't be able to move into that place. Yet, Yin informed me today that it has been acquired and arrangements are underway for me to move in shortly for my recuperation. Qiao Xingye raised an eyebrow. He told you that? It's bought? Huh. Qi Yin is certainly placating Liang Yutong. Liang Yutong nodded. Are you envious? Qiao Xingye rolled her eyes. Congratulations. When are you moving in? Will there be a celebration? Make sure to invite me. You will definitely be invited. Just wait. Within half a month, I will be residing there. Tinglong Linju. Over the years, numerous affluent families sought to acquire that prime piece of real estate. Ultimately, those who failed to obtain it sought to uncover the identity of its mysterious owner, hoping to marry off their daughters to him. At this moment, Liang Yutong was convinced she would soon be the mistress of that estate, thereby becoming the envy of all women in Hongqing. Qiao Xingye, I recall stating that leaving Hongqing means that everything here does not belong to you. Liang Yutong's words dripped with the satisfaction of a victor. Qiao Xingye scoffed. You're quite arrogant. To think a mere adopted daughter could be this presumptuous is truly laughable. Liang Yutong retorted. So, have you made up your mind to leave? Leave? Do you truly believe I, Qiao Xingye, can be intimidated into departing, still attempting to threaten her? How absurd. Liang Yutong continued. I know you have a studio that earns 7 million a year. However, rest assured, that place will soon cease to exist. As she spoke, Liang Yutong's tone dripped with self-satisfaction. Yet in that moment, a chill crept into Qiao Xingye's eyes. What do you mean? Liang Yutong gleefully replied. Your own brother and your former fiancé have joined forces. Did you know? They plan to shut down your studio. This news was anticipated. Qiao Xingye had already surmised that Qi Yin and Liang Jinqiao would covertly undermine her studio. However, hearing Liang Yutong embellish the tale ignited a cold fury within her. Huh? Liang Yutong continued. Your closest family has never accepted you, and Qi Yin has never genuinely cared for you. Qiao Xingye, after all this time back in Hongsheng, you still possess nothing. Why must you remain here and be a source of annoyance? Leaving would be beneficial for everyone. You desire my departure? So eagerly? Qiao Xingye arched an eyebrow at her, pausing her nail care. Her gaze towards Liang Yutong was unusually profound. The urgency in Liang Yutong's insistence for her to leave was palpable. Oh, Qiao Xingye, you're quite eager for me to depart. Let me guess your motives. I have no such urgency. Liang Yutong's heart raced as she interrupted Qiao Xingye. Yet internally, she felt an overwhelming sense of insecurity. She was indeed anxious for her to leave. She could not allow her to remain, especially since that man had just visited her. If Qiao Xingye were to discover the truth, it would spell disaster. Qiao Xingye raised an eyebrow, a light laugh escaping her. Is that so? But you seem rather anxious. Liang Yutong. Chapter 70. Could you please expire quickly? Don't waste my time. Indeed, she desired for Qiao Xingye to vacate Port City. With that man's return, she feared that Qiao Xingye's presence would invite unnecessary complications. Moreover, she was apprehensive that the recent sum of 1 million was merely a prelude. Thus, it was imperative for Qiao Xingye to depart. Noticing Liang Yutong's silence, Qiao Xingye remarked, You not only wish for my departure, but seem rather impatient about it. Liang Yutong's heart raced once more. Why should she be anxious? She felt nothing but pity for Qiao Xingye. Rather than languishing here with nothing to show for it, she would be better off taking the money she earned last year, selling her residence in Jinjing Tiantown, and living her own life. Qiao Xingye responded, Oh. Liang Yutong continued, with such wealth, moving to a 3rd or 4th tier city would suffice for a life free for financial worries. This was indeed the truth. Selling her property in Jinjing Tiantown, coupled with her earnings, would amount to over 10 million. Such a sum would guarantee a leisurely and abundant life in a smaller city. Yet, what could be done? She simply did not wish to leave. Did Liang Yutong want her to go? She intended to remain and witness Liang's demise before departing. When would that happen? Using Liang's cold demeanor to provoke her? Fine, let us see who would be affected first. Certainly, her last remark struck a nerve with Liang Yutong. Presently, she was beset by 3 grave ailments, and the mention of the word death in her presence was utterly intolerable. In an instant, Liang's complexion turned ashen. Qiao Xingye queried, Moving into Tinglong Linju? Shutting down my studio? Very well, let us wait until my studio is closed, and I will drink to your celebration of moving into Tinglong Linju before I depart. Liang Yutong's once pale visage ignited with a flicker of rage upon hearing Qiao Xingye's words. Are you serious? Let Qi Yin and Liang Jinqiao step it up. You should too. Let us hasten the closure of her studio and the move into Tinglong Linju. However, she, Liang Yutong, might never step foot in that place until her last breath. Qiao Xingye rose, gazing at the frail Liang Yutong on the hospital bed. Do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? If not, I shall take my leave. If you have a plan, hurry and execute it. Don't waste time with excessive words. I have no interest in dilly-dallying. Liang Yutong. The term tricks once again pricked at her nerves, causing her heart to surge as she glared at Qiao Xingye. She wanted to speak, but the tumult in her chest made it feel as though breathing was an arduous task. She could utter not a single word. Seeing Liang's trembling finger pointed at her, Qiao Xingye inquired, What sort of trick is this? Liang Yutong. This wretched person. It was unbearable, truly agonizing. Witnessing Liang's unprecedented performance, Qiao Xingye chose to ignore her and turned to leave. Since there is no performance left, I shall take my leave. Xiao Rongchuan is waiting for me to return for a meal. I do not wish to squander more time. Just as she opened the door, a sound of and oppos, puff, and oppos, echoed behind her. Turning around, she beheld Liang Yutong spitting forth a mouthful of blood, copiously staining the quilt beneath her. Qiao Xingye's heart jolted. Perhaps Liang Yutong had feigned illness too often before her, for she now perceived this as yet another act. However, this performance seemed rather severe. Before she could discern reality from pretense, her body was suddenly shoved aside, and Shi Yin, like a gust of wind, had already reached Liang Yutong's side. Yutong, Yutong. His tone was rife with panic. Soon, Lu Suyun rushed into the room, her eyes widening in horror at the sight of Liang Yutong's bloodied mouth, prompting a scream of terror. Ah, Yutong, Yutong, what has happened to you? What have you done to Yutong? Did you poison her? Upon noticing Qiao Xingye's presence, Lu Suyun directed her fury towards her. What have you done? Shi Yin promptly pressed the call button at the head of the bed. His gaze towards Qiao Xingye was laden with frost. It was only then that Qiao Xingye fully comprehended the gravity of the situation. Doctors and nurses rushed into the room, creating a scene of chaos. By the time Liang Yutong was whisked away to the emergency room, 5 minutes had elapsed, with Lu Suyun and Shi Yin left outside. Unable to enter, Liang Jinzhai approached, looking at Qiao Xingye with suspicion. What did you do to her? Lu Suyun, in a fit of anger, advanced. I told you. During this time, we must prioritize her health. Why are you vying for attention now? In her fury, Lu Suyun raised her hand to strike Qiao Xingye. However, Qiao Xingye swiftly caught her wrist and flung her aside. Lu Suyun stumbled and fell into Liang Jinzhai's embrace. Filled with rage, she shouted, "Call the police!" Immediately, it must be her who poisoned Yutong. In her perspective, it was undoubtedly Qiao Xingye who had poisoned Liang Yutong. Otherwise, why would she suddenly vomit blood? For the past few days, Liang Yutong had been under the care of a top-notch medical team. Upon hearing Lu Suyun's words, Qiao Xingye's eyes turned icy. Call the police? For Liang Yutong? Though she had never cared for this mother figure or sought her affection, the notion that she would call the police for Liang Yutong only deepened Qiao Xingye's cold demeanor. Lu Suyun retorted, "You are so malicious. I could never have a daughter like you." Her words were laced with venom as she turned to Liang Jinzhai, barking, "What are you standing there for? I told you to call the police." Liang Jinzhai glanced at Qiao Xingye, a flicker of hesitation crossing his features. Yet, recalling that Liang Yutong had been rushed to the emergency room because of her, he felt it was necessary to teach her a lesson. Ultimately, he pulled out his phone and dialed the police, accusing Qiao Xingye of poisoning. An hour later, at Tinglan Linjiu, Qiao Rongchuan had just arrived. Before he could exit the vehicle, he received a call from Qiao Xingye. "Brother, send Lu Ling to bail me out." Qiao Rongchuan, what? I've been arrested. The moment the words left her lips, a chilling aura enveloped Qiao Rongchuan. The driver, Lu Ling, shuddered in response. Qiao Rongchuan's voice turned frigid. "Where are you?" "At the Central District Police Station." "Understood." Qiao Rongchuan hung up and instructed Lu Ling, "Get to the Central District Police Station within 10 minutes. Lu Ling. The distance to the police station was at least 30 minutes, compounded by the fact that it was rush hour. However, Qiao Rongchuan's orders left no room for negotiation. Ultimately, Lu Ling took the route he despised most, minimizing traffic light delays and exceeding speed limits, enduring the ire of countless drivers along the way. In the end, they arrived at the Central District Police Station within 10 minutes. At that moment, Qiao Xingye was being interrogated. "They claim you poisoned her. What poison did you use?" "I'm waiting for my brother. Having been brought here for nearly 20 minutes. No matter how the interrogators pressed her, Qiao Xingye repeated, "I'm waiting for my brother." This response infuriated her interrogators, prompting one to slam his pen down on the table. "Even if the King of Heaven comes today, you must clarify your situation. Who are you waiting for? Speak up." With that, the interrogation room door swung open with a resounding bang. Chapter 71. Is this her brother? Indeed, he resembles a deity. With a thunderous sound, the hearts of those inside collectively shrank. Their gazes converged at the entrance, where the director and a tall, elegant man appeared. Upon seeing the director, The two interrogators exchanged glances and stood respectfully. Director. The director, with a serious expression, glanced at the two interrogators. Have you brought back the evidence? The interrogators replied hesitantly. We are still in the process of questioning. Naturally, we need to bring in those involved for interrogation. None? Why are you arresting random people? The faces of the interrogators stiffened. No, Director, What do you mean what? I am instructing you on how to handle this. The director scolded them directly. 3 minutes later, he turned and respectfully addressed Qiao Rongchuan. Mr. Qiao. Qiao Rongchuan cast a cold glance inside before approaching Qiao Xingye. She stood up and softly called out, Brother. Qiao Rongchuan scrutinized her from head to toe and asked, Have I made things difficult for you? The interrogators, still reeling from the earlier reprimand, now felt the oppressive aura emanating from the man and curiously glanced at Qiao Rongchuan. Is this the brother they had been waiting for? He certainly resembles a deity. Qiao Xingye said, If you hadn't come, they might have hit me. The director and the interrogators froze, glancing at Qiao Xingye. Especially the interrogators. Miss Qiao, we had no intention of hitting you. Please do not slander us. Qiao Xingye retorted, You threw a pen at me. The interrogators stammered. The pen was thrown, but wait, when it bounced, it seemed to have landed on Qiao Xingye. This made the situation even more convoluted. The director, already fuming, slapped his forehead in frustration. I truly did not intend to hit her. Qiao Rongchuan's gaze turned icy. Can we leave? The director nodded. Yes, you may. The interrogator protested. No, Shut up. Qiao Rongchuan commanded. I want the truth regarding this matter. An investigation must be conducted. The director responded, Rest assured, we will get to the bottom of this. He pondered the identity of this man, as calls had come from above. Ultimately, amidst the embarrassment of several individuals, Qiao Rongchuan took Qiao Xingye and departed. Once in the car, Qiao Rongchuan pulled Qiao Xingye onto his lap. The sudden sensation of weightlessness startled her, causing her to instinctively clutch his neck. Why are you holding me again? This man hugs too often. Is this really appropriate? Qiao Rongchuan spoke in a frigid tone. Did you not say we were going to have fun? Is this how you play? He did not oppose the idea of fun, but this situation had ensnared him as well. Qiao Xingye protested. This was an accident. I thought it was Liang Yutong and Appo's show, but she actually ended up in the emergency room, losing so much blood. She could very well die in the hospital tonight. Qiao Rongchuan and Appo's grip on her waist tightened. How many such accidents have occurred over the years? Qiao Xingye fell silent. There had been too many. Whenever Liang Yutong was in trouble, they would unconditionally target her. Noticing her silence, Qiao Rongchuan likely inferred something, and his gaze grew colder. At the hospital, Liang Yutong was out of danger. As she was wheeled into the ward, her pale face indicated her fragility. Yutong, it is all my fault. How could I have given birth to such a thing? The doctor entered behind them and addressed Lu Siyun and Liang Jinchao. Miss Liang underwent gastric lavage, and we have tested her blood. It indeed contained some poison, but she is now out of danger. She was truly poisoned? Upon hearing that Liang Yutong's blood contained toxins, Lu Siyun's emotions intensified. The doctor nodded. Miss Liang's body cannot withstand such turmoil, so please be cautious. Lu Siyun looked at Liang Yutong's pale face, her heart aching even more. The doctor issued a few more instructions before leaving. Liang Jinchao and Qi Yin and Appo's expressions were equally grim. Lu Siyun grasped Liang Yutong and Appo's hand, trembling, as if she had nearly lost her. Yutong, you must. Mom, I'm Fine. Please don't blame Xingye. Why did you eat what she gave you? You should know better than to accept anything from her. Lu Siyun said anxiously. Liang Yutong replied, She is my sister. I do not want to doubt her. She did not mention eating anything from Qiao Xingye, but her words undoubtedly confirmed the suspicion of Qiao Xingye's poisoning in Liang Jinchao and Qi Yin's minds. Lu Siyun turned to Qi Yin and Liang Jinchao. It seems she cannot remain in this city any longer. Today nearly cost Yutong her life. When speaking of this, Lu Siyun's voice dripped with hatred. Liang Jinchao nodded. I agree. Qi Yin had no objections either. Mom, please do not act this way. Brother, do not heed Mom's words. Xingye already harbors significant grievances against you. If you proceed like this, she may never acknowledge you again. Lu Siyun retorted, Are we truly afraid she won in damp? Oppose. To recognize us? She has never acknowledged us. When mentioning the word acknowledge, Lu Siyun felt an even deeper disappointment towards Qiao Xingye. We painstakingly brought her back, yet she refuses to change her surname and has never called me and Amp. Oppose. Mom. And Amp. Oppose. It was already distressing that she quarreled with Liang Yutong, but before the conflict arose, Lu Siyun believed she had treated her well during that time. Her fervent affection failed to warm Qiao Xingye's heart, and ultimately, she received not even a single mom from her. Reflecting on this, she felt particularly disillusioned with Qiao Xingye. She spoke more resolutely to Liang Jinshao. You go handle this. Have her leave the city tomorrow. If she stays any longer, Yutong and Amp. Oppo's life may be in jeopardy. Did she not speak to Yutong properly after her return? She approached with a conciliatory attitude. Yet what was Qiao Xingye and Amp. Oppo's demeanor? Never mind. It was not worth dwelling on. During Yutong and Amp. Oppo's treatment, nothing could allow Qiao Xingye to remain in this city. Liang Jinshao nodded. Understood. Mom, please stop defending her. From now on, everything must prioritize you. Liang Yutong wanted to say something, but Lu Siyun interrupted her. Qian also said, let us proceed as Aunt suggests. It was indeed necessary to send Qiao Xingye away temporarily, not only because of Yutong and Oppo's health, but also in the hope that this separation would sever her ties with those men. Liang Jinshao was eager to send Qiao Xingye away. That very night, he personally went to the police station in the Central District, seeking to expedite Qiao Xingye's departure from the city. The outcome left him astounded. She was taken away by a man. What man? She was implicated in poisoning. Without evidence, we cannot detain her. We are currently investigating this matter. Liang Jinshao was furious. What do you mean there is no evidence? My sister nearly died tonight. He shouted in anger, his resentment towards Qiao Xingye reaching a boiling point. Chapter 72. Make your brother eliminate them all. When Liang Jinshao brought the news back to the hospital, Lu Siyun was furious, cursing for 10 minutes. What a misfortune for the family. How could I give birth to such a disgraceful child? She must be sent away, no matter what it takes. If she remained in this harbor city, and those wealthy socialites discovered that Qiao Xingye had sacrificed herself for some profit-making projects, what face would the Liang family have left? Liang Yutong was also surprised that Qiao Xingye had left the police station so quickly, and even more so that she was taken away by a man. It seemed she had underestimated her. She had thought Qiao Xingye was solely dependent on Qi Yin, but it appeared there was a backup. Well, she was eager to see what kind of man had come to her rescue. Regardless of who it was, she was determined to snatch him away. For Qiao Xingye would not possess anything in this harbor city. Lu Siyun was fuming, her chest rising and falling with agitation. Qi Yin was equally enraged. Who was that man Liang Jinshao mentioned? Was it Yin Li or the man from Jinjiang Tiancheng? Unbeknownst to Qiao Xingye, the hospital had many more developments that night. After dinner with Xiao Rongchuan, he retreated to the study, followed closely by Lu Ling. Just as Qiao Xingye finished her bath and lay down on her bed, she received a call from Tang Su. Yizi, I have received news that Qi Yin and Liang Jinshao have joined forces to shut down your studio. My mother has received absolute orders not to cooperate with you, and she asked me to inform you. Shut down her studio? They had previously acted covertly, but now they were making a grand show of it? How much influence did Liang Yutong have over them? Please thank Annie for me, and tell her that I have plenty of projects, so she need not worry. She has given you a big project, Tang Su replied. Qiao Xingye. Tang Su was envious of her, expressing her fondness for Qiao Xingye and Amp, Oppo's mother. Then thank Annie for me. You and Amp, Oppo's. Re-welcome. Do you need help with anything else? I suppose you Don and Amp, Oppo's. Just let your brother handle them. Previously, Tang Su was genuinely concerned that Qiao Xingye might not be able to contend with the Liang family. But now, with such a powerful brother, there was no need for worry. He could deal with them in no time. Qiao Xingye, no need for my brother. I have a plan. If my brother intervenes, it will be over too quickly, and that wouldn't be entertaining. Tang Su, that's true. A wretch like Liang Yutong deserves to be cut slowly. Giving her a swift end would be too merciful. Seeing Qiao Xingye's nonchalant demeanor, Tang Su felt reassured. The two continued chatting for a while before hanging up. Almost immediately, a strange number called in. This time, Qiao Xingye did not hang up and answered. Hello. Is it Yanli who came to rescue you, or that man? Came Qi Yin and Amp, Oppo's snarling voice from the other end. Qiao Xingye was baffled by his anger. Was he mad that she had not been confined? Considering the circumstances at that time, he, along with Liang Jinshao and Lu Su-yun, had all wanted her to pay the price for Liang Yutong. And now, their previous outrage seemed rather laughably arrogant in hindsight. Qiao Xingye chuckled lightly. Does it matter who rescued me? It's certainly ISN and Amp, Oppo's, Tu, my former fiancé. The words former fiancé pierced Qi Yin and Amp, Oppo's ears like a sharp thorn, intensifying his fury. His anger flared as he listened to Qiao Xingye and Oppo's indifferent tone. Qiao Xingye, are you not ashamed? What benefit is there in your degradation? Shouldn't you preserve your virtue? After all, you are undeserving. Qi Yin. At this moment, he was overwhelmed with the impulse to sew her mouth shut. Where are you? What are you doing? I'm Oppo's. I'm on my way to Jinjiang Tiancheng. You better make that man leave quickly. Qiao Xingye, you still dare to go to Jinjiang Tiancheng? Is your hand healed? As soon as she spoke, the air in the phone became thin. Qi Yin instinctively glanced at his casted left hand, gritting his teeth in frustration. Qiao Xingye laughed. Want to seek justice for Liang Yutong? However, I fear that justice will elude you. For your own safety, do not provoke the man beside me. Qiao Xingye. Qi Yin's tone deepened with anger. Yet, by the time he finished, Qiao Xingye had already hung up. Hearing the dial tone, Qi Yin slammed the phone down in rage. He had never endured such humiliation. In this harbor city, no one dared to provoke him like that. If you cannot uncover that man's identity tonight, you can pack your bags and leave tomorrow. Jiang Yuan, who was driving, shivered at those words, cold sweat breaking out on his back. Up to this point, he had yet to identify that man. Still, Qi Yin was desperate to know who this mysterious figure was that had suddenly appeared in the harbor city. There had been no word of such a person before. What was his background? Why had Qiao Xingye associated herself with him? The thought of that man further fueled Qi Yin and Oppo's wrath. Lighting a cigarette, he took a deep drag. We will spare no effort. Qinglan can also be mobilized. Jiang Yuan. Qinglan can also be mobilized? It seemed he had to find out that person in Amp, Oppo's identity as soon as possible. Jiang Yuan nodded, understood. Just as Qiao Xingye hung up on Qi Yin, Liang Jinshao and Oppo's call came through. Similarly, Qiao Xingye answered. Who could end Oppo's show off? In these past few days, they had suppressed her, and now she was determined to deflate their arrogance. On the call, Liang Jinshao, like Qi Yin, had little regard for Qiao Xingye. Who is the man who took you away? Qiao Xingye. Does it matter who he is? At least he is not you, my dear brother. Just as she had mocked Qi Yin earlier, the term dear brother struck Liang Jinshao's ears as painfully as before, tightening his heart for a fleeting moment. Suppressing his anger, Liang Jinshao replied, Qiao Xingye, you stand behind the Liang family. Who allowed you to engage in actions that tarnish our reputation? What have I done? Who is the man you are with? The one I love. Just then, Qiao Rong Chuan entered, and upon hearing her declaration of love, he stiffened his grip on the doorknob. Qiao Xingye, noticing him suddenly appear, felt her heart skip a beat. Know this, locking eyes with his profound gaze. Her cheeks flushed, and she momentarily averted her eyes, feeling a twinge of guilt. Hearing her claim of love, Liang Jinshao and Amp, Oppo's fury surged. The one you love? How long has it been since you broke off your engagement with Qi Yin? How can you be so shameless? Qiao Xingye, undeterred, retorted, I don an Amp, Oppo's care about shame. You should care about your own. You fathered children with other women and still refuse to give them a name, while entangling yourself with Pei Shan. What right do you have to accuse me of being shameless? Chapter 73. Tell brother who Xing and Amp, Oppo's love verbal assaults were her forte. Of course, in close combat, Liang Jinshao would not stand a chance against her. Upon hearing this, Liang Xiao and Appo's heart began to race with anger. The fact that Qiao Xingye was aware of such matters only strengthened his resolve to send her away. Her remaining here would spell disaster for both him and Yutong. You, I want an amp. Appo's, to waste my breath on you. Mother has instructed you to leave Gangsheng immediately. Will you depart on your own, or shall I escort you out? The words escort you out were spat out through gritted teeth, and upon realizing he intended to take a hard stance, Qiao Xingye decided to drop the facade. There was no point in hiding the inevitable. She scoffed. You think you can send me away? Do you possess the capability to do so? Liang Xiao was taken aback. Since that man was able to rescue me tonight, he undoubtedly has the means to ensure my safety. Tell Yang Yutong that Qiao Xingye, will not be leaving. The series of manipulative tactics employed this evening, coupled with her verbal provocations, indicated that Liang Yutong was quite eager for her departure from Gangsheng. Qiao Xingye was determined to uncover the reasons behind such urgency. Her sarcastic remarks and brazen attitude infuriated Liang Qiao to the point where he nearly lost his composure. What do you mean, and Appo's? What do you mean, and Appo's? Do you think you can waste words on me? I refuse to believe you will show me any mercy. If you can send me away, then by all means, do so. Otherwise, cease this futile verbal sparring. You cannot win that battle. Frustrated, Liang Qiao abruptly hung up the phone, fearing that further discussion would drive him to madness. After a lengthy conversation with Lu Suyun, Liang Qiao emerged to find his face a stormy shade of anger. Why are you back? Were you not instructed to fetch her from the police station and send her directly out of Gangsheng? Liang Qiao cast a glance at Lu Suyun and replied, It seems we cannot escort Qiao Xingye away. What? Upon hearing this, Lu Suyun and Appo's expression darkened. What happened? She had been taken away by a man of considerable standing, and she was no longer residing in Jinjiang Tiancheng. Where is she staying? I do not know, Liang Qiao said, rubbing his temples in frustration. Suddenly, he realized he may have never truly understood Qiao Xingye. Previously, he had perceived her as a mere country bumpkin, devoid of any background or worth. However, recent events and the company she kept suggested that she was far from ordinary. Yin Li, Jin Yang, and the man who had rescued her. If she chose to stay, would Yutong not be subjected to her wrath at any moment? Lu Suyun's anger flared at the thought of Qiao Xingye remaining. We must clarify some matters regarding her connections before proceeding. What connections? She was raised in the countryside. What could she possibly have? Yet everyone she associated with was significant. Qi Yin had mentioned that the man in Jinjiang Tiancheng was not to be underestimated, and their relationship with Qiao Xingye seemed to be more than just acquaintances. Then there was Yin Li in her business studio, who provided this young girl with such substantial funds to start her venture. Listening to Liang Qiao and Appo's observations, a glimmer of doubt crossed Lu Suyun's eyes. It appeared she too had never recognized the true potential of her own daughter. Let us investigate this matter swiftly, she said. After all, Yutong had nearly lost her life tonight. It was imperative that Qiao Xingye did not linger in Gangsheng for too long. Liang Qiao nodded, I understand. Just as they were about to discuss further, the hospital equipment began to blare an urgent alarm. Liang Qiao and Lu Suyun exchanged alarmed glances before rushing into the room. On the hospital bed, Liang Yutong lay pale, eyes closed. The frantic beeping of the machines sent Lu Suyun into a panic. Yutong, call the doctor. Liang Yutong weakly opened her eyes, grasping Lu Suyun and Appo's hand. Mom, it hurts so much. Those words shattered Lu Suyun and Appo's heart. This evening, Qiao Xingye's audacity had compelled Qi Yin and Liang Qiao to investigate the man beside her thoroughly. Meanwhile, at Tinglanlin, Qiao Xingye found herself nestled in her brother Qiao Rongchuan and Appo's embrace, one hand gripping her waist while the other playfully twirled a strand of her hair. He seemed to relish having her sit on his lap, a habit he had maintained since childhood. Yet, Qiao Xingye now felt a sense of discomfort. Brother, this... What should I say? She was at a loss for words. Their relationship was not suited for such an intimate conclusion. However, Qiao Rongchuan appeared oblivious, as if filtering out her hesitation. Qiao Xing, you felt her heart racing. Who is the person you love? He asked, twirling her hair around his fingers. His tone laced with playful intrigue. Qiao Xingye and amp. Oppose. S mind buzzed, her cheeks flushed uncontrollably. Was it mere coincidence that Xiao Rongchuan had overheard her earlier words? Her face crimsoned, she stammered. Could you please let go of me? Indeed, Xing and oppose. Or has grown up and has someone she loves, Xiao Rongchuan said gently, his voice infused with a unique tenderness reserved solely for her. Yet, in the face of his affection, Qiao Xingye and amp. Oppose. S heart was taut with anxiety. The thought of divulging such personal matters was fraught with peril. She could not bear to take that risk. I didn't mean it. I was just joking. Didn't he mean it? I find that hard to believe. You must be mistaken. Really. Qiao Xingye shook her head, terrified to continue. Xiao Rongchuan chuckled softly, releasing her from his grasp, choosing not to press further. Get some rest. Don't indulge in too much fun. His remark about fun alluded to her interactions with the Liang family and Qiyan. He had discerned her playful manipulation of them, and while they were undoubtedly distressed, it was unwise to stay up late in their current state. As Qiao Rongchuan exited the room, Lu Ling approached him respectfully. Sir, lighting a cigarette, Qiao Rongchuan remarked, the child has grown. She can now conceal her thoughts. His words held depth, and Lu Ling grasped their meaning. Miss and amp. Oppose. S heart undoubtedly belongs to you. You need not worry. Qiao Rongchuan exhaled a plume of smoke. Is that so? Lu Ling nodded affirmatively. Hearing this, a satisfied smile graced Qiao Rongchuan's lips. Let's expedite that matter. The air in Gangsheng is not favorable. Understood. Chapter 74. After the door was completely pushed open, they still had to beg her, and the Liang family was anxious. That night, Qiao Xingye slept soundly in Tinglan Linju, while the people at the hospital were plagued by sleeplessness. Throughout the night, Liang Yutong was tormented to the brink of death. Early in the morning, a cardiologist approached Lu Siyun, saying, Mrs. Liang, I have some matters to discuss with you. Could you step outside? Seeing the grave expression on the expert's face, Lu Siyun felt a sense of foreboding. Instinctively glancing at Liang Yutong on the hospital bed, she nodded and followed the expert outside. In the corridor, with a face full of worry, Lu Siyun asked the expert, is there something wrong with Yutong and amp? Amp? Oppose. As health? The expert nodded solemnly. Over the past few days, my team and I have conducted a thorough study of Miss Liang and amp. Oppose. As cardiac condition. The surgery she requires is exceedingly complex, and we have little confidence in its success. Upon hearing this, Lu Siyun and amp, oppose, as heart sank. What did it mean to have little confidence? You are the experts in this field. If you lack confidence, who else could possibly have it? Lu Siyun and oppose. S anxiety escalated. Given the toll Yutong and oppose, S illness had already taken on them. The thought of her potentially not waking up was a torment they could hardly bear. Now, hearing the expert and amp, oppose, S words, Lu Siyun and amp, oppose, S face drained of color. The expert continued, I merely wish to clarify the stakes involved. However, if you could manage to secure the assistance of a certain doctor, the success rate of this surgery would significantly improve. Which doctor? Hope flickered in Lu Siyun's eyes at the mention of a doctor who could enhance the surgery's odds. Yet, when the expert revealed the name, her hopes plummeted. Yin Li, a young doctor with remarkable talent in this field, frequently engaged in complex surgeries without a record of failure. Lu Siyun only registered the name Yin Li, her mind blanking out to everything else the expert said. Yin Li. How could it be him? He was connected to Qiao Xingye, and they had already made attempts to secure his help. Was there truly no one else besides Yin Li? Lu Siyun asked anxiously. With a vast array of global medical resources, she refused to believe that only Yin Li possessed such a success rate. The expert replied, I cannot recommend anyone else. Miss Liang and amp, oppose, S surgery is exceptionally intricate, one we have never encountered before. Such complex procedures must be entrusted to the most capable hands. Especially considering Liang Yutong and amp, oppose, S standing within the Liang family, it is imperative that we clarify these matters to avoid future complications. Lu Siyun felt her strength wane, her body growing weak. Numbly, she nodded, I understand. The expert handed Lu Suyun the relevant information about Yan Li, stating, "We have contacted him, but he has declined. You will need to find another way." After the expert departed, Lu Suyun leaned against the cold wall, her heart in turmoil. What should she do? Meanwhile, Yan Li and Appo's involvement was still unresolved. The leading gynecologist approached her again, informing her, Miss Liang and Appo's current intrauterine condition is quite precarious. Based on our research, the surgery would require the complete removal of her uterus. Lu Suyun gasped, "What did you say?" Anger surged within her. To remove her uterus? After all the resources expended for their care, was it to strip her of the right to become a mother? Lu Suyun was furious, glaring at the physician. The Qi family already harbored significant reservations about Liang Yutong, if they learned that she would be rendered unable to bear children. Her relationship with Qi Yan would be irreparably damaged. With Qiao Xingye and Qi Yan's futures already severed, the possibility of Yutong and Qi Yan together would be extinguished, signaling the end of the Liang and Qi families and Appo's alliance. Are there no capable doctors among your ranks who can preserve her uterus? Lu Suyun demanded. The issue lies in Miss Liang and Appo's deteriorating health, the doctor explained. She is also battling liver cancer, which severely limits her treatment options. The condition of her body cannot withstand further strain. Lu Suyun felt a tightening in her chest. The doctor continued, "There's a Professor Jean whom you may know." Lu Suyun looked at the expert, breathless. "What do you mean?" "She has conducted extensive research in this area. Though still young, she has successfully treated numerous patients over the years. If you could engage her, there may still be a glimmer of hope to preserve Miss Liang's uterus." Lu Suyun's mind buzzed with confusion. Jin Yang, Yan Li. Once again, the conversation circled back to these two individuals. Were they truly so exceptional that no one could replace them? Lu Suyun and Appo's frustration boiled over. Given Yan Li and Jin Yang and Appo's connections to Qiao Xingye, she recalled Qiao Xingye and Appo's stance on matter. The doctor fell silent, clearly recognizing that some innate talent could not be substituted by mere effort. Lu Suyun, seeing the doctor's silence, seethed with anger. "Get out. You are useless." In her desperate fury, she dismissed the doctor, who left with a scowl. It was not entirely the doctor's fault. Liang Yutong's multitude of ailments rendered her case exceedingly complex. When Qi Yan and Liang Jinqiao arrived, they found Lu Suyun's face ashen. "Mom, what happened to you?" Snapped from her thoughts, Lu Suyun turned to Liang Jinqiao and Qi Yan. "Is there any way to pressure Qiao Xingye?" Qi Yan and Liang Jinqiao exchanged glances. What means do we have to compel her? It seemed no method remained effective against Qiao Xingye. Whether through wealth or coercive power, nothing seemed to hold sway over her. "There is nothing we can do to compel her," Liang Jinqiao admitted. "Then let us just kidnap her," Lu Suyun retorted in exasperation. Just then, Qiao Xingye emerged from around the corner, overhearing Lu Suyun and Appo's words. "Kidnap her?" A chilling glint flashed in her eyes. Unbeknownst to them, Qiao Xingye had approached as they continued discussing their plans. "No matter what, we must get Jin Yang and Yan Li back. Since she refuses to accept my goodwill, I have no choice." Qiao Xingye stepped forward. "So, Mrs. Liang, are you truly considering tearing up the agreement under such circumstances?" Lu Suyun, Qi Yan, and Liang Jinqiao were left speechless. Chapter 75. After beating Liang Jinqiao, will Qiao Xingye still sever ties? Upon hearing the voice, the group turned to see Qiao Xingye standing not far away in a beige coat, her hands tucked in her pockets, a smile gracing her features. In that instant, the hearts of the three tightened in their chests. Qiao Xingye approached them leisurely, followed closely by Lu Ling, whose expression was far from pleasant. The stark contrast between the findings in the report and the reality before their eyes was startling. Surprising how they could treat their own flesh and blood in such a manner. Qiao Xingye halted before Lu Suyun and inquired, "Are you discussing kidnapping me for Liang Yutong?" Lu Suyun and Appo's nerves were taut to the limit. She had not anticipated that Qiao Xingye would overhear their conversation. With a deep breath, she stammered, "Let Jin Yang and Yan Li come back. And if I refuse, do you intend to kill me? Is that it?" Qiao Xingye retorted, having heard everything. The audacity to plot her abduction for Liang Yutong was beyond comprehension. What indeed did blood relations signify? Faced with the nonchalant demeanor of Qiao Xingye, Lu Suyin found herself utterly speechless. In a fit of anger, Liang Jinchao stepped forward and pushed Qiao Xingye aside. Enough. Is this how a junior should treat an elder? As Qiao Xingye stumbled from the push, Lu Ling swiftly caught her, followed by a brutal kick to Liang Jinchao and Appo's midsection. The pain surged violently through Liang Jinchao, leaving him clutching his abdomen, his face paling. You! Lu Suyun rushed to support Liang Jinchao, her previous composure shattered. What are you doing? She exclaimed, her voice filled with despair. Qi Yin cast a dangerous glance at Lu Ling. Another man? Who was he? Sensing the man into Appo's ferocity, Qi Yin narrowed his eyes and commanded, Qiao Xingye, come here. At that moment, his discomfort peaked. Why were there so many men surrounding her? In just a few days, she had already been seen with 3 different men. Observing Qi Yin and Appo's cold demeanor towards Qiao Xingye, Lu Ling tilted his head and asked, shall we take action? Qi Yin's mind raced. What did he mean by take action? He had just attacked Liang Jinchao and now intended to turn against him as well. Rage surged through Qi Yin like a tempest. Qiao Xingye's gaze fell upon Qi Yin's slightly bruised face and his hand encased in plaster. Perhaps it's best to refrain. He has endured enough punishment these past few days. Upon uttering these words, Qi Yin felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. Lu Ling nodded and then addressed Qiao Xingye. Then let us proceed to visit old Lady Zheng. Very well. Qiao Xingye replied as she and Lu Ling strode past Liang Jinchao and Lu Suyin. Watching her retreating figure, Qi Yin and Appo's ire intensified. Qiao Xingye, stop right there. Lu Suyin could no longer contain herself, especially upon witnessing Liang Jinchao sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. The past 2 years have been fraught with difficulties regarding Qiao Xingye, and now, seeing Liang Jinchao in such a state, she felt utterly suffocated. Qiao Xingye paused and turned to her. What is it? Bring Jinyang and Yinli back. I will agree to any conditions you set, Lu Suyin implored. How adept she was at bending and yielding, manipulating the situation to her advantage. As a mother, she had just threatened to kidnap her own daughter. Yet now her tone softened considerably. Qiao Xingye had encountered many shameless individuals over the years, but someone like Lu Suyun was truly a novelty. Confronted by Qiao Xingye's scornful gaze, Lu Suyun felt a tightening in her chest. Yet there was little choice left. Liang Yutong's illness was pressing. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. The apologies flowed freely, unconditionally accepting blame for the sake of Liang Yutong. Qiao Xingye interjected, you are mistaken. I will have my lawyer contact you, and, at that time, you may sign the documents. The documents severing their ties. These people are truly a curse. With that, Qiao Xingye and Lu Ling departed. Watching their figures disappear, Lu Suyun felt a profound sense of suffocation. Liang Jinchao struggled to rise from the ground, the pain in his abdomen finally easing somewhat. The man beside Qiao Xingye was evidently a skilled fighter. That kick had felt as though it might rupture his insides. What documents does she want you to sign? Lu Suyun asked, bewildered. What documents? Liang Jinchao and Qi Yin echoed, their gazes fixed on her. I had no idea where she got such confidence from until now. Lu Suyun hissed, her voice dripping with venom. She had been oblivious to the support Qiao Xingye had behind her. Relying on those men, she still dared to sever ties with them? She will regret this. Liang Jinchao declared vehemently. He was convinced that Qiao Xingye would come to rue her decision, and when that time came, they would not grant her the opportunity to backtrack. Lu Suyun remained silent, yet she shared Liang Jinchao's sentiment. But what could I do now? Have her sign it. Let Jinyang and Yinli come to treat Yutong. Liang Jinchao insisted without hesitation. He was determined to believe that Qiao Xingye would not be able to withstand this. Once he uncovered the truth about those men, he would find a way to deal with her. Lu Suyun nodded in agreement, her voice heavy with resignation. For now, we have no choice but to proceed this way. Regardless, we must first bring the 2 doctors back. As they made their way to visit old Lady Zheng, Lu Ling glanced at Qiao Xingye multiple times. If you have questions, feel free to ask. You're not one to suffer indignities. How have you allowed these people to torment you for 2 years? Lu Ling had spent ample time beside Qiao Rongchuan, and in his eyes, Qiao Xingye had been raised like a princess. She should not have had to endure any grievances. Given her temperament, she should have vanished the moment she sensed something amiss, avoiding any entanglement with such people. Qiao Xingye retorted, "What grievances? I have not suffered any. But considering your temperament, shouldn't you have cut all ties long ago? How could you have been engaged to Qi Yan?" This was Lu Ling's greatest perplexity. Looking at him, Qiao Xingye smiled. "Indeed, if I were to follow my temperament, I should have ceased all contact long ago. Yet I remember precisely why I left the Qiao family and distanced myself from my brother." Reflecting on her departure from the Qiao family still brought a pang of sorrow to Qiao Xingye's heart. Even after all this time, it had been a painful experience, one that had left her in anguish. Those had been the most trying times for Qiao Rongchuan, and she longed to remain by his side to weather the storm together. Yet she could not. Lu Ling inquired, "Was it because the Sheng family was constantly watching you from the shadows?" Qiao Xingye lowered her gaze to a small, inconspicuous scar on her palm and finally murmured an affirmation. Chapter 76. Qi Yan was also beaten and walked with a limp. After watching old Madame Zheng leave, Qiao Xingye still intended to pass by Liang Yutong and Appo's hospital room. Qi Yan was waiting for her at the door. Upon seeing her, Qi Yan furrowed his brows and stepped forward to block her way. Qiao Xingye raised an eyebrow. "Do you wish to receive another beating today?" Qi Yan coldly replied. "How have you fallen so low?" His tone was frigid, and his eyes cast a menacing glance at the man trailing behind Qiao Xingye. Lu Ling exuded en extraordinary aura, which further solidified Qi Yan and Appo's belief that he was yet another man in Qiao Xingye's life. Qiao Xingye scoffed. "What business is it of yours? If you truly sever ties with the Liang family, what do you think you are? Can those men still want you?" When mentioning those men, Qi Yan instinctively glanced at Lu Ling, who radiated an even more chilling presence. Lu Ling stepped forward. "Miss, would you kindly wait for me in the car?" Qi Yan retorted, "Miss? What miss?" Qiao Xingye was unwilling to engage in further meaningless banter with Qi Yan, nodded, and glanced at Lu Ling. "Do keep your distance. The Qi family holds a prominent position in the harbor city. Qiao Rongchuan is personally staying in the harbor city to handle matters that are undoubtedly complex. If Qi Yan provokes the Qi family, it will not bode well for him." Lu Ling understood Qiao Xingye's concern for Qiao Rongchuan and nodded. "Understood." Qiao Xingye glanced at the still-dazed Qi Yan and departed. As she passed by him, Qi Yan seized her wrist. "You must explain yourself." "Mississippi." Is that how he interprets it? However, before Qi Yan could inquire further, he was suddenly lifted off his feet, and his head collided with the wall. Lu Ling could no longer tolerate the humiliation inflicted upon their Mississippi. If news of this reached Qiao Rongchuan, revealing that he had done nothing, he too would face dire consequences. Qi Yan, in a fit of rage, shouted, "You scoundrel!" Immediately, he engaged Lu Ling in a brawl. Despite being somewhat injured, he fought back valiantly with one hand. Qiao Xingye, disinterested, turned and walked away. Seeing her leave only fueled Qi Yan's fury. Qiao Xingye. He was about to chase after her, but Lu Ling entangled him again. With only one hand at his disposal, Qi Yan soon found himself at a disadvantage against Lu Ling and Appo's remarkable skills. Lu Siyun and Liang Jinchao, who were in Liang Yutong and Appo's hospital room, heard the commotion and rushed out. They were startled to see Qi Yan and the man fighting. Jinchao. Lu Siyun called out anxiously. Before Liang Jinchao could step forward, Lu Ling had already thrown Qi Yan aside, his demeanor radiating hostility. "Qishao, if this continues, you won and Appo's to be able to save your other hand. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Qi Yan had already sustained an injury to one leg. He glared dangerously at Lu Ling, his eyes glimmering with cold light. Lu Ling calmly adjusted his slightly disheveled suit before turning to leave. Liang Jinchao, pale-faced, approached Qi Yan. "Are you all right?" She instinctively glanced at Qi Yan and Appo's trembling leg. Liang Jinchao herself was in pain, having been struck harshly moments ago. Qi Yan narrowed his eyes. Before he could speak, Liang Yutong in the hospital room groaned in pain. Lu Suyun was the first to rush into the room. Liang Jinxiao glanced at Qi Yin. It seems illness comes swiftly. She was so concerned about her appearance, and this morning she discovered significant hair loss. Sigh. At this point, Liang Jinxiao could not continue, her words laden with concern for Liang Yutong. Qi Yin looked at Liang Jinxiao and then at the door of the hospital room. Just as Liang Jinxiao thought Qi Yin was about to enter to see Liang Yutong, he instead turned and walked away, his back exuding an icy demeanor, his steps somewhat unsteady. Clearly, he had sustained injuries from the earlier altercation. Liang Jinxiao was taken aback. Huh? Yes, just leaving? Hearing Liang Yutong's cries of pain from within the room, accompanied by Lu Suyun's soothing voice. Did Qi Yin not intend to check in? What did his departure signify? For a moment, Liang Jinxiao found herself perplexed by the situation. Meanwhile, Qiao Xingye had just arrived at her office when Qi Yin sought her out. Upon seeing him, Qiao Xingye naturally did not greet him warmly. What do you want? You don and amp? Amp? Oppos? To even bother to say hello? Are you unaware that everyone in amp? Amp? Oppos? As time is precious? Qi Yin and amp? Amp? Oppos? S already displeased expression darkened further upon hearing Qiao Xingye and amp? Amp? Oppos? S words. His anger visibly rising. How many people can get through to you on the phone now? The question was laced with irritation. Aside from him, it seemed that the entire Liang family and the Qi family were unable to reach her. Faced with Qi Yan's fury, Qiao Xingye had no intention of responding. She picked up her water cup and took a sip. If they can't get through, then don't. It's not a relationship that requires constant contact. Not a relationship that requires constant contact. Then who do you have a necessary relationship with? Those men? The phrase not a necessary relationship struck a nerve with Qi Yin, who recalled that she had blocked everyone. What then was her reliance? Those men? Contemplating them, Qi Yin's expression darkened further. What did that man in the hospital mean when he called you miss? What kind of miss are you? A nightclub girl? You just met. And he doesn't even know your surname? Just calling you an amp. Oppos. Miss and amp. Oppos. Qi Yin had pondered this on his way over, but could not fathom what kind of amp. Amp. Oppos. Miss and amp. Amp. Oppos. Qiao Xingye was, leaving him with only one possibility. You truly opened this studio with ill-gotten gains? He bombarded Qiao Xingye with a series of questions, his fury escalating to a boiling point, consuming all rational thought. In a moment of icy rage, Qiao Xingye retaliated by splashing the contents of her water cup at Qi Yin. The water, slightly chilled, hit his face, pulling him back from the brink of his fury. Chapter 77. Dousing Qi Yin with a bucket of toilet cleaning water. How odious! Qiao Xingye gazed at Qi Yin with icy disdain. Are you awake now? If not, I might as well fetch a basin and douse you thoroughly. Qi Yin glared at her through gritted teeth, his heart seething with indignation. Oh, a nightclub courtesan? Qiao Xingye retorted, with that brain of yours. I now suspect that your management of Qi Corporation has been nothing but a series of good news without any acknowledgement of the troubles. What do you mean? Qi Yin shot back. With your intelligence, aside from deceiving my parents, do you honestly believe you can manage a company effectively? She was resolute in her disbelief. Qiao Xingye and Oppos. S implication was crystal clear. She was calling Qi Yin a fool, a simpleton. Qi Yin felt as though he might faint from rage. You woman, you have no right to question me, let alone insult me. You must not understand certain matters, do you? Qi Yin seethed internally, wishing he could sew her mouth shut. What matters? At that moment, Qi Yin was so incensed he could scarcely speak. Yet, Qiao Xingye continued to strike. First, my rejection of you is common knowledge throughout the harbor city. Qi Yin was left speechless. Second, regarding Yin Li and Jin Yang, are you not still seeking my assistance? Mentioning those two only fueled Qi Yin and Amp, Oppos, S fury further. Two doctors who dared intertwine lives with Qiao Xingye and Amp, Oppos, S name. What sort of physicians were they? Qiao Xingye continued. You demand my assistance while simultaneously belittling and threatening me? Remember when Lu Suyun and Liang Jinxiao spoke of kidnapping me in the hospital? A chill flashed in her eyes. Qi Yin, filled with rage, found himself at a loss for words, especially under the intensity of Qiao Xingye's piercing gaze. In that moment, he finally grasped the gravity of her decision to break their engagement. It was sincere. Suddenly, his chest felt constricted, suffocatingly uncomfortable. With a pale complexion, he asked, "Then tell me, what is your relationship with that man in the hospital? He referred to you as an amp, oppos, miss and amp, oppos. What sort of end amp? Oppos, miss and amp, oppos, are you?" Qiao had come solely to resolve this question. He would not leave until he gained clarity. Qiao Xingye smiled enigmatically. "Why should I tell you?" Her sharp retort was grounded in truth. Indeed, why should she divulge anything to Qiao? Was my previous statement unclear? You say you don and amp, oppos, to understand. Where exactly is your confusion? Shall I repeat myself? Truly, how foolish you are. Doubts surfaced in Qiao Xingye and amp, oppos, S mind regarding Qiao and amp, oppos, S capabilities. How could he possibly manage Qi Corporation so well? From the outside, it appeared to be at the pinnacle of success. Yet internally, who knew the extent of the damage he had caused? Qiao regarded her coldly. Noticing her silence, he disregarded her previous retort. "Let me rephrase my question. Why do you reside at Tinglong Lingju? Who is the owner of Tinglong Lingju?" Qiao Xingye replied. "Do you wish to know? Are you eager to uncover the identity of the owner to purchase it for Liang Yutong and oppos?" As for recovery, although the notion seemed absurd, it left a bitter taste in Qiao Xingye and amp, oppos, S mouth. Her own home, coveted by a fragile patient. How ominous that felt. Is it Yanli? Or perhaps that man you were with at Jinjiang Tianqing? Or is it the man from the hospital today? Faced with such demeaning questions, Qiao Xingye and amp, oppos, S patience reached its limit. She considered splashing Qiao with another cup of water, but found her cup empty. With a resounding bang, she slammed the cup onto the desk and declared, "Wait here." Leaving those words behind, she strode purposefully toward the office door. Qiao furrowed his brow, puzzled about her intentions, yet remained in place, as instructed. He was determined to see what explanation she would provide upon her return. Indeed, Qiao believed his words had been too sharp and aggressive, prompting Qiao Xingye to seek a moment of calm. He anticipated her return with a reasonable justification. Yang Tingting observed as Qiao Xingye emerged from the office and respectfully approached. "Boss." Without pause, Qiao Xingye headed to the restroom, seizing a cleaning mop frequently used by janitors. Without pouring out the water, she intended to bring it back to the office. Yang Tingting quickly moved to assist. "Boss, what are you doing with that mop?" "Allow me to help. That water is from the janitor and oppos. S mop used to clean the toilet. You shouldn't and oppos. T touch it. That and oppos. S unnecessary. Carry on with your duties." Yang Tingting, sensing the gravity of the situation, recognized that Qiao was currently in the office and surmised the purpose behind Qiao Xingye and amp, oppos, S actions. In the office, Qiao was taken aback by Qiao Xingye and amp, oppos, S swift return. Had she truly regained her composure? So quickly? No sooner had he spoken than she entered, carrying a bucket. A sense of foreboding washed over him. The next moment, he heard the sound of water splashing, and he was suddenly drenched. Bang! Qiao Xingye slammed the bucket down. Qiao roared in anger. "Qiao Xingye, this wretched woman." Soaked to the bone, water dripped from his hair, blurring his vision. And what was that foul odor? Wiping the water from his face, he glared at Qiao Xingye with fury. She stood, arms crossed. "Are you awake now? Is there anything left unclear?" Qiao and oppos, S eyes burned with rage. If looks could kill, he would have shattered her to pieces. Seeing that Qiao was rendered speechless, Qiao Xingye reiterated, "Is there anything else you don't understand? Next time, it won't be cold water, it will be boiling water." How dare they question her? If she didn't end amp, oppos, to show them her strength, they might truly think her a pushover. Qiao was utterly flabbergasted. He had never been treated this way before. Throughout his life, especially due to his family and oppos, S influence, and later, as the head of Qi Corporation, everyone had shown him respect. Yet here was Qiao Xingye. "I dare say you will close down the studio." Qiao bellowed, rising in a fury. His presence exuded pressure as he faced Qiao Xingye. Yet, she stood unyielding. "That is, of course, if you can manage to shut me down first." Defiance met intimidation. Qiao and amp, oppos, eyes blazed with fury, but against Qiao Xingye and Amp, Oppo's fearless demeanor, it felt as though his flames were doused completely. "You shall regret this," he spat, storming toward the door while behind him. Qiao Xingye let out a dismissive and Amp, Oppo's, and Amp, Oppo's, her tone dripping with disdain. The chill in Qi Yin and Amp, Oppo's demeanor intensified, as if he were determined to banish Qiao Xingye to the depths of despair. Chapter 78. Can Xiao Rongchuan offer her a title? Qi Yin stormed off. Yang Tingting cautiously peeked in, and upon seeing Qiao Xingye's relatively calm expression, she dared to step inside. Heaven knows how terrifying the boss can be when angry. "Boss, has he left?" Qiao Xingye inquired. Yang Tingting nodded. Yes, he looked quite disheveled and reeked. "Qiao Xingye." Yang Tingting continued. He was soaked through and limping. "Boss, you really did a number on him." Qiao Xingye replied, "I didn't hit him. Didn't he you? It seems to me that Qi Xiao is in a pretty bad shape, with bruises on his arms and legs." Qiao Xingye fell silent. If one were to say that Qi Yin had endured some beatings lately, it would be an understatement. First it was Xiao Rongchuan, then her, followed by Lu Ling. Alas, dealing with someone dim-witted is truly exhausting. Yang Tingting exclaimed, "What? Qi Xiao is dim-witted? That can't be true. Managing such a large enterprise like Qi's. If he were dim-witted, then the previous chairman must have been utterly irresponsible." Qiao Xingye retorted, "He truly is dim-witted. He can't even comprehend a beating." At that moment, Qiao Xingye genuinely viewed Qi Yin as dim-witted. Everything that needed clarification between them had long been expressed, yet Qi Yin simply could not grasp it. They had exchanged words and even resorted to physical confrontation, yet he still failed to understand. It was infuriating. Meanwhile, Qi Yin was in the car with Jiang Yuan, who was taken aback when Qi Yin, drenched, entered. "Sir, what on earth happened to you?" Qi Yin replied, "If I still can in Amp, Oppo's, to figure out those men around Qiao Xingye. She has already moved to Tinglan Lingju." Before Qi Yin could finish his sentence, Jiang Yuan hurriedly shared the latest news to regain control of the situation. The air in the vehicle turned heavy with silence. Qi Yin narrowed his eyes. "What did you say? Qiao Xingye has moved to Tinglan Lingju?" Jiang Yuan nodded. "Miss Qiao has moved from Jinjiang Tiancheng. She is currently residing at Tinglan Lingju." This news hit Qi Yin like a bomb, shattering his composure. His mind became a chaotic void, unable to process the information. "Qiao Xingye lives in Tinglan Lingju? She actually... Are you certain?" After a long pause, Qi Yin spoke, his voice barely audible, overwhelmed by the buzzing in his head. Jiang Yuan affirmed, "I am certain." Qi Yin, "Certain? Qiao Xingye actually moved into Tinglan Lingju? Why? What prompted this?" Previously, when Qiao Xingye appeared there, he assumed she was brought in by one of the men. But what was she doing there? A sense of unease tightened in his chest. Why did she choose to live there? Qi Yin gasped, voicing the questions swirling in his mind. Over the past 2 years, while Qiao Xingye did not harbor the fervent feelings towards him as the world believed, nor was she fixated solely on him, her life had been devoid of any male presence. She had kept a simple life, with only Jin Yang and Tang, Su as her friends. Why now? Did men keep appearing in her life? Why was she residing in Tinglan Lingju? Who were the men there? Jiang Yuan interjected. "It might be due to the owner of Tinglan Lingju. I have investigated, and while I have yet to see concrete proof of property ownership, the land was purchased by a 58-year-old gentleman named Chun when the contract was signed." Qi Yin, 58? Jiang Yuan nodded. "Yes, that land was purchased 8 years ago. So he is now 66. Qi Yin. The confined space of the car fell silent once more. 66, which means the owner of Tinglan Lingju is now 66 years old. Qiao Xingye is with someone like that? Qi Yin and Amp, Oppo's breaths quickened. Just as Jiang Yuan was about to say more, his phone vibrated. It was Lu Suyin calling. Jiang Yuan glanced at Qi Yin. "Sir, it's Madame Liang." "You answer." Qi Yin replied instinctively, barely registering his own words. His mind was consumed with the thought of Qiao Xingye potentially being involved with a 66-year-old man. She had degraded herself for the sake of a man. Jiang Yuan answered the call. "Madame Liang, is he Yin in a meeting of the company? I have been trying to reach him, but to no avail." Jiang Yuan observed Qi Yin and Amp. Oppo's increasingly somber expression in the back seat. Before he could respond to Lu Suyin, Qi Yin abruptly flung open the car door and exited. Jiang Yuan and Amp, Oppo's heart raced at the sudden movement. He instinctively relayed to Lu Suyin, "Yes, sir is in a meeting." Just as he finished speaking, the sound of car horns echoed from the traffic light ahead. Jiang Yuan. Lu Suyin heard it too. "In a meeting? Why do I hear you outside?" Jiang Yuan stammered, "Ah, sir is busy, Madame Liang. Let us leave it at that for now." He promptly hung up, not wishing to engage further. Meanwhile, Qiao Xingye was preparing for a meeting when she noticed Qi Yin returning, still clad in wet clothes. Yang Tingting's eyes widened at his appearance, instinctively glancing at Qiao Xingye. Yet, in an instant, Qi Yin stepped forward, seizing Qiao Xingye's wrist and pulling her into the office with a fiery intensity. The door closed behind them with a swift motion. Qiao Xingye immediately yanked her wrist free, her eyes icy as she spoke with disdain. "What are you doing?" Qi Yin declared, "I will marry you." Qiao Xingye. "What nonsense is this?" Before she could react, the office door swung open. Both Qi Yin and Qiao Xingye turned to see Qiao Rongchuan standing at the threshold, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. His stern expression and piercing gaze made Qiao Xingye and Oppo's heart skip a beat. Qi Yin's eyes darkened uncontrollably upon seeing Qiao Rongchuan. "What brings you here?" Qiao Xingye approached Qiao Rongchuan, recalling that Lu Ling had mentioned he had important matters to attend to today, even foregoing lunch with her. She had planned to invite Su for hot pot later. Qiao Rongchuan removed his overcoat and scarf, handing them to Qiao Xingye. His every gesture exuded grace and an undeniable aura of authority. Qiao Xingye. Why is he undressing? A sense of foreboding washed over her. Indeed, as she took the clothing from him, Qiao Rongchuan did not address her, but instead walked directly toward Qi Yin. "You wish to marry her?" His voice was icy, laced with an unmistakable threat. Qi Yin shot a dark glare at Qiao Rongchuan. "Yes, I can offer her a title. Can you?" Qiao Xingye. Hearing Qi Yin and Oppo's sharp retort made her heart skip a beat, and she instinctively turned to gaze at Qiao Rongchuan and Oppo's back. Memories of his drunken kiss flickered in her mind, a muddled beginning that she had intended to forget. Yet now, with Qi Yin and Oppo's question lingering in the air, she found herself curious about Qiao Rongchuan and Oppo's answer. A title. Could he grant her one? Chapter 79. While others bind their feet, you are bound by your mind. At this moment, the atmosphere in the office was chillingly tense. Qiao Xingye silently observed the silhouette of Qiao Rongchuan. The two men locked eyes, both gazes icy. Qi Yin and Oppo's stare at Qiao Rongchuan grew increasingly sharp. "Do you know what kind of person she is? Can you accept her chaotic behaviors?" The phrase chaotic behaviors hung in the air. Under normal circumstances, Qiao Xingye would have struck back at Qi Yin, but at this moment, she merely gazed at Qiao Rongchuan and Oppo's back. Such topics were seldom broached lightly. Yet now that it had been mentioned, she deserved an answer. What chaotic behaviors did she exhibit? Qiao Rongchuan spoke coldly. "What chaotic behaviors?" Qi Yin replied, "She is not just involved with you. She has me as her fiancé as well. Do you mind?" "And you?" Qiao Rongchuan pressed. Qi Yin fell silent. Did he mind? Of course. He wished to strike Qiao Xingye and to tear apart the man by her side. Strangely, even though, as Qiao Xingye had stated, this matter was entirely unrelated to him, he felt an overwhelming urge to obliterate Qiao Rongchuan. As Qiao Rongchuan noticed Qi Yin and Oppo's silence, his gaze turned even colder. "Do you mind?" Qi Yin remained mute. Qiao Rongchuan and Oppo's eyes narrowed. "In the hospital lies one who matters to you, and here stands one who matters to the past. Qi Yin, you truly are greedy." Qi Yin inhaled sharply, his breath tightening. It was evident he had not anticipated this man would reverse the criticism back at him. What did he mean? Did he not care about Qiao Xingye's numerous entanglements? If he did not mind, did that equate to indifference? As this thought crossed his mind, Qi Yin involuntarily glanced at Qiao Xingye. Just as Qi Yin was about to speak again, Qiao Xingye addressed Qiao Rongchuan. "Could you wait here for a moment? Shall we go for hot pot later?" Qiao Rongchuan raised an eyebrow. "Have I permitted you to eat hot pot?" Qiao Xingye paused, realizing that as long as this ancestral figure was present, she could forget about enjoying hot pot for the rest of her life. Then could you wait here for me, and later take me to eat something? That should be acceptable, right? Without a word, Qiao Rongchuan walked over to the sofa and sat down. Qiao Xingye approached the increasingly sullen Qi Yan, who was visibly disturbed by their amiable interaction. Qiao Xingye stood before him. Shall I escort you downstairs, Qi Xiao? The term Qi Xiao dripped with her detachment, causing Qi Yan to shoot her a cold glance. Which is that one look? His attention shifted back to Qiao Rongchuan on the sofa. Qiao Xingye smirked. What's wrong? Can you still walk and move your limbs? At her words, Qi Yan's expression darkened further. Yet upon noticing the cold object at Qiao Rongchuan's waist, he turned in anger and left without another word. In a place like Harbor City, that man carried a gun? What was his true identity? Anger and confusion intertwined in Qi Yan's mind. As Qiao Xingye escorted him downstairs, Qi Yan looked at her, his lips moving as if to speak, but all his questions were swallowed back. Finally, he declared, cut ties with those men, and I will marry you. His words were resolute. Qiao Xingye raised an eyebrow. You will marry me? Why? His sudden attitude left her bewildered. Qi Yan, already infuriated, snapped back. Why so many questions? You are my fiancé. Marrying you is fulfilling my responsibility. Qiao Xingye was taken aback. Fulfilling your responsibility? She couldn't and amp, oppose, help but exclaim internally. Qi Yan, are you binding my mind as they once bound women and amp, oppose, as feet in the old society? Qi Yan, upon hearing this, felt as if a thunderclap had struck his mind. Qiao Xingye, was this not what she desired? Hadn't and amp, oppose, she created this chaos to force him to yield? Yet now, she was not joking. Qi Yan reaffirmed that Qiao Xingye was not jesting. Consider this carefully. Those men cannot marry you. Do you wish to live in such degradation forever? I may be degraded, but at least I am alive. You should concern yourself with whether Liang Yutong, that sickly one, will survive. It seemed her mind was so tightly bound that it could not be unraveled. With that, Qiao Xingye turned and walked away. Remembering something, she added, and I will not marry you. You are not what I desire. Was that not direct enough? Clear enough? If he could not comprehend this, his mind must have been bound too tightly. Qi Yan watched her retreating figure, trembling with rage. Jiang Yuan approached from behind. Sir, Qi Yan breathed heavily. Do you think she wishes to marry the owner of Tinglong Lingju? Jiang Yuan hesitated. Well, she does reside there now. If she were to marry, it might not be a difficult matter, considering she has already taken the first step that many women cannot. Seeing Jiang Yuan and oppose silence, Qi Yan continued, The owner of Tinglong Lingju would be interested in her? Although Qiao Xingye is the true daughter of the Liang family, the identity of the owner behind Tinglong Lingju cannot be simple. Who could it be? Could it be that man from earlier in Qiao Xingye and Oppo's office? A multitude of thoughts swirled chaotically in Qi Yan and Amp, Oppo's mind. Jiang Yuan suggested, perhaps I should take you home to change. You and Amp, Oppo's, completely soaked and rather odorous. How could Miss Qiao have such a volatile temper? Meanwhile, back in the office, Qiao Xingye returned to find Yang Tingting rushing over. Boss, I poured you a cup of coffee. Thank you, Qiao Xingye nodded, stepping into her office, while Yang Tingting and several colleagues stood curiously at the door. The man who had just entered was exceptionally handsome, even more so than Qi Xiao, with an undeniable aura. Inside the office, Qiao Xingye found Qiao Rongchuan sipping coffee. A hint of distaste on his face, clearly displeased with the coffee and Oppo's lack of quality. Hearing movement, he glanced up at her, his gaze deep as a dark abyss, making Qiao Xingye feel as though she might be drawn in. She approached, standing before him with her head bowed, softly calling brother. Qiao Rongchuan set down his coffee cup and pulled her into his embrace. Outside, Yang Tingting and the office staff gasped as they witnessed Qiao Xingye tumble into the man's arms. They confirmed it. The boss had indeed cast aside Qi Xiao for this man. Yet this man was extraordinarily handsome, far beyond ordinary. And as for Qi Xiao, how could he favor a sickly person? They felt relieved knowing their boss had such an exceptional backup. Otherwise, it would have been quite distressing. Now, they felt entirely vindicated. Qi Xiao could remain with that sickly one. Their boss deserved far better. Within the office, Qiao Xingye, startled, clung to Qiao Rongchuan's neck, her eyes reflecting her grievances. What are you doing? I've told you countless times that I've grown up. Moreover, the fact that Qiao Rongchuan did not remember that night infuriated her. He wants to marry you? If his mind is bound, then he will believe such nonsense. Qiao Xingye murmured.